Lin Xiao traveled to a world dominated by summoners. His golden finger is a magic book called The Goddess of All Worlds. This illustrated book will allow Lin Xiao to use it during the Summoner Awakening ceremony. Forced to contract with the goddess from the universe as a spirit. However, the illustration is currently in a semi-unlocked state and requires completing tasks to unlock it. This task requires Lin Xiao to collect nude sketches of super beauties. At this moment, in the Midsummer campus, Lin Xiao stared at the furious dance teacher with infatuation. Teacher Jiang, how can art be considered vulgar? Jiang Wanqing was wearing a beige dress, her face flushed, and she had already raised the branch in her hand high up. You little rascal. If you dare to mention human figure drawing again, I will break your legs. Snap. The branch hit Lin Xiao's arm hard, and the pain made him gasp. Hiss, Mr. Jiang, please listen to my explanation. What explanation? I've heard that you've been flirting with girls outside of school, and today you dare to flirt with the teacher. Jiang Wanqing was so angry that she stomped her high heels on the ground. If you have the guts, don't participate in tomorrow's awakening ceremony, or I'll make you pay. Lin Xiao turned around and ran without saying a word. However, he was not being a hooligan, but unlocking the contract with the goddess of all worlds. Half a year ago, he traveled to this blue star world where summoners were rampant. A mysterious illustrated book of goddesses of all worlds, suddenly awakened in the body. This illustrated book has a perverted requirement: you must collect beautiful women's nude sketches to unlock it. Every time you collect a sketch of a beautiful woman, you can get collection value ranging from 3 to 21 points. If you collect 100 points, you can unlock the incredible ability, Contract of the Goddess of All Worlds. This means that at the awakening ceremony 2 days later, he will 100% contract to the SSS-Level Goddess Holy Spirit. You know, in this world, summoner talents are divided into 9 levels. From high to low, they are SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Lin Xiao's test result was the worst F grade. Historically, the probability of an F level being able to successfully contract a Holy Spirit is less than 1%. Lin Xiao rode his electric scooter, grumbling and cursing. Am I really going to be an F-class loser for the rest of my life? In the past 6 months, he has traveled all over Tianhai City and surrounding cities, using his stunning painting skills to successfully persuaded more than 20 beauties to devote themselves to art. But even so, the collection value barely reached 80 points. Only 20 points left. Only 2 days left. 20 collection points, this is killing me. Just when he was in despair, ding, a crisp prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Warning. SSR level 9-tailed fox goddess detected, Su Nanya. Appearance, SSR. Body, SSR. Temperament, SSR. Estimated collection value, 21 points. Oh shit. An SSR falling from the sky. Lin Xiao slammed the brakes and almost fell off the electric scooter. However, this fox goddess turned out to be the female netizen he had flirted with online half a year ago. At the same time, in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, Su Nanyang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The morning light shone through the gauze curtains, casting a golden halo on her perfect body. 5 snow-white fox tails swayed gently behind her, and the 2 furry fox ears on top of her head trembled slightly. You dare to stand me up? She looked at the rejection message from the body sketch master on her phone screen. The red lips curled up in a dangerous arc. Wait for the awakening ceremony, and see how this fairy will punish you. She gently slid the screen and looked through the chat records with this mysterious netizen over the past 6 months. She accidentally discovered this account on the internet that claimed to be a body sketching master. I originally thought he was just another pervert using art as a cover to pick up girls. But after clicking on the work displayed by the other party, she was shocked. Those human body sketches are simply amazing, and every stroke and every painting contains amazing meaning. This is clearly the accomplishment that only a master-level nail painter can have. Interesting, really interesting, Su Nanya licked her red lips. How can a high school student who hasn't awakened yet have such painting skills? As the youngest professor at Longyin Summoner University, Su Nanya. This time she came to Tianhai City, in addition to participating in the enrollment work for the awakening ceremony. The most important purpose is to see this mysterious master of body sketching with your own eyes. Ding dong, the doorbell suddenly rang. Professor Su, I want to go to the bank to do some business. Could you please accompany me? A colleague's voice came from outside the door. Coming. The moment Su Nanya turned around, the 9 fox tails and ears disappeared instantly. Her appearance also changed from a stunning beauty to an ordinary beauty. At this time, Lin Xiao was rushing frantically in the direction indicated by the illustration. 21 points. A full 21 points. As long as you can deal with this SSR goddess, the illustration will be unlocked immediately. This level of existence is the rarest and noblest in the Atlas. The illustrated book classifies all beautiful women into 7 levels from low to high. SSS, SS, S, A+, A-, B, arranged from low to high. Now, the one Lin Xiao saw was actually SSR level. It means that her appearance, figure and temperament have reached unimaginable peaks. He remembered that in the past 6 months, he had only met 2 S-level beauties at most. In Tianhai City, beauties of this level are already the school's super beauties. Jiang Wanqing is just an A-level teacher, not even S-level. If she is considered a beauty, then Su Nanyang's existence is completely out of this world. At 21 o'clock, Lin Xiao couldn't help muttering to himself. After unlocking the illustrated guide, I will be able to obtain the Goddess of All Worlds contract function. However, Lin Xiao couldn't hide his worries in his heart, but this is SSR level. A woman like this wouldn't be easy for me to sketch, right? The level of this beauty is so high that it almost exceeds Lin Xiao's imagination. At the same time, I also know that such a beauty is definitely not an ordinary person. The 3 words, 9-tailed fox, immediately reminded him of the beast race in this world, the 9-tailed fox clan. She is good at disguise. Could it be that the appearance of this goddess is not her true self? No matter what, Lin Xiao decided to go all out. As long as there was a chance, he would never let it go. He started the electric scooter and drove towards the red dot marked on the illustration. His eyes were fixed on the target ahead. The atlas showed that she was not far away from him, and he could reach her within 1,000 meters. Soon, Lin Xiao drove into a deserted commercial street and 2 bright red dots appeared on the map. The 2 points were getting closer and closer to him. He stopped the e-mule and looked at the blue glass building in front of him. It turned out to be a commercial bank. The target is here. Lin Xiao was a little confused. If she was inside the building, it would not be easy to find her. However, the atlas can accurately track and present everything within 50 meters. Lin Xiao hid in the corner of the building, lowered his head slightly, and immediately activated the observer perspective. At that moment, the scene in front of him turned into a 3-dimensional image, and his eyes quickly locked onto the target. The bank hall was empty, the clerks were busy, the printers were humming. However, he saw the woman sitting on the bench, Su Ruer. She wore a floral dress, pink sandals, and her long black hair was draped over her shoulders. She looked gentle and beautiful, but from her appearance, it seemed that she did not reach the shock of SSR level. According to the standards of the illustrations, such a beauty is at most A level. Why does she look like she's just an A-grade beauty at best? Lin Xiao was confused, and he quickly looked through the information about the 9-tailed fox clan in the picture book. The 9-tailed fox clan has special abilities and is good at disguise and transformation. This may just be Su Ruer's disguise. He only saw Su Ruer talking to a middle-aged woman wearing glasses, but the topic was unclear. However, suddenly, Su Ruer stood up from her chair and walked towards the uncle she was talking to. She suddenly took out a dagger and stabbed the old man in the chest with great force. Lin Xiao was stunned. The uncle fell to the ground within a few seconds, holding his chest and struggling violently. Several customers around were shocked, and the security guard reacted quickly, but was still a few seconds late. Su Ruer gave everyone a sly smile, then walked leisurely to the 2nd floor. Several security guards finally came to their senses, took out their cell phones to call the police, pulled out their stun batons, and ran up to the 2nd floor. Lin Xiao watched Su Ruer go up to the 2nd floor. As soon as this female vixen reached the corridor on the 2nd floor, she wiped her face with her palm and turned into an ordinary woman. In a flash, the white dress turned into a small suit, and the long black hair turned into a neat short hair. Lin Xiao looked at Su Ruer. This female fox can really change her appearance. At this time, the security guard had already rushed to the 2nd floor and bumped into Su Ruer, who had already completed her transformation. Did you see a woman in a white dress? The security guard asked anxiously, not realizing that the woman in front of him was the murderer. Su Ruer pretended to be horrified and pointed to a door in the corridor, claiming that she saw the woman enter Su Nanya's room. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that the truth of the matter was not what he thought. This is not a fight between sisters, but a hatred between two nine-tailed foxes. This is bad. Su Ruer wants to put the blame on Su Nanya. Lin Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, the door of the VIP waiting room was suddenly slammed open, and several burly security guards rushed in quickly. Put your hands up. Get down. The security guards approached Su Nanyang with electric batons in hand. Su Nanyang was stunned, with a confused look on her face. As soon as she came to her senses, she found that the situation she was facing was worse than she had imagined. A security guard tried to take advantage of the opportunity to pounce on her, but Su Nanyang dodged and kicked the attacking security guard away. Seeing the tense situation, the other security guards became alert and immediately called for support. It's a beyonder. Lin Xiao understood at this time that this was a frame-up, a carefully planned conspiracy. This is a God-given opportunity to be a hero and save a beautiful girl. Lin Xiao exclaimed in his heart. I decided to use the panoramic recording function of the illustration to capture the entire process of Su Ruer's transformation. Use it as evidence to help Su Nanyang clear the charges. However, I wonder if these alone can convince Su Nanya to let down her guard and accept his help. After all, what the Atlas requires is far more than just clearing suspicion. Just as Lin Xiao was about to rush into the bank, a shrill siren suddenly sounded on the street. A police SUV quickly stopped in front of the bank. The car door opened, and several fully armed police officers quickly got out and rushed directly to the building. So fast. How could it be? Lin Xiao was puzzled. He remembered that there was no police station nearby. The badges worn on the officers' chests were clearly unusual, they were clearly summoners, not ordinary police officers. Why would the superintendent send out so many summoners in a common homicide case? Lin Xiao knew that the opportunity to help Su Nanyang clear her grievances should not be missed. In the VIP waiting room of the bank, Su Nanyang finally found out the truth of the matter. She was framed. That sinister Su Ruer had set traps more than once in an attempt to take away her spiritual charm. Su Nanya quickly guessed that the police superintendent was behind all this. If she is arrested, her identity and status in the human world will be lost, or even death. Can't be arrested. Su Nanyang knew in her heart that the only way out was to escape. She immediately decided to take action, sneering in her heart, I will never let her succeed. Just when she decided to break through, the police officers rushed in and started questioning her. She quickly took out her ID and tried to prove her innocence. I'm a professor at the armor painting department of Longyin University, you can check it out right away. Su Nanya said calmly, trying to use this as evidence to prove her innocence. However, a middle-aged police officer looked at her coldly, glanced at her ID, and then ordered. Whether you are the murderer or not, we will investigate it thoroughly. Now, follow me back to the police station. The police officers stepped forward and prepared to handcuff her. A girl wearing glasses rushed in from outside the door. Her name was Teacher Lu, Su Nanya's colleague. She hurriedly stopped the middle-aged policeman. But just as Teacher Lu stepped forward, a small red snake quickly flashed out from her sleeve and bit Su Nanyang. She had no time to react. The snake venom took effect quickly and Su Nanyang's arm quickly became swollen and turned black. This. Su Nanyang realized in an instant that the situation before her was beyond her imagination. Seeing that Teacher Lu's actions were becoming more and more sinister, a sweet laugh suddenly sounded outside the door. Sister Su, we meet again. Su Ruer walked in from the door, with a hint of ferocity in her eyes that could not be ignored. You know it's me, so you don't plan to surrender. If you hand over the spiritual energy in your body, I might be able to make you die faster. Don't even think about it. Su Nanya gritted her teeth and decided without hesitation that escape was the only way to survive. In an instant, she rushed to the window, broke the glass without hesitation, and jumped out of the window. On the street, Su Nanya turned into a huge white fox and ran wildly. She didn't dare to stop, she had only one thought in her mind, to escape from this trap and stay away from Su Ruer's shadow. However, Su Ruer's sneer still echoed in her ears, how long can you escape? On the street, Su Nanyang had just rushed out for more than 10 meters when she saw a police officer in front of her making the starting posture of a summoner to summon a spirit. In an instant, a huge sense of crisis came over my head. She looked up quickly and saw a purple summoning door open more than 10 meters in the sky. A giant demon ape, about 2 or 3 feet tall, emerged from it, raised its thick arms high, and slammed towards her. Su Nanya jumped forward in response, and the fox tail behind her exploded. One tail turned into 5, grew longer in the blink of an eye, swept over the demon ape above, and threw it down hard. The demon ape was thrown away like a cannonball and crashed into the street. Su Nanyang continued to run, and just after taking a few steps, a shrill howl came from behind her. On top of a car, a police officer raised a bow, and a huge wind elemental soul emerged from the summoning door that opened behind him. He shot an arrow surrounded by a pale hurricane, which came like a meteor chasing the moon. The arrows flew past the trees along the roadside, and the strong winds broke the trunks as thick as buckets. Su Nanyang had no time to dodge and could only take it head-on. A strong golden light suddenly appeared all over his body, and a layer of armor instantly appeared, wrapping his whole body. The arrow hit the armor, causing a violent storm, and Su Nanyang was blown away. She was in the air and saw summoning doors opening in several directions on the street, and various contracted spirits rushed out. As soon as Su Nanyang landed on the ground, she ran for her life, not daring to fight at all because there were too many enemies. She has legendary painted armor. There's no way to break her defense. The police officer who shot the arrow shouted. Su Ruer snorted coldly, she is an armor painter, it's not surprising that she has legendary armor. Chase, long-distance consumption, she was poisoned by the 5-step snake venom, she can't hold on for long. On the street, Lin Xiao was startled by the sudden fight. He instinctively ran away, and luckily he ran fast, otherwise he would have been hit by that terrifying arrow. The hurricane blew a car away, and Lin Xiao watched as a car crashed into the place where he had just stood. This is the power of a summoner. Lin Xiao felt a little scared. He turned around suddenly, only to see the huge white fox running away like a wild beast, with the police officers desperately chasing it. What should I do? Lin Xiao's heart was like the surging waves. At present, the superintendent has joined the pursuit. If he intervenes rashly, he might even get himself involved. But Su Nanya is not an ordinary person, she is the only hope to unlock the picture book. He gritted his teeth and made a decision, follow her, maybe there will be a chance. My panoramic perspective of the illustrated book may help me find a way for her to escape. A chase began, Lin Xiao rode on his electric donkey and followed closely behind the white fox. If he couldn't find her weakness, he wouldn't be able to save her from the predicament even if he tried his best. He ran all the way, following Su Nanya's trail, watching her enter one building after another. Lin Xiao was anxious. The poison had already invaded her body and her life was slipping away quickly. What should I do? She can't hold on any longer. Lin Xiao was so anxious that he almost went crazy. Just as his heart sank, an unexpected change suddenly appeared on the atlas map. Su Nanya's red dot gradually slowed down, as if it was being held back by something. Lin Xiao became more and more panicked, if she was caught, everything would be over for me. At this time, Su Nanyang was fleeing into an abandoned unfinished building. She ran headfirst into the dilapidated building and hid inside, gasping for breath. She knew that she no longer had the strength to escape, the poison had penetrated deeply into her, and she could collapse at any time. She took out her cell phone and dialed the only number for help, her teacher. Teacher, I'm being hunted, I'm dying. Su Nanya's voice was filled with despair and tears wet her face. The female voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became nervous. Xiaoya, what's going on? Where are you? Who is chasing you? Su Ruer, she colluded with the police and framed me. It's poisonous. I can't hold on any longer. Su Nanyang could no longer control her tears, and her choking voice was almost heartbreaking. Hearing this, the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became urgent. Xiaoya, hold on, I'll find someone to rescue you right away, I'll definitely go to Tianhai City. Teacher. Su Nanya's voice was a little weak, I'm afraid. I'm really afraid. Be good, don't be afraid, the teacher can definitely save you, you have to hold on, remember, the teacher will definitely come. The female voice was gentle but firm. I'll wait for you. Su Nanya hung up the phone, closed her eyes, and tried hard to hold back her tears. A clear determination emerged in her heart. She knew that she had to fight to survive. However, when it comes to the choice between life and death, there is no turning back. Thousand Illusions, Spiritual Clone. A trace of pain flashed across her eyes, and she whispered in her heart. In an instant her tail split into 5, and each tail turned into a white fox exactly like her. At the same time, Su Ruer and her team of police officers were quietly surrounding the abandoned building. She stood on the high wall and sneered, "Su Nanya, don't think you can escape, just surrender." Suddenly, a white fox jumped out of the building, crossed the wall accurately, and fled into the distance. "You are so stubborn." Su Ruer sneered, "Keep chasing, let's see how long you can escape." Lin Xiao was quick-witted and quick-handed. He suddenly slammed on the brakes and stopped on the side of the street. He noticed that Su Nanya's red dot seemed to no longer move. She was shocked. Could it be that she had successfully escaped from Su Ruer's pursuit? He hurriedly accelerated to catch up, but he began to worry again. Her stopping meant. "Su Nanya. You can't fall down." Lin Xiao muttered to himself, speeding up while using the atlas to accurately locate her direction. He finally arrived at a residential area and saw Su Nanyang staying in a dilapidated room. Lin Xiao glanced around nervously to make sure there were no police officers chasing him before he quickly climbed over the wall and entered the community. "She's on the 3rd floor." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, he quickly found the sewer pipe and began the thrilling climb. "Pipe, hold on." He prayed softly and pushed himself to the top of the building with all his strength. On the 3rd floor, the window was open. Lin Xiao quickly climbed in. The scene before him made him feel heartbroken. Su Nanyang curled up on the sofa, trembling all over, and almost lost all her strength. He rushed over and picked her up without hesitation. "Su Nanya, I'm here." However, Su Nanya is almost unable to perceive everything around her. The poison had penetrated deep into her heart and she felt that her life was leaving her. This poison can't do anything to her, so she just needs to force it out as soon as possible. But we were chased by the enemy and had no time to remove the poison. It was too late to rule it out now. Was he going to die like this? Su Nanyang felt extremely desperate, and she suddenly realized that someone had entered the shabby living room. Could it be that Su Ruer has caught up with us? She barely had the strength to struggle anymore. His body was like that of a dying little fox, raising his head and roaring in despair. However, the next sentence almost made the despair in her heart collapse completely. "Don't be afraid, dear, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." The voice was so gentle. It was like her most trusted teacher comforting her. Su Nanyang burst into tears immediately, feeling an irrepressible sense of grievance in her heart. "Teacher, is that you? Why did you come just now?" She almost used up her last bit of strength. But when she forced herself to open her eyes, she saw a handsome boy. His face is so handsome that it makes people's heart beat faster, but who is he? Why does he look familiar? "Teacher," Su Nanya couldn't bear it any longer and fainted completely. Lin Xiao watched the little fox go limp in his arms, and he quickly used his hand to feel her pulse. Fortunately, there was still a heartbeat. He breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have time to do more checks. He immediately picked her up and quickly went downstairs. No need to go through the sewer pipes, just open the door and leave. Lin Xiao held Su Nanya in his arms and quickly got on the elevator and headed straight to the 1st floor. He jumped on his electric scooter and rushed home at lightning speed. But while he was riding, he suddenly took a look at the illustrated book. Su Ruer had actually appeared 500 meters away, chasing after him like a ghost. "Oh no, he finally caught up with me." Lin Xiao's heart was shocked and he accelerated instantly. He almost pushed the e-donkey to its limit and rushed forward madly. He stared at the map, but found with increasing horror that no matter how fast he accelerated, Su Ruer never left him, always staying within the range of the atlas, and seemed to be able to track him down in some way. At this time, Su Ruer had transformed into a cunning red fox and sat on the police officer's shoulder. Her pointed nose was twitching in the air, as if she could track their whereabouts by smell. Damn, Su Ruer can actually track by smell. Lin Xiao was stunned and suddenly realized something. He pulled the little fox in his arms close and couldn't help but smell it. What a nice smell. How can there be such a fragrance? Lin Xiao was intoxicated by the aroma. He looked down at the delicate face of the fox and found it so delicate and pretty that it made his heart flutter. Bah! How can you have such thoughts about a fox? He cursed himself fiercely. Su Ruer must be tracking by smell, we must cover up these smells. Lin Xiao quickly scanned the street and found an empty taxi not far away. Classmate, where are you going? The driver asked when he saw him in school uniform. Go to Rongnan Street, master, drive faster, my pet is sick. Lin Xiao quickly explained. The taxi's cabin was closed, so the smell wouldn't spread easily. Su Ruer definitely wouldn't be able to track them down. However, he did not let down his guard, and his expression became increasingly ugly. Su Ruer will definitely find Donkey soon, check the surveillance footage, and lock down his location. What should I do? I can't abandon the little fox, but I can't let the police find me either. Suddenly, a place appeared in his mind, he had a secret shelter. As an orphan, Lin Xiao is not alone. Although the original owner's parents disappeared, they left behind a large amount of wealth and real estate. In order to cope with this era of rampant monsters, many people would build safe houses, and he was no exception. He immediately called a tricycle, deliberately avoided surveillance, and headed to an upscale residential area. This community looks extremely special, with high walls and electric fences surrounding it. Inside is a 7-story Western-style building, and the outer walls of each building are surrounded by steel protection nets. Lin Xiao carried the little fox through the crowd and came to the building he remembered. Enter the elevator, 4th floor, press the combination lock, and enter the room. There was a faint musty smell in the air. He must not be discovered by anyone in this place. Lin Xiao looked around the place. The house was spotless, almost flawless. Yes, this is her home. Every time the original owner came to clean, he never saw her bring anyone with her. As he thought about it, he pushed open the bedroom door, quickly took out a sheet from the closet, and spread it on the bed. Then he carefully took the dying little fox out of his collar and put it on the bed. He knew he didn't have much time. Sister Fox, you must hold on and don't let me down. Lin Xiao whispered to himself. If you can survive, remember to repay me by drawing a sketch for me, and I will be satisfied. In the next few hours, Lin Xiao stayed by the bed, staring at the little life that was about to disappear. Time passed little by little. In the evening, Lin Xiao carefully replenished himself with some food and then continued to watch the little fox. But his face became more and more serious. The anti-snake venom serum seemed to have no effect. The little fox's heartbeat became weaker and weaker, until it was almost unnoticeable. Gradually, as night fell, the little fox's body temperature dropped sharply. Lin Xiao's heart felt like it was hit by an invisible hammer. Little fox sister, don't give up. I will do my best to protect her. However, the little fox's breathing became shallower and shallower, and eventually, her breath almost disappeared. At this moment, Lin Xiao was completely panicked. What should I do? What should I do? I can't just watch you die like this. Lin Xiao's voice became more and more trembling. He hugged the little fox in his arms regardless of everything, and his warm body temperature tightly surrounded her. He hoped that this heat could give her a glimmer of hope. He called softly in her ear, his voice full of tenderness and helplessness. Little fox sister, don't give up and keep living. Finally, sleepiness swept over him, Lin Xiao's eyelids felt heavy, and he closed his eyes irresistibly. But while he was sleeping, Su Nanyang was fighting a life-and-death battle with the god of death. She still vaguely felt some changes in the outside world, the warm embrace, and the low and firm call in her ears. That voice seemed to be the only force that kept her going. She vaguely remembered that at the most desperate moment, she saw the face of a young boy. That face made her heart beat faster, as if it had some unspeakable attraction. She felt the surge of white light, which was as soft as moonlight and full of the power of life. The light enveloped her and gave her hope of life again. It's a close call. Fortunately I didn't die. Su Nanya said in her heart. She knew that she had been on the verge of life and death, but the spiritual energy that was stimulated from her body helped her escape from the predicament. However, her spiritual energy was severely damaged and might never recover. She couldn't help feeling sad, but she quickly suppressed the emotion. She looked down at the face of the young man in her arms. When she was most desperate, it was he who gave her warmth and helped her escape from the hands of death. I didn't expect that the one who saved me would be such a handsome little brother. Su Nanyang felt a little shy, but more touched and felt an immense sense of dependence. She couldn't understand why she felt so safe in the arms of this young man. Just as she was lost in that warm embrace, Lin Xiao woke up. The sunlight filtered into the room through the curtains, and the sound of birds singing in the early morning made him open his eyes slightly. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he was instantly panicked. Little fox sister. Lin Xiao was extremely anxious, and his eyes instantly became extremely anxious. He suddenly realized that he had slept until dawn. But when he looked down, the sight before him froze him. In his arms, there was not a little fox, but a silver-haired woman. The woman had a pair of snow-white fox ears on her face, and her long hair was spread out like a waterfall. Her cheek nestled against his neck, slightly warm, her breath warm. Her petite body pressed tightly against him, so soft and warm that he couldn't help himself. Lin Xiao was completely stunned. It was not until the woman gently opened her eyes that he was shocked. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her face was so beautiful that it was beyond description. At this moment, Lin Xiao's heart almost jumped out of his chest, and he could hardly control himself. His mind was blank, and the only thing left was that beautiful face. He simply couldn't resist it. What on earth is going on? Lin Xiao was extremely shocked. However, the next second, he bent down and kissed her without any hesitation. In this short few minutes of kissing, Su Nanya could hardly control herself. She instinctively wanted to push him away, but she found that the young man in front of her had saved her and was her benefactor. Her palpitations and panic all came to her mind. What should she do? Just as she was hesitating, Lin Xiao's kiss became more passionate. Bad guy. Stop kissing me. Su Nanya suddenly opened her eyes and pushed him away. Su Nanya's pretty face flushed and her eyes were full of tears. Lin Xiao was suddenly pushed by Su Nanya, and he suddenly woke up. He stared at the woman in his arms in amazement. She was such a beauty. She was so charming. No wonder he was unconsciously bewitched by her just now. However, this beautiful fox face in front of me has a pair of snow-white fox ears. Sorry, my sister is so beautiful that I couldn't help it. Lin Xiao scratched his head awkwardly, his heart still beating fast. No, it's okay. Su Nanya's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, and her eyes were full of shyness. Her face was as red as a peach blossom. They both fell into silence, and the atmosphere became a little tense. After a few seconds, Su Nanyang plucked up the courage and secretly looked at Lin Xiao, feeling a little curious. Bad brother, you saved me, thank you. Her voice was as soft as silk. Have we met before? Why do you look so familiar? Lin Xiao was stunned, probably not. Really? Su Nanya was obviously a little unconvinced, but I seem to have seen you somewhere. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, I think I must have seen it wrong, don't think too much, sister. Then he spoke, and related all that had happened yesterday, and how they had escaped from the enemy's pursuit. After listening to this, Su Nanya became more confused. Brother Lin Xiao, you said you wanted me to do you a favor. You just happened to see me being attacked and came to my rescue, but we didn't know each other before, so how did you know to ask me for help? Lin Xiao knew that he couldn't tell the truth. He spoke quickly. Sister Su, my request actually involves some personal secrets. If you don't mind, could you please not ask for now? Su Nanya blinked her eyes and said, silly brother, since it is your secret, I will not ask any more questions. But you have to tell me what you want me to help you with, right? Otherwise, how can I help you? Lin Xiao took a deep breath and felt a little nervous. This request was really too embarrassing. He had been used to drawing nude sketches for so many beautiful women. But the absolutely beautiful fox girl he faced today made him feel so ashamed. Sister Su, can you let me draw a human body sketch? Lin Xiao asked cautiously. Su Nanya was stunned for a moment, and then her beautiful eyes widened rapidly. Her face instantly turned red as if it was about to bleed. Bad brother, you're still thinking about your sister's body? No way. Lin Xiao was panicking, fearing that she would refuse, but I really need to draw this sketch. He explained eagerly, it's related to whether I can awaken and become a summoner tomorrow. Su Nanya was stunned. Awakening? What awakening? Lin Xiao smiled bitterly, that's right, I need to draw sketches so that I can awaken and become a summoner, so that I can have stronger abilities. Actually, this matter is very important to me. Can I ask you, Sister Su? Su Nanya's face flashed with hesitation, but when she saw Lin Zhao's sincere face, her heart softened. You saved me and gave you my first kiss, how could I not help you? She sighed, her cheeks flushed, never mind, I'll promise you. But I'm really shy. Lin Zhao's heart suddenly flew up, really? Thank you so much. Then let's get started now. Su Nanya nodded shyly, wait a minute, sister still needs to prepare. After saying that, she quickly hid under the quilt, leaving a pair of slender jade feet exposed outside the quilt. The alluring whiteness like snow simply made Lin Zhao's heart beat faster. A few minutes later, Su Nanya poked her head out from under the quilt, her watery eyes looking as if they were about to shed tears. The voice was so gentle that it was intoxicating. Little rascal, let's get started. You have to hold on and don't jump on me. Su Nanya leaned against the head of the bed, her perfect body completely uncovered. The slender waist and curvy legs show unparalleled beauty. Her skin, as white as snow, exudes a charming glow under the sunlight. The snow-white fox tail behind it sways gently, like a beautiful painting, which makes people's heart beat fast. Opposite her, Lin Xiao was holding a sketchbook with an obsessed look on his face, almost caught up in the frenzy of creation. The pencil flew quickly across the paper, the lines outlining her curves and outlining her dreamy hips. At this moment, Lin Zhao's heart was filled with indescribable excitement and enthusiasm. He looked at the perfect woman in front of him and couldn't wait to depict her beauty on the drawing paper. His eyes were full of awe and obsession, and at the same time, a hint of deep satisfaction. Su Nanyang lay on the bed. Although she was a little shy at first, over time, she began to enjoy Lin Zhao's passionate gaze. Her beautiful body was being admired so intently, as if the whole world existed for her. But ever since she realized that her beauty might become the target of others' covetousness, she rarely shows her true face in front of others. However, she finally felt the satisfaction of being appreciated, as if she was no longer that lonely pearl. So this is what it feels like to be looked up to by others. Su Nanya sighed silently in her heart. Half an hour later, the sketch was finally completed. Lin Xiao put down the pencil in his hand and stared at the drawing paper intently. Su Nanyang also looked at him, and their eyes met in the air, and the air instantly became hot. Lin Zhao's heart began to beat faster, and the impulse made it almost impossible for him to control his behavior. He couldn't help but want to get closer, and a strong desire surged in his heart. Bad brother, what did you do? Su Nanya noticed the change in the atmosphere. He hurriedly shrunk himself back into the quilt, his voice trembling, you get out. Lin Xiao was awakened by these words, his body shook violently, and his consciousness quickly broke free from the dead end of desire. While struggling violently in his heart, he quickly ran out of the room, fearing that he would do something wrong again. He ran to another empty room, closed the door, and shook his head vigorously to calm himself down. Then he closed the sketchbook in his hand, and the illustration trembled slightly in the air, and suddenly a colorful light burst out. Lin Zhao's heartbeat quickened, he couldn't wait to open the illustrated book, his eyes full of anticipation. This is the cheat code that he had worked hard for half a year to unlock, and the illustrations have finally started to upgrade. He looked at the lines of text and was so excited that he almost jumped up. Collect 1 SSR Goddess painting, add 21 points to collection value. Current collection value, 101/100, congratulations to the host for reaching the maximum collection value, the illustration begins to upgrade. The atlas suddenly closed, and colorful lights kept flashing, and finally froze. In an instant, the cover of the album changed, and the picture on it was replaced with Su Nanya's peerlessly beautiful fox appearance. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then saw that the illustration had been successfully upgraded to version 2.0. The Goddess of All Worlds contract function has been enabled. Map search function improved to 2000 m radius. The panoramic map range is expanded to a radius of 100 meters. New function 1, Yin and Yang dual cultivation, the host can practice dual cultivation with the spirit to increase the speed of cultivation. New function 2, Chilling Palace transformation, this function will take effect after the host becomes a summoner. Current collection value of the illustration, 1/100, LV, 2. Note, you can continue to collect beautiful female body sketches. When your collection value is full, you can unlock more functions. Lin Zhao's eyes sparkled with ecstasy, and he almost jumped up with excitement. He finally unlocked the second version of the illustrated book. When he saw the dual cultivation of yin and yang, his heart suddenly warmed up, and the ability of that Qi-Ling sister made him unable to help but start fantasizing. You have to continue collecting beautiful nude sketches and fill up your collection value to unlock more features. At this moment, Lin Xiao was completely immersed in Su Nanya's beauty and felt that other women no longer seemed so attractive to him. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Little rascal, are you doing something bad in the room?" Su Nanya's slightly teasing voice came from outside. Lin Xiao was startled and hurriedly closed the illustrated book, quickly turning it back into a sketchbook. "No, no. Open the door." Su Nanya stood at the door, fully dressed. When Lin Xiao saw it, he couldn't help but be distracted again. After putting on the clothes, Su Nanyang looked completely different, but still had the ultimate beauty. The charm of SSR beauties lies in the fact that no matter how many times you see them, no matter what clothes they wear, they can always make you fall for them instantly. If you can't do that, it means you don't deserve the SSR rating. Su Nanyang was wearing a pink dress at this time, with a jade-carved peach blossom inserted diagonally on her waist. She stood tall and graceful with a sweet smile. Lin Xiao only felt that she was like a peach blossom fairy, charming and seductive, with a smile that made people's bones soften. Su Nanya chuckled, like 100 flowers blooming, with a coquettish look on her face. "You little rascal, you look stupid again." Lin Xiao touched his nose and said helplessly, "Sister is too beautiful, I can't help it." Su Nanya smiled, looked at the sketch in Lin Xiao's hand, and asked curiously. "Little rascal, show me your sketch. Don't make me look ugly." Lin Xiao is quite confident in his painting skills. He was an art student in his previous life with full SP attributes. He is best at drawing nude sketches for young ladies. Everyone who has painted it says it's good. He immediately handed over the sketchbook. Su Nanyang glanced at the sketch paper and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She is drawn on the sketch paper so naturally that she seems to be alive. Although it is just lines drawn with pencil, she exudes a sense of aura and perfectly restores her charm. The painter's technique is superb and ingenious. "Sister Su, is my painting okay?" Lin Xiao was very satisfied with her expression. He believed that he could be considered a master in the field of human figure sketching. The reason why the illustrated guide chose him as the host was probably because of this. Su Nanya's expression was dull, she nodded subconsciously, and then said excitedly. "Little rascal, sister is right, you are indeed born to be a nail painter." Lin Xiao had talked with Su Nanya before about the armor painter. "I didn't care too much about it before, but now seeing Sister Su so surprised, I was very happy." Su Nanya suddenly asked, "Little genius, what is your summoner talent level?" Lin Xiao suddenly wilted and replied weakly, "F." "Ah, so low." Lin Xiao touched his nose embarrassedly. Su Nanya realized that she had said something wrong and quickly made amends. "I don't mean to belittle you, I just..." Su Nanyang could not hide the regret on her face. "Sister is just a little regretful. If you want to become an armor painter, you must first be a summoner. And if you want to become a high-level armor painter, your summoner level cannot be low either. It's such a pity." Su Nanyang never expected that Lin Zhao's summoner talent was so low. With F talent, not only is the probability of becoming a summoner extremely low, but even if you succeed by chance, the training speed is extremely slow. If you can't raise your level, no matter how high your armor painter talent is, it will be useless. Lin Xiao knew, however, that he could definitely become a summoner, and with the dual cultivation of yin and yang, his level might increase quickly. "Sister Su, believe me, I can definitely become a summoner." Su Nanya was slightly stunned, and seeing the inexplicable confidence on his face, she smiled and said, "Okay, sister believes in you." Even though I said that, I still sighed slightly in my heart and stopped talking about this topic. "Little rascal, it's getting late. My sister has to leave. My teacher is waiting for me. Besides, I have a big problem to deal with. I can't stay here with you any longer." Lin Xiao felt a little reluctant when he heard this. "Sister Su, the trouble you're talking about is the one that happened yesterday?" There was a barely perceptible gloom in Su Nanya's eyes and she nodded slightly. "Su Ruer murdered someone and framed me, and the police chief was also involved. Although the teacher has found a connection, I'm afraid it will be difficult to clear myself of this murder charge." Lin Xiao hurriedly said, "Sister Su, wait a minute, I have evidence to prove that you were framed." Then he ran to the bedroom to get his cell phone. Su Nanyang was greatly surprised and wondered what evidence the little scoundrel could have to prove her innocence. Confused, he saw Lin Xiao coming back with his phone, unlocking it, and pointing at 2 videos in the album. "Sister Su, here are 2 videos that can prove your innocence." Su Nanya was stunned and took it subconsciously. The 2 videos in the mobile phone were captured by Lin Xiao yesterday. One is a video of Su Ruer transforming on the 2nd floor, which was shot from a candid angle hiding behind a vase. The other video is the video before and after Su Ruer appeared in the VIP room, also from a candid perspective. Su Nanya clicked on the video, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, one hand unconsciously covered her mouth, and then she was extremely confused. "Little rascal, how did you take that photo?" Lin Xiao scratched his head. "Sister Su, this is my secret." Su Nanya was stunned for a moment, then her beautiful eyes turned around with a look of pouting. "You little rascal, why do you have so many secrets? Do you know that women are the most curious, especially those of us foxes? I can't wait to get into your heart and see how many things you have hidden." Lin Xiao chuckled and said, "Then come in, sister. I will keep you in my heart from now on." Su Nanya's ears turned red in an instant, and her face was charming. "Bad brother, are you in love with your sister?" There was a hint of teasing in her eyes, which made Lin Xiao look shy. "Oh, this is so cute. I suddenly feel like I have a little brother complex." Su Nanya's heart was moved, and she couldn't help but move forward and said with a sweet breath, "Little rascal, it seems that sister likes you too." Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. Su Nanyang shyly stepped back and transformed herself into an ordinary woman. "Thank you for your evidence, little rascal. You have helped me a lot again. I am leaving now. See you at the awakening ceremony tomorrow." I'll take my sister out," Lin Xiao said absent-mindedly. Chapter 10. The summoning ceremony begins. August 8th, also known as Holy Day, is the annual Summoner Awakening Day. In the early morning, the sun is shining. Lin Xiao, wearing a school uniform, riding a bicycle, biting a fried dough stick in his mouth, rushed to the awakening ceremony. The ceremony takes place at Summoning Square in the city center, about 20 minutes away. Lin Xiao was in high spirits as he walked along, the youthful vigor flying in the air along with his open school uniform. 20 minutes later, the ceremony venue was in sight. From afar, a huge square is located in the center of the city. The square was filled with dense crowds of people, and at first glance, it looked like countless ants moving. The most eye-catching thing in the square is a row of towering giant stone gates. There are 10 in total, each of which is more than 20 meters high. They look like huge picture frames, arranged in an arc, and are extremely spectacular. Holy Gate. Lin Xiao's eyes widened unconsciously. Today's awakening ceremony will be held in these giant stone gates. If a person who awakens for the first time can summon a holy spirit among them, he can become a summoner. Illustrated, I'm counting on you today. Don't let me down. Give me a contract with a busted sister. Looking at Xingyao Gate, Lin Xiao murmured in his heart, he had worked hard for this day for half a year, and it was time to reap the rewards. I just don't know what type and level of Holy Spirit I will contract with. It is worth mentioning that the Holy Spirit has grades. The classification method is the same as that of summoner talents, with 9 levels from high to low, SSS-F. The higher the grade, the stronger the ability, the greater the benefit to the summoner, and of course the higher the difficulty of the contract. The illustrated guide can force a contract with a goddess-level Holy Spirit, which refers to a female humanoid Holy Spirit with an appearance of S and a grade of S. But all the effeminate ones count. After parking his bicycle on the side of the road, Lin Xiao couldn't wait to walk towards the square. As soon as I raised my foot, the sound of flipping through an illustrated book suddenly rang in my mind. Wow! Subconsciously looking into my mind. Name, Yueru, human. Appearance, SSS figure, SSS temperament, SSR overall score, SSS. Comprehensive score reaches S. SSS. Lin Zhao's body shook violently. What's going on? When did Tianhai City get such a super goddess? And it actually has a single SSR. Lin Xiao subconsciously looked at the square from a distance, and then he understood. It seems that just as I thought, there are many out-of-town tourists coming to visit today. Among them are super beauties. At this moment, a series of illustrated guide prompts came into my mind again. Name, Lu Heru, human. Appearance, A. Figure, a temperament, A. Overall score, A dash. Name, Zhang Yingran, human. Appearance, a figure, A plus temperament, A overall score, A. Name, Yao Shu, human. Appearance, a figure, A temperament, A overall score, A dash. Lin Zhao's mouth instantly opened into an O shape. Within a few seconds, the illustrations indicated the discovery of 7 super beauties. TSK, today is a bit crazy. If this happened before the illustrated book was unlocked, he would have gone crazy. I'm afraid I'll have to go up to each one and ask for their phone number. With a sudden thought, he opened the search map in the atlas, and then was stunned again. I saw 30 or 40 red dots concentrated in a circular map with a radius of 2,000 meters. Oh my god, they're not all here. Except for the 7 newly discovered beauties, all of these 30 or 40 red dots have been discovered before. The illustrations will not repeatedly prompt this type of item, but as long as it appears within the search range, it will be marked with a red dot. It is worthy of being the most important annual festival for all mankind, bringing together beauties from all over the world. Note, a side story of a supporting character was deleted from chapters 10 to 28, and 7 chapters of content were deleted, so the number of words in the dozen or so chapters is very small, and there are no comments. Chapter 11, Master Yueru. Lin Xiao was amazed and suddenly thought of a question. Almost all of these super beauties knew him. Some of them he had sketched, some of them he had flirted with, and some of them he had offended. When he awakens later, he will line up and walk to the Holy Light Gate. At that time, the camera will project his image onto the big screen in the auditorium. And that way, all these women would see him. Hehe, I wonder what the sisters' expressions are when they see me. Lin Zhao's mouth curled up in an arc, with a sense of anticipation. Without thinking too much, Lin Xiao looked for the location of the SSS goddess on the map. Goddesses of this level are very rare, and it would be a treat for the eyes if you could see one. It was found quickly, and what surprised Lin Xiao was that the red dot of this goddess actually overlapped with Sister Su. The two seemed to be together and in the middle of the square. Is he also an admissions teacher? Lin Xiao guessed in his mind and wanted to go over to take a look. Without further delay, I walked quickly to the entrance of the square and was successfully admitted after the staff verified my qualifications. A large number of students had already gathered in the square, and assembly areas had been divided in advance according to the different schools they came from. The area assigned to Tianhai No. 1 Middle School is located in the northeast corner of the square, very close to the row of Xingyao gates. Coincidentally, Su Nanya and SSS goddess Shi Yueru were also nearby. Lin Xiao locked the direction and rushed over quickly. At this time, in front of Xingyao Gate, in a row of seats reserved for admissions teachers from various universities to watch the ceremony, sat 2 women of superb appearance and temperament. The 2 of them sat next to each other behind a long table covered with red silk. On the table in front of them were paper, pens, admission brochures and a school nameplate. The card had the words, Dragon Roar Summoner University, printed on it. One of the 2 is Su Nanya. She changed into a new look today, wearing a professional office girl suit, with a good temperament and appearance. Next to her was a mature lady wearing a white cheongsam, with her hair tied up high in a bun, sitting elegantly, and her whole temperament dignified and graceful. The 2 women exuded a strong aura of charm and sat close to each other, which immediately attracted the attention of people around them. At this time, the elegant woman complained to Su Nanya in a low voice. Xiaoya, what are you doing? Why did you move to this remote corner? It has been difficult for our school to recruit students in the past 2 years. If we make this switch, the awakened students over there will probably ignore us. Su Nanya hugged the dignified woman's arm and said in a tender voice. Teacher, your worry is unnecessary. With our charm, are you still worried that they won't come? She glanced at the students queuing in the distance and giggled. Look at those young boys. They are eager to eat us up. When they become summoners, they will definitely come to apply for our school. The dignified woman glared and tapped her disciple's smooth forehead with her finger. How old are you? You're so frivolous. Don't change the subject. Answer my question. Teacher. It hurts. Su Nanyang stepped back and looked towards the square, looking for the little rascal whom she had been thinking about all night. Teacher, the brother Lin Xiao who saved me is a student from Tianhai No. 1 Middle School across the street. Just to see him here. Su Nanya nodded repeatedly. Brother Lin Xiao is really talented as an armor painter. I don't believe it, so I have to ask you to come and see. When he comes, I can test him on the spot. The dignified woman was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when she heard this. As soon as her disciple saw her yesterday, he praised the young man who saved him to the sky. They said he was very handsome and was born to be a nail painter. When asked how he knew that, he stammered and couldn't explain clearly, so sure Yueru certainly didn't believe him. Chapter 12, The Potential Test of the Armor Painter. You are born to be a nail painter, but I can't tell when you are a teacher. You just think everything about others is good because they saved your life. No, how about we make a bet, teacher? If Brother Lin Xiao is really talented, how about you accept him as your personal disciple? Why don't you accept one yourself? Your level as an armor painter is high enough to accept a disciple. Su Nanya blushed and muttered to herself. He pushed me down on the bed and kissed me, and even stripped me naked for him to see. How can I still be his teacher? He said, Teacher, do you want to gamble? No bet. Sure Yueru was very angry. She was a master-level armor painter and it was not possible for just anyone to be her disciple. Although the other party saved Xiaoya's life, she must repay him, but there are many ways to repay him, not just this one. Please, the best teacher in the world. Su Nanyang acted coquettishly 3 times in a row. Sure Yueru couldn't bear it anymore and said helplessly, Okay, I'll test him later, okay? Su Nanya immediately smiled. Lin Xiao quickly crossed the square and arrived near the gathering point of Tianhai No. 1 Middle School. I have to say, this square is really big. It took us 7 or 8 minutes to reach the school's preset gathering place. He stopped and looked around, easily finding the team from No. 1 Middle School, but Lin Xiao did not go over. Instead, he compared the atlas map, quickly locked onto the admissions teacher's seat, and followed him there. After walking a distance, I saw an office lady waving at me from afar. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and tentatively called out, Sister Su. The OL girl nodded with a smile. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Sister Su's transformation today was quite tempting. From the bottom to the top, a pair of round and slender legs are covered with 15D black stockings, and below the small waist is a black A-line hip skirt. He was wearing a white shirt with a blue ribbon on his bulging chest holding a badge that read, Admissions Teacher of Longyin University. Her figure is plump and slender, as perfect as in the comics, and her face is that of a queen, mature and attractive. It is simply the perfect image of a working OL girl. If I could pursue Sister Su, wouldn't I have all kinds of girlfriends? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and this thought flashed through his mind. Brother Lin Xiao, come here quickly. His thoughts were interrupted by Su Nanya. Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile and walked quickly to his seat. Teacher, this is my brother Lin Xiao who saved me. What do you think? Is he handsome? As soon as he walked forward, he saw Su Nanyang boasting to a dignified woman beside him. Lin Xiao subconsciously looked over and his heart skipped a beat. What caught my eye was a lady with an extremely dignified and beautiful temperament. She is like an orchid in a valley, with a pure and elegant temperament, and also like a graceful peony, luxurious and dignified. The dignified woman responded to the gaze with a smile, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Su Nanya said in a tender voice, Brother Lin Xiao, let me introduce you. This is my teacher, Miss Shi Yueru, the Dean of the Armor Painting Department of Longyin University. Then she moved closer and giggled softly. How about it? Do you think my teacher is beautiful? Let me tell you in secret, the teacher is a super beauty. What you see now is not her true appearance. Lin Xiao had actually realized that the dignified woman in front of him was not her real appearance, because she had an extremely ordinary face. I also realized that the other party was the super goddess who was given an SSS score in the picture book, and her temperament was really too perfect. There is a mature charm, very attractive. Su Nanya's changed appearance today could probably get an A+ rating, but when standing next to this lady, she was completely suppressed. The evaluation in the illustration book was indeed spotless. The SSR temperament could not be concealed even with an ordinary face. Lin Xiao couldn't help but think in his heart. No wonder she needs to disguise herself. If a beauty of this level doesn't disguise herself, it will be very troublesome for her to go out. Chapter 13 Shocked Master Yueru. Lin Xiao looked away. The other person was teacher Su Nanya, who was considered an elder. It would be impolite to stare at her. He gathered his thoughts and said respectfully. Student Lin Xiao, meeting the dean. Shi Yueru was slightly surprised by Lin Zhao's appearance, and then she believed that her disciple was not bragging. No wonder she liked him so much. It is not difficult to imagine that a girl would be moved if she was saved by a handsome boy, and she would immediately nod with a smile. You're welcome, Lin Xiao. You saved Xiaoya's life. You've done us a great favor. I would like to express my gratitude to you. Lin Xiao did not dare to be arrogant. Master, your words are too serious. I just happened to meet you and helped you. I dare not take credit for it. Seeing how humble he was, Shi Yueru liked him even more. Su Nanya took the opportunity to say, Brother Lin Xiao, I heard that you have a talent for painting armor and I really want to see it. Shi Yueru rolled her eyes at her disciple. She didn't really want to see it. However, seeing Master Lin Xiao, he had a very good impression. He really wanted to see his talent as an armor painter, so he smiled and said. Xiaoya said that you have outstanding talent as an armor painter, and she strongly recommended that I recruit you into the armor painting department. However, the school's admissions are fair and transparent, so it is difficult for me to be partial. Are you willing to let me see your talent? Lin Xiao looked at Su Nanyang in surprise. He didn't expect that Sister Su had done so much for him. Su Nanya blinked and said, perform well. The teacher is a master-level armor painter. If you can impress the teacher, I might accept you as my apprentice, and we can be senior and junior sisters. Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised. If he could become a senior sister and a junior sister with Su Nanyang, they could see each other every day, which would be exactly what he wanted. Moreover, Longyin University is one of the most famous summoner universities in Longhua. Dean, what should I do? Lin Xiao asked hurriedly. Shi Yueru smiled slightly, took out a pencil and a piece of white paper and pushed them onto the table. Give me a quick sketch in 5 minutes. Is this a test of my painting skills? Lin Xiao was slightly surprised. Teacher, 5 minutes is too short. Aren't you making things difficult for Brother Lin Xiao? Su Nanyue complained. It doesn't matter. Whatever you can draw, it's fine. Shi Yueru said with a smile, thinking to herself, since you said this little guy is a genius, then let's make it a little more difficult. Lin Xiao actually didn't think it was too difficult, and nodded decisively, okay. He took the paper and pen and began to look at Shi Yueru. Now I can openly admire this lady with such beautiful temperament. Shi Yueru was wearing a white cheongsam and had a plump and mature figure. From the snow-white swan neck down, the bulging chest is wrapped in silk, which is spectacular. Her waist is not the kind of willow waist, but the plump waist that only mature women have. Sitting upright on the chair, the hip line is particularly attractive, like a ripe peach. She has a mixture of elegance and charm, and has an indescribable charm. It somehow reminds people of words like master, aunt, master's wife. Lin Xiao didn't dare to look at her any longer. He quickly memorized her temperament in his mind and started sketching on the paper. Lin Xiao sketched very quickly, his pen tip moving across the white paper without stopping. The lines were extremely smooth, and with just a few strokes, he outlined the image of a dignified lady. The moment Lin Xiao drew the first line, Shi Yueru's eyes widened slightly. When it comes to painting, just picking up the pen and drawing a line can show your painting skills. The smoothness of the brush strokes, the movement of the pen tip, and the strength of the wrist are all a test of one's inner strength. This kind of sketch is actually very difficult. It requires one to accurately grasp the characteristics of the sketch object and depict it precisely within 5 minutes. Few people can do it. But the more Shi Yueru watched, the more shocked she became. Lin Xiao wrote one stroke after another without pause, as if he was doing it effortlessly. Chapter 14 The Awakening Ceremony begins. Looking at the figures on the white paper again, the spirit of the figures gradually emerges under the outline of just a few lines. In just about a minute, a woman with a dignified figure and graceful demeanor appeared on the white paper. The image of the woman is very simple, her eyebrows, eyes, mouth and nose are almost all drawn with the simplest strokes, and the lines used to describe her body are also only a few strokes. But the whole person seems to be alive, so exquisite. Su Nanya unconsciously compared the person on the paper with the teacher and found that their temperaments were perfectly replicated. I had seen Lin Zhao's painting skills before, but I was still extremely surprised. Wow, let me look at the time, oh my god, only 2 minutes have passed. Su Nanya exclaimed. Shi Yueru was even more stunned, staring at the paper in a daze. Even if she was asked to draw, she might not be able to achieve such an effect within 2 minutes. Besides, Lin Xiao was actually looking at her for nearly half a minute. Sure, Yueru murmured softly, this person is indeed born to be a nail painter. Coming back to her senses, Sure Yueru's face suddenly became excited and she stared at Lin Xiao with burning eyes. Student Lin Xiao, your talent as an armor painter is indeed very rare. It seems that what Xiaoya said is true. Lin Xiao scratched his head, thank you for the compliment, Dean, but I don't quite understand, does being an armor painter really require painting skills? Sure Yueru nodded, it is very important, but the ability to grasp the divine will is the main thing. When making painted armor, it is very important to be able to accurately incorporate the divine will into the painted armor. As for what God's will is, it's hard to explain it in a few words. You'll know later. In short, painting skills can largely reflect whether a person has the talent of an armor painter. Then she showed an expression of uncontrollable regret, Xiaoya said your talent is only F. Lin Xiao nodded embarrassedly. Sure Yueru was stunned for a while, and then she sighed after a long while. Forget it, classmate Lin Xiao, work hard when you awaken later. If you can become a summoner, I can accept you as my apprentice if you are willing. Lin Xiao was overjoyed and immediately said, Master, I will try my best. Sure Yueru smiled. The little guy climbed up the pole, but he really liked it in his heart. Lin Xiao was in high spirits after finding a beautiful master. He said goodbye to Sister Su and came to the first middle school team. After waiting for a while, the summoning ceremony finally began. In front of the 10 huge holy gates, on the marble stage, the host walked onto the stage and recited his speech loudly. What surprised Lin Xiao was that the host was Jiang Wanqing. This beautiful teacher was wearing a blue dress today and said some encouraging words in a very official manner. After speaking for 5 or 6 minutes, she ended her speech and said loudly, Students, the awakening ceremony begins now. I wish you all can become summoners. Amid thunderous cheers, 10 students walked out of the queue below, climbed the stairs, and headed towards the 10 holy gates respectively. The order of going up has been decided by drawing lots when the awakening licenses are issued. The number 1 middle school where Lin Xiao is located is one of the first batch of people to awaken. The number he drew was 26, which is very close. At this time, the photographer who had been waiting for a long time pointed the camera at the students in front of the 10 holy gates. Their images immediately appeared on the big screens on both sides of the stands. It is also broadcast live to thousands of home televisions. All of humanity is watching the live broadcast at this time. Of course, awakening ceremonies are currently being held in countless cities around the world. Those who watched the live broadcast of Tianhai City's awakening were mainly people from Tianhai City. The official live broadcast of Dragon Country will be broadcasted nationwide. Once a top-level spirit appears in a city, the on-site situation in that city will be cut to the main screen. Therefore, most people are watching local live broadcasts while also watching national live broadcasts, paying attention to the awakening situation in various regions. Chapter 15 Withdrawal. Lin Xiao stared intently at the nearest Xingyao gate. In front of the door stood a half-human high pedestal that looked like a holy grail, on top of which was a golden crystal ball the size of a basketball. A boy came on stage and stood in front of the crystal ball. The clerk smiled and said something, and the boy reached out and pressed on the crystal ball. Then his face became extremely nervous and he even closed his eyes. Such scenes appear in front of almost every holy gate. The square suddenly became quiet. Everyone held their breath and waited, but their eyes were not looking at the Xingyao gate, but at the sky. In the sky, a golden sun hung high, and as if responding to people's gaze, it became brighter and brighter. This is the Holy Spirit Star, the place where countless holy spirits sleep. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, countless beams of light descended from the sky. An extremely spectacular scene took place in Tianhai City Summoning Square. 10 huge beams of light poured down from the sky one after another, reaching the 10 giant holy light gates. The beam of light descended, and divine radiance spread out, sweeping in all directions like a tide. The entire summoning square is filled with an extremely sacred atmosphere. The 10 beams of light had different colors, mainly blue, followed by purple, and one golden one. Whenever a beam of light descends, it means the summoning is successful. The color of the light column indicates the grade of the Holy Spirit summoned. The light column of the EF grade Holy Spirit is displayed in blue, CD in purple, AB in gold, and SSS in red. Generally speaking, the level of the summoner's talent will determine the level of the Holy Spirit he summons. There are occasional exceptions, but they are not too far off. However, the SSS Holy Spirit is quite special, and it is difficult for summoners who awaken for the first time to make a contract with it. Therefore, summoners with S talent can usually only contract with A-level Holy Spirit. The money is coming out. The money is coming out. Suddenly, a cry of surprise that resounded through the sky broke out in the square. Lin Xiao subconsciously looked over and saw a holy Yao gate in the distance with golden light rising into the sky, but the distance was too far to see the specific situation clearly. He only took a quick glance and then looked away, heading towards the Shengyao gate which was closest to him. A purple beam of light descended from this holy gate. At this time, a purple light curtain rippled from the doorway of the giant holy light gate. The light curtain was disturbed, and a huge creature 2 or 3 meters tall and shaped like a praying mantis walked out of it. The lady worker at the gate of Shengyao glanced at the detection machine beside her and said loudly, "Void Mantis, Beast Spirit, Rating C." Cheers immediately rang out from Lin Zhao's number 1 middle school. Wow, Lu Zhang's talent is D, and he summoned a C-level Holy Spirit, a cross-level summon. Huh, a good start, everyone come and get some good luck. The staff lady smiled and said, "Congratulations, classmate. Put away your spirit and go down." The classmate named Lu Jiang nodded excitedly. The void mantis behind him turned into a stream of light, drilled into his forehead, and disappeared. Next one. Then, another boy walked up quickly and placed his hand on the crystal ball. After waiting for a few seconds, a huge beam of light descended from the sky again. This time it's blue. A few seconds later, a small goblin-like creature with green flames all over its body jumped out of the Shengyao gate. Devil Imp, Demon Spirit, rated E. The staff lady shouted again. Wow! Immediately, there was another discussion in number 1 middle school. Damn, Zhang Lin is a bit unlucky. I remember he had a D-level talent, but he was downgraded to a summon. Brother, this is not bad luck. A D-level talent has a 40% failure rate. Being able to awaken is already a great thing. That's right, I forgot that my talent is B. I will definitely succeed. Huh, so pretentious. The boy named Zhang Lin walked off the stage with regret and joy. Next one. A girl walked up. However, this time no pillar of light descended from the sky. My dear classmate, I'm very sorry that you failed to summon successfully. The girl burst into tears. Hey, Lu Qin's talent is F. It's really hard for her to become a summoner. Without a spirit bond, I can only go back to being an ordinary person. Amidst the sighs, some students with F-level or even E-level talents suddenly turned pale. Next one. Scorched Earth Fire Seed, Elemental Spirit, rating C. Good job Chen Sheng. Steady performance. Next one. Chapter 16 4 Beauties. In the lounge next to the summoning square, Jiang Wanqing finished hosting the opening ceremony and prepared to change clothes. There is nothing for her as the host to do from now on. She will only go on stage again to give a concluding speech at the closing ceremony in the afternoon. Jiang Wanqing listened to the thunderous cheers outside, laughed and shook her head. Everyone's enthusiasm was as high as ever. Year after year, class after class, always so familiar. Jiang Wanqing has experienced too many such scenes and it is difficult for her to get excited. I wonder how many red contract spirits will appear in Tianhai this year. She thought as she changed her clothes. Especially the SSS contract spirit, which has not appeared in Tianhai for more than 10 years. In fact, the number of SSS contract spirits appearing in the country each year will not exceed 4, and the total number worldwide will not exceed 10 per year. Every time it appears, it stirs up a stir, causing major universities and even various organizations and big families to scramble for it. Newly awakened summoners do not have to go to Summoner University, they can also go to a large family or organization. Jiang Wanqing thought silently and changed her clothes. She pushed the door open and walked towards a VIP box next to the stands, where several good sisters were waiting for her to watch this year's ceremony together. They are all daughters of big families, who come here specifically to snatch people away, and she also wants to recruit talent on behalf of the Jiang family. Entering a luxuriously decorated box, 3 girls were gathered on a red sofa in front of the viewing window. The moment she saw the 3 people, Jiang Wanqing felt that the room seemed to become brighter. The three girls heard the sound and turned around at the same time. Each of them has an angelic face and a devilish figure. None of them is inferior to her, and some are even better than her. Any one of them is a super beauty who can attract countless men to pursue her. Sister Jiang, come here quickly. A mixed-race beauty with big wavy blonde hair waved. Jiang Wanqing walked over and sat on the sofa next to the three of them. Lu Yuer, who had a cool temperament and black hair, immediately hugged her. Sister Jiang is indeed the most beautiful teacher in Tianhai. She was so charming when she hosted the show just now. Jiang Wanqing said angrily upon hearing this. What do you mean by most beautiful? How can I compare to you, a goddess with 5 million fans and the moonlight of countless men? If you were to host the show, you would be so charming that no one could stop you. Lu Yuer smiled lightly and looked at the charming woman in a red dress next to her. When it comes to charisma, who can compare to Sister Nana? Look at this hot body, I'm drooling. The woman in the red dress was named Xiao Anna. She had a deep V collar and her breasts were prominent. She smiled when she heard the words. When it comes to body shape, I don't think any of us can compare to Alice. She is the ultimate goddess of the light department. Alice was the blonde girl who started to greet Jiang Wanqing. She had a beautiful mixed-race face and a typical big-blooded, exaggerated and hot body. After the four women flattered each other for a while, Jiang Wanqing changed the subject. I haven't checked yet, is there any red contract spirit? Lu Yuer shook her head, it's not that easy to get a red contract spirit. What's going on? Sister Jiang wants to snatch someone away. Jiang Wanqing said with a smile, you are allowed to grab it, but I am not allowed to grab it. However, compared with you, our Jiang family can only pick up the leaks. Alice stroked her golden hair and joked. That's your problem. You don't even understand the principle that the one who is closest to the water gets the moon first. If you had used your honey trap, you would have won over those geniuses in school. Jiang Wanqing was about to speak when she heard Zhao Anna sighing. There are also people who can't be captured by the honey trap. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then showed a look of surprise. Zhao Anna is an expert at beating men, why would she suddenly say something like that? Nana, why do you sound so resentful? Is there a man you can't get? Jiang Wanqing was very curious. Chapter 17, Meta Scumbag. Lu Yuer also followed suit. By the way, don't you change your boyfriend every 3 days? I was just about to ask, why did you become a nun in recent months and not be interested in men at all? Anna Zhao looked bitter, hey, I met a little brother, the kind of love at first sight, but I can't handle him. Everyone was shocked. Alice teased. You are lying. You, Zhao Anna, have seen countless men. You have seen all kinds of men. Who can make you fall in love at first sight, and you can't handle it? Zhao Anna sighed, he's a very handsome little brother. He refused to eat me even when I took off all my clothes. It makes me lose confidence. I wonder if I'm too slutty and that made him dislike me, otherwise why would he run away after drawing a nude sketch for me and even block me directly? I've been looking for him for 2 months. For him, I'd rather not touch another man. Human body sketch. The three girls were stunned when they heard Zhao Anna's words, and spoke almost in unison. Zhao Anna smiled shyly, that little brother was playing tricks on me. He insisted that I had a good figure and wanted to draw a nude sketch for me. How could I refuse? At this moment, the live broadcast screen in the box suddenly rang with the female host's exclamation. Wow, the male student who came on stage at number 10 Xingyao Gate turned out to be a super handsome little brother. Female viewers are in luck. Cameraman, please come a little closer. Zhao Anna subconsciously looked at the big screen, and was stunned the next second, exclaiming. It's him, that little rascal. He's actually a student. No wonder I couldn't find him. As soon as the voice fell, several sisters' voices were heard in the room one after another. Lin Xiao. Little rascal. Handsome brother. I saw that several sisters all had their eyes wide open. You know him? Zhao Anna was surprised. Several women looked at each other, you know him too? The four of them looked at each other and nodded blankly at the same time. Jiang Wanqing asked in surprise, how do you all know him? What about you? Lu Yuer asked subconsciously. He is a student in our school. He suddenly teased me the day before yesterday and asked me to draw a nude sketch for him. Lu Yuer opened her mouth wide, no way, he also came to me. Zhao Anna was anxious, he also came to you. This little bastard is so fickle, no wonder he looks down on me. The three looked at Alice. Alice nodded awkwardly, he also looked for me. Jiang Wanqing chuckled and said, so you all agreed to draw for him. Alice looked embarrassed, I thought it was interesting, so I agreed. Lu Yue shook her head and said, I have so many fans, how can I agree to such a thing so easily? The four people in the box looked at each other, turned their heads tacitly, and stared at the big screen. Similar scenes occurred everywhere in the stands. One by one, the beauties were surprised to find that they actually knew the handsome boy who appeared on the big screen and had had a lot of interactions with him. As his number got closer, Lin Xiao gradually came to the front of the line. My heart also started beating fast. When the staff lady called out the next person, it was finally his turn. At this moment, the eyes of people around were focused on him. Lin Xiao subconsciously looked towards the admissions teacher's seat and met Su Nanya's gaze. Sister Su gave her a gentle and encouraging look, clenched her fists, and looked like she was cheering. Lin Xiao smiled knowingly and walked to the front of Xingyao Gate. The cameraman immediately turned the camera towards him. The staff lady glanced at him and was impressed by his appearance. She blushed and said, Student, please start. You have 1 minute at most. Chapter 18, Contractable Object Detected. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, then he put his hand on the crystal ball, and a cool feeling came through his skin. Illustrated book, it's up to you. You've worked hard for half a year, don't let me down. Say it in your heart and feel it silently. However, he felt nothing. His face froze. The first step in the awakening process is to communicate with the Holy Spirit star. When I was in school, my teacher told me that if you can feel the Holy Spirit star when you touch the crystal ball, it means that the communication is successful. The clearer the feeling, the higher the talent and the greater the chance of awakening. In Lin Zhao's situation where he is completely unable to feel anything, it is impossible for him to awaken. Most people with talents F and E are in his situation. Fortunately, there is an illustrated guide. Lin Xiao felt very disappointed. I used to think that unlocking the illustrated guide was too difficult, and I even thought about giving up and taking a gamble on my own talent. If you really want to do this, it's game over now. The Holy Spirit of all worlds has been detected, searching for a contractable object. Lin Xiao was just thinking about it when the illustration finally moved. Immediately afterwards, words appeared on the illustration. Searched for S-rank ice dragon, beast form, cannot be transformed into a beast girl, does not meet the contract conditions, continue testing. Yes, we shouldn't be effeminate. Lin Xiao raised 3 legs in agreement. SS-level God of War by Qi detected. The character is male, does not meet the contract conditions, skip, continue testing. SS Abyssal Flame Demon detected. Elemental creature, unable to transform, does not meet the contract conditions, skip, continue testing. The words on the golden paper kept scrolling, and more than a dozen names flashed by in just a few seconds. Lin Xiao was shocked. Any of these names, if contracted by someone, would shock the whole audience. However, the atlas just quickly scanned over them. Detected as Siren's daughter, meets the contract conditions, asking the host whether to sign the contract. After about 10 seconds, Lin Xiao saw the first person who met the requirements of the contract, and he was immediately overjoyed. I was about to agree, but then I came to my senses. Although S-level is already very good, it seems a bit insufficient to have the golden finger of the illustrated book. Unconsciously, the desire to choose arises. Forget it, only 10 seconds have passed. There are still 50 seconds left. Let's look for it again. Lin Xiao made up his mind and decided to make the most of this minute. If you can't find a better one later, it's okay to come back and make a contract with this mermaid daughter. Anyway, it's a compulsory contract, and it won't work even if the other party disagrees. No contract yet, continue searching. Received, continuing to search. Searched for S-level black and white Tai Lao, can be transformed into a beast girl, meets the contract conditions, asks the host whether to sign the contract. Pfft. No contract for now, continue. Searched for an S-level shadow nun, meets the contract conditions, and asks the host whether to sign the contract. No contract yet, continue. Searched for SS-level netherworld white tiger, can be transformed into a beast girl, meets the contract conditions, asks the host whether to sign. This time Lin Xiao was a little hesitant. He glanced at the timer next to the crystal ball and saw that 40 seconds had passed. He gritted his teeth and said, "No contract for now, continue." As Lin Xiao awakened, the northeast corner of the summoning square became quiet, and everyone in number 1 middle school was waiting for his result. At the same time, the big screen for the audience in the stands and the TV station in Tianhai City all cut Lin Xiao's awakening scene to the main screen at this moment. There is no special reason. The awakening of a handsome young man with super high looks is naturally more anticipated. Unconsciously, Lin Xiao's awakening attracted the attention of countless people. Su Nanya stood up unconsciously, looking nervously at the figure standing in front of Xingyao Gate, muttering in her heart. "You little rascal, you must become a summoner." Shi Yueru thought of the boy's talent as an armor painter and her heart was filled with anticipation. Inside the box, Jian Wanqing and 3 beauties were staring at the screen without blinking. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, there was no movement in the sky. Chapter 19 SSS Qi Ling Qin Jian exiled immortal Gu Shuyan. 40 seconds passed, and there was still no sign of the light beam descending. The atmosphere finally became tense, and number 1 middle school was the first to speak out. "It feels like Lin Xiao is going to fail. It's been so long. The longer the time, the lower the chance of awakening, which means the Holy Spirit doesn't like it. What a pity." The person who is most nervous about Lin Xiao's awakening now is undoubtedly Su Nanyang. As dozens of seconds passed without any response from Xingyao's sect, her face turned pale. "I couldn't help but close my eyes and pray in my heart." After waiting with bated breath for a while, the TV host finally started speaking. 40 seconds have passed. It seems that this handsome little brother's talent is lower than D. He may not be able to awaken. This is really regrettable. I wonder if there will be a miracle in the last 20 seconds. Let's wait and see. Inside the VIP box, the 4 women gradually came to their senses. After finding out that they all knew Lin Xiao and had all been asked by him to draw human body sketches, the 4 of them felt very strange. Heh, he turned out to be a scumbag. He's the only one in Tianhai City who can flirt with all 4 of us. Jian Wanqing couldn't help but laugh, and I have reason to suspect that he has flirted with more than just the 4 of us. Lu Yue nodded in agreement. Luckily I wasn't persuaded. To be honest, I almost agreed. If it weren't for the fans, it would have been a failure. Alice laughed and said, "The little rascal looks handsome, but his talent doesn't seem to be that good." Zhao Anna pursed her lips and looked at the figure on the screen hatefully. "You scumbag, you deserve not to wake up and let you ignore me." Having said that, the 3 girls could see that she was extremely nervous and obviously didn't want Lin Xiao to fail in his awakening. It seemed that love at first sight was real. Lu Yue couldn't help but tease, "If he fails to awaken, would you still like it?" Zhao Anna smiled and said, "Finally I found this scumbag. How can I let him stay out there and continue to bully others?" Alice burst out laughing, "Oh, from the tone of your voice, you really like it. The scumbag and the sea queen are quite a good match." Jian Wanqing joked, "Nana, this is a playboy meeting true love." Lin Xiao knew that he must be the focus of countless people at this moment. But I didn't have time to pay attention to it. The time was already running out and I still hadn't found a SSS. I felt a little disappointed. He planned to seize the last second to make a contract with the Netherworld White Tiger. Outside, the female staff member sighed and looked at the timer, which showed that it had reached 58 seconds. It is almost impossible to wake up at this time. She felt secretly sorry that such a handsome little brother was about to become an ordinary person. A SSS-level female swordsman has been detected, meeting the contract conditions. Ask the host whether to sign the contract, please issue an order. SSS-level. Lin Xiao was ecstatic and said in his heart without hesitation, "Contract." Instructions received, contract in progress. Contract successful. A string of words appeared, then disappeared, and a picture appeared on the paper. A beautiful fairy in white is painted on paper. At the same time, a paragraph of text appears below. Name, Gu Shuyan, human. Qualification, SSS. Appearance, SSR body, SSS temperament, SSR overall score, SSS. Character information, Su Qin is famous throughout the world, and her sword can overturn the heavens. Gu Shuiyan, the banished immortal with the skill of playing the zither and playing the sword, was the #1 swordsman in the immortal cultivation civilization of universe number 52. She fell in an invasion of disaster. In the final battle, one man and one sword fought against billions of demons alone, until the plane fell and he died for his clan. Intimacy, 0%. Wisdom, 100%. Suggestions for improving intimacy. Gu Shuiyan has a gentle and quiet personality, a peaceful and inactive mind. She has a personality that is needed, and acting coquettishly towards her may have unexpected results. Hobbies: playing chess, calligraphy, painting, growing flowers, and having cute pets, especially white foxes. Dislikes: sweets, tediousness, hypocrisy. Chapter 20. Does SSS have so many skills? Before Lin Xiao finished reading the words on the paper, his body suddenly shook and he felt a powerful breath pouring into his body. In an instant, he felt his body being transformed, every cell was evolving, and every bone was being strengthened. The level of life gradually moves beyond the realm of mortals. In an instant, he felt extremely energetic, as if he had endless strength, and he felt terrifyingly strong. At the same time, a golden light curtain appeared before his eyes. Rows of text appeared. Name: Lin Xiao, human, F. Main contract spirit: Gu Shuiyan. From the spirit: none. Level: 1, holy light value: 0%. Soul jade: none. Equipment: none. Spiritual combination: not understood. Spiritual feedback skills: sword control, unparalleled sword spirit, piano heart, broken string. Sword controlling technique: controlling a flying sword to attack the enemy. Multiple flying swords can be controlled at the same time. Summoners need to practice on their own. Unparalleled sword soul, passive effect, strengthens the summoner's body, and gains additional benefits when forging the body, and obtains the talent of a sword master, and makes rapid progress when practicing swordsmanship. Qin Xian, possessing a Qin Xian, if you feel with your heart, you may be able to see through other people's minds. It also comes with the Qin Xian's passive ability to break delusion, greatly enhancing your ability to resist mental attacks. Broken strings, makes a harsh sound, causing the target to have a headache and feel dizzy. It is a mental attack. The effect depends on the target's level. This golden light curtain is an ability bestowed by the Holy Spirit Star when awakening as a summoner, which can display the summoner's personal information. Lin Xiao only needed to feel it a little bit before he could naturally understand all the above contents. Those skills seemed like instincts, and I knew exactly what effects they would have and how to use them. But Lin Xiao was extremely shocked and puzzled at this moment, muttering in his heart. Didn't they say that the contract spirit would only give the summoner one skill feedback? Sometimes there would be two, so why do I have four? Lin Xiao remembered it very clearly. His teacher had told him in school that when awakening as a summoner, the first contracted spirit would give the summoner feedback on his skills. Usually there is only one, and the probability of two is very rare, but he got four directly. What is going on? Is this the special feature of the SSS level? I've never heard of SSS giving 4 skills before. Lin Xiao was shocked and confused, and his eyes moved to the information panel on the left side of the light curtain. Name: Gu Shuiyan, human, SSS. Holy Spirit ranking: 7. Level: 1, holy light value: 0%. Character information: Su Qin is famous throughout the world, and her sword can overthrow the heavens. Equipment: none. Soul jade: none. Star level: 1 star. Skills: Jinghong, sword in the man, breaking the formation, piano music, ambush from all sides. Jinghong, level 1. Gu Shuiyan releases a huge immortal sword that can be charged for 1 to 5 seconds, stabbing forward and causing huge damage. Swords are here. Gu Shuiyan releases 3 flying swords to form a defense that can resist 3 attacks. This defense is invincible at the same level and can be released against others. Pose Henzi, level 1. Gu Shuiyan plays the zither to attack, generating a large range of air blades to attack the enemy, and the air blades carry sword intent. Piano music, ambush from all sides, level 1. A piano music that terrifies the enemy, weakens the enemy's fighting will, and weakens all the enemy's attributes by 10%. Note, some skills can be upgraded, and the effects will evolve after upgrading. Looking at Gu Shuiyan's information panel, Lin Xiao was shocked again. Why are there 4 more? A Qi Ling usually only has 1 to 2 skills at level 1, and new skills will be awakened each time the star level is upgraded. How come all the rules are broken here? Not only does the summoner have 4 skills, but the spirit also has 4. Others only have 2 skills at level 1, but he has 8. Chapter 21 Fairy Sister. Lin Zhao's heart was pounding. He didn't know why, but he knew he was sent out. Holy Spirit list, what kind of list is this? It sounds extraordinary, and number 7 seems very high. Is this the reason why I have so many skills? Lin Zhao could only attribute the reason to Gu Xuan being particularly powerful. In the outside world, time has come to the last second. Su Nanya's face turned pale, tears rolled out of her beautiful eyes, and she murmured in a low voice. I don't believe it. Brother Lin Zhao can't fail. Seeing her disciple crying, Master Yueru was horrified. Xiaoya, why are you doing this? Inside the box, the 4 women were silent. Even Jiang Wanqing, who didn't have a good impression of Lin Zhao, sighed slightly. It was a pity after all. Zhao Anna pursed her lips, and her fingers unconsciously dug into the sofa, leaving a deep dent. In the stands and in front of the TV, countless viewers sighed softly. Some are happy, some are sad, but sadness is the main theme today. In front of Xingyao's gate, the female staff member looked regretful. She stretched out her hand and patted Lin Zhao's shoulder. The time has come, but the boy is still in a daze. It seems that he cannot accept the failure of awakening, so he has to be woken up. Classmate. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up her skirt. She turned her head suddenly and saw a deep red beam of light pouring down from the sky. The young lady's eyes widened instantly, and she murmured in disbelief, SSS. Although SSS are all red, there are differences in red. S is light red, SS is medium red, and SSS is dark red. The beam of light that descended from the sky was as red as blood, even leaning towards black, and its aura was captivating. In just a moment, the attention of everyone in the summoning square was drawn to it. Tens of thousands of people looked here at the same time, and the atmosphere became boiling instantly. Oh my God, it's SSS. Everyone had the same expression, their eyes widened and their mouths opened into an O shape as they exclaimed. The national official live broadcast received the AI prompt at the first time and instantly cut this scene to the main screen. In front of countless television sets, hundreds of millions of viewers opened their eyes wide instantly. Su Nanyang covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widened, tears still hanging on her cheeks. Shi Yueru was stunned, with a look of extreme surprise in her eyes. The 4 women in the box stood up at the same time, their faces filled with disbelief. At this moment, everyone showed an extremely shocked look, staring at Xingyao Gate without blinking. Amidst everyone's anticipation, a woman in white slowly walked out from the light curtain. In the square and in front of the screen, everyone who saw the woman in white held their breath unconsciously. When they saw the red beam of light just now, they were excited, but now it was completely silent. Everyone's eyes were on the face of the woman in white, with expressions ranging from surprise, fascination, surprise, to admiration. Gu Xuan was dressed in white, with lotus steps lightly moving, her hands as white as snow, and her graceful demeanor was extraordinary. She had a stunning face, indifferent eyebrows, and a distant and ethereal temperament, like snow, plum blossoms, and smoke. Everyone who sees her is unconsciously immersed in the ethereal tranquility, their restless minds are soothed and their hearts are extremely peaceful. Seeing her is like seeing an empty mountain after a rain, or seeing a river full of snow, and makes me forget the world's vanity. Fame, wealth and status are just like dirt, it is better to spend 100 years with her in the world. How beautiful! Sister Fairy! Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. The 4 women in the box were silent. Looking at the graceful figure on the screen, they inexplicably felt ashamed of themselves. Any one of them would be the center of attention, but at this moment they felt like ordinary people. Su Nanyang looked a little dazed. This woman in white was the first person who had ever caused her great pressure because of her appearance. She had never felt this way before. Even when her teacher showed off her full beauty, she didn't feel such great pressure. In an instant, Su Nanyang had the idea of revealing her true face and competing with the woman in white. Chapter 22 Excited Sister Su. Lin Zhao also stared blankly at the woman in white, his face showing the shock he felt when he first saw Su Nanya's true appearance. Gu Xuan walked out of the Shengyao gate, and relying on a mysterious connection, she looked at Lin Xiao for the first time with a slightly strange look in her eyes. Then he looked towards the square with a slightly dazed look. Looking at the crowd, it was as if she saw the countless people who once stood behind her. A voice just now is still echoing in my ears, Gu Shuyan, are you willing to wield the sword again for all living beings in the world? She subconsciously answered yes, and was then summoned to this world. The light flickered, and she disappeared into Lin Zhao's brows. In front of Xingyao Gate, that lonely figure disappeared. It was not until Gu Shuyan disappeared for a few seconds that people gradually came to their senses. Heated discussions finally broke out again in the square, and in front of the TV and various social media platforms exploded instantly. The first SSS Holy Spirit appeared this year, and she was a stunningly beautiful woman. Almost everyone in the country was telling each other the news. Gu Shuyan's topic instantly became the #1 hot search topic. How could it be her? Unlike the excited ordinary audience, many senior summoners recognized Gu Shuyan's identity. Shi Yueru was one of the few high-level summoners present. She murmured in her heart. How could it be Gu Shuyan? Isn't she the strongest person in the 52nd series of Lingshu realm? She actually chose to come to this world. The so-called Lingshu realm is a test sent down by the Holy Spirit Star, commonly known as a copy. There were many people who were as surprised as Shi Yueru, scattered all over the country. Each of them is a big shot and a high-level summoner. Only these people have seen Gu Shuyan. Everyone's attention was on Gu Shuyan for a long time before gradually turning back to Lin Xiao. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xiao with extremely passionate eyes. The staff lady reacted, her eyes were burning with anger. Classmate, you can go down now. Lin Xiao gradually came back to his senses from his shock. Then he became extremely excited, as if he had contracted with an extremely extraordinary spirit. In addition to her stunning appearance that was comparable to Sister Sue's, the introduction in the picture book was enough to shock him to the point of dizziness. 7th on the Holy Spirit list. Lin Xiao didn't know what this list was, as he had never been taught about it in high school, but just by hearing the name he felt it must be something impressive. The most important thing is Gu Shuyan's background description. It seems that she was once the strongest person in a fairy cultivating civilization. Brother illustrated book, no, Grandpa illustrated book, you are so awesome. Lin Xiao guessed that he would gain a lot today, but he never expected it to be such a big harvest. Keep calm and don't get too carried away. After working hard for half a year, this is the result you deserve. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xiao said silently to himself. He took a deep breath, finally calmed down, and walked off the stage. He calmed down so quickly that countless bigwigs in front of the TV nodded secretly. Whenever SSS appeared in previous years, it would not be an exaggeration to describe the winners as Fan Jin who passed the imperial examination. This young man can remain calm and has a good attitude. Lin Xiao walked down the stage while looking in the direction of Su Nanya. The person I want to share my joy with the most now is her. From a distance, I saw Sister Sue's face full of tears. Lin Xiao was startled and ran over quickly. Sister Su, why are you crying? Su Nanyang touched his tearful face, ran over to hug him, and kissed him hard on the face with her rosy lips. Little rascal, you made your sister so excited that she is crying for joy. Lin Xiao was dizzy from the sudden kiss and could only smile foolishly. Chapter 23, Colleges and Universities Recruitment. Su Nanya grabbed his hand, came to Shi Yueru, and said excitedly. Teacher, what do you think? I said that brother Lin Xiao is the best. Shi Yueru looked at Lin Xiao with complicated eyes. I was very surprised to have this cheap disciple that I accepted for no apparent reason. She was the calmest person at the scene. After all, she was the dean of the armor painting department of Longyin University and had seen many geniuses. Longyin is one of the best universities in the country, and countless geniuses gather there every year. It is difficult to be shocked after seeing so many geniuses. So when she saw Lin Xiao obtain the SSS Spirit contract, she was more surprised than shocked. Shi Yueru couldn't understand how an F-class could contract an SSS-class Holy Spirit. Lin Xiao, why did Gu Shuyan choose you? Shi Yueru couldn't help but ask. This question stumped Lin Xiao, and he hadn't really thought about how to answer it. The F-talent contract to SSS Holy Spirit will probably arouse the curiosity of countless people. How to answer? Seeing him hesitate, Su Nanyang suddenly thought of something. Lin Xiao is obsessed with sketching and once said that sketching is related to whether he can become a summoner. And there has always been a secret hidden. Is it because of that secret? Su Nanyang was shocked by her own guess. Then he realized a problem. If Lin Xiao's secret was really related to the contract with the SSS Holy Spirit today, then it must not be known to anyone. Otherwise there will be big trouble. Su Nanya immediately said, "Teacher, your question is very unreasonable. The Holy Spirit always chooses summoners based on their own preferences. How would Brother Lin Xiao know?" Su Nanya winked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao immediately understood the meaning and scratched his head. "Master, I don't know either. I got the contract inexplicably. I wanted to ask you why." "You don't know either?" Shi Yueru was stunned, and then she was very confused. In history, the biggest span of Holy Spirit selections was when an SS Holy Spirit chose a D-level summoner. This time you jumped directly from the lowest level to the highest level. It's really unbelievable. Su Nanya smiled and said, "Maybe she saw that our brother is handsome. Isn't she a girl? Maybe she was tempted by him." Master Yueru rolled her eyes at her disciple, but was reminded and said, "Lin Xiao, you might as well ask Gu Shuyan why she chose you. SSS spirit contracts all have complete spiritual intelligence. She will tell you the reason." Su Nanya immediately said, "Hey, teacher, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep harping on this question? The most important thing for us now is to recruit Brother Lin Xiao into the academy. Look, people from other schools are here." Shi Yueru was stunned for a moment, feeling that her disciple's words were a little strange and vaguely smelled something fishy. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the other teachers for the admission seats were indeed rushing over. He immediately looked at Lin Xiao deeply and stopped asking the question. Instead, he smiled and said, "That's right. Lin Xiao, are you still willing to enter Longyin University? Are you still willing to be my apprentice? A beautiful senior sister and a beautiful master, how could I not want to?" Lin Xiao was about to agree when he heard a hurried shout from behind. "Wait, classmate Lin Xiao, we at Fengming University welcome you to join us." This was followed by a series of shouts. "We at Qingxiao also hope that you can join us. And our white deer. Wheat Songfen." Amid the shouts, a large group of teachers gathered around, looking at Lin Xiao like a big bad wolf seeing a little white rabbit. Su Nanya smiled and said, "Little rascal, you might as well listen to what they say. Fengming, Qingxiao, Bailu, and Sangfeng are the four famous schools now. To be honest, they are stronger than our Longyin." Shi Yueru rolled her eyes at her disciple, thinking that she was not proactive enough and did not show enthusiasm towards Lin Xiao, so she deliberately pushed him away. She had no choice but to speak. "Lin Xiao, we at Longyin formally invite you to join. At the same time, as the Dean of the Armor Painting Department, I specially invite you to join the Armor Painting Department. From now on, you will be my only direct disciple, just like Xiaoya." Chapter 24 College Recruitment 2. After Shi Yueru said so, Lin Xiao, who was determined to go to Longyin, was about to speak again, but was interrupted by the Fengming admissions teacher. "Student Lin Xiao, wait a moment." He looked at Shi Yueru. It turned out to be Dean Shi. I was wondering why his temperament was so familiar. I haven't seen him for many years. Dean Shi's demeanor is even better than before. Everyone present couldn't help but look at Shi Yueru, and the male teachers had fiery eyes. We are all men, and it is inevitable that we will get excited when we see such an extreme beauty. Shi Yueru just smiled and nodded. Fengming's admissions teacher continued, "It seems that Lin Xiao and the dean have known each other for a long time." Master Yueru smiled and said, "Lin Xiao and I know each other. Before he awakened, he said he wanted to apply for Longyin and had already accepted me as his master." "Lin Xiao, is that true?" Lin Xiao nodded immediately, "Thank you teachers for your kindness. I have decided to go to Longyin." The teachers' faces changed. Fengming's admissions teacher frowned and said, "Student Lin Xiao, you don't have to make a choice so quickly. You may not know that although Longyin was once one of the four famous schools, and even the leader of the four famous schools, it is probably not even ranked in the top 10 in the country now. Longyin suffered a major earthquake 3 years ago, which was followed by a wave of disasters and demonic attacks. Most of the teachers and students died, and the school was almost completely destroyed. The foundation was damaged. The current Longyin has been rebuilt and is no longer one of the four famous schools. Lin Xiao was a little surprised when he heard this. He had heard about this incident on the news before, but he didn't know much about the follow-up. I didn't expect that the once prestigious Longyin University is now so bleak. He subconsciously glanced at Shi Yueru. Shi Yueru smiled and said nothing. Teacher Feng Ming continued, I think you must have paid attention to the Global Summoners League last year. Our Feng Ming was the runner-up last year, but Longyin didn't even make it to the finals. The Qingxiao admissions teacher next to him immediately agreed. Yes, our Qingxiao ranks 4th. Bai Lu's admissions teacher followed up and said, we, Bai Lu, are ranked 7th. As if feeling that he was not competitive enough, Bai Lu added. Of course, league rankings cannot fully represent the strength of a school. The most important thing is the school's teaching level and the amount of resources it has. Faced with Bai Lu's attempt to sabotage him, Teacher Feng Ming immediately interrupted. Teacher Zhou, what you said is wrong. The fact that our students can rank 2nd in the world means that our Feng Ming teaching level must be the highest, and we have invested the most resources in students. Bai Lu Zhou immediately refuted. You can't say that. Competition still depends on luck. In the last competition, our Bai Lu team encountered the top seed teams from various countries. Several students were seriously injured before the quarterfinals, which is why we couldn't achieve better results. I don't agree that Feng Ming is better than us. Qingxiao probably felt that it would be difficult for him to compete with Feng Ming for the 4th place, so he immediately spoke up for Bai Lu. Teacher Zhou is right. The league is not everything. Luck plays a role. This was achieved with real swords and knives, how can you call it luck? For a time, several major universities began to engage in verbal battles, and even schools second only to the 4 major universities gradually got involved. The scene suddenly became intense. Lin Xiao looked at Su Nanya for help. Su Nanya came over with a smile and whispered in her ear. Don't worry, just wait and see what conditions they offer. The better the conditions they offer, the more resources my teacher and I will get for you in Longyin. Don't forget, your talent is actually only F. Although your contract spirit is SSS, the summoner's talent is more important. After the school knows your talent, the board of directors may not be willing to give you too many resources. Well, don't let them know for now. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. He could never have thought of these things. It was Sister Su who thought of them so thoughtfully. When several major universities were arguing fiercely, a staff member came running over in a hurry. Dear teachers, the big families in Tianhai City request to meet this student together with all the major universities. The scene became quiet, and a teacher immediately snorted. These families also want to snatch people away. Tell them that Lin Xiao is going to be admitted to our university. Tell them not to get involved. The staff member said helplessly, but according to the regulations, when the SSS contract spirit appears, the major families and civil organizations are indeed qualified to compete with the colleges and universities. Since the world was polluted by the disaster planet, countries around the world have undergone drastic changes. Many official governments collapsed, and many civil organizations and large families rose. Although the situation in Longwa has stabilized now, the rising big families and various organizations still exist. Faced with these powerful forces, the authorities had no choice but to compromise and grant them the power to recruit people at the Summoner Awakening ceremony. Su Nanya's eyes lit up and she said with a smile. Okay, then let's talk about it together and see who has the best conditions. Everyone should rely on their own abilities. Chapter 25 We are all Lin Zhao's brother's fiancé. The admissions teachers looked at each other and could only agree reluctantly. On the way to meet with the major families, Lin Xiao focused half of his energy in his mind and couldn't help but browse Gu Xuyan's information again. I noticed a column in the illustration that I didn't quite understand. Intimacy, 0%. Illustrated book, what does intimacy mean? A line of information immediately appeared on the illustration. Intimacy refers to the degree of favorability and compatibility between the spirit and the host. The higher the intimacy, the lower the cost of performing the combined skill, and the greater the power of the skill. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that the fusion skill is the most important skill for a summoner. It can merge with the contract spirit, possess all the skills of the contract spirit, and allow all the skills to evolve. To put it in easy-to-understand terms, this skill is the summoner's ultimate move. However, the fusion skills require a high level of tacit understanding between the summoner and the spirit to be used. Moreover, the summoner can only merge with the main contracted spirit, that is, the first contracted spirit, and no subsequent contracted spirits can do so. I didn't expect the illustrated book could also improve my combat effectiveness. Awesome. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and asked again, how do we improve intimacy? The host can cater to the spirit's preferences according to its hobbies. If the spirit is happy, a small amount of intimacy can be gained. Intimacy can also be increased through dual cultivation. Lin Xiao nodded, wondering if Gu Xuyan's intimacy level could be improved. But there is no need to rush for now, as I haven't yet mastered the fusion technique. As long as I can practice dual cultivation, it will be fine. Arriving at a waiting room behind the square, Lin Xiao glanced around the room and suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He saw a room similar to a conference room, with more than 20 people sitting in it, almost half of whom were super beauties. They all looked at him with either teasing, resentful or eager eyes. Ah, have we come to the wrong place? Lin Xiao wanted to escape. No, it's right here. The staff was confused. Bad guy, I've been looking for you so hard. Brother Lin Xiao, long time no see. Lin Xiao, do you still remember your sister? Seeing Lin Xiao's figure, a group of beauties spoke one after another. Especially a woman in red, who rushed over, hugged Lin Xiao and burst into tears. The admissions teachers who had just come in were stunned. What's going on? From the looks of it, it seems like everyone knows Lin Xiao. When Su Nanyang saw Lin Xiao being hugged by a woman, she felt jealous. Then he seemed to have figured something out, felt relieved, and did not go over to stop him. This little rascal is so outstanding, there will definitely be a lot of women chasing after him in the future, and they will never be able to stop being jealous. He found that Sister Su gave him a thumbs up, and his cheeks instantly felt hot as if they were on fire. Zhao Anna refused to let go and cried, bad guy, don't even think about running away this time. Come back with me. The admissions teachers couldn't help but feel that after hearing this, it seemed as if Lin Xiao had a close relationship with this woman. Miss, what is your relationship with Lin Xiao? Zhao Anna looked at everyone and said proudly. Lin Xiao is my fiancé. Don't fight him off. He wants to go back to the family with me. What? Lin Xiao was stunned. No, sister, don't talk nonsense. The others opened their eyes wide in shock. Su Nanyang's jealousy, which had just subsided, couldn't help but surge up again. Before she could even explode, someone else couldn't help it anymore. Alice, who was a good sister in the waiting room just now, sneered. Anna Zhao, this is not the way to snatch someone away. Didn't Brother Lin Xiao just draw a sketch for you? You call him your fiancé because you have a one-sided love for him. So, Brother Lin Xiao has also drawn sketches for me, and he is also my fiancé. A group of admissions teachers found that they couldn't understand it at all. Su Nanya immediately understood what was going on. The faces of the remaining beauties froze, while many of them had been secretly delighted just now. I thought that Lin Xiao had asked me to draw a human figure sketch, and that he might be interested in me, so I would have an advantage in the competition. But now it seems that this guy is a scumbag. Maybe all the beautiful women present have been flirted with by him. The beauties looked at each other and saw from each other's eyes that their guess was correct. Oh, so that's how it is. Then we are both Lin Zhao's brother's fiancé. A short-haired beauty said with a smile. Chapter 26, Beauty offers her body as bargaining chip. Lin Xiao felt like he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and didn't even dare to look at Sister Su. Su Nanyang's mood inexplicably improved at this moment, and she even felt a strange emotion, pride. The little rascal is very popular, he is indeed worthy of being the man she likes. Mr. Jiang, what's going on? Jiang Wanqing didn't want to answer such an embarrassing question, but the person asking was Teacher Fengming, and they were friends, so she could only explain in a low voice. After hearing her explanation, everyone looked at her strangely. Ahem, classmate Lin Xiao, what a charming young man. It's not a big deal if you don't indulge in romance when you are young. Immediately, an admissions teacher praised Lin Xiao in order to win his favor. Lin Xiao could only give a fake smile with a stiff face. However, classmate Lin Xiao's hobby is a bit special. How come he has flirted with all the beauties in our Tianhai noble ladies circle? A beauty couldn't help but ask. Lin Xiao was stumped by this question and didn't know how to answer it. Su Nanya immediately came out to rescue. You may not know that Lin Xiao has a very high talent as an armor painter. He asked you ladies out to practice freehand painting. Freehand? Everyone was at a loss. Su Nanya smiled and said, all of you ladies are rare beauties. If I can accurately grasp the artistic conception of you, it will be of great benefit to becoming an armor painter. Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but fall into thought. Everyone present was extraordinary and had a certain level of knowledge. They knew that the most basic ability of a nail painter was freehand painting. After becoming a nail painter, one must practice this skill all year round. This is the first time I've heard of finding a beautiful woman to draw a nude sketch for practicing freehand painting. But if you think about it carefully, it does seem to make sense. When an armor painter customizes armor for a summoner or a contracted spirit, he or she must also consider the artistic conception of the object. If the painted armor can match the artistic conception of the object, its power will be enhanced. This principle is similar to the way some magical weapons have to choose their masters, they have to have similar meanings. Everyone thought about it and instantly thought this was a good idea. There were many nail painters present, and one admissions teacher's eyes lit up and he praised. This method does sound reasonable. I'll try it when I get back. Lin Zhao's mouth twitched when he heard this. Sister Su thought of a good excuse for him. A purple-haired beauty couldn't help but say. So, Brother Lin Zhao can become an armor painter? Yes, I remember the sketch he drew for me at that time, it was very beautiful, both in form and spirit. Lin Zhao glanced over. The purple-haired beauty was not talking nonsense, she had indeed drawn a nude sketch herself, and she vaguely remembered that the girl's body was very white. I like wearing purple underwear, it's very charming. Yes, I remember it too. The picture that Brother Lin Zhao drew for me at that time was particularly good. Beautiful women spoke one after another, as if to provide evidence. Brother Lin Zhao, you didn't give it to me when I asked you for it. Can you draw one for me someday? The purple-haired beauty came forward. The group of beautiful girls were unwilling to be left behind and they all came over to squeeze in. This made Zhao Anna very anxious, and she said anxiously. Brother Lin Zhao is mine, don't fight over him, I want to marry him. The scene was quiet for a moment, then it started to quarrel again, with a beautiful woman shouting. I will marry you if you want me to, Zhao Anna. This is not enough as a bargaining chip. You are a fallen woman, not worthy of Brother Lin Zhao. Anyone who can be persuaded to draw a nude sketch must like Lin Zhao, and if he says he wants to marry her, he is not just trying to make trouble. As this beautiful woman spoke, several women who had been sketched also followed suit. If Brother Lin Zhao is willing to join our family, I am willing to marry him. A genius who obtained the SSS Spirit contract, a young man with a very high talent for painting armor, and he is so handsome. How can an unmarried woman not be moved? Moreover, they had already been attracted to each other before, otherwise they would not have agreed to draw the sketch and said these words without any obstacles. I didn't expect that a group of beauties would come up and use themselves as bargaining chips, and the rest were stunned. The admissions teachers of many universities suddenly felt that they had no chance. People have used the beauty trap. By the way, what is the level of Lin Zhao's talent? Suddenly, someone remembered that they hadn't asked this yet. Chapter 27 Let's make conditions. When Lin Zhao heard this, his eyes lit up. He was worrying about how to get rid of these goblins. After they knew their talents, they might not be so enthusiastic anymore, and immediately said. My talent is F. The conference room was silent, and then a beautiful woman laughed. My brother is such a joker. Looking at the eager expression on Lin Zhao's face wanting to escape, everyone thought he said that on purpose. Really, seriously, my talent is F, absolutely true. I don't believe it, bad guy, don't even think about escaping from my grasp again. Zhao Anna grabbed his arm tightly. Then a group of beautiful girls started to move forward again. Lin Zhao was so confused that he looked to Sister Su for help, but she was smiling softly with her hands covering her mouth, as if she was very happy to see this situation. Lin Zhao was helpless, but suddenly an idea came to him. Really? If you don't believe me, I'll log on to the China Higher Education Student Information and Career Center website and check it for you. He took out his phone, operated it for a while, and then showed the screen to everyone. Look, I really am F. Now everyone had no choice but to believe it. The atmosphere suddenly became cold. This trick was indeed effective, and the eagerness in many people's eyes was obviously reduced. However, Zhao Anna's eyes became more and more excited, and she hoped that everyone would look down on Lin Xiao so that no one would compete with her for him. It's really AF, but I still find it hard to believe. There has never been such a big span in history. Some people couldn't help but say. Su Nanya knew that she couldn't discuss this topic in depth, so she immediately said. Nothing is impossible. You should know that the one who chose Lin Xiao is an SSS Holy Spirit. SSS Holy Spirits are just like us normal people and have complete wisdom. And I'm sure everyone has recognized Gu Shuyan. She must have her reasons for choosing Lin Xiao. Maybe there is something about Lin Xiao that she likes. Speaking of the armor painter's talent, it is no exaggeration to say that Lin Xiao is a peerless genius in this regard. Since he has such great advantages, it is not surprising that he was favored by an SSS Holy Spirit. Everyone nodded unconsciously when they heard this. The Holy Spirit chooses summoners based on their own preferences. There are many examples in history of people making choices across several levels, but none of them were as exaggerated as Lin Xiao's this time. For a while, everyone reluctantly accepted the SSS situation of the F contract. Just looking at Lin Xiao's eyes, he felt a little regretful. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly. My dear sisters, you see, my talent is so poor that it is really not worth your fighting for me. I am leaving first. As he said this, he wanted to escape. Unexpectedly, Zhao Anna held on tightly with both hands and refused to let go. Brother Lin Xiao, I never value your talent. I am willing to marry you even if you haven't awakened yet. Come to our Zhao family. We have no shortage of summoners and combat power. I will devote all my resources to train you to become an armor painter. Several beauties reacted and followed suit. Brother Lin Xiao, our words are still valid, and we are willing to marry you. Lin Xiao was stunned. Sisters, what do you like about me? Can't I change? After discovering that Lin Xiao's talent was only F, many people were disappointed. But no one present was a fool. After hearing what Su Nanya said, they felt that Lin Xiao was still worth fighting for. F can contract SSS, so he must be unique, and he also has a very strong talent as an armor painter. The problem of slow F talent upgrade can be solved in the early stage. As long as you pile up resources, you can still raise the level to a certain level. Of course, the resources consumed are extremely huge, and only large families can afford it. But with the talent of an armor painter, this price is acceptable. The most important thing is that several beauties really like Lin Xiao. For a moment, all the beauties were scrambling for the man again. Seeing this scene, a teacher tentatively asked the others. Well, are you guys still fighting? Why not? Dragon Country only produces a few SSS contract spirits in a year. We have to fight for the SSS ones. Everyone thought it made sense. Teacher Feng Ming coughed and said loudly. Ladies, I think you should all sit down and make your own terms. You won't get any results if you keep arguing like this. Lin Xiaoru listened to the heavenly sound and quickly agreed. Sisters, I think what this teacher said is right. Why don't you make some conditions and let me choose? If you all do this, I really don't know who to choose. Let me hold these monsters back first, and then no matter what conditions they offer, I will choose Long Yin. Lin Xiao thought. Several beauties looked at each other, their eyes showing unwillingness to accept the other. After thinking about it, I realized there was no better way, so I had to agree to this plan. Zhao Anna spoke first. Let me say first, as long as brother Lin Xiao comes to the Zhao family, I will definitely marry him. I am the only daughter in the family, and I will be in charge of the family in the future. Brother Lin Xiao will be my husband, and he will be trained with all the resources of the family. He will have everything the Zhao family has. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone was shocked. The Zhao family is one of the largest families in Tianhai and is well known throughout the country. This promise made even many male teachers present a little jealous. The admissions teachers were worried. How could they compete for this? The only hope is that Lin Xiao does not intend to sell himself. After Zhao Anna finished speaking, the purple-haired beauty immediately followed up. My conditions are the same. Our Zhou family is no weaker than the Zhao family, and I will definitely marry. Although I will not be in power in the future, my brother will. Brother Lin Xiao will also be fully trained when he comes to our Zhou family. Then several more beauties spoke up, and the conditions they proposed were similar. Stick to yourself, and have your family devote all their efforts to training you, there is nothing else to do. This is the only way, this is the extreme condition, no matter how many big families give, they can't come up with it. After the beauties finished speaking, the admissions teacher began. First, teacher Feng Ming said. Student Lin Xiao, I can clearly say that the resources provided by colleges and universities are definitely not as good as those of the major families. Colleges and universities are about fairness. Of course, for your situation, they will provide special resources for training. According to school regulations, the level of resources given will be determined by the grade of the contracted spirit and the talent level of the summoner. If you come to our Feng Ming, it goes without saying that the spiritual resources of Qi are definitely SSS-level resources. As for you, our Feng Ming is also willing to provide SSS-level resources. The last sentence shocked the other college teachers. They never expected Feng Ming to directly offer the highest conditions. You know, for someone with an F talent like Lin Xiao, most teachers would plan to use A-level resources to deal with him. Don't doubt my words. I just want to see how far a person chosen by the SSS Holy Spirit can go under the full training. Teacher Feng Ming said, this is also an opportunity for experimentation. There has never been such a wide range of choices in human history. Everyone suddenly understood what was said. Qing Xiao, Bailu, and Sanfeng teacher thought for a few seconds and then said. In that case, we are willing to provide double SSS resources like Feng Ming. After the 4 universities put forward their conditions, the rest of the people looked at Su Nanya, the representative of Long Yin. Su Nanya smiled and said, same as Long Yin, and I will personally do my best to train Lin Xiao. Chapter 28 Gu Shuyan is an SSR. The admissions teachers from the remaining schools looked at each other, and finally no one spoke. They all realized that they had no chance of competing, so they simply kept silent. Teacher Feng Ming smiled. Student Lin Xiao, you can make your choice now, but I still want to remind you that these young ladies are indeed sincere, but at the same time, once they join a big family, they will no longer be free. When you enter college, the school will not impose any mandatory regulations on your future destination. You are always free. Lin Xiao nodded, thank you teacher for the reminder. Then take a deep breath and look at all the beauties. Lin Xiao is really grateful for the kindness of all the sisters, but I have no intention of getting married yet. I still choose Longyin University. These words stunned the beauties. They didn't expect that he could resist such a great temptation, and they immediately became anxious. Especially Zhao Anna, tears were about to fall out, begging. Brother Lin Xiao, just come to our Zhao family. The other beauties also came forward, talking at once, and started to make noise again. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and looked at Sister Su for help. Su Nanyang smiled slightly, knowing that it was almost time, and immediately transformed herself, revealing her true appearance. Brother Lin Xiao is mine, you don't have to fight for him. The pink light flickers and the peach blossoms gather and disperse. Su Nanyang, wearing a pink long dress, looked like she had walked out of a dream. The conference room suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked over subconsciously and then became stunned for a moment. The beauty of an SSR beauty can attract both men and women. In the conference room, both men and women's minds go blank and their mouths dry the moment they see her. Lin Xiao looked over, and even though this was not the first time he saw her true face, he couldn't help but show fascination on his face. I just felt that her eyes were full of spring light and her eyes were captivating. The small nose is as white as jade, and the rosy lips are like pink peach blossoms. The whole body is enveloped in a layer of pink precious light, and there are countless auras. When the SSR beauty appeared, she was accompanied by a strange aura, which instantly made the conference room fall into a dreamlike scene. Su Nanya walked in front of the girls. At this moment, all the top beauties in Tianhai City were eclipsed, as if they had instantly turned black and white, with only Su Nanyang being in color. As she approached, the beauties unconsciously parted ways to make way for her. Su Nanya walked up to Lin Xiao, took his hand, and then looked at the girls like a queen. You want to rob me? The women were stunned and speechless. They were mesmerized by her peerless beauty and also submissive to her majesty as a queen. It was like hundreds of birds encountering a phoenix, and all that remained in their hearts was submission. Su Nanya smiled with satisfaction, removed her true appearance, and transformed back into an OL girl. Little rascal, let's go. Su Nanyang took Lin Xiao's hand and walked out of the meeting room. No one spoke up to stop them until the two men completely disappeared. The meeting room was silent for a long time before everyone came to their senses and began to talk uncontrollably. Oh my god, how can there be such a beautiful woman? Looking at her appearance just now, she seems to be a nine-tailed fox from the beast tribe. I've heard before that there's a goddess at Longyin University who's said to be stunningly beautiful. I always thought it was Shiryueru, but I didn't expect it wasn't her. The discussion was mainly carried out by men, while the women were almost silent. A feeling of powerlessness rose in everyone's eyes. All the ladies present were top beauties, but compared with Su Nanyang, they seemed nothing. But no one feels jealous. Jealousy only occurs when the gap is not big. This kind of comprehensive crushing will only make people feel desperate and powerless. Alas, after this incident, I don't know if they will ever regain their confidence in beauty in their lifetime. The men thought silently. Return to the square. The summoner awakening ceremony is still going on, with pillars of light descending from the holy gates from time to time. Lin Xiao, the SSS spirit contract winner, returned to the square and attracted countless gazes again. Su Nanya pulled him towards the admission seat, smiling like a flower. Little rascal, you are in great shape today, are you happy? Happy. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, but I am happier with Sister Su. Su Nanya giggled when she heard this, your mouth is smeared with honey. The joy on his face could not be stopped. Under countless gazes, the two returned to Longyin's enrollment seats. Shiryueru watched the two people walk back, her eyes lingering briefly on their holding hands, and then she glanced at her disciple meaningfully. Su Nanya noticed it and her face turned slightly red, but she did not let go of Lin Zhao's hand. Arriving at the seat, Shiryueru smiled and said, Lin Xiao, welcome to Longyin University. Without asking, she could guess that Lin Xiao would not follow other universities or families. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded heavily. Su Nanyang pulled two chairs and let Lin Xiao sit side by side with her. Little rascal, tell me what skills you have acquired. When Shiryueru heard this, she also showed curiosity. Lin Zhao's face suddenly became proud, don't be surprised after hearing this. Su Nanya's eyes lit up. Lin Xiao said with full energy, Qi Ling gave me feedback on 4 skills. After saying that, he looked at the expressions of the two women. Su Nanyang was stunned for a moment, her beautiful eyes widened. Shiryueru was also stunned, and the dignified and beautiful woman's rosy mouth opened unconsciously. 4. Su Nanya stammered, little rascal, you are not lying, are you? How can there be 4? Her first reaction was that the little scoundrel was playing a joke on her. Hee, I know you don't believe it, but there are indeed 4 of them. I want to ask my sister and master what's going on. Hearing Lin Zhao's tone, Su Nanyang and Shiryueru looked at each other, and both saw shock and disbelief in their eyes. Teacher, doesn't Qi Ling usually only give back 1 skill to the summoner? I have heard of cases where it gives back 2, but what about 4? Su Nanya asked anxiously. Shiryueru came back to her senses and stared at Lin Xiao closely. What 4 skills did you get feedback on? Lin Xiao answered truthfully, sword controlling technique, unparalleled sword spirit, Qin heart, broken strings. And explained the effects of the 4 skills. 2 sword skills, 2 zither skills. Shiryueru murmured, her eyes lit up, I roughly guessed what happened. But this is too outrageous. Su Nanya was so anxious, teacher, please tell me what happened. Shiryueru suppressed her shock and said. As we all know, some pawns will give the summoner 2 skills. This is very rare and requires the pawn to have dual talents. Gu Xuyan is an expert in both music and swordsmanship, which means she has dual talents, so she gave Lin Xiao 2 talents. Su Nanya couldn't help but ask, but why are there 4? Shiryueru said, according to my guess, it should be related to her grade. Gu Xuyan is SSS grade, but not ordinary SSS. To be precise, she should be SSR. SSR. Su Nanya was surprised, but there is no such grade in the Holy Spirit grade. Shiryueru shook her head, not having this grade doesn't mean that you can't get this rating without a contract spirit. Even if they are all SSS, there are still differences in strength. Shiryueru stared at Lin Xiao with burning eyes, is Gu Xuyan on the Holy Spirit list? Speaking of this, Lin Xiao immediately said. Yes, I was just about to ask Master and Sister Su what the Holy Spirit ranking is. It shows here that Gu Xuyan ranks 7th on the Holy Spirit ranking. What? 7th. Shiryueru almost lost her voice and stood up suddenly from her chair. The level of surprise even exceeded when he heard that Lin Xiao had obtained 4 skills. What is the Holy Spirit ranking? Is number 7 very powerful? Su Nanya was very confused when she saw the teacher was so surprised. Su Nanya is not a summoner. The orcs are not in the summoner system and have their own racial abilities. Therefore, she didn't know much about some of the more secretive information about summoners, and had never heard of the Holy Spirit list. Chapter 29, Orb of Deception. Shi Yueru looked at Lin Xiao as if he were a monster and murmured. I had guessed that Gu Xuyan was ranked very high on the Holy Spirit ranking, but I didn't expect it to be so high, and she even made it into the top 10. Lin Xiao and Su Nanya looked at each other and couldn't help asking. Master, what exactly is the Holy Spirit list? Why have I never heard of it? Shi Yueru's tone was unable to conceal her excitement. It's normal that you haven't heard of the Holy Spirit ranking. The Holy Spirit ranking is a list set up by the Holy Spirit Star for the Holy Spirits, and only ranks SSS-level Holy Spirits. No one knows the exact list. The summoning community only knows that such a list exists based on some information from contracted spirits. The summoning community speculates that this list should include 100,000 SSS Holy Spirits. So many. Lin Xiao was surprised. Why are there so many SSS Holy Spirits? Shi Yueru shook her head. The Holy Spirit Star contains the heroic souls of all the universes. There are countless heroic souls in the vast universe. How can 100,000 be considered a lot? Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. It seemed that this was the right idea. There are countless strong people in the history of every civilization, and 100,000 SSS-level people are indeed not many. Shi Yueru continued, in the history of our blue star, the number of SSS Holy Spirits contracted by summoners totaled 1,238. I don't know exactly how many people are on the Holy Spirit list, because many people will conceal their identities, but I think there will be no more than 100. As far as I know, the highest ranking is 5,629th on the Holy Spirit list. So low. Lin Xiao was shocked. When I looked back at Gu Xuyan, my scalp felt numb. It wasn't even a surprise, but rather a bit of horror. Patting his chest, he thought of a question. There are so many SSS Holy Spirits on the Holy Spirit list, why do we humans only contract so few? Shi Yueru couldn't help but look up at the sky and sighed. Do you think that our planet is the only one in the universe that is protected by the Holy Spirit planet? Lin Xiao was stunned when he heard this. Su Nanya couldn't help but ask, Teacher, do you mean that there are other civilizations in the universe that also have summoners? Many Holy Spirits have been contracted away by other civilizations. Shi Yueru nodded, I think so. Didn't you beastmen come from another dimension? Then, it's not surprising that there are planets like ours in the universe. Lin Xiao suddenly thought of the Earth. He was the time traveler. Suddenly, he felt that his identity as a time traveler was not so important. I've gone off topic. To be honest, I didn't expect Gu Xuyan to rank so high. Shi Yueru thought for a moment and said, Lin Xiao, if anyone asks you about Gu Xuyan's ranking in the future, you should reply that it is 3007th. Lin Xiao nodded. He understood the principle that a man is innocent but guilty if he possesses a treasure. Although the Holy Spirit cannot be taken away, it does not mean that no one will be jealous. Shi Yueru sighed and said, since you are ranked so high, it is understandable that I can give you 4 skills. In history, all the contracted spirits that entered the Holy Spirit ranking brought great benefits to the summoners. Just now we talked about SSR. I personally think that anyone who can enter the top 3,000 of the Holy Spirit list can be called SSR. You may not be able to feel Gu Xuyan's strength now, but when you summon her to fight, you will find that she will have a great advantage over the other SSS. Lin Xiao subconsciously asked, how big of an advantage can it be? Shi Yueru's eyes were complicated. Then you will know only if you try it. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but want to summon Gu Xuyan out. The joy on Su Nanyang's face could not be concealed at all, and she was happy for Lin Xiao from the bottom of her heart. She even felt lucky. How could she be so lucky to meet the little bad guy? Lin Xiao, how many skills does Gu Xuyan have? Shi Yueru asked again. Lin Xiao had a strange look on his face. Seeing his expression, Shi Yueru and Su Nanyang guessed the result and their mouths opened unconsciously. Shi Yueru stammered, are there 4 more? Lin Xiao nodded. Shi Yueru was completely stunned. It took her a while to come back to her senses. She sighed. She really deserves to be ranked 7th on the Holy Spirit list. Other Holy Spirits only have 1 skill at level 1, or 2 at most, but she has 4. Su Nanya also sighed, little rascal, are you cheating? How do you know? Lin Xiao muttered to himself, with an expression that said I don't know either. Su Nanya and Shi Yueru were shocked for a long time before they gradually calmed down. Su Nanyang held Lin Xiao, feeling reluctant to let go and felt like she had picked up a treasure. No, she was picked up by a treasure. Little rascal, stay here with your sister to recruit new members. The two of us, the two beauties, attract all the boys. Use you, the handsome brother, to attract some girls. Su Nanya said with a smile. Lin Xiaodun was somewhat helpless. Su Nanya gave him a glare, why? You don't want to? No, no. Humph, I know what you are thinking, you little rascal. Are you eager to see Gu Xuan? Having his thoughts revealed, Lin Xiao nodded embarrassedly. Su Nanya scratched his nose and said. This is what happens to new summoners. Go, I won't keep you here. Lin Xiao chuckled. Su Nanya rolled her eyes at him and said, I'll send you a website and an invitation code. It's the Longyin School Forum. You can go back and register. You can take some time to read the content there. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll come over to explain it to you in the evening. I'll also explain the follow-up arrangements to you when I come over in the evening. Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly and prepared to get up and leave. Su Nanya stopped him and said, wait, if you go out like this, you might be surrounded. Come, sister will give you something good. Yes, I'm a celebrity now, maybe those young ladies from big families are still waiting for me outside. Lin Xiao's heart tightened and he almost ignored this question. Su Nanya took out a finger-sized dark purple bead woven into a thin black string. This is the Deceiver's Orb, which can change one's appearance. As Su Nanya spoke, she gently put the rope around Lin Xiao's wrist. Lin Xiao looked down and saw that there seemed to be many faces inside the purple bead. Su Nanya explained, there are many preset faces in the orb. It is very easy to use. Just concentrate your mind and select one. Your face will be automatically replaced. It is quite an illusion. Also, the fraud orb can be used to steal someone else's face. The method is to point the orb at the target's face and record it. But the deceiver's orb can only change the face, not the body shape. This is a good thing. Lin Xiao was amazed, Sister Su, this thing must be very valuable. Su Nanya smiled and said, it's just a so-so. I'll give it to you. Lin Xiao was embarrassed to accept it, but I won't accept the gift without merit. How much do you want? I'll buy it. Su Nanya glared at him, looking a little angry. What are you talking about? My sister's life belongs to you, and I want you to pay for a gift. Lin Xiao quickly said, Sister Su, that's not what I meant. It's not good to take it for free. Su Nanya interrupted directly, if you say this, I will ignore you. Lin Xiao panicked and said quickly, don't be angry, sister. I'll take it. Su Nanya smiled again, that's right, sister has plenty of money, not a little bit less, you wait little rascal, sister will give you something good later. Lin Xiao knew he couldn't refuse, and he was silently moved, but he said jokingly. I didn't expect Sister Su to be a wealthy woman. Su Nanya put her hands on her hips and said, that's right. Do you want to be a freeloader for me? I will support you. Lin Xiao laughed and said, Sister, I'm hungry. Hee hee. Su Nanyetan was so amused that she trembled all over. Chapter 30 Entering Qiling Palace. Holding the orb of deception, Lin Xiao walked to a corner at the edge of the square, changed his face into that of an ordinary teenager, and then went out from the exit at the back of the square. When I went out, I was shocked to see that the street outside was crowded with people. I took a quick look and found that Zhao Anna and other beauties from Tianhai City were all there. Obviously, he also intended to block himself. Seeing him coming out, everyone looked at him. Zhao Anna and others were disappointed when they saw that he was not the person they were waiting for. But there were still people around who came up to inquire about the situation and to find out whether Lin Xiao had awakened successfully. Lin Xiao was afraid of being entangled, so he directly replied that he had not awakened. So there was no further questioning. After getting out of the crowd, Lin Xiao picked up a bicycle from the roadside and rode straight home. Instead of returning to his usual place of residence, he went to the secret property. After entering the room and sitting on the sofa, Lin Xiao was about to summon Gu Shuyan, but then he seemed to think of something and stopped summoning. Gu Shuyan is not an ordinary Qi Ling. She had a noble status in her previous life. I should go to Qi Ling Palace to meet her. The relationship between the contracted spirit and the summoner is not actually a master-servant relationship, but more like a life and death partnership. Both parties need to respect each other, and the summoner cannot force the spirit to do something it doesn't want to do. This is easy to understand. Most of the contracted spirits had a high status in their previous lives. Even if they are transformed into contracted spirits, they should be given due respect. Of course, this mainly applies to the wise spirits. For most summoners, they will never be able to make a contract with a spirit with independent consciousness in their lifetime, so there is no need to consider the issue of respect. Lin Xiao let out a breath, suppressed the urge to go see Gu Shuyan immediately, and instead opened the illustration again. His eyes fell on Gu Shuyan's suggestions for improving intimacy. Gu Shuyan, with a gentle and quiet personality, a peaceful and inactive mind, likes to go with the flow. She has a personality that is needed, and acting coquettishly towards her may have unexpected results. Hobbies: playing chess, calligraphy, painting, growing flowers, and having cute pets, especially white foxes. Dislikes: I don't like sweets, I don't like complicated things. Lin Xiao looked at Gu Shuyan's suggestions for improving intimacy with a strange look in his eyes. I like being treated like a spoiled brat. What kind of fairy sister physique is this? She also likes white foxes. I wonder what Sister Sue would think if she knew. But why does she like white foxes so much? Lin Xiao thought for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and communicated with Qi Ling Palace. The soul appeared in a vast world with no end in sight and an endless lake beneath his feet. With Lin Xiao's arrival, the ripples on the lake spread, as if a layer of lake water was floating on a mirror. Is this Qi Ling Palace? Lin Xiao had learned about it in textbooks before, but this was the first time he saw it in person. The Qi Ling Palace is a unique place. It opens automatically after awakening as a summoner for Qi Ling to live in. Located between nothingness and reality, relying on the summoner's spiritual world. There are 100 levels of summoners in total, with every 10 levels being divided into a rank. In order: iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, grandmaster, epic, and legendary. Every time you advance to a higher rank, a contract spirit palace will be open to contract new contract spirits. Lin Xiao looked at himself and was now in the state of Yuanshan. But when I am in this space, I feel like a real person. You can feel the breeze blowing from the lake and a cool breath, which makes you feel relaxed and happy. Lin Xiao felt it carefully for a moment and was suddenly very surprised. The textbook said that Qi Ling Palace was an illusion and not real, but I now felt like I was standing in a real world. I don't feel like this is an illusion at all. He suddenly remembered the prompt when the atlas was upgraded, saying that the Qi Ling Palace could be transformed. Could this be the reason? Illustrated book: Has my Qi Ling Palace been transformed? Lin Xiao asked immediately. Yes, the host's Qi Ling Palace has been transformed. For Qi Ling and the host's soul, this will be a real world. The real world. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly brightened, and he asked again, besides this, do you have any other abilities? The transformed Qi Ling Palace can store external items. The size of the items is not limited, but the total weight cannot exceed the weight that the host can lift. Lin Xiao seemed to be thinking deeply after hearing this. He estimated that he could now lift at least 500 kilograms. As his level increased in the future, this value would continue to increase. Can living things be collected? Yes. But it can only accommodate non-intelligent life forms. Lin Xiao understood that it could be used to store flowers, plants, and some small animals. In fact, after becoming a summoner, the Holy Spirit Star will also give the summoner a special space for storing items. But this space is very small and can only accommodate items from the Lingxiu world. Nothing in reality can be included. The so-called Lingxiu realm refers to a test sent down by the Holy Spirit Star, commonly known as a copy. Without thinking any more, Lin Xiao looked ahead and saw a blue stone gate that looked like a memorial archway above the lake. The gate was ancient, with moss hidden on the green stone surface. There was a plaque above it with some words that were not from this world, but Lin Xiao could understand them naturally. Xiantian Sword Sect. After Qi Ling moves into Qi Ling Palace, he will evolve a residence of his own, which is mostly related to his previous life. Lin Xiao stepped into the bluestone gate, the fog dissipated, and what came into view was a fairy mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. The green mountains are majestic and the fairy air is lingering. Waterfalls cascade down the cliffs, ancient pines stand tall on the cliffs, fairy birds dance in the clouds, and strange beasts roar in the forest. Lin Xiao stood in front of the stone steps leading to the mountain. There were lush pines and bamboos on both sides, and a fresh air wafted towards him. There is a close connection between the summoner and the contracted spirit. Although Gu Shuiyan is in the fairy mountain, Lin Xiao is very clear about where she is now. With a slight movement of his mind, Lin Xiao appeared on a cliff somewhere in the mountains. An ancient pine tree protrudes from the cliff, accompanied by a stone pavilion. In the stone pavilion, a man in white stood facing the wind, gazing at the distant mountains. It's like a lone wild goose, an immortal banished from heaven. Just a back view gives people endless imagination. Perhaps hearing footsteps, Gu Shuiyan slowly turned around. The breeze blew her long black hair, drifted across her snow-white chin, and her skirt fluttered like a white magnolia in the wind. Lin Xiao widened his eyes slightly. Gu Shuiyan and Sister Su are both super goddesses. Sister Su gives people a feeling of obsession and intoxication, while Gu Shuiyan gives people a sense of distance that allows people to admire her from afar but not to touch her. She is like a real fairy, pure and innocent, admirable but not to be desecrated. How can I even talk about dual cultivation? Lin Xiao came back to his senses and felt scared. I quickly recalled Gu Shuiyan's preferences and came to my senses. Isn't it that she likes to act like a coquettish person? She is good at that. Lin Xiao went up to him with a shy smile and called out sweetly. Sister Gu. Gu Shuiyan was slightly stunned, and her cold face relaxed slightly. Shuiyan greets the spiritual master. She bowed lightly. Lin Xiao hurriedly supported her. Sister Gu, you don't have to be so polite. You don't have to call me Spirit Master. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Lin Xiao. Gu Shuiyan feels relaxed about your friendliness, intimacy plus 1%. A hint from the illustrated guide suddenly popped up in my mind. It really works. Lin Xiao was delighted. Gu Shuiyan's gaze fell on the handsome yet slightly immature face of the young man, and she found that his eyes were clear and he looked at her with a somewhat shy look. Inexplicably, she was reminiscent of the feeling she had as the eldest senior sister in Shintian's sect, leading her younger brothers and sisters. She smiled calmly, okay. Lin Xiaodun felt that her face was like ice and snow that had just melted, and the world seemed to be brighter. Chapter 31 Gu Shuiyan Skills. Gu Shuiyan turned sideways and welcomed Lin Xiao into the stone pavilion. There were porcelain cups on the stone table and green smoke was curling from the pot. Sitting on the stone bench, Gu Shuiyan poured tea, her hands as white as snow. Lin Xiao picked up the teacup and took a sip. It tasted clear and slightly bitter. He glanced at the fairy who was lowering her head and looking lonely. The breeze brought her refreshing body fragrance. Sitting in such a close distance, his heart couldn't help but feel a little moved. After pouring the tea, Gu Shuiyan said in a cold voice, Brother Lin Xiao, do you have something to say to me? Lin Xiao held the teacup, looking apologetic. Sister Gu, I came here to express my apology to you. I am sorry that I forced you into a contract without your permission. The contract between the Holy Spirit and the summoner needs the Holy Spirit's consent. To be honest, Lin Xiao was still a little worried when the illustration forced Gu Shuiyan to sign the contract. It would be fine if it was an ordinary spirit contract, but Gu Shuiyan is too extraordinary, and I hope to practice dual cultivation with her in the future, so I have to take her seriously. Of course, Lin Xiao could feel that the relationship between him and Gu Shuiyan was actually a master-servant relationship. The forced contract of the Atlas has forced Gu Shuiyan into a subordinate position, unable to go against Lin Xiao's wishes. This is inconsistent with the rules set by the Holy Spirit Star that summoners and contracted spirits are in a partnership. Having said that, Lin Xiao liked Gu Shuiyan at first sight and was unwilling to use a contract to force her to stay. Gu Shuiyan likes your sincerity very much, intimacy plus 1%. Once again, there was a reminder of the illustrated guide. Lin Xiao felt relieved, it seems sincerity is still effective. Gu Shuiyan looked at Lin Xiao, with some curiosity in her cold eyes. You have a great power, which forced me to enter into a contract with the rules of the Holy Spirit Star. This power is amazing. I wonder what it is. Lin Xiao felt that there was no need to hide Gu Shuiyan, who was already his soul bond. It is a picture book that can forcibly include the Holy Spirit. In fact, I don't know what it is. It was obtained in my previous life, and it brought me to this world. The illustrated book of goddesses of all worlds was obtained by Lin Xiao when he was in college in his previous life. As an art student, he once bought an 8K sketchbook online, and the product he received was an illustrated guide. After touching it, I was fucked into this world. Gu Shuyan looked surprised. When I made the contract with you, I already vaguely felt that your soul was not ordinary, but I didn't expect that you, like us holy spirits, also came from another land. Lin Xiao was not willing to discuss this topic in depth and asked. Sister Gu, will you be angry because I forced you to sign a contract? In fact, I want to ask, a holy spirit like you, who had a high status in the previous life, is now restricted by the rules of the Holy Spirit star and follows the summoner. Is it wronged? Gu Shuyan feels respected by your words, intimacy plus 1%. Gu Shuyan shook her head. To answer your first question, I am not angry. I have been sleeping on the Holy Spirit star for tens of thousands of years. As for whether to follow a summoner, I have always followed nature. Now that you have forced me to sign a contract, I think the time has come for me to come to the mortal world. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. The hint in the illustration mentioned that Gu Shuyan liked to be quiet and follow nature, which seemed to be true. Gu Shuyan continued, to answer your second question, when the Holy Spirit chose to sleep on the Holy Spirit star, it had already agreed to be summoned, so there is no grievance. Lin Xiao was completely relieved. As long as Gu Shuyan didn't object, that was good enough. In fact, whether it is a grievance for the Holy Spirit to follow the summoner has long been determined. There are many wise spirits in history who have answered similar questions from summoners. There is no such thing as grievance. It was just that in Gu Shuyan's background introduction, her status was so high that Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask more questions. Lin Xiao said solemnly, Sister Gu, from now on we are partners in life and death, please give me your guidance. Gu Shuyan nodded gently, okay. After a brief silence, Lin Xiao looked towards Qingfeng Valley. Sister Gu, where is this place? Gu Shuyan's eyes recalled, my previous life's sect, unfortunately, has long since disappeared in the tide of disaster, and has turned into this place, with little comfort. Lin Xiao sighed in his heart and couldn't help asking, what exactly is the disaster? The humans in this world have not figured out the answer to this question yet. They only know that it is an evil force that can pollute all living things. The disaster star in the sky is the embodiment of the will of that power. And no one knows what the Holy Spirit star is. All they know is that it is another will that can fight against the disaster star. Gu Shuyan's world was destroyed by disaster. She had fought against disaster before, so perhaps she knew something about it. Gu Shuyan shook her head, with a hint of deep worry in her eyes. That is a force from outside the realm. I once broke through the sky to trace the source, but I found nothing. There was only endless darkness. Our world is like a firefly that could go out at any time. It makes people despair. Lin Xiao was stunned and horrified. He shouldn't have asked this question. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao changed the subject. Sister Gu, can you show me your skills? Okay. Gu Shuyan nodded, stood up, and walked to the cliff in a white dress. My first skill is, the sword is in the man. Gu Shuyan gently spread out her white hands, and 3 white sword beams emerged from her snow-white wrists, transforming into 3 long swords that revolved around her like 3 swimming fish. After the summoner makes a contract with a spirit, he actually knows all the skills that the spirit possesses, and naturally knows what its functions and effects are. But Lin Xiao still wanted to see it with his own eyes. The effect of Sword in Man is to summon 3 flying swords to block 3 attacks, which can be used on friendly targets. The 3 defense powers are invincible at the same level, but will not be triggered by weak attacks. They will only be activated when the protected target suffers an attack that it cannot defend against. Gu Shuyan followed up and said, the second skill is Jinghong. After he finished speaking, his body floated into the air, he made sword gestures with both hands, a white light flashed in front of him, and a flying sword was condensed, with the tip of the sword pointing forward and the sword body humming. Gu Shuyan's body was filled with sword power, and strong winds were blowing around her. Her white skirt fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy from the sky. The flying sword in front of him kept ringing and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After 3 or 4 seconds, it turned into a giant sword. Go! Accompanied by Gu Xuyan's clear chant, the giant sword stabbed towards the stone wall opposite the cliff. All I saw was sword lights shooting out in the sky, and with a loud bang, the huge stone wall exploded. Chapter 32 Dual Cultivation. Lin Zhao's mind was shaken as he watched, recalling the skill information. Jinghong is a single target attack skill that has the ability to lock onto a target. It is extremely powerful and its power increases with level. This move can be released instantly or charged. The instantaneous power is extremely strong and it is difficult for people of the same level to resist. Not to mention charging, the longest charging time is 5 seconds, and when it is activated, even opponents several levels higher than you will find it difficult to defend. Gu Xuyan's voice came again. This move is one of the 10 great sword techniques of my Xiantian sword sect. I once used this move to break the sky. Lin Xiao sincerely admired, Sister Gu is truly a deity. Gu Xuyan smiled slightly, flicked her wide sleeves lightly, and a guqin was placed horizontally in front of her. The snow-white fingertips quickly slid across the strings, and a string of piano sounds burst out, lingering in the ears. The third skill, breaking the formation. Gu Xuyan's bare hands quickly brushed across the strings of the zither, and rows of dense air blades rushed towards the collapsed stone wall like a sweeping wave. The sound of the piano lasted for a few seconds and then stopped. Lin Xiao already knew the effect of this skill, but he still widened his eyes. The huge rocks that collapsed in the surprise of a flash suddenly exploded after a few seconds of silence, turning into powder all over the sky. Lin Xiao remembered that the skill description said that this skill used the sound of the piano to carry the sword intent, which was pervasive and could overcome hardness with softness. The tougher the object, the more afraid it would be of this skill. Moreover, after the sword intent enters the body, it can be hidden and not released, waiting for a certain period of time before detonating, catching the enemy off guard. This skill is just like an ultrasonic attack. Lin Xiao was amazed. Gu Xuyan placed her snow-white palm on the strings, and the last note of the strings stopped. This skill is my own creation. It combines the power of sword with the sound of piano. It is most suitable for defeating the enemy with a small number of people on the battlefield. Lin Xiao was full of admiration for Gu Xuyan and couldn't help but say, Sister Gu is so amazing. Gu Xuyan smiled indifferently, lowered her eyes slightly, and lightly plucked the strings of the piano with her fingertips, and a series of rapid piano sounds spread out. When Lin Xiao heard this, he felt the aura of war and swords coming towards him, the sound of the piano was dense, and murderous intent was everywhere. The whole person seemed to be trapped in the midst of thousands of troops, all alone, with a feeling of despair filling his heart and all his fighting spirit gone. Piano music, ambush from all sides, can scare the enemy and reduce their combat effectiveness and various attributes. The piano music suddenly stopped, and Lin Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but applaud. Sister Gu is worthy of being called the banished immortal of the zither and sword. She is beautiful, has a powerful sword, and plays the zither very well. I will follow you from now on. Please protect me. Lin Zhao's eyes were full of admiration, and he acted like a green tea again. As expected, the illustration gave a hint. Gu Xuyan feels admired, happy, intimacy plus 2%. Gu Xuyan said, if these 4 skills can be used in conjunction with weapons, their power can be increased several times, depending on the quality of the weapons. Lin Xiao nodded, and suddenly remembered his sword-controlling skills, and asked. Sister Gu, does the sword-controlling technique also require multiple flying swords? Not bad. Gu Xuyan nodded. So, where can I get so many flying swords? Lin Xiao thought for a while and said. I will gather all the equipment for Sister Gu as soon as possible. At the same time, I was muttering to myself that I would have to work hard to make money to support my wife in the future. Gu Xuyan returned to the stone pavilion, sat down, picked up the teacup and took a sip. The scene suddenly became silent. Lin Xiao had something on his mind, but he couldn't say it out loud. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Sister Gu, have you ever heard of double cultivation? Gu Xuyan's body trembled, her eyelashes trembled, and the fingers holding the teacup unconsciously exerted force. I have heard of it in my previous life. It is a way for Taoist couples to have sex together. It is beneficial to cultivation. Why do you suddenly mention this? Gu Xuyan's heart tightened, and she realized that Lin Zhao's words were meant to imply something, and her tone became slightly cold. Lin Xiao also felt this subtle change and said. Sister Gu, I like you, and I want to practice dual cultivation with you. Snap. The teacup in Gu Shuyan's hand was crushed, and her eyes were full of astonishment. Lin Xiao felt his heart pounding and said quickly. Sister Gu, I know it's presumptuous to ask this on our first meeting, but I have to say it. You may not know this, but my talent is very poor. If I can't practice dual cultivation, my cultivation speed will be very slow. Gu Shuyan gradually came back to her senses, but still felt a little bit unbelievable, and subconsciously said. How much is the talent difference? F. Lin Xiao answered truthfully. Gu Shuyan was stunned. This was totally beyond her expectations and her brows furrowed deeply. I originally thought that since Lin Xiao possessed such a treasure as the Atlas, he must have extraordinary talent, but I didn't expect it to be so poor. Lin Xiao's face was sincere. Sister Gu, I'm not telling you this today because I want to practice dual cultivation with you right away. I just want you to know this so you can consider it. I can promise that if you don't want to, I won't force you. I really mean it when I say I like you. Sister Gu is really admirable. Lin Xiao's words came from the bottom of his heart. If Gu Shuyan did not agree to dual cultivation, he would never force her. He is not a beast and it is impossible for him to do such a thing. I have already made up my mind that if Sister Gu doesn't agree, I will just pursue her slowly and treat it as a relationship. After all, he really likes this fairy-like sister. If that doesn't work, then wait until the second soul contract. At that time, you can make a contract with someone who is willing to practice dual cultivation with you, such as a succubus or a dragon lady. Gu Shuyan was silent for a few seconds. After all, she was not an ordinary woman. She quickly calmed down and spoke slowly after a long time. I see. Please let me think about this matter. I was indeed caught off guard. I will give you an answer within a week. Lin Xiao nodded, did not linger any longer, and stood up to say goodbye. After he left, the cliff became quiet, with a gentle breeze and rustling pine branches on the cliff, and it felt a bit lonely. Gu Shuyan breathed a sigh of relief, looking out from the cliff, a trace of helplessness flashed across her eyes, and she murmured softly. Dual cultivation. This really took her by surprise. Gu Shuyan actually didn't mind becoming a Taoist partner with the Spirit Master. As she just said, since she is willing to sleep on the Holy Spirit star, it means she is willing to follow a spiritual master. In her heart, since the Spirit Master is a partner in life and death, he is no different from a Taoist companion, and there is nothing wrong in serving each other. In her previous life, she practiced the supreme merciless sword art. In order to prevent external factors from affecting her practice, she cut off all emotional ties at the age of 16. She has been practicing Taoism for thousands of years, but has never had a Taoist partner, never liked anyone, and never experienced love between men and women. In this life, she doesn't mind taking a different path. The path of compassion is the Tao, the path of love is also the Tao. There are 3,000 ways of Tao, and all can be practiced. But that is only possible if you are willing and satisfied. This time I was forced to come to the mortal world under a contract. In fact, she didn't hate Lin Xiao in her heart. On the contrary, the boy was handsome and spoke sincerely, which made her like him very much. The call of Sister Gu really touched her heart. But the idea of dual cultivation is always a little hard to accept. Gu Shuyan sighed in her heart. She was extremely powerful in her previous life, but now she was a little hesitant. A digression. The author believes that the difference between the Hugongwen and the Zongmuan is that the Hugongwen requires an emotional process to promote a girl, while the Zongmuan usually does not. The author really cannot accept the kind of plot where the male protagonist gives the female character a little sweetness and the female character immediately gives him the favor for free. The tone of this article is that it takes time to promote a woman, especially a character like Gu Shuyan, who is promoted relatively slowly. Of course, as the first character who must practice dual cultivation, Gu Shuyan will be promoted soon. But the author must ensure that his IQ is online. Secondly, a few contracted spirits may not need an emotional process, such as the succubus later. Finally, there is the issue of the protagonist's talent, which will be solved, and the solution is related to Su Nanya. Chapter 33 First Practice. Lin Xiao came out of Qi Ling Palace and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the issue of dual cultivation was brought up. Facing a woman with such extraordinary beauty like Sister Gu, the pressure is extremely great. After sitting down on the sofa and calming down a little, Lin Xiao began to do the most important thing after becoming a summoner: practice. Although it is said that the F talent is slow to cultivate, it is not clear how slow it is. Now is a good time to try it. The summoner's practice method is very simple. Just absorb the holy light of the Holy Spirit star and enrich your soul. Once you reach a certain level, you can upgrade. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and sent out his spiritual awareness to sense his surroundings. After a few seconds, I could feel countless golden spots floating in the air. This is the holy light of the Holy Spirit star. But there is more than holy light in the sky. According to the spiritual sense, there were countless black spots floating in the air. Those are evil lights, the radiance of the star of disaster. This is what pollutes the world. When the summoner absorbs holy light, he will also absorb evil light. If the amount inhaled exceeds a certain threshold, the body will not be able to bear it. If you don't stop and continue to practice, your body will mutate. Therefore, there is a time limit for summoners to practice every day. When the evil light accumulates to a threshold, you must stop and wait until your body eliminates the evil light before you can continue practicing. Here we must mention the summoner's talent. The higher the summoner's talent, the stronger his ability to resist evil light, the longer he can practice every day, and the faster his practice speed. Lin Xiao calmed down and opened up the chi points in his body. His body was like a water pump. The holy light and the evil light were attracted at the same time, surging like a tide and drilling into his body. A sacred aura and an evil aura intertwined, and the body was warm in one moment and cold in the next. It feels like a mixture of ice and fire. After absorbing for about an hour, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes and stopped practicing. I felt that the evil light I absorbed into my body had reached its threshold, and a chill filled my whole body. Lin Xiao stood up, stretched out a little in the living room, and then opened his personal information panel. Name: Lin Xiao, human, F. Main contract spirit, Gu Xuyan. From the spirit, none. Level, 1, holy light value, 5%. Looking at the information on the panel, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Holy glory value is also called experience value. It takes 1 hour of hard work to accumulate 5%. To upgrade, it needs to accumulate to 100%. Taking into account that points must be given to the spirit for upgrading, if it is divided in half, it will take 40 days to upgrade to level 2. This speed is even slower than a snail. Furthermore, as the level increases, the amount of holy light required for subsequent upgrades will only become greater and greater. Moreover, when new contracted spirits are added in the future, more holy light will have to be distributed, and it will be normal to take several months to reach the next level. The F talent really has no future. It's too difficult to upgrade. As far as Lin Xiao knew, those with talents above A level could practice for at least 1.5 hours a day, which was more than 1.5 times as much as him. When Lin Xiao thought about the scene in the future where several Qi Ling ladies would surround him to absorb the holy light, he felt a sense of urgency. Thinking about the fact that they didn't suck enough and looked unsatisfied, it makes my scalp tingle. Hey, I hope Sister Gu will agree to practice dual cultivation with me in the end. I just don't know how much speed can be increased by practicing both yin and yang. Having nothing to do next, Lin Xiao opened the official Longyin forum address given by Sister Su. I registered an account and spent the whole afternoon browsing the forum and absorbing all kinds of knowledge. Chapter 34, Longing Across Tens of Thousands of Years. In the evening, Su Nanya came to the community. Sister Fox, who was dressed in an OL girl suit, asked as soon as she entered the door. Little rascal, have you seen Fairy Gu? Lin Xiao welcomed her into the living room and nodded. Su Nanya's eyes lit up slightly. How about it, Fairy Gu, are you willing to talk? She seemed very curious about Gu Xuyan. Lin Xiao smiled and replied, Sister Gu is a very nice person, very gentle. Oh, I found another sister. Su Nanya couldn't help but tease. Lin Xiao's face turned slightly red. Su Nanya hesitated for a moment and asked. Can I meet Fairy Gu? In the afternoon, Su Nanya learned a lot of information about Gu Xuyan from her teacher Shi Yueru. He had great admiration for this female swordsman who was as beautiful as himself and had extraordinary talent. I'll ask Sister Gu. Lin Xiao thought for a while and said. Gu Xuyan has a complete personality, so when it comes to meeting guests, try to seek her opinion. After a few seconds of communicating with Qi Ling Palace, Lin Xiao said, Sister Gu said it's okay. Su Nanya's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, thinking that Sister Gu would probably like Sister Su very much. Open the summoning gate immediately. A deep red space-time crack appeared in the living room. Gu Shuyan stepped out. The quality of the spirit determines the color of the summoning gate when it is summoned, which is the same as the color of the light pillar when it arrives. As soon as Gu Shuyan stepped into the living room, her peerless charm seemed to brighten the room. Wow! When Su Nanyang saw it, she immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed, her beautiful eyes unconsciously widened a little. Gu Shuyan was also looking at Su Nanyang, and suddenly her eyes were stunned. She found that the figure of the woman opposite her was blurry and gradually turned into a beautiful woman with fox ears on her head. Su Nanyang was obviously eager to win, so she showed her true face. A beautiful nine-tailed fox with a swaying snow-white tail appeared in the living room. Her appearance was stunning and her aura of incomparable charm spread. In an instant, an extremely charming woman and an extremely fairy-like woman stood opposite each other. The collision of two completely different temperaments makes it difficult to tell which is better. Lin Xiao, who was watching from the sidelines, was filled with wonder. It's impossible to tell which one of them is more beautiful. Although Gu Shuyan's figure is slightly inferior to Sister Su's in the picture book rating, it is impossible to tell them apart when they stand next to each other. Lin Xiao now has a feeling that Gu Shuyan is like the white moonlight and Sister Su is like the cinnabar mole. A snow lotus and a rose. Both were mesmerizing. Gu Shuyan's eyes were a little dazed, and she stared at Su Nanyang blankly. After a few seconds, tears appeared in her eyes. Ling Long. Is that you? She murmured softly, only to realize that the woman in front of her overlapped with a figure that had haunted her dreams. This sudden change surprised Su Nanya, who had wanted to compete with her. Gu Shuyan walked forward and stretched out her trembling hand, wanting to touch her cheek. Su Nanyang subconsciously wanted to dodge, but when she saw Gu Shuyan's eyes filled with endless longing, she stopped dodging involuntarily. Ling Long, I miss you so much. Gu Shuyan murmured softly, and gently stroked Su Nanyang's cheek with one jade hand, her expression excited. Su Nanyang was completely stunned. She felt endless longing in Gu Shuyan's eyes, which was the longing after endless years of separation. Su Nanyang was instantly infected, and looking at Gu Shuyan, it was as if she saw her mother whom she had not seen for many years. She was absent-minded for a while, then suddenly came to her senses and looked towards Lin Xiao with a questioning look. Lin Xiao spread his hands, indicating that he was also confused. He only knew that the illustration indicated that Sister Gu liked white foxes. But he didn't say he liked her so much. He touched Sister Su's face right away. Is there any story behind Sister Gu's liking for the white fox? Ahem, Fairy Gu, did you recognize the wrong person? Su Nanyang really couldn't help it. Being suddenly touched on the cheek made her feel like her mother was around. She felt very embarrassed. Take a step back. Gu Shuyan's hands felt empty, and after hearing Su Nanya's words, her body shook slightly, and she gradually came back to her senses. Miss, I'm really sorry. You look like an old friend of mine. I'm sorry for being so rude just now. Gu Shuyan's face was full of apologies, and there was a sadness that was hard to conceal on her face when she spoke. No, it's okay. Su Nanya hesitated for a moment and couldn't help asking. Fairy Gu, excuse me, Ling Long, who is she to you? You seem to miss her very much. Gu Shuyan's eyes were filled with nostalgia, and she said softly. Ling Long is a white fox I raised. Su Nanya was stunned, her face was extremely embarrassed, she was being treated as someone's pet, and then she heard Gu Shuyan continue to say. Ling Long calls me sister. She is my relative and has been with me for 300 years. Su Nanya felt relieved when she heard this. You two have been separated for a long time, right? Gu Shuyan sighed, yes, it has been tens of thousands of years. Then, is she still alive? Although she knew it was impossible, Su Nanya still couldn't help but ask. She's long gone. She died in a battle trying to save me. Sadness flashed across Gu Shuyan's eyes. Lin Xiao thought, so that's why, no wonder she likes the white fox so much. Su Nanyang was silent. The fox women had a very sharp mind and could feel other people's inner thoughts the best. At this moment, I could deeply feel the grief in Gu Shuyan's heart. I couldn't help but think of my mother who I hadn't seen for many years. After a few seconds, I couldn't help but say. Fairy Gu, if you don't mind, we can be friends. Gu Shuyan was stunned, with surprise in her eyes. Really? Su Nanya walked forward and looked at her gently. My name is Su Nanya. If you don't mind, you can call me sister. Su Nanya likes Gu Shuyan very much. After learning about Gu Shuyan's information from her teacher, she was full of admiration for her. To be honest, Su Nanya felt that apart from her appearance, she was far inferior to Gu Shuyan in other aspects. Gu Shuyan is the strongest person in a civilization. As a woman, Su Nanya can hardly suppress her admiration for her. So calling her sister means I am happy and convinced. Younger sister. Gu Shuyan murmured, joy gradually showing on her face, and nodded heavily. Su Nanya was overjoyed and immediately held her hand, saying happily. Hee, I have a sister now too. Sister, you are so beautiful and amazing. You will be my idol from now on. Gu Shuyan smiled and looked at Su Nanyang with extremely gentle eyes. Ling Long was like this before, she thought to herself. Lin Xiao was stunned watching from the side, thinking that you two got together too quickly. I couldn't help but move closer and said with a smile. Sisters, don't forget that you have a younger brother. Su Nanya laughed out loud and said coquettishly. I will never forget my bad brother no matter who I forget. When Gu Shuyan heard this, surprise flashed in her eyes. This new sister of hers seemed to treat Lin Xiao very differently. Sister Yair, what is your relationship with Lin Xiao? Gu Shuyan couldn't help but ask. Su Nanya looked at Lin Xiao and asked with a smile, little rascal, who am I to you? You are my sweetheart. Lin Xiao responded softly in his heart, smiling on the surface. Of course, my dear sister. Su Nanya giggled and answered Gu Shuyan. Sister Gu, the little bad guy saved my life a few days ago. He is my savior. Gu Shuyan was greatly surprised, and then she heard Su Nanya say. Sister Gu, the little bad boy is a good person. He is a very good boy. Please don't despise him. Su Nanyang felt that Gu Shuyan was amazing from the bottom of her heart and was worried that she looked down on Lin Xiao. She had a vague feeling that Gu Shuyan might not be following Lin Xiao willingly. It is impossible for an SSS to fall in love with an F. Besides, according to the teacher, Gu Shuyan is not an ordinary SSS. He said this to help Lin Xiao win over Gu Shuyan. Today, he acknowledged Gu Shuyan as his sister, not only because he loved her sincerely, but also because he wanted to help Lin Xiao. Very good. Gu Shuyan looked at Lin Xiao with complicated eyes, and her mind unconsciously thought of the matter of dual cultivation, but she did not comment on it. But she didn't show it, and nodded, okay, no matter what, I will assist him well. Chapter 35 Summary. Su Nanyang breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. She held Gu Shuyan's hand, and the two sat on the sofa and started chatting. Mainly it was Su Nanya who asked and Gu Shuyan who answered. All the questions were about Gu Shuyan's past life. Lin Xiao listened quietly on the side, admiring the two beautiful women, and felt that there was no other such beautiful scene in the world. After a while, he suddenly had an idea and quietly got up and went to the room to get paper and pen. Returning to the living room, he quietly drew a picture of the two stunning beauties together. The two girls noticed that Su Nanya asked curiously. What are you drawing, little rascal? Lin Xiao had finished the painting and handed it over with the sketch paper. Nothing much, I just saw how warm it was to see the two sisters together, so I drew it. Su Nanyang took it in surprise, looked at it carefully, her eyes lit up slightly, and then she couldn't help but give Lin Xiao a blank look. In the painting, she is portrayed as cute, with a cute little fox next to Gu Shuyan, looking a bit coquettish, while Gu Shuyan has a doting look on her face. Gu Shuyan, who was looking at the painting, was stunned for a moment. She stretched out her hand absent-mindedly and gently stroked the paper, with deep nostalgia in her eyes. Wasn't Linglong like this in front of her before? Su Nanya sensed her emotions and went over to comfort her softly. Sister, don't be sad anymore. Brother Lin Xiao and I will be with you from now on. Gu Shuyan returned his gentle gaze, nodded slightly, and then looked at Lin Xiao. Can you give me this painting? Lin Xiao nodded immediately. Of course, this painting was originally given to Sister Gu. Gu Shuyan looked at him deeply when she heard that. Then Lin Xiao heard the illustration prompt in his mind. Gu Shuyan feels the long-lost family affection, intimacy plus 10%, current intimacy 13%. Lin Xiao was extremely surprised that the intimacy level had increased so much at once. It is really an unexpected result. It seems that I need to let Sister Su and Sister Gu meet more often in the future. Lin Xiao thought to himself. Little rascal, you must have a lot of questions to ask. Ask now and I will answer them for you. Su Nanya said. Lin Xiao was indeed waiting for this, and immediately asked. Sister Su, when are we going to school? How will the school arrange the training next? Su Nanya replied, the time to go to school is the day after tomorrow morning. After arriving at school, the school will conduct a 6-month training for freshmen. The training includes physical fitness, fighting, theory, disaster combat, etc. There are assessments for each training. Only after passing the assessment and reaching level 10 will the trainees be allowed to enter the Spirit Ruins realm to obtain the second contract spirit. Except for the first time through the awakening ceremony, all subsequent ways of obtaining the contract spirit must be obtained from the Lingxiu realm. Lin Xiao knew this before. I understand. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said. I don't have any equipment yet. Sister Gu and I need to use our skills with equipment to fully exert our power. Do I need to buy painted armor tomorrow? It's not necessary. Su Nanya said. Painted armor is divided into 10 levels, corresponding to the 10 ranks of summoners. You cannot wear it above your level. You won't stay at the black iron level for too long, so there's little point in buying a level 1 painted armor. Of course. Su Nanya changed the subject. If you don't lack money, you can buy it. Well, don't worry about it. I will prepare it for you. Lin Xiao said quickly, I heard that painted armor is very expensive, how can I let my sister prepare it? I can just buy it myself. Su Nanya immediately said, little rascal, you saved my life, why don't you let me repay you? That's not what I meant. Before Lin Xiao could finish, Su Nanya interrupted. I don't care. My life is yours. Your sister painted armor will take care of it from now on. Besides, I'm an armor painter. It's easy for me to make painted armor. Lin Xiao was helpless, but was moved. After thinking about it, he decided not to refuse. I made up my mind to take Sister Su's painted armor and compensate her in other ways later. And I won't always rely on her. Once I become a nail painter, I can do it myself. Seeing that Lin Xiao no longer refused, Su Nanya smiled and asked. What equipment do you need now? I'll get it for you when we get back to school. I don't have a level 1 painted armor, otherwise I'd give it to you right now. Lin Xiao had already figured it out, and said directly. Sister Gu needs a flying sword, a guqin, and a set of armor. I also need a set of armor, and I need more flying swords. Su Nanyang nodded. She had heard about the effects of sword controlling techniques before and knew that it required the coordination of multiple flying swords. Okay, that's easy. I can get it done for you in no time. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, Sister Su, when can I learn to paint armor? Su Nanya smiled and said, don't worry about that. Just concentrate on your training at school. Training is very important and you can't be easily distracted. Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded slightly, thought about it, and had no other questions. Note. The levels of armor painting are 1 to 10. Each level of painted armor is divided into 5 qualities, in order. Ordinary, good, great, epic, legendary. For the same type of painted armor, the higher the quality, the better the effect. Chapter 36 Forum Discussion. At night, after seeing Sister Su off, Lin Xiao was so excited that he couldn't sleep at all. I simply took out my cell phone and opened the Longyin forum to browse. As soon as I entered the homepage, my attention was attracted by a hot post. #surprise. The most beautiful holy spirit Gu Shuyan actually came to the mortal world, and the summoner she chose was only F-level #. Lin Xiao was surprised and couldn't help but click on it. The post was unexpectedly long. It started with a description of the awakening ceremony, followed by an introduction to Gu Shuyan's character information. Lin Xiao searched for Gu Shuyan's information on the forum today and found several posts, but he did not have sufficient permissions to browse them. This post was very useful to him. The post said that Gu Shuyan was the final trialist of Lingxiu Realm number 52, and only summoners above level 80 had seen her. At the same time, Gu Shuyan was also one of the rewards for the spirit contract, and many high-level summoners tried to gain her recognition. Unfortunately, they all failed without exception. She chose to be born today, much to the shock of the poster. The post also mentioned Gu Shuyan's combat power, saying that she had extremely strong single-target killing ability, and was even considered by the poster to be the spirit with the strongest single-target attack. Finally, Lin Zhao's identity was revealed, saying that Lin Zhao's summoner talent was only F, which was the largest contract in history. There are several pictures at the end, including Gu Shuyan's arrival picture and Lin Zhao's personal photo. There are already tens of thousands of comments at the bottom of the post. This is an exaggeration because this is just an internal forum of Longyin. It is conceivable how popular various social media outside will be. Several hot reviews are at the top. Byang Hong, I would like to call Gu Shuyan the most beautiful holy spirit. From now on, Fairy Gu is my only goddess. The comments that followed were quite interesting, as there were actually two major camps of people agreeing and refuting. Lababa Little Magic Fairy, I can't say she's the most beautiful, I can only say she's one of the most beautiful. The mechanical girl in the mechanical age can be compared with Gu Shuyan. Chrysanthemum has a little blood, I agree with the above, the succubus queen in the abyss nest is just as good as Gu Shuyan. Xiaowu meets Dao, yes, there are also the elf queen and the saint of light, who are not inferior to Gu Shuyan in terms of appearance. Byang Hong, I admit that the people you mentioned are all very beautiful, but I still think Gu Shuyan is number one. Is there any woman more ethereal than her? Qiang Qiabi, I agree with Byang Hong, and in terms of combat power, Gu Shuyan is definitely the strongest. Lin Xiao was very surprised that there were so many holy spirits who could be compared with Gu Shuyan in terms of appearance. Come to think of it, it's not surprising. With so many dimensions, you can always find some super goddesses. Look at the second hot comment. I have trouble communicating with boys, are you sure you are right? How can an F-level person contract an SSS Holy Spirit? I suspect you are spreading rumors. The comments that followed were very lively, full of amazement and doubt, and it was obvious that most people didn't believe it. Pure Wildcat, it should be true. I heard from an admissions teacher that he saw the summoner open the China Higher Education Student Information and Career Center website and show his talent test results. Unfortunately, the comments below still expressed disbelief, questioning who the teacher was and wanting to go and ask in person. Chunwei Yemao posted a picture. It was the scene where Lin Xiao was surrounded by a group of beauties in the conference room. Pure Wildcat, I cannot say who that teacher is, but I will use the picture as evidence. This picture was taken by that teacher at the scene. A long string of comments followed immediately. Fuck, why are there so many super beauties? Have we entered the land of women? Are they fighting for people? Pure Wildcat, yes, I heard from that teacher that the scene was very hot, and these beauties used themselves as bargaining chips to snatch men with their bodies. There are countless question marks in the comments below, expressing great shock. But the question is, since the talent is only F, why are these beauties so enthusiastic? Pure Wildcat, I was also puzzled at first, but the teacher said that these beauties knew the summoner before and that he had drawn nude sketches for them. What? Human body drawings. You're not saying that the summoner has seen those beauties naked, are you? Pure Wildcat, at least half of it is. Damn it, how is this possible? These beauties are all top-notch beauties. How could they allow people to see their bodies? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. Pure Wildcat, it is indeed unbelievable, but it is said that the new summoner has a strong talent as an armor painter, and he sketched these beauties to practice his intention. Pfft. Is this true? It sounds like nonsense. Pure Wildcat, this is not nonsense. Mr. Zhou from Jianhe University is a nail painter. I just checked his homepage and saw a post praising this method and calling for the opening of a human figure sketching course for nail painting majors. Are you talking about the Book of Heaven? Wait, let me take a look. Seconds later, comments flooded in. Fuck, there really is one. Teacher Zhou really posted. Is the world of armor painting going to be revolutionized? Is it too late for us to learn nail painting now? I also want to see the young lady's body. You stinky men, you have such evil thoughts. Lin Xiao was stunned. Will the nail painting community really offer a human figure drawing course in the future? Look at the third hot comment. Fairy, don't you think this summoner is super handsome? He is a perfect match for Gu Shuyan. The comments below are polarized again. The female netizens are all crazy about her, and the male netizens are all jealous. The girl who loves to chew straws, this little brother is so handsome and has a bright future. I really want to have a baby with him. King Kong, he's just so, not as handsome as me. Jasmine, King Kong, you must be Zhao Jihan, a junior. I have seen you before. You are just a gorilla, and you dare to touch this little brother. Phew. Lin Xiao almost laughed out loud. This brother met an acquaintance. Then look at the fourth hot comment. The bald man will eventually shine, confirmed news, this new summoner has confirmed that he will come to our Longyin. The comment below became an instant hit. I love roast goose, is it true that our Longyin can attract SSS with his current cards? A bald man will eventually shine, you may not know that this time, 2 super goddess teachers from our school came out at the same time and easily caught the target. Are you talking about Dean Shur and Professor Su? If it's them, then it's true. There is no man in this world who would reject Dean Shur and Professor Su. Only love Jiang Sheng, the above person is exaggerating. I have seen both teachers. Dean Shur has an excellent temperament, but her face is too ordinary. Professor Su is indeed a top-notch beauty, but she is far inferior to Gu Shuyan. How could the new summoner who got Gu Shuyan be interested in other beauties? Pure wildcat, I can tell from the first glance that you are ignorant. Haven't you heard the rumors in the academy? Dean Shur and Professor Su are not their real faces. Their real faces are super goddesses, probably comparable to Gu Shuyan. Gai Jiang Shang, impossible, if she can rival Gu Shuyan, why would she need to disguise herself if she is so beautiful? Use your pig brain to think about it. If a beauty like Gu Shuyan doesn't change her appearance, can she live a normal life? If she doesn't go anywhere, she will be blocked. I think the legend is true. Professor Su is not sure, but Dean Shur's face doesn't match her figure and temperament at all. It is indeed possible that she is disguising herself. Lin Xiao couldn't help but type in the comments section that Master and Sister Su are indeed super goddesses. I was about to click send, but after thinking it over I deleted it. If he made a comment, it would probably lead to countless follow-up questions. Chapter 37, Transmitting Holy Light. Lin Xiao stopped reading this post and exited. His eyes were quickly attracted by the second most searched post on the forum. Hashtag celebrating the successful completion of the 3077 Summoner Awakening Ceremony, a total of 4 SSS contract spirits appeared in Dragon Country this time, hashtag. Lin Xiao clicked on the post, which summarized the number of top-level contracted spirits that were born in this year's Summoner Awakening Ceremony. Among them, there were 4 SSS contract spirits, 17 SS contract spirits, and 97 S contract spirits. This data only applies to China, and the global situation will probably be known later. Just looking at the data, it seems that there are quite a lot of top-level contract spirits, but if you think about it carefully, there are actually very few. After all, this is the number of the entire Dragon Country. If it is divided equally among cities across the country, each city will only have 1 S. The comments below the post are also in full swing. Lin Xiao took a quick look and found that apart from himself, the other 3 SSS Spirit contract recipients went to Qingshao, Bailu and Fengming universities respectively. Cangfeng didn't catch any. This is normal. Cangfeng is a new member of the 4 famous universities, and there is a certain gap in fame between it and the first 3. It's normal to fail in the fight for someone. In addition, the personal information of the 3 SSS Spirit contract recipients was also exposed. As Lin Xiao expected, the summoner talents of the 3 were all SSS. In fact, if you want to contract an SSS spirit, the summoner's talent must be at least SS, at least that's what historical data shows. Lin Xiao sighed, thinking that he had made history this time, and that this would probably be a case that would go into textbooks. He is no longer worried about others asking him why he was chosen by Gu Shuyan. The reason has already been thought of, that is, Gu Shuyan feels that she is destined to be with him. It's that simple. It is impossible for others to interrogate Gu Shuyan. Even if they do, Gu Shuyan will answer like this. Lin Xiao turned off his phone, but still couldn't sleep. This is what happens when people get too excited. After thinking about it, his consciousness appeared in Qiling Palace. Sensing Gu Shuyan's location, the soul moved and came to the edge of a lake among the mountains. It is also night in Chilling Palace, and the time is synchronized with the outside world. A bright moon hangs high in the sky, the lake is sparkling, and willow branches are waving on the shore. There is a row of quaint buildings facing the lake. Stone paths outside the buildings extend to the lakeshore. Long covered bridges extend into the lake, with a pavilion at the end. The faint sound of piano is floating out from it, which is vague and ethereal, and quite lonely. Lin Xiao doesn't play the piano, but he can still hear the faint longing in the sound of the piano. Lin Xiao's soul moved and appeared on the corridor bridge, standing outside the pavilion. I saw Gu Xuyan sitting on the ground, which was covered with a bamboo mat. There is a guqin in front of him and smoke rising from an auspicious beast incense burner on the right. Sensing someone coming, the piano music stopped abruptly. Gu Xuyan looked back, her profile as lonely as snow. Lin Xiao walked into the pavilion. Sister Gu, are you thinking about Ling Long? Gu Xuyan's expression and the sound of her piano all revealed her feeling of longing. Gu Xuyan nodded slightly, but did not discuss this issue in depth. Instead, she asked. It's late at night, do you have something to talk to me about? As she spoke, she stared at Lin Xiao silently, and exerted a little force on her fingers that were resting on the guqin, and she couldn't help but think of dual cultivation. It was late at night, a man and a woman alone, and Gu Xuyan's peaceful heart was inevitably tense, and she was very worried about Lin Xiao's purpose in coming here. After all, she was bound by a compulsory contract and had no power to resist whatever Lin Xiaorua wanted to do. Lin Xiao didn't notice Gu Xuyan's nervousness and sat down on the bamboo mat. Sister Gu, I have absorbed some holy light through my practice today, and I came here to share half with you. Gu Xuyan was slightly stunned, then felt relieved, so that's how it is. Lin Xiao scratched his head and said, Sister Gu, please extend your hand. Okay. Gu Xuyan stretched out a jade-white palm and placed it in front of Lin Xiao. Her hands were very beautiful, pure white, slender and delicate, and when spread out they looked like blooming snow lotus petals. Under the night sky, the fairy is as white as jade, and this hand looks like a perfect work of art. Lin Xiao suppressed his slightly rapid heartbeat, stretched out a hand, palm down, and gently placed it on the fairy's jade hand. Warm to cool. Gu Xuyan's heart couldn't help but tremble. In her previous life, she had never had a Taoist partner, and had never even had physical contact with any man. Tonight was the first time that Lin Xiao and I held hands. Although he had lived for tens of thousands of years, his heart of Tao was still beating violently like that of a teenage girl. Lin Xiao was also a little nervous. He had seen many beauties, but there was only one with such an extraordinary and fairy-like appearance as Sister Gu. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Lin Xiao began to daydream. The next second he reminded himself to focus his mind and not to let his imagination run wild, for fear of offending her. Lin Xiao calmed his mind, communicated with the holy light in his soul, guided it out, and passed it along his palm into Gu Xuyan's body. Gu Xuyan only felt her body warm and comfortable, and her beating heart couldn't help but calm down. After all, he was not an ordinary person. He stared silently at the young man opposite him, and saw that he was holding his breath and concentrating, without looking away. He has a handsome appearance and a graceful figure, and he is extremely attractive under the moonlight. It seems that becoming a Taoist partner with him is not a bad thing. Gu Xuyan couldn't help but think. As soon as this thought came to his mind, the warm current transmitted from his palm suddenly stopped, and Lin Xiao withdrew his hand. Gu Xuyan felt a little unsatisfied and asked subconsciously, is it over? It was just less than 10 seconds. Lin Xiao keenly noticed the surprise in her eyes and his face suddenly turned red. Just as I thought during the day, with the current speed of cultivation, even Sister Gu can't be satisfied. How can we talk about adding more spirits in the future? Lin Xiao scratched his head and said, Sister Gu, I don't have a good talent, and my cultivation of holy brilliance is limited. Gu Xuyan was silent after hearing this, and then said softly. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Lin Xiao quickly said, Sister Gu, I don't mean to rush you, don't rush, I'll go out first. Good night. Good night, Gu Xuyan was stunned for a moment. This word is a little unfamiliar, but it gives people an inexplicable sense of warmth. She had been practicing Taoism in Xiantian's sect for thousands of years, but had never heard such a greeting in countless lonely nights. Looking at where Lin Xiao disappeared, she couldn't help but think. Maybe it would be nice to have a Taoist companion. Chapter 38, Set Off for Longyin. 2 days passed in a flash. Today is the day to go to Longyin University. On the plane, Lin Xiao was sitting on a soft chair in the first-class cabin, and next to him was Su Nanya, who was wearing an OL girl uniform. Sister Fox now put the backrest behind her, lay on her back, and closed her eyes to rest. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her three-dimensional facial features were illuminated by the sunlight outside the window, making them look crystal clear, especially her rosy and upturned cherry lips, which had a charming pink luster. Looking down, the snow-white swan neck is as white as jade, and the chest is bulging and spread out under the action of gravity. When the plane encounters turbulence, the waves tremble slightly. The white shirt had 2 buttons open, revealing the snow-white cleavage inside, which made one's eyes sink into it. 2 long legs and black stockings are placed straight on the foot pads, with beautiful lines and full and rounded shape. Lin Xiao's breathing quickened. He didn't dare to look any further. He retracted his gaze and scanned the cabin. This is a private plane, not very big. Longyin only recruited more than 20 people in Tianhai City this time. Almost full. The plane had been in the air for about an hour. At a certain moment, Su Nanya opened her eyes from her rest, propped herself up on the backrest, looked out the window at the land, her eyes lit up. Little rascal, we'll be at school soon. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked down through the plane window. Below the plane were a series of mountains and hills. At first glance, the scene was devastated, with collapsed hillsides, toppled peaks, and ruins and jungles intertwined. I think it is the remains of the earthquake a few years ago. Faintly, I saw a building in the distance, lying in an open valley. Su Nanya introduced in a sweet voice, this is the outer courtyard. It is where you freshmen will live and train for the next year. Outer court. So there is an inner court. Well, the school is divided into 2 colleges, the outer college has only freshmen, and the inner college has all seniors. The inner college is hundreds of kilometers away in the mountains. Ah, why is it divided like this? And so far apart? Su Nanya explained, as you know, students at the Summoner University are equivalent to reserve soldiers. In addition to training and studying, their main task is to cooperate with the army to eliminate disasters. Our Longyin University is located in the Qianchuan Mountains in the southwest of the country. This is where the disasters on Blue Star are most prolific. The deeper you go into the Qianchuan Mountains, the stronger the disaster monsters will be. You freshmen are relatively weak, so you can only be arranged at the outermost part. The old students are stronger, so the inner courtyard is deep in the Qianchuan Mountains. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that he vaguely knew something about this. Ever since the disaster planet appeared, all things have been polluted and mutated, and human living space has been severely squeezed. The wilderness forests, in particular, gradually became breeding grounds for disaster monsters. The once famous mountains and rivers became forbidden areas for humans, filled with monsters. Humans are now trapped in major cities. There are dangers everywhere in the wilderness, but food supplies and various survival resources cannot all be produced in cities. Therefore, humans are bound to go to war with disaster monsters to compete for more living space. In this war, humans actually have a certain advantage. The main reason is that low-level disasters are still afraid of bullets and artillery fire. With this, humans have been able to defend cities, plains and other areas. However, the rivers and mountains with complex terrain were basically lost. Especially places like the Qianchuan Mountains, which are not suitable for human habitation and are rife with disasters. Over the long years, they have become a complete forbidden area for humans. The high-level disasters inside are not afraid of bullets and artillery fire, and there are many disasters like Godzilla that can withstand nuclear bombs. As for the Dragon Kingdom, it can only send troops to station in various dangerous places to prevent the disaster from spreading. Every year, countless heroes sacrifice their lives to protect the country. 10 minutes later, the plane landed. A group of teachers and students took a bus, traveled through the mountains and arrived at the campus. Note, a lot of content has been deleted from chapters 38 to 46, so these chapters have fewer words and all the previous comments are gone. Chapter 39 Arrival at School. Lin Xiao jumped off the bus. There was a square in front of him and a school stood before him. This school was obviously newly built. The exterior walls of the buildings were brand new and the trees planted in the green belts were not very tall. They were now standing in a concrete square in front of the school, filled with new students. Lin Xiao heard the illustration prompt when he was on the bus and discovered 2 more beauties. I took a casual look and saw an A+ and an A-. A plus was called Shinjuanru and A was called Song Qianqian. Lin Xiao didn't care too much about it. He had seen too many top beauties recently and had no interest in A+. I don't have much motivation to continue increasing the collection value of the illustration at the moment. I'll wait until I meet a beauty above S level. Professor Su. I finally got you. Suddenly, an enthusiastic voice came from a distance. Lin Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and his face was stunned. From afar, a large group of people were walking quickly towards us. They looked like school teachers. There were both men and women, about 20 to 30 of them. The person who spoke was a man in camouflage clothes, with a shaved head and not very tall, but he had an air of being vigorous and powerful. The square was now filled with freshmen, all of whom stopped to watch as their attention was drawn to this group of people who had suddenly arrived. Instructor Wang, teachers, good morning. What are you doing? Su Nanya recognized the person and responded with a smile, her expression slightly surprised. Instructor Wang laughed and said, I heard that Professor Su has recruited an SSS Spirit contract student. Everyone, come and take a look. Su Nanyang was speechless. It seemed that there was no need for so many people to come. While Instructor Wang was speaking, he was already looking behind her, and his gaze soon fell on Lin Xiao, his eyes lighting up. I think this is Lin Xiao, the student who has a contract with Gu Shuyan. Gu Shuyan, Lin Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, the freshmen who were standing in the square and watching couldn't help but open their eyes wide. All eyes were directed at him. In just a few seconds, everyone recognized the boy who has been all over the social media in recent days. Among the 4 SSS Spirit contract winners this year, Lin Xiao is the most popular. His handsome looks and the pairing with Gu Shuyan give them a sense of a perfect match. The puzzles of the two can be said to be very popular. Wow, so his name is Lin Xiao. He's even more handsome in person than in the photo. I didn't expect that we would go to the same school as the SSS Spirit contract winner. We are so lucky. Take a picture quickly and post it on WeChat Moments. There was an immediate buzz of discussion in the square, and the freshmen unconsciously came over and raised their phones to take pictures. Lin Xiao's scalp tingled, and he felt like he had turned into a monkey in a zoo. He helplessly greeted Instructor Wang and the other teachers. Hello, teachers. The teachers nodded and looked at him curiously, as if he were a rare animal. Not bad. Although I can't see anything special about him, he is at least good-looking. Student Lin Xiao, come, let's take a photo together. The teachers were talking quietly, and a female teacher came over with her cell phone in hand and started taking pictures without saying anything. Lin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Nanya was also a little speechless. Coach Wang, you guys didn't come here just to see Lin Xiao, did you? Instructor Wang chuckled. That's true. The school hasn't recruited any SSS Spirit contract students in several years. The school has been going crazy these past 2 days. Everyone has been waiting here since early this morning, and finally Lin Xiao arrived. TSK, an F-level contract SSS Spirit, and it's the famous Gu Shuyan, a living example. The principal said he would come and take a look in person in a few days. He went to Lingshu realm number 52 dozens of times to contract Gu Shuyan. It is said that he almost died in there. Chapter 40 Dormitory. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, and he communicated with Qi Ling Palace with his consciousness. Sister Gu, is it true? Someone tried dozens of times to contract you. I don't know. Gu Shuyan replied in Qi Ling Palace, the me in Lingshu realm is just a mirror projection, not myself. Only after passing the trial will I be able to receive the induction. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask curiously, how many people have passed your trials over the years? 13. So little. Lin Xiao was extremely surprised. She had been sleeping on the Holy Spirit star for tens of thousands of years. There were probably tens of thousands of people who challenged her, but only 13 passed. How difficult could the trial be? Lin Xiao suddenly realized a problem. Even if a summoner passed the trial, he might not be able to contract with the Holy Spirit. Seems a bit of a pitfall. Sister Gu, those 13 people should all be excellent, why didn't you choose to follow one of them? I always feel like it's almost there. Gu Shuyan replied calmly. Or maybe my standards are too high. Lin Xiao thought to himself, if I didn't have the illustrations, there would be no way I would be destined to be with her. After hearing what Instructor Wang said, Su Nanyang was a little amused. Coach Wang, teachers, please go away. The new students are still waiting to go through the admission procedures. Since we're all in school now, there will be plenty of opportunities for us to meet each other in the future. That's right. Instructor Wang looked at the freshmen who were blocking him in the square. It was inconvenient to say anything more, so he patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder affectionately and said, "Student Lin Xiao, behave well. If you have any difficulties in school in the future, you can come to me. I am your chief instructor for freshmen." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "Dismiss, disperse." Instructor Wang then left with a group of teachers. "Come and go in a hurry." After everyone left, Su Nanya quickly took the new students to the registration office to complete the admission procedures. After half an hour of hard work, it was finally done. She gave everyone a few simple instructions and then told them to go to their dormitories and settle down. Her duties as an admissions teacher ended here. After everyone left, Su Nanya pulled Lin Xiao aside and said, "Little rascal, come on, I'll take you to the dormitory." Lin Xiao hesitated a little. "Sister Su, if you are busy, I can go by myself. Don't bother to send me there again." "It's okay, I'll take you there first." Su Nanya grabbed his hand and walked straight into the school. Lin Xiao had no choice but to stop refusing. Soon, the two arrived at a dormitory building. Lin Xiao looked at the room card he received from the registration office and confirmed the location of his dormitory. "The room number is 302. Go upstairs and arrive at the dormitory door." The room had a password lock. Lin Xiao entered the password and opened the door, only to find that it was a double dormitory. The dormitory layout is a bit peculiar. At the entrance is a room similar to a living room, with simple public facilities such as tables and chairs. There are two separate dormitories on each side of the entrance. Lin Xiao poked his head in and saw a bed with bedding already made out and the quilt neatly folded. In addition, there are necessary facilities such as wardrobes, desks, benches, and even toothpaste and toothbrushes. But there are no air conditioners or fans. Overall, it is very simple, or even crude, but it gives people a good feeling. "Sister Su, do all the students live in a separate room?" Su Nanya looked around the room and nodded. Summoners need a quiet space to practice, unlike ordinary college students, so even if it is a double dormitory, everyone has a separate bedroom, but the bathroom and toilet are shared. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that he was still worried about one thing when he came here. If he lived in a dormitory with bunk beds, it would be very troublesome to practice dual cultivation with Sister Gu in the future. You can't just drag the noble fairy sister into the woods. There is not even a hotel in this deep mountain. Think about it, there are high schools next to them. What is the Maple Forest Hotel, what is the Lover's Fate Hotel? Chapter 41, Learning Sword from Sister Gu, Part 1. Su Nanyang pulled a chair and placed it under her buttocks, stretching out her long legs in black stockings. "Little rascal, I don't know much about the outer courtyard, so I won't introduce it in detail. You can get familiar with it yourself later." "Yeah." Lin Xiao nodded. Su Nanya continued, "Today and tomorrow are the registration times for new students. The opening ceremony will be held the day after tomorrow. From now on, everything will be done according to the school's arrangements. Then there are the SSS training resources that we promised you. I'll briefly explain this." When Lin Xiao heard this, he became interested and looked expectant. Su Nanya smiled slightly. "The training resources the school provides you are quite complex and contain a lot of content, mainly in the areas of authority and resources. Let's not talk about permissions for now. This aspect will only be involved after entering the inner court. Resources will be issued during the outer court period, but not all at once. They will be issued gradually. The total value of SSS resources is 1 billion. Lin Xiao was stunned. "So many?" Su Nanya smiled and said, "Not much. The various training resources for summoners cost hundreds of thousands. 10 billion is not easy to spend." Lin Xiao was surprised. "What does it include?" Su Nanya said while folding her pink fingers. "There are holy stones that speed up cultivation, various medicinal herbs that strengthen the body, soul-cleansing crystals that reduce pollution, and materials from various disaster monsters. In short, there are a lot of them. I won't mention them one by one. I'll send you a list later." Lin Zhao's eyes suddenly brightened up. He knew it was a good thing as soon as he heard it. Su Nanya said seriously, "Little rascal, you must practice hard while you are in the outer courtyard, and don't be stingy with resources. With F talent, you can keep up with your peers by piling up resources before level 20. The SSS resource pack given by the school should be enough for you to reach level 10. Don't worry after you reach level 10. I'll find a way for you. Lin Xiao really wanted to tell her about dual cultivation, but after thinking about it, he held back. Su Nanya added, in addition, during the period of training in the external courtyard, the school will set up various assessments, and then reward training resources based on the students' assessment results. You can also work hard to obtain them. Lin Xiao nodded heavily. Su Nanya stretched lazily, her graceful curves were attractive, and she thought for a moment and said, "There's not much to explain. There's only one thing left, which is learning to paint armor. The teacher and I have already discussed this matter. We'll start after you reach level 10 and experience your first Spirit Ruins realm." Lin Xiao nodded, "It's all up to my sister and master to arrange." Su Nanya stood up and said, "Okay, little rascal, I have to go back to the inner courtyard first to prepare the painted armor for you. I will come to see you in a few days. If you miss me, just call me." Lin Xiao reluctantly sent her away. I returned to the dormitory alone, picked a room, and started packing the luggage I brought. Afternoon. Qilin Palace, yapping. In the open martial arts arena, a figure in white danced gracefully. Gu Shuian was holding a long sword and practicing a set of sword techniques. The sword skills she practiced were quite agile, and her sword moves were smooth and flowing, neither fast nor slow, with an indescribable beauty. Her posture was incomparably graceful, as she moved around like a fluttering butterfly. At the edge of the cliff, Lin Xiao sat on a stone bench, his eyes shining brightly. I was bored in the dormitory and wanted to chat with Sister Gu, but when I came in, I saw her dancing with a sword. "Wow, Sister Gu, you are so beautiful when dancing with the sword, more beautiful than a fairy from heaven." Gu Shuian stopped her sword and stood there holding the sword. Lin Xiao immediately started praising her with sparkling eyes. Act as a little fanboy. Gu Shuian is praised, feeling happy, intimacy plus 2%, current intimacy 25%. Chapter 42, Learning Sword from Sister Gu, Part 2. Gu Shuian smiled calmly, walked forward, and looked at Lin Xiao with a full gaze. Her hair at her temples was slightly disheveled and there was a hint of sweat on it. She looked at the young man in front of her. His eyes showed undisguised admiration, and his handsome face was filled with a smile that came from the heart. She couldn't help but feel very happy, and she liked the boy more and more. Ever since saying good night the night before, Gu Shuian's mentality has quietly changed, and she is trying hard to accept Lin Xiao. The tone of his voice was somewhat gentle at this time. "Brother Lin Xiao, what do you want me to do?" "Nothing, I'm just bored and want to chat with Sister Gu to relieve my boredom." "Okay, but I'm not good at chatting. You talk and I listen." Gu Shuian sat down next to Lin Xiao. "Not good at chatting?" Lin Xiao was a little curious. "Sister Gu, when you were in Xiantian sect, did you rarely talk to people?" "Yeah." Gu Shuian nodded gently. "Since Linglong passed away, I have lived alone, and occasionally I would go into seclusion for months or even years at a time. I'm used to not talking." Lin Xiao couldn't help but say, "That's too calm, isn't it lonely?" "Lonely?" Gu Shuian tilted her head slightly. This word was very unfamiliar to her. She shook her head. "Ever since I cut off my love thoughts at the age of 16 and practiced the supreme ruthless sword Tao, I have not known what loneliness is." Lin Xiao held his chin and looked at her, his eyes lingering on her snow-white jaw. Her crystal-clear skin was as white as snow. "So Sister Gu has never been in love?" Gu Shuian felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, and turned slightly to the side. She is really pure and innocent." Lin Xiao thought to himself, and stood up and said, "Sister Gu, can you teach me how to practice sword?" Lin Xiao suddenly had an inspiration. Perhaps he could quickly enhance their relationship by practicing swordsmanship. After all, sword practice inevitably involves physical contact. Physical contact is the easiest way to bring men and women closer together. There is a saying that goes, between men and women, your heart may not necessarily be reciprocated, but your effort definitely will. A truth. In addition, when watching the sword dance just now, Lin Xiao suddenly thought that the school would teach fighting classes in the future. No matter how good the instructor is, no one can beat Sister Gu in Kendo. This is a ready-made teacher. "Okay." Gu Shuian asked, "What sword technique do you want to learn?" Lin Xiao thought for a moment and asked, "Can the swordsmanship from your world be used in this world?" Gu Shuyan said, "Most of them are unusable. My original world uses spiritual power, and this world uses holy light. There is a big difference. I was thinking about this today. I just tried it and found that many sword techniques performed with the help of holy light only have the appearance but not the true meaning." Lin Xiao was not surprised by this. He had heard that most of the skills from other dimensions could not be used on Blue Star. He thought for a moment and said, "Sister Gu, I want to learn basic sword techniques that can be used to fight effectively. I think this type of sword technique should be applicable to both worlds." Gu Shuyan thought for a moment and said, "There is a set of sword techniques that should be suitable for you. Xiantian Sword Sect has a set of introductory sword techniques called 18 Sword Techniques. This sword technique focuses on moves and does not rely on spiritual power. It is the basis for practicing various sword techniques." Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. "Then this is it, please teach me, Sister Gu." Gu Shuyan nodded, walked back to the martial arts arena, and turned around. "There are 18 sword moves in the 18 sword forms. I will demonstrate them one by one. See if you can remember them first." After saying this, he waved his sword. Compared to the sword technique she had just used, this set of sword skills was extremely sharp. The sword moves were clean and neat, and every move and every posture revealed a murderous aura. Chapter 43, Learning Sword from Sister Gu, Part 3. Lin Xiao watched attentively, memorizing every sword move in his mind. He found himself extremely sensitive to the trajectory of the long sword in Sister Gu's hand. Every arc drawn by the long sword in the air was clearly imprinted in his mind. It felt magical, like something in slow motion. Could it be because of the unparalleled sword spirit? Lin Xiao thought secretly in his heart. He had learned some basic fighting skills in school before, but every time the instructor practiced, he couldn't remember the moves. It takes many times of study to learn it. Just by watching Sister Gu demonstrate, Lin Xiao had a feeling that when he picked up the sword later, he would be able to use those moves easily. Gu Shuyan practiced 5 moves and then stopped, worried that there were too many at once and Lin Xiao would not be able to remember them. "Brother Lin Xiao, how much do you remember? Do you need me to practice it again?" Lin Xiao didn't dare to say too much, and just said, "Sister Gu, I'll try it, and you can see if there is any mistake." Immediately, a long sword appeared and was held in his hand. He and Qi Ling have complete control over this Qi Ling palace and can transform into any object at will. Walking to the center of the martial arts arena with a sword in hand, Lin Zhao's mind once again reappeared the sword moves that Sister Gu had just made. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he thrust out the sword, then slashed it horizontally. The whole action was clean and neat. Lin Xiao was immersed in it in an instant, and quickly performed the moves according to his memory, feeling quite smooth as flowing water. Gu Shuyan's eyes widened slightly, her expression was surprised, and she murmured in a low voice, "I remembered it in one go and used it so smoothly." Lin Xiao successfully performed the 5 sword moves in less than a minute. From Gu Shuyan's point of view, although there were still some flaws, it could already be considered a genius move. She has been in charge of the Xiantian sword sect for thousands of years, and has only seen such a sword genius a few times. "Brother Lin Xiao, you have a very good talent for swordsmanship. You can be called a genius." Lin Xiao blushed when he heard that. If someone else said that, he would have accepted the title of genius, but in front of Gu Shuyan, he dared not pretend. "Sister Gu, I actually inherited your talent, which is called Wushuang Sword Soul. If you want to talk about genius, it's you, sister." Gu Shuyan was stunned for a moment, then reacted and burst into laughter. She had actually forgotten about this. "In that case, I will teach you the remaining sword moves. You just need to practice diligently. Since you have inherited my talent for swordsmanship, I believe that if I give you 3 months, you will be invincible in this world with pure sword fighting skills." Gu Shuyan has unparalleled confidence in her talent in swordsmanship. In her original world, her talent in swordsmanship could be ranked among the top 3 in history. If someone inherits her talent, learning these simple sword moves once would be a matter of course. Thinking back to when she first entered Xiantian Sword Sect, her master taught her swordsmanship and never had to teach her twice. Gu Shuyan immediately practiced all the remaining sword moves in the training ground. Lin Xiao wrote them down one by one, and then performed them one by one in front of her. When he was performing the 15th move, he suddenly felt something in his heart. If we learn it so quickly, it would go against the original purpose. He was planning to use sword learning to get close to Sister Gu. With a sudden inspiration, he made the 15th move a little off. When Gu Shuian saw the huge flaw, she subconsciously reminded him, without even thinking about the boy's little thoughts. This move is wrong. I used too much force and the move has become deformed. Lin Xiao immediately begged, Sister Gu, can you teach me again? Gu Shuian didn't think much about it, thinking that Lin Xiao didn't inherit her complete talent in swordsmanship, so she immediately repeated the move with the sword in hand. Chapter 44 Sister Gu is the best kendo teacher. Unexpectedly, when it was Lin Xiao's turn to use it, something still went wrong. Sister Gu, this move is so difficult. I can't learn it. Gu Shuian was puzzled, thinking, what's so difficult about this move? Isn't it just a common upward sword move? Could it be that Lin Xiao only inherited a small part of my talent? Gu Shuian thought silently in her heart, completely unaware that Lin Xiao was acting. Sister Gu, I feel like I can't feel the energy at all. Can you teach me step by step? Lin Xiao's eyes rolled, and his true intention was revealed. Okay. Gu Shuian was simple-minded and had never seen any boy's tricks, so she nodded subconsciously. She walked forward and stood behind Lin Xiao. She stretched out a jade hand and gently placed it on Lin Xiao's back. She grabbed Lin Xiao's wrist with the other hand and said softly, relax your body, let me do the hard work, and feel the way I use my strength with your heart. Yeah. Lin Xiao didn't expect that he could deceive Sister Gu so easily. He was secretly delighted and nodded seriously. Then he relaxed his body and let his arm move through the air with one soft hand. I could smell Sister Gu's refreshing breath from behind my head, and I felt like I was floating in the air. How is it, have you learned it? After completing the move, Gu Shuian let go of her hand, took a step back, and asked. Lin Xiao was still immersed in the gentle teaching of the fairy sister. He was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses and scratched his head. I think I understand a little bit, but I don't understand it completely. Can you teach me again, sister? These words, which were clearly spoken in a coquettish tone, made Gu Shuian's eyes inexplicably soften. She patiently grabbed his wrist again and repeated the sword moves. After teaching her 3 more times, Lin Xiao still made no progress and begged her to continue teaching him step by step. No matter how dumb Gu Shuian was, she gradually became suspicious. He looked at Lin Xiao's profile suspiciously and quickly caught the cunning in his eyes. You are lying. You have learned it a long time ago, right? Gu Shuian suddenly said. Ah, I've been discovered. Lin Xiao's body stiffened, but he refused to admit it. Sister Gu, I really don't know how to do this. This move is so difficult. Can you teach me again? Gu Shuian was stunned for a moment, as if something suddenly dawned on her. I understood Lin Xiao's intention instantly. This is to get close to her. Gu Shuian was suddenly at a loss. She had been practicing Taoism for thousands of years, but had never encountered such a situation before. She had no idea how to deal with it. At the same time, a distant memory emerged in my mind. The Xiantian sword sect has stood on the continent for tens of thousands of years, and the sect's disciples practice a wide range of Taoist techniques that are not limited to swordsmanship. The Liangyi Peak in the sect mainly practices the way of happiness, and disciples have to look for a Taoist partner early to practice together. She remembered that once when she visited Liangyi Peak, she could see male and female disciples practicing sword skills hand in hand everywhere. She felt quite embarrassed as she watched. People in the sect jokingly say that the techniques practiced at Liangyi Peak are eye-to-eye sword techniques and gentle sword techniques. She agreed very much. Gu Shuian came back to her senses and looked at the young man in front of her who was looking at her like a puppy. She inexplicably felt that this was a good feeling. Maybe I should try to learn how to become a qualified Taoist partner. Gu Shuian thought silently in her heart. She has been thinking about dual cultivation these past 2 days, and in her heart she has actually already tacitly accepted that Lin Xiao is her life partner. There were reasons that he had no choice but to do so, but more importantly, he actually had a really good feeling towards Lin Xiao. But she had never experienced love before, and she didn't know how to get along with Lin Xiao, which made her quite distressed. Thinking back to the scene many years ago, she couldn't help but think that maybe she could learn from the female disciples of Liangyi Peak. Okay, I'll teach you as long as you want. She expressed herself very straightforwardly, unlike her younger daughter who was shy. Lin Zhao's eyes were suddenly filled with surprise and joy. Sister Gu is so nice. Chapter 45, First Enrollment. In the early morning, the bright sunshine shines into the dormitory from the window. Lin Xiao was awakened by the occasional voices coming from downstairs. I dozed off in bed for a while before getting up. He jumped out of bed, walked to the window and looked out. Downstairs of the dormitory building, groups of students were dragging their luggage and going in and out of the dormitory buildings. Today's school is more lively than yesterday, with more and more students reporting in. Lin Xiao picked up the water cup, held the toothbrush in his mouth and went to wash. My mind couldn't help but think of what happened yesterday. I learned sword skills with Sister Gu for the whole night yesterday, and she taught me step by step the whole time. Sister Gu obviously understood that he was acting, but she still cooperated patiently. It's obvious that he's trying to accept their relationship. Lin Xiao felt that a bright future was waving at him, and he was in a very happy mood. In addition, when practicing sword yesterday, I used a lot of tricks and acted coquettishly to please Sister Gu, which greatly increased the intimacy level and now has reached 35%. I feel like the day of dual cultivation is not far away. After brushing his teeth in a happy mood, Lin Xiao went downstairs to the cafeteria to have breakfast. As soon as I arrived at the dormitory building door, I was bumped into by a figure. The man who came was extremely tall, strong and huge. Lin Xiao didn't have time to see the other person's appearance clearly, and subconsciously made preparations to defend himself, and then the two of them collided with each other. Lin Xiao felt like he was hit by a bull. He took 2 steps back and his chest felt numb. No, man, why are you running so fast? Lin Xiao frowned and looked up. A dark-skinned, muscular boy with a shaved head was retreating quickly. The opponent was obviously not pleased with the collision and retreated even more. In terms of physical fitness, Lin Xiao, who has been strengthened by the unparalleled sword soul, is definitely one of the best among the first-level summoners. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. On the opposite side, the boy with a crew cut felt like he had hit a wall, his whole body dizzy and his blood boiling. After he stood firm, he looked up and was stunned when he saw Lin Xiao without finishing his sentence. Lin Xiao is not a big guy, 182 centimeters tall, with a slender figure. He is the type who looks thin when dressed, but has muscles when undressed. The man with a crew cut subconsciously glanced at himself. He is 190 centimeters tall, has practiced martial arts for many years, is muscular, and weighs 200 kilograms. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a human tank. People of his age are no different from rookies in front of him. Even compared to him, the boy in front of him, who was obviously not short, was not in the same league in terms of body size. But just now, he suffered a loss in this collision. This surprised the man with a crew cut, and he looked Lin Xiao up and down. Brother, have you practiced? Lin Xiao said unhappily, no, buddy, walk slower next time. If someone else bumps into you, they will definitely cause you to get hurt. A trace of apology flashed across the rough face of the crew-cut boy. Brother, I'm sorry, it's true that I left too hastily. Then he said with a look of disbelief, you said you have never practiced before, I don't believe it, how about 2 moves? Lin Xiao was speechless, no time. No, my teacher said that if you want to practice martial arts, you must find strong people to compete with in order to make progress. As soon as the buzz-cut boy finished speaking, a female voice came from afar. Big Iron Bull, where have you been? The man with the crew cut's face changed, as if he had heard something horrible. He bypassed Lin Xiao and ran into the building, saying as he ran. Brother, let's spar when you have time. By the way, don't tell anyone you saw me. When the last voice came, the person had disappeared at the stairs. The big iron ox is worthy of its name. Lin Xiao laughed, shook his head, and walked out of the dormitory building. As soon as I went out, I saw a girl in an emerald green skirt standing by the flower bed in the distance, looking around. Chapter 46 Shinjuanru. This girl is extremely beautiful. She is wearing a waist-hugging dress, and her slim figure and pretty face are full of youthfulness. Her big, lively eyes move around and she has a lively temperament. Lin Xiao has seen countless beauties, but when he saw this girl, his eyes still lit up slightly. I secretly praised her in my heart, what a beauty. Subconsciously, I glanced at my mind and found that it was Shinjuanru who was discovered and commented on by the illustrations yesterday and scored A+. Lin Xiao took a look twice and then looked away, with no intention of going over to get to know him. A+ is indeed a rare beauty, but she has been trained to have very high standards recently by Sister Sue and Sister Gu. I don't have much interest in other girls. However, Shin Juanru also saw him. Her big eyes lit up and she actually walked over and took the initiative to talk to him. Excuse me, classmate, can I ask you something about someone? Asking around. Lin Xiao immediately thought of the voice of Big Iron Bull just now. It turned out that it was her who scared the boy with a crew cut and made him run away. Just as Lin Xiao was about to answer, Shin Juanru said, first. Classmate, you look so familiar. I think I've seen you somewhere before. Shin Juanru tilted her head and looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and helped the other party recall, have you seen me on TV? TV, yes. Shin Juanru's eyes lit up, you are the little brother who has a contract with Gu Shuian. Lin Xiao and Gu Shuian have been extremely popular on the internet these days. Shin Juanru had naturally seen it before. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Shin Juanru immediately looked at him like a curious baby and said, brother, you are so handsome. I thought you were super handsome on TV, but you are even more handsome in real life. What a pity. What a pity. Lin Xiao wondered. Shin Juanru looked regretful, it's a pity that I already have someone I like, otherwise I would definitely chase after little brother. Lin Xiao's face darkened and he immediately lost interest. Shin Juanru smiled and stretched out her hand, my name is Shin Juanru, what's your name, little brother? Lin Xiao politely extended his hand, shook it lightly, and then let go, Lin Xiao. Shin Juanru's eyes turned, brother Lin Xiao, have you seen a big, dark guy? Lin Xiao thought of the short-haired boy who had just fled, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Big black bull. He's the one you like. Shin Juanru's eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously, did you see him enter that building? Lin Xiao immediately sold the boy with a crew cut and pointed to the dormitory building where they came from. But he didn't seem to want to see you. He ran away very fast just now. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Shin Juanru curled her lips, with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Hey, he just knows how to avoid me. Lin Xiao was a little surprised. Why would the boy with a buzz cut hide from such a beautiful girl? But it was not easy to ask, so he said, then I'll leave first, you can go downstairs and block him. Just as she was about to leave, Shin Juanru begged, brother Lin Xiao, can you take me to find him? I have a lot of things and I can't carry them. Can you help me carry them? Lin Xiao glanced at two huge suitcases placed next to the flower bed not far away. Sorry, I don't help girls who are already in a relationship. Shin Juanru looked stunned, then burst out laughing, okay, I was presumptuous. Lin Xiao waved and left. Just as he walked a distance, he heard a voice behind him. Looking back, Shin Juanru stopped a boy and said in a tender voice. Brother, can you help me carry my luggage to that dormitory building? Okay. The boy passing by saw Shin Juanru's face and nodded subconsciously. Then he looked at the dormitory building and reacted. But that's the boys' dormitory. Did you make a mistake? No, I brought something for someone. The boy immediately looked alert, your boyfriend? Shin Juanru immediately shook her head, no, I don't have a boyfriend. I'm giving it to my brother. The boy felt relieved and immediately grabbed the two huge suitcases with enthusiasm. Give me both. I'm strong. Don't get tired. Oh, how can I do this? Shin Juanru said sorry while pushing both suitcases to the boy. She seemed to feel Lin Zhao's gaze, turned around and looked over, blinking mischievously, her eyes full of cunning. Lin Xiao was speechless. What kind of people are these? Looking at the boy carrying a suitcase, looking excited and probably thinking about meeting his brother-in-law, I felt sympathy. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, Lin Xiao walked around the school to familiarize himself with the environment. I was recognized several times during the trip and had no choice but to return to the dormitory. He doesn't want people to watch. When I entered the dormitory building and just went up the stairs to the first floor, I saw a fat boy dragging 4 oversized suitcases and moving up with difficulty. Each suitcase was as big as the fat boy himself, blocking the entire staircase. How many things did this guy bring? Lin Xiao was surprised and couldn't help but tease. Dude, are you moving? The little fat boy heard the voice and turned his head. His white, fat face was covered with sweat and his tone was full of apology. Brother, I'm sorry to block your way. Wait for me for a moment. As he spoke, he tried his best to climb up, but the 4 suitcases were so big that he tripped over the stairs and fell down. Ouch! The little fat boy screamed, and his fat face came into close contact with the stairs. One of the suitcases was not held tightly and rolled down with a loud bang. Lin Xiao was startled and stretched out his hand to stop it. When he touched it, he found that it weighed about 70 or 80 kilograms. It makes one wonder what's inside. He ran to the little fat boy with his suitcase and offered his help. Dude, are you okay? Chapter 47 The Fat Man Who Loves Nuts. The little fat boy was helped up, with a bruise on his face. He covered his face and grimaced as he responded. I'm fine, bro, thanks. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and asked, do you need help? I see you're having a hard time. The little fat man was overjoyed when he heard this and nodded repeatedly. Thank you so much, brother. You are such a great benefactor to me. I will treat you to a meal later. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Lin Xiao shook his head and asked curiously, why did you bring so many things, clothes? They shouldn't be so heavy, right? The little fat boy felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, and he stammered, nothing, just some small things. Little thing? Lin Xiao was very confused. Seeing that the little fat man looked unnatural, he was too lazy to ask and asked casually. Which floor do you live on? I'll help you carry 2 up. Let me see. The little fat man touched his pocket, took out the room card and glanced at it. 3rd floor, 302. 302. Lin Xiao was stunned, with a strange look in his eyes. What's wrong? The little fat boy was a little confused. What a coincidence, I also live in 302. It seems we will be roommates from now on. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Ah, what a coincidence. The little fat boy's eyes lit up, it's fate. The 2 men each dragged 2 boxes and quickly climbed to the 3rd floor. After opening the door of dormitory 302 and entering, the fat boy sat down on the ground as if exhausted, with sweat dripping down his face like rain. I'm so tired. Fortunately, it's only on the 3rd floor. Thank you so much, brother. If it weren't for you, I would have died of exhaustion on the stairs today. Lin Xiao smiled, sat on the chair, pointed to the dormitory and said. I came early and have chosen the room on the left. You can stay on the right. It doesn't matter, anyone will do. The little fat man waved his hand. By the way, I want Wang Shi, what do you call me, brother? Lin Xiao. Okay, please take care of me in the future, brother Lin. Lin Xiao looked at the suitcases on the ground and asked curiously. Brother Wang, what on earth are you putting in this box? Why is it so heavy? The 2 suitcases that I just helped bring up weigh about 70 to 80 kilograms each. If you weren't a summoner, most people wouldn't be able to lift them. Since they were roommates, Wang Shi no longer hid anything. He chuckled, got up from the ground, unzipped a suitcase, and opened the lid. Lin Xiao looked inside and was stunned. Inside the huge box, there are all kinds of snacks neatly arranged, including big knife meat, beef tendon, tofu rolls, spicy slices, beef and mutton. No, brother, why do you bring so many spicy strips? Lin Xiao was stunned. No wonder the box was so heavy. Alas, there is nothing I can do. Wang Shi said helplessly. I asked around before coming to school. Our school is located deep in the mountains, and there is no canteen. If you don't bring some snacks, how are you going to survive in the future? Can't live without snacks. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. He thought about it and realized that he had just walked around the school and did not see any place to buy things. His eyes drifted towards the other 3 boxes. Don't tell me the remaining boxes are full of snacks. Wang Shi was very proud when he heard this, except for 2 sets of clothes, the rest are all. He opened the suitcase as if he was presenting a treasure. Lin Xiao looked over and saw 3 boxes left, one filled with various nuts, one filled with various biscuits, and the last one was half filled with clothes and the other half also snacks. This guy must love snacks so much. Lin Xiao was speechless and probably knew where the fat boy got all that fat. Brother Lin, pick out what you like to eat. Wang Shi smiled and added nervously. But you can only choose 3, you can't take more. Lin Xiao laughed. It seemed that this guy was still protective of his food. He didn't bother to be polite with him and squatted in front of the box to choose. I first glanced at the spicy strips, but wasn't very interested. I looked at the cookies, but still wasn't interested. Finally, I set my sights on the nuts. He picked up a bag of hazelnuts and glanced at the fat boy, and found that his eyes flickered. When she saw him looking at her, she immediately changed her expression and acted as if nothing had happened. Lin Zhao's heart moved. Although this guy asked him to choose 3 things, he must be feeling very distressed. He is really a complete foodie. And seems to like nuts. I felt a little amused and wanted to tease him. Then he reached out and took a bag of cashews. Out of the corner of my eye I immediately saw the fat on the little fat boy's face twitching. Lin Xiao was in a playful mood. He glanced through the box, this time directly picked out a large bag of almonds and reached out to take it. The little fat boy finally couldn't help it. He stretched out his chubby hand and grabbed a bag of tofu skin to block Lin Xiao's hand. "Brother Lin, this bag of tofu skin is good. Take it." Lin Xiao glanced at it and said calmly, "No spicy noodles, they are junk food and unhealthy." The little fat boy was stunned, his eyes rolled, and he quickly picked up a bag of seaweed biscuits. "Here, these biscuits taste good." Lin Xiao still said calmly, "No sweets, it will make you fat easily." Then he continued to get the almonds. The little fat man got anxious and grabbed his wrist, laughing. "Brother Lin, nuts are high in fat, so eating them will help you gain weight." "It's okay. I can only take a few pills a day." "Hey, why do you keep stopping me? You don't want me to take them, do you?" Lin Xiao frowned and slapped away the hand that was blocking his way. "Why wouldn't I let you take it?" Wang Shi scratched his head anxiously. "What is it?" Lin Xiao said unhappily, "You told me to take 3 things, and this is the bag of almonds." That's right. Wang Shi couldn't think of any words to say for a long time, and watched him put the almonds into his arms. Ha ha ha. The painful expression made Lin Xiao unable to hold back and laughed out loud. Throwing the almond back, "Just kidding." Wang Shi was stunned at first, then his face was full of surprise. "Brother Lin, you don't want it anymore?" Lin Xiao said unhappily, "You are a squirrel, right? Look how anxious you are. A gentleman does not take away what others love." "I really like nuts." Wang Shi was embarrassed. "Brother Lin, I said 3 bags. How about you take these cookies?" "Okay, I'm really not interested in snacks, 2 bags are enough." "Well, then, it's you who doesn't want to." Wang Shi put away the snacks as if he were collecting a treasure, glancing at Lin Xiao from the corner of his eye from time to time, and suddenly let out a light exclamation. "Brother Lin, why do you look so familiar to me? You're the 5th person to say that today." Lin Xiao sat on the chair, tore open the cashew package and threw one into his mouth. Crack. Crunch. "The 5th one?" Wang Shi was puzzled. "Have you seen me on TV?" Lin Xiao prompted. Wang Shi was stunned, then he suddenly remembered and pointed at him and said. "Brother Lin, you are the summoner of the contracted SSS spirit." "Good." Wang Shi jumped up, his face shocked. "Oh my god, I'm actually living with the SSS Spirit Contract Master. Am I dreaming?" He pinched the fat on his arms. Lin Xiao laughed, "Is it that exaggerated?" Wang Shi nodded vigorously, then seemed to remember something, with an anxious look on his face. "Brother Lin, you don't think I'm stingy, do you?" Lin Xiao stroked his chin and said seriously, "Well, it's quite stingy." Wang Shi was stunned for a moment, panic and hesitation flashed in his eyes. After struggling for a long time, he handed the almond over with great pain. "Brother Lin, this is for you." Lin Xiao was amused. "Okay, I'm just kidding. You can't tell." "Really?" Wang Shi was skeptical. Lin Xiao nodded, "Really? But I have to remind you that since you brought so many snacks, don't throw the packaging away after you finish eating. Put it away." Wang Shi nodded heavily immediately. "Brother Lin, don't worry, although I love to eat, I like to keep things clean." A foodie came to the dormitory. He was actually a nice guy, and Lin Xiao was quite satisfied with him. Helping the little fat boy clean up his room, a day passed in a flash. Chapter 48 Special Opening Ceremony. The next day, the weather was fine. Today is the day of the opening ceremony. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the large open playground was crowded with freshmen. Lin Xiao was wearing camouflage uniform and standing at the edge of the playground. Looking around the playground, all the freshmen were dressed the same as him. Next to him, Wang Shi was wearing a very ill-fitting camouflage uniform. His clothes and pants were all tight, and he was wrapped like a dumpling. Xiaopeng touched his belly and complained softly. The clothes the school issued are too small. I just went to change them, and they said this is the largest size. Do I have to go to school with my belly exposed from now on? Lin Xiao glanced at him. This guy was about 175 centimeters tall, but weighed almost 180 kilograms, and was round like a ball. The 2 buttons on the collar of the shirt were barely fastened, and the bottom was completely open, revealing the snow-white, fat belly. Lin Xiao was speechless. It's not that the school clothes are too small, it's that you are too fat. Wang Shi scratched his head and said, I heard that the school has physical training, maybe I can lose weight. Lin Xiao smiled and said, if you don't change your habit of eating snacks, you will never lose weight. Wang Shi immediately looked distressed, that won't do. I'll feel uncomfortable if I don't eat for a while. As he said that, he took out a bag of spicy strips from his trouser pocket and tore it open on the spot. Brother Lin, would you like one? Lin Xiao was completely speechless. You should keep it for yourself. He no longer paid attention to Wang Shi and looked towards the martial arts arena in the distance. At this time, an officer in camouflage uniform walked up with a microphone in hand. It's Wang Hao. Lin Xiao looked at him, feeling somewhat confused. The school had broadcast a notice last night, requiring freshmen to wear camouflage uniforms today, but he didn't know why. Is there going to be training on the first day? He thought to himself, and then he heard instructor Wang cough into the microphone, and then said loudly. Attention all freshmen, line up in teams of 20 within 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, the freshmen on the playground looked at each other and no one moved for a while. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Wang Hao roared. The freshmen were startled, and then they started to march, forming crooked lines on the playground. Stop eating, let's go too. Lin Xiao called Wang Shi and randomly found a line to stand in. We haven't been divided into classes yet, so we can only stand anywhere. Sister Su had said before that all freshmen would be divided into classes based on their combat courses after the opening ceremony. Brother Lin, wait for me, I haven't finished eating yet. Wang Shi's mouth was full of oil. He stuffed several spicy strips into his mouth and caught up with Lin Xiao. 5 minutes later, the team was barely able to stand in place. On the stage, Wang Hao squinted his eyes and glanced at the team, frowning, obviously very dissatisfied, but he was too lazy to talk nonsense and said directly. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Hao, and I'm the chief instructor for your freshman training. I know many of you are wondering why camouflage uniforms are required today. The answer is simple. At today's opening ceremony, the school has prepared a special welcome ceremony for you. Wearing camouflage uniforms will facilitate your actions. Do you want to know what it is? The freshmen looked at each other in bewilderment. As they had just arrived, no one wanted to speak. The little fat boy's mouth was stuffed with spicy strips like a hamster. He asked Lin Xiao in a vague voice. Brother Lin, isn't the school planning to start training right away? I don't know. Lin Xiao was also confused. Let's hear what the instructor says. Seeing no one answering, Wang Hao said, the welcome ceremony for you is very simple. Kill the disaster. After these words were spoken, the playground could no longer remain quiet, and the freshmen began to talk among themselves. Why did I kill disaster on the first day? I wasn't prepared at all. Yes, the disaster was particularly brutal, and we were not even prepared. What are you afraid of? We are summoners now. I am just worried that I won't have a chance to test my power. The freshmen's reactions varied, some were nervous, some were eager to try. Lin Xiao belongs to the latter and is somewhat looking forward to it. Since becoming a summoner, I have not had any actual combat experience. Although I have used my skills repeatedly in Qiling Palace in the past few days, the actual combat effect remains to be verified. Quiet. Wang Hao shouted, I know some of you are scared when you hear that you have to kill Calamity, but I must tell those who are scared that when you become a summoner, Calamity will be your lifelong enemy. You can never escape it, and you must face it bravely. And I must warn those excited students. Don't think you can get carried away just because you've become a summoner. Disasters are difficult to deal with. If you're not careful, you can get hurt or even lose your life. Listening to Instructor Wang's words, the atmosphere on the playground suddenly became tense. Such an opening ceremony caught people off guard. The little fat man said weakly, "Brother Lin, have you ever seen a disaster?" Lin Xiao nodded. As far as he could remember, the original owner had seen several disasters. They were mutated animals in the city. They were extremely ferocious and would attack anyone they saw. When the little fat boy saw him nod, it seemed as if his memory was evoked, and he described vividly. "I've seen it, too. It was particularly horrific. About 3 years ago, I saw a newly mutated rat, as big as a dog, that bit an old lady to death, with its intestines spilling all over the floor." The little fat man said, his face turned pale. "The calamity is very ferocious. The school doesn't provide any training, but instead asks us to hunt it right away. Isn't that a bit irresponsible?" Lin Xiao shook his head. The school should have considered it. "Don't worry, let's see what the instructor says." He didn't think the school would make random arrangements without regard for the safety of students. Wang Hao glanced at the freshman and said loudly, "I don't like to talk nonsense. Do you see the mountain across the street?" He pointed to the back of the playground. Lin Xiao turned his head and looked beyond the school wall. About 1,000 meters away, there was a mountain range. Wang Hao said loudly, "The school has released 2,000 low-level disasters into this mountain. Your task today is to go into the mountain and hunt them. Each person needs to hunt 3. In this mountain, there are 1,000 level 1 disasters, 500 level 2 disasters, 450 level 3 disasters, 40 level 4 disasters, 9 level 5 disasters, and 1 level 7 disaster. After the hunt, we will calculate the total level of each of your prey. The sum of the values will be your score." Someone will definitely ask, what's the point of scoring? Upon hearing this, the freshmen showed curious expressions on their faces. Chapter 49 The Fatty Thinking About Lunch. Lin Xiao remembered what Sister Su said. The school would conduct various assessments from time to time, and then distribute different amounts of cultivation resources to each student based on the assessment results. Wang Hao coughed and said, "I want to tell you that the score is very important. It is the reference for the school to provide you with cultivation resources in the next month. The higher the score, the more cultivation resources you will get. See these boxes on the stage?" Lin Xiao looked towards the martial arts arena and had already noticed that behind Instructor Wang, there were 5 small hills of palm-sized gift boxes. The number of boxes on each hill varies, but they all look similar. The main difference is the color, which includes 5 types: white, green, blue, purple and gold. Wang Hao pointed at the box and said, "These boxes contain cultivation resources. They are different in color and quantity. White has the least and gold has the most. Everyone has one. But which one each person gets depends on their score in hunting disasters." The freshmen suddenly realized that this was an assessment at the beginning of the school year, and training resources would be allocated based on the scores. There was a sudden buzz of discussion in the playground. Most people were quite shocked as they had not expected the school to do such a thing. Wang Hao said, "Let me briefly introduce it. There are 3 kinds of resources in the box, namely Holy Glory Stone, Spirit Cleansing Crystal and Body Strengthening Medicine. The function of the Holy Light Stone is to slow down the speed at which the evil light invades the body during cultivation. The Spirit Cleansing Stone is used after cultivation. It can quickly cleanse the evil light pollution in the body. The bodybuilding medicine is used in medicinal baths to make your physical fitness stronger. Using the above 3 resources in combination can greatly speed up your cultivation before level 10. This is especially effective for students with lower talents." Upon hearing this, the freshmen on the playground opened their eyes wide and stared at the 5 boxes with burning gazes. Lin Xiao is no exception. Even if he has the SSS resource package promised by the school, these things are not too much. His eyes were also a little fiery. Wang Hao was very satisfied with everyone's expressions and said loudly, "So, you have only one goal today, to hunt down 3 disasters. The higher the level, the better. But I still want to remind you that for most of you with low-level disaster wisdom, dealing with level 1 is not a problem. Level 2 will be a little troublesome, level 3 is more difficult, level 4 is life-threatening, and level 5 is best not to be provoked. Excellent students can try. As for the last level 7 disaster, I don't think any of you can hunt it down. Of course, if anyone can do it, they will receive a special reward. The reward is a golden ant egg. If anyone can obtain it, they will know its specific function. Special reminder, the level 7 disaster has been imprisoned at the highest point of the mountain. Anyone who wants to try can go there. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute to ask questions. Wang Hao stood upright on the martial arts stage, staring at the freshmen below. The freshmen immediately started talking among themselves, and within a few seconds a girl asked weakly. Instructor, I want to ask, is there anyone protecting us? Wang Hao said, no, but you don't have to worry about your life. Every disaster sent by the school has a chip implanted in the back of its head. When you can't deal with it, we will detonate the chip. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. The school really would not disregard the lives of new students. Lin Xiao nodded secretly. This hunt is probably mainly to let the freshmen see the power of the disaster, so that everyone will have enough motivation for future study and training. Does anyone else have questions? Wang Hao glanced around the playground. A student immediately raised his hand and asked, Instructor, can I use painted armor when hunting disasters? Wang Hao immediately said, I almost forgot, this is a good question, the answer is no, you can only rely on yourself and the power of your spirit. Many people in the crowd changed their expressions and glared at the student who asked the question. Any questions? Instructor, after killing the disaster, do we have to bring back the disaster's body? No need. There is a demon seed in the body of disaster. It is located in the heart. Just dig it out. Instructor, can we form a team? You can travel together, but you have to kill the disaster yourself for it to count. When you enter the mountain later, there will be a drone to follow and supervise. Any other questions? This time, after waiting for more than 10 seconds and no one asked any more questions, Wang Hao was about to speak, and then he heard a weak voice. Instructor, is the hunt going to be all day today? How are we going to solve the lunch problem? Wang Hao looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a little fat boy raising his hand weakly with his round belly exposed. Lin Zhao's body trembled, and he turned around. Who else was the one asking the question if not Wang Shi? The people around also heard the sound and looked over. Puff. Someone immediately couldn't help but laugh out loud. This fat guy is so funny, why is he dressed like this, huh, look at his belly. Wang Shi blushed instantly. He didn't want to ask questions at first, but when he thought about the fact that he hadn't had lunch and was already hungry, he couldn't help but speak. Who would have thought that one sentence would attract so much attention? Wang Hao's face was filled with black lines. Little fatty, how are you wearing your clothes? Button them up properly. Do you think this is your home? Wang Shi covered his belly with his chubby hands, just wanting to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Instructor, I can't button it up. The logistics lady said that this shirt is the largest size. The freshman burst into laughter. Wang Hao's face turned even darker. He didn't bother to pay attention to Wang Shi and said to everyone. There's no lunch, and everyone is hungry. This is a test. Now, everyone go over there to get weapons. There was an immediate cry of grief among the freshmen. Wang Shi's question actually struck a chord with many people. When everyone heard Instructor Wang say there was no lunch, they felt bitter, but no one had the courage to question it. Lin Xiao also sighed and pulled Wang Shi's clothes, let's go. Coming to the back of the playground, there were rows of shelves filled with various cold weapons. There are swords, spears, swords and halberds. An instructor held a megaphone and shouted. Attention freshmen, each of you will receive a main weapon and a short knife according to your personal preferences, and then go to the mountains to hunt on your own. Remember, 6 o'clock in the afternoon is the deadline. Your tasks must be completed before 6 o'clock, otherwise there will be punishment. Squeezing through the crowd, Lin Xiao came to a row of sword display racks. I have been learning sword skills with Sister Gu these days, and with the help of my unparalleled sword spirit, I feel that among all the cold weapons, the sword is definitely the most suitable for me. The iron swords on the shelf were standard long swords, and they looked exactly the same. Lin Xiao picked one up at random and weighed it in his hand. It weighs about 7 or 8 kilograms and is quite heavy in the hand. With the real sword in his hand, he immediately felt at ease, as if he was a swordsman who had practiced swordplay for many years. He has a natural affinity for swords. He took the sword and turned back to look at Wang Shi, only to find that the guy was gone. I don't know if it was because of the crowd that I got lost. Lin Xiao looked around but couldn't find it. He shook his head and decided to go into the mountains alone. After all, they couldn't help each other when hunting disasters, so they had to rely on themselves. He followed the crowd towards the distant mountains. Arrived in a few minutes. Looking up, I saw a circle of high-voltage power grid surrounding the bottom of the mountain with several doorways. The freshmen lined up in a long queue and went in one after another under the command of the instructor. Chapter 50 Disaster, Termites. Lin Xiao followed the team and waited for more than 10 minutes before finally entering the high-voltage network. What came into view was a forest. The ground in this woods is bare, with few bushes and traces of human footsteps everywhere. Apparently people come and go quite often. Lin Xiao took a quick look, tightly gripped the iron sword in his hand, and quickly walked into the depths of the forest. His goal is to hunt down as many high-level disasters as possible. When Lin Xiao entered the forest, new students continued to pour in at various entrances of the high-voltage network. At the entrance of a high-voltage network, a tall and burly boy carrying a big knife stepped into the woods and rushed into the mountains like a chased beast, running for his life. In the back, Shen Juanru, who was still beautiful in camouflage uniform, called out in a tender voice. "Brother Big Iron Bull, wait for me." While shouting, he ran after him, but his speed was much slower than the boy running in front. Seeing this scene, a boy immediately became eager to take action and stepped forward and said, "Miss, do you want to join us? My spirit contract is A-level and can protect you." Shen Juanru smiled and summoned her own spirit, a gigantic spider covered in purple flames. "Sorry, my contract spirit is SS." The boys who wanted to form a team were stunned. In another woodland, two sturdy boys looked around. Chen, who held up a spear and said, "Brother, what should we do next? Let's kill a few level 1 monsters first to practice." Zhang Long also carried a spear, his eyes moving around the new students who kept entering the forest, and shook his head. "Go find a high-level disaster directly. This time, the two of us brothers will try to get one level 5 disaster each. Don't let others snatch them all away. After all, there are only 9 in total." He seemed to not care about the danger of King level 5 disaster at all in his words, and was full of confidence in hunting. "Don't worry, big brother. Whoever dares to snatch from us will be beaten to death. Long Yin has had a poor source of students in the past 2 years, and there are not many strong people. Look at these rookies, they are so weak." Chen Hu grinned. 2 boys were passing by and heard the arrogant words. They couldn't help but ask, "Who are you calling a loser? Don't you agree?" Chen Hu glared and without saying a word, he thrust the spear in his hand out suddenly, shooting at the 2 boys like lightning. The 2 boys were so frightened that their faces turned pale, without even reacting. Then they saw the spear brush past one of them and shot towards a tree as thick as a bowl nearby. Tap! With a dull sound, the tree trunk was pierced through, and the iron spear was stuck on it, making a buzzing sound. The 2 boys were so scared that they sat down, their faces turning pale. Chen Hu walked forward with a grim smile and stepped on a boy's chest. "Do you admit that you are a rookie now?" The boy didn't dare to struggle and just nodded stupidly. Chen Hu laughed and turned his head and said, "Brother, I told you, they are all rookies." The 2 boys looked extremely unhappy, but they didn't dare to say a word. School, inside the surveillance room. A group of instructors sat in front of a wall with dozens of screens hanging on it, with images flashing on them. These are images taken by drones and fixed cameras in various places. Chief Instructor Wang Hao sat half-buttocks on the edge of the table, holding a list of new students in his hand, with several names circled in red pen. An instructor came forward, glanced at the list, and said with a smile, "Boss, this year's student source is pretty good. There are many good seedlings. There are even 2 freshmen with SS-Summoner talent." Wang Hao sighed. It's not surprising that the school spent a lot of money to recruit people this year to achieve such results. Another instructor also joined in the fun. It's a pity that it's still not as good as before the earthquake. Before the earthquake, the number of SS talented students was at least this many. He stretched out his palm and gestured. How can it be compared with before the earthquake? The instructor sighed and looked at Wang Hao curiously and asked, "Boss, although this class of students is okay, there's no need to release a level 7 disaster. Even before the earthquake, the most we could have released would have been a level 6. Even at level 6, there were so many talented students in the past, but few were able to kill him. It's completely meaningless to release a level 7 this time. You're not trying to scare them, are you? You know nothing." Wang Hao glared. This level 7 disaster is prepared for Gu Xuyan. The school board wants to see how strong she is. Shi Yueru brought back news that Gu Xuyan was ranked 3007th on the Holy Spirit list, which was the highest ranking spirit in human history. Long Yin and others have been at odds these past 2 days, and both want to know how strong Gu Xuyan is. The instructor shrank his head and said awkwardly, "Boss, the internet says that Gu Xuyan is the most powerful spirit ever contracted by a human being. Is that true?" Wang Hao stared at a screen with a hesitant look on his face. "I don't know either." "Wait, there will be an answer soon." The instructor followed Wang Hao's line of sight and looked at the screen. On the screen, a handsome young man was walking quickly through the forest, followed by a fairy in a fluttering white dress. Lin Xiao entered the forest, avoiding crowded places and summoned Gu Xuyan. There may be danger at any time afterwards. The summoner is weak, so it is safer to summon the spirit in advance. After summoning Gu Xuyan, the two of them plunged into the forest and went almost in a straight line deep into the mountains. Along the way, he encountered several level 1 or 2 disasters, but Lin Xiao did not try to hunt them. If you want to get a good ranking, hunting down level 3 disasters is the most basic. After walking for about half an hour and passing through a pine forest, Lin Xiao looked around. There were no new students around, and most people were still on the periphery. Various disaster roars could be heard from all around from time to time. The sounds were strange, including the roars of beasts and various squeaking sounds, as if made by insects. "Sister Gu, we have to be careful next time." Lin Xiao turned his head to look at a fairy in white clothes who looked like she had walked out of a painting. Walking with such a beauty, I didn't feel tired at all. Instead, I had the illusion that I was traveling. Gu Xuyan was quiet along the way and didn't say much. Her personality was just like her temperament, peaceful and tranquil. Listening to Lin Xiao's words, she nodded slightly, her eyes moved in the nearby mountains and forests, and suddenly pointed to a place not far away and said, "There's some movement over there. We can find a calamity here to practice with." Lin Xiao had exactly this in mind. Although the goal was to kill the high-level disaster, honing combat skills was also part of the mission of this trip. In future battles, he can't rely entirely on Sister Gu, he must grow up on his own. It is not impossible for a summoner to completely rely on the pact spirit, and this is also the route chosen by many summoners who do not like fighting, but it is always a shortcoming. Lin Xiao doesn't want to be a burden. The two of them walked lightly across a patch of grass that was half a person's height. Lin Xiao pushed aside the grass and looked forward, only to see a huge white ant struggling with a tree as thick as a bucket at the edge of the woods. Its huge front jaws gnawed fiercely at the tree, leaving deep marks on it. The big tree will be gnawed down in the blink of an eye. It's the disaster, termites. Lin Xiao instantly recognized the target species, carefully sensed its aura, and whispered, "The level should be level 3. "That's perfect." Gu Xuyan tilted her head and asked, "Let me handle it, and you can assist me from the side." Lin Xiao thought for a moment and shook his head, "Let me do it, sister, just help me with the battle. I have learned a lot of sword skills in the past 2 days, and it is time to put them into practice." Gu Xuyan nodded with satisfaction. She was pleased that Lin Xiao wanted to hone his sword skills. "That's fine. I'll always be ready to release the sword for you." Chapter 51 Lin Xiao's maiden battle against disaster. Lin Xiao nodded. The fact that he had the sword and the man gave him the confidence to face a level 3 disaster alone. Even if you can't defeat them, there will be no fatal threat. Lin Xiao pushed aside the grass and jumped out. The disaster termites that were gnawing at the tree trunk noticed the movement and turned their huge heads. It has a pair of flat, basin-sized black glass eyeballs growing on both sides of its white head, which makes it look quite cute. But the 2 tentacles on the top of its head are like 2 whips with barbs on the joints. The open jaws are extremely huge with a row of serrations on them, which looks cute but also a bit hideous. Lin Xiao couldn't help but exert a little force on the hand holding the iron sword, slowed down his pace, and moved closer little by little, his eyes fixed on the termite's every move. The disaster termite instantly locked onto Lin Xiao. This human had a holy aura that the disaster creatures hated, which instantly made it restless. My instinct is to tear the human in front of me into pieces. Squeak. A sound like grinding teeth came from the termite's mouth. It has no intelligence and acts completely on instinct, charging directly towards Lin Xiao. 6 long legs swept across the woods at great speed, rushing forward, aiming the huge front jaws at Lin Zhao's waist and biting him fiercely. Lin Zhao's nerves were tense. He forced himself to stay calm. He did not release the broken string, nor did he use the sword controlling technique. You have to hone your sword skills in this extremely tense situation. As he felt the touch of the iron sword in his hand, Lin Zhao's mind became inexplicably calm. The passive skill of the unparalleled sword spirit gave him the illusion that he was invincible with the sword in his hand. The termites were like charging calves. Just when they were about to hit Lin Xiao spun his feet and moved sideways to avoid the termites' fatal bites. The sword move that Sister Gu taught me naturally came to my mind. I chopped horizontally at the termite's head. The termite reacted extremely quickly. It didn't bite Lin Xiao, but turned around instantly and swept across with its 2 tentacles. The strong wind stirred and the air made a whooshing sound. Clang! The iron sword in Lin Zhao's hand failed to hit the termite's head and collided with one of its antennae. It felt like the collision of metal and stone, and the palm of my hand went numb. The tentacle was extremely tough, with a layer of tough keratin on the outside, and only a corner of it was knocked off by the sword. The cuticle has no pain nerves, and the termite's mouth made a sizzling sound again. Its huge jaws opened and bit towards Lin Zhao's side. Lin Xiao faced the enemy for the first time. Facing the huge mouth and fishy wind, he panicked a little. He kicked the ground with his legs and retreated quickly, barely avoiding it. I thought to myself, that was a close call. The termite missed its bite, so it used its 6 legs to move at an incredible speed, chasing after Lin Xiao and biting him madly, its huge jaws making crackling sounds. Lin Xiao kept dodging, and his huge jaws bit the surrounding tree trunks. Trees as thick as bowls became as fragile as rice stalks in the mouth of this disaster termite. It breaks with one bite. Lin Xiao felt numb at the sight. The termite approached again, and Lin Xiao suddenly shouted loudly, jumped up from the ground, and jumped behind the termite. He swung his sword the moment he landed, and when the termite turned around, he struck it hard on the back. Puff! A dull sound came back, and Lin Xiao felt that the sword was like chopping on wood. The sword tip did cut in a little, but was soon stuck. Before he could take any further action, the termite roared and threw his back vigorously. Lin Xiao was carried away by the huge force, his body flew sideways, and he rolled around in the grass for a few times before he got up covered in dust. The defense is really strong, and the strength is also incredibly great. Lin Xiao complained in a low voice. In the school monitoring room, Lin Xiao started fighting with termites, and a group of instructors immediately became interested. Everyone sat in a circle, watching the much-anticipated freshman's maiden fight with great interest. An instructor saw Lin Xiao being thrown away and couldn't help but laugh. This kid is a bit fanciful. He wants to fight a level 3 calamity head-on without relying on the contract spirit. Another instructor said calmly, it's still a lack of experience. Once you suffer a loss, you will understand the difference between level 1 and level 3. The instructors around nodded in agreement and laughed. Woodland. Lin Xiao held the iron sword in both hands, and looked at the termites that were hit by the sword and were completely enraged and rushing towards him violently, his eyes narrowed. After just a few contacts, he realized that it was impossible to break the defense with his own strength. But after a few fights, he gradually calmed down and was no longer panicking. This termite is covered with a thick layer of keratin, which makes it impossible to break through. If we want to defeat it, we must find another way. Lin Xiao was thinking in his mind while dodging the attacks of termites. He no longer chose to fight head-on, but instead dodged lightly, trying to attack the termite's eyes every time when he passed by them. But the termite was extremely careful in defending its own weakness, and its 2 tentacles danced tightly, giving the iron sword no chance to hurt its eyes. On the contrary, Lin Zhao's attacks failed several times. His iron sword was hit by the tentacles and almost slipped out of his hand under the huge force. Then he was almost bitten by the giant jaws. It was a very dangerous situation. But he was not afraid at all. Instead, he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. He was quite desperate and repeatedly fought close combat with termites, using all the sword moves he learned from Sister Gu. Keep honing your sword skills and you will become more proficient with them. The instructor in the monitoring room could no longer sit still. This kid is really desperate, isn't he? He's dancing on the tip of a knife. With his body, if he gets bit by termites once, he'll be done for. Boss, do you want to use the drone to call for this kid to be stopped? He is the school's darling now, and it will be troublesome if something happens to him. Wang Hao frowned and his heart was tense. He also didn't know that Lin Xiao had the sword to save his life. He wondered in his heart, this kid is obviously a freshman, how could he be so brave in the face of disaster? A level 1 summoner actually fought in close combat with a level 3 calamity. If you don't know clearly, you might think he is level 3 and the termite is level 1. After a slight hesitation, Wang Hao shook his head. Don't worry. Although this kid has been in danger many times, he rarely panics. Besides, Gu Shuian is watching from the side, so he will be fine. The termite charged back and forth more than 10 times, but failed to bite Lin Xiao once. It felt that the human in front of it was as slippery as a loach, and suddenly became irritated. A faint red light appeared on the 2 huge eyeballs on the head, and suddenly the mouth opened. A stream of green liquid spurted out of the mouth and shot towards Lin Xiao like an arrow. Lin Xiao was startled and instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. He turned his head and looked back, his eyes twitched, and saw the green liquid hit a bush. The bushes seemed to have encountered strong sulfuric acid, and were corroded instantly without leaving any residue. Hiss! Lin Xiao took a breath of cold air. The hand holding the sword suddenly tightened. It looks like the termites are getting serious. Chapter 52, First Battle Victory. Gu Shuian, who was watching from the sidelines, frowned slightly. The sword's defense was ineffective against this kind of venom attack and would not trigger the block at all. She suddenly became worried and moved forward, intending to help Lin Xiao. Sister Gu, don't come over. I can handle it. Lin Xiao tried to stop them loudly. If Sister Gu had to take action in such a small danger, it would not help to temper herself at all. Gu Shuian hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and finally stopped, but stood aside, ready to rescue people at any time. The termite's venom failed to hit Lin Xiao, and it became more and more crazy. The huge mouth opened like a machine gun, continuously shooting poisonous arrows, 5 or 6 times in a row. Lin Xiao has been learning sword skills with Sister Gu for the past 2 days. He has not only learned many basic sword moves, but also a lot of footwork. Its body moved on the ground like a butterfly, avoiding the venom while approaching the termites. This kid is good. He looks like he has some martial arts skills, but there's no record of him in his file. The instructors in the monitoring room were extremely surprised. It is rare for Lin Xiao to fight termites in close combat for such a long time. Facing the venom attack, he is still at ease. This is amazing. If an ordinary student faced this round of venom attack, he would definitely fall to the ground without the help of Qi Ling. Not only did Lin Xiao dodge calmly, he didn't even use a single skill from beginning to end. I take back what I just said. This kid is not reckless at all. It seems that he really has some skills. A level 1 summoner can fight a level 3 calamity with equal force. There are students like this, but they are rare. Lin Xiao dodged several venomous sprays in succession and had already reached the front of the termite. It was no longer convenient for the termite to release venom to attack at this time, so it could only roar and rush towards Lin Xiao again. While Lin Xiao was avoiding the venom attack, he had already thought of a way to deal with it. Seeing that the man and the ant were about to collide, he used the same trick again, dodging sideways, waving the iron sword in one hand and slashing at the termite's legs. The sword tip hit the joint accurately. Squeak! The termite made a shrill hissing sound, and one of its legs felt a sharp pain. Its center of gravity was unstable, and its huge body rushed out tiltedly and almost fell. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. It seemed that his idea of attacking the termite's joints was correct. The termite turned around, completely enraged, and charged again, but this time his speed was obviously different and one of his legs was noticeably lame. Lin Xiao was waiting for it to charge again. He was already familiar with the beast's attack methods and could handle it with ease. As they passed each other, Tai Jian seized the opportunity and chopped at the lame leg again. This time, the leg broke directly, and the body of the disaster termite suddenly fell sideways as it rushed out. The beast felt the pain and became more and more crazy. Lacking wisdom, it lost its mind and rushed around recklessly. Lin Xiao became more and more calm, allowing it to rush past him again and again, and the iron sword in his hand always found an opportunity to chop at one of its legs. The targets he chose were also extremely tricky. He would only pick the legs on one side of the termite. As long as he broke all 3 legs on one side, the beast would be slaughtered by him. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the termite with half of its leg missing lay on the ground, struggling but unable to get up. But even at this moment, this beast was still extremely ferocious, and its huge mouth was opened and venom was sprayed out crazily. Sister Gu, hide quickly. Lin Xiao pulled Gu Shuiyan and ran, hiding far away. He didn't return until the termite had used up its venom, then he stabbed the termite's mouth with a sword, killing it. Monitoring room. Wang Hao slapped the table and laughed loudly. Good boy, you killed a level 3 disaster with just a sword without relying on the spirit contract or releasing any skills. You have a pretty good fighting talent. At this moment, battles broke out in various parts of the jungle. Most of the freshmen were facing disasters for the first time, and they were in a terrible state when facing the upper level. Many students were able to win with the help of Qi Ling. It was surprising that Lin Xiao faced level 3 alone right from the start and fought so calmly. An instructor looked at the screen and said, the vast majority of students have already engaged the enemy. Currently, there are a total of 4 people who have defeated the level 3 disaster without relying on the spirit contract or releasing skills. Except for Lin Xiao, the other 3 are Qin Shan, Zhang Long, and Chen Hu. The information of the latter 3 shows that they all come from martial arts families. Wang Hao smiled and said, I know these 3 people. They have been practicing martial arts since they were young, so it's not surprising that they can kill a level 3 disaster alone. But Lin Xiao is a surprise. The instructor next to him said, I see that he uses the sword in a very methodical way. He doesn't look like a rookie at all. It's very strange. His file is very complete and he has no martial arts experience. Wang Hao touched his chin and thought for a few seconds, it's possible that it's Gu Shuiyan. She is a true swordsman. Lin Zhao's swordsmanship may have been learned from her. The instructor next to him was surprised, but Lin Xiao has only been a summoner for a few days, how could he learn so quickly? Lin Xiao inherited the unparalleled sword spirit, and currently only Shi Yueru and Su Nanyan know about it. The skills of the summoner and the spirit are personal private information and will not be made public unless the summoner reveals it himself. Otherwise, the school has no right to require students to report their personal abilities. Of course, if these abilities are used a few times, others will be able to figure out the general idea. Wang Hao said, it's hard to say. Maybe he inherited the potential of swordsmanship from Gu Shuiyan. The abilities bestowed by the heroic spirit contracted spirits on summoners usually involve their own potential. It is also possible that Lin Xiao himself possesses a strong fighting talent. Facing a level 3 disaster, he was able to remain calm and fight the enemy calmly from beginning to end. This kind of quality is rare in a freshman. The instructors couldn't help but nod their heads. From the perspective of these seniors, Lin Zhao's battle actually had many flaws. But thinking back to the first time they faced the disaster, no one present was as calm as Lin Xiao. It seems that the school has indeed found a good talent this time. It's a pity that he only has an F talent. An instructor sighed. In the woods, Lin Xiao squatted down and took a long time to cut open the keratinous shell of the termite and took out a blood-stained black crystal from its body. Hold the crystal up to the sunlight and the prismatic crystal, slightly larger than a thumb, will emit an evil glow. This is the demon species of the disaster creature, born after absorbing the evil light. Since the appearance of the disaster star, all living things have been contaminated by the evil light. But it does not mean that it will mutate immediately if it is polluted. As long as the accumulated pollution is not too much, it will slowly be eliminated under the shining of the holy light of the Holy Spirit star. However, the evil light and holy light are not evenly distributed between heaven and earth. In some places, the evil light is strong, and the speed of species mutation is extremely fast. Once the demon seeds are formed in the body, the mutation will be irreversible and the holy light will be unable to be purified. Once the demon seed appears in a living organism, it will continuously absorb the evil light to grow and turn into a terrifying monster. Lin Xiao took the demon seed to observe it. Although this thing was an evil thing, it had many uses. It could be added as a material in equipment production and was often used in making painted armor. After putting the demon seed into his pocket, Lin Xiao stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, and he used all his strength. The instructor in the monitoring room saw that he was handling the situation calmly, but he was actually very nervous inside. I was nervous the whole time. Only later did I gradually relax. At this time, Gu Shuiyan walked forward, stretched out her sleeve, and gently wiped his forehead. Lin Xiao was stunned. Sister Gu, don't dirty your clothes. Gu Shuyan's eyes drooped slightly, her eyelashes trembling. She was not good at expressing herself, so she just said softly, "It's okay." As he spoke, he still insisted on using his sleeve to gently wipe away all the sweat from his forehead. The movements are jerky but gentle. Gu Shuyan still remembered that when they were at Liangyi Peak, the female disciples would always use their sleeves to wipe the sweat off their lovers after they finished practicing sword skills. She still doesn't quite understand the reason behind it, but she thinks this is what a Taoist couple should do. Then she learned to do it. Lin Xiao was flattered. With the beauty in front of him, he could even hear her breathing. Looking at her beautiful face, he couldn't help but be dazed. Coming back to his senses, he glanced at the drone in the sky and felt annoyed. He knew someone was watching, otherwise he would definitely act coquettishly toward Sister Gu to gain some intimacy with her. Note, a large number of side quests were deleted earlier and some settings were missed, so I will add some more here. If Qi Ling is killed, he will be resurrected in Qi Ling Palace, but it will take time. When the summoner is killed, the spirit will dissipate. If the main spirit is killed, the summoner will suffer great backlash. Chapter 53 Disaster, Anaconda. After killing the disaster termites, Lin Xiao and Gu Shuyan rested for about 10 minutes and then continued on their journey. On the way, Gu Shuyan whispered and commented on Lin Xiao's battle just now, pointing out his shortcomings. Lin Xiao listened carefully, summed up in his mind, and benefited greatly. The two men climbed up a mountain, jumped onto a large rock and looked down. The mountains are undulating, the forests are lush and green, and from time to time, noises can be heard from beneath the forest. Lin Xiao tilted his head, and Sister Gu's hair fluttered in the wind, brushing across his neck, making him feel a little itchy. Sister Gu, we will be hunting down high-level disasters next, so I'll need your help. Okay. Gu Shuyan gathered her hair. Lin Xiao had a hard time dealing with level 3 disasters, so when hunting down level 4 or even level 5 disasters later, she would have to be the main force and Lin Xiao would play the supporting role. This is also the summoner's main fighting method. The two men walked down the mountain, stepping on dead branches and leaves, which made a squeaking sound. As Lin Xiao walked, he searched the forest carefully, looking for any traces of the disaster monster. After searching for about 10 minutes, Gu Shuyan suddenly stopped and looked towards somewhere in the forest. Lin Xiao also noticed the movement and stopped to listen. Rustle, rustle. Something was rubbing against the leaves on the ground, making a tiny sound. Lin Xiao quickly climbed up a tree and searched the woods with his hawk-like eyes, and soon made a discovery. The bushes on the ground in the distance kept swaying, and there seemed to be a huge monster moving below, and the grass and trees fell wherever it passed. It looks like a snake. Lin Xiao said in a low voice and continued watching. Soon, the guess was confirmed. A dark blue python as thick as a bucket emerged from the bushes, climbed up a stone pestle, and stretched out its huge, ferocious body in the sun. It seems that he is planning to bask in the sun. Lin Xiao's scalp tingled slightly. Snakes, no matter how big or small, always gave people a creepy feeling. I feel uncomfortable all over. This giant python exudes an evil aura from head to tail, and there is a golden line on its back, which makes people afraid. It's the disaster anaconda. Lin Xiao sensed its aura and added, level 5. Gu Shuyan's eyes were shining with a hint of interest. Not knowing what level the level 5 disaster monsters in this world were, she wanted to give it a try. Lin Xiao jumped down from the tree, and the two of them tiptoed towards the anaconda without making a sound. At this moment, the bushes not far away swayed, and the sound of dead branches being stepped on was heard. Lin Xiao immediately turned around and saw a burly boy with dark skin emerging from the bushes. It's him. Lin Xiao was surprised that the person who came was the boy he bumped into downstairs of the dormitory building yesterday. He is called Big Iron Ox by Shinjuanru. Big Iron Bull did not notice Lin Xiao and Gu Shuyan at this time. He crouched down and crawled out of the bushes, his eyes fixed on the anaconda not far away. Obviously, he also noticed this level 5 disaster and looked eager to try. Behind him, there was a burly man wearing ancient armor and carrying a big sword. I think it's his spirit. Like Gu Shuyan, he belongs to the heroic spirit category. Big Iron Bull quickly sensed Lin Xiao's gaze, looked over subconsciously, and showed surprise on his face. Then he noticed Gu Shuyan and was stunned. After a few seconds of daze, he came to his senses, waved at Lin Xiao, then bent over and walked over quickly. "Brother, we meet again." He smiled, his eyes unconsciously fell on Gu Shuyan again, and he bowed like the ancients. Meet Fairy Gu. Obviously they knew each other. There was no way around it. Gu Shuyan's image had spread all over social media in the past few days. Anyone who surfs the internet would not know this absolutely beautiful fairy. Gu Shuyan nodded lightly. The boy then looked at Lin Xiao with a surprised look in his eyes. "So you are Lin Xiao, you are indeed extraordinary." The boy still remembers the collision with Lin Xiao yesterday. With his physique, he actually suffered a loss. He still can't understand why. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. He had a good impression of this boy. He asked with a smile, "What's your name?" "Big Iron Bull." The boy was embarrassed when he heard that and scratched his head. "These are nicknames given to me by Nayupatang. My real name is Qin Shan." "Hey, how did you know that?" Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Did you forget that classmate Shan called you yesterday?" Qin Shan remembered this detail, his face suddenly became clear, and then he looked a little resentful. "Brother Lin, you are so mean. I specifically asked you not to tell her where I was going, but you told her anyway." Lin Xiao laughed, "She is your girlfriend, right? It's hard for me to hide it when someone comes to see you with two big boxes." "No, she's not my girlfriend." Qin Shan waved his hands, looking depressed. "She's just a piece of sticky candy that can't be thrown away." Lin Xiao was surprised. "Brother Qin, you don't dislike women, do you?" Qin Shan jumped up and said, "Nonsense, of course I like women." Lin Xiao was puzzled. "That's strange. Classmate Shen is as beautiful as a flower, a rare beauty. Why do you seem to hate her?" "I hate it." "Oh, let's not talk about it." Qin Shan looked a little depressed, then smiled and said, "Brother, are you planning to hunt that anaconda too?" Speaking of business, Lin Xiao looked into the distance and saw the disaster anaconda still on the pile of rocks, lazily basking in the sun. "Why, are you planning to hunt too?" he asked. Qin Shan nodded. Lin Xiao laughed and said, "That won't work. I found this guy first, you can't snatch it away." Qin Shan chuckled and said, "Brother Lin, I have been tracking it for a long time, and I think I discovered it earlier than you." Lin Xiao looked unconvinced. "You have no evidence for what you said. You should know that I was already here when you came out of the bushes." Qin Shan's eyes turned and he said, "How about a fight? I was thinking of sparring with Brother Lin, and the winner gets the hunting rights. How about that?" Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. "How do we fight?" Qin Shan glanced at Gu Shuyan, then looked at his own soul, and said with a smile, "In a battle between Qiling and Qiling, I'm definitely no match for you. How about we fight one-on-one without using any skills?" Qin Shan was well aware of the power of SSS spirit contract. In the past 2 days, there has been a lot of talk on the internet that Gu Shuyan is the most powerful spirit contracted person in the history of Blue Star, and he has also specifically looked into it. Knowing that both sides were fighting with all their strength, his Qi Ling was most likely no match for Lin Xiao. But if it's fighting, it's different. Lin Xiao glanced at his palm and curled his lips. "Brother, you look like a scheming young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Your hands are full of calluses, and you can tell from years of martial arts training." Qin Shan's true identity was exposed, and he laughed. "Brother Lin, after yesterday's collision, I know your physical fitness. You are definitely not an ordinary person. Do you dare to say that you have never practiced? Come on, let's have a fight. Only by sparring can we make progress, right? This guy is so shameless." Lin Xiao was helpless, but also became interested. He is currently learning swordplay and is looking forward to fighting with a good opponent. "Okay, let's fight over there. Don't scare the anaconda." Lin Xiao pointed to the distance. Qin Shan was overjoyed. "Let's go." The two men came to an open space and took up their positions. Chapter 54 Sword Skills Champion Qin Shan. In the sky, a drone transmitted the footage of the confrontation between the two people back to the monitoring room. A group of instructors noticed it and came forward to watch with great interest. "Is Lin Xiao going to fight with Qin Shan?" An instructor flipped through Qin Shan's file, shook his head and laughed. Qin Shan is a true disciple of Huayin Breaking Sky Sword. His master is the famous Yang Huaishan, the best swordsman in the country. Qin Shan won the National Youth Swordsmanship Championship last year. An instructor nearby laughed and said, Lin Xiao probably doesn't know Qin Shan's background. The two are not at the same level at all. However, Lin Xiao just fought with the termites and showed some basic swordsmanship skills. He should be able to take a few moves from Qin Shan. Lin Xiao really didn't know Qin Shan's background, he only guessed that he had practiced martial arts. On the opposite side, Qin Shan pulled out a long black iron sword from behind and waved it in his hand casually with skillful movements. You can tell he's a veteran at first glance. Brother Lin, be careful, my swordsmanship is not bad. Lin Xiao also drew out his iron sword and clearly felt that after Qin Shan held the sword, his whole temperament changed and he had an indescribable strong and powerful aura. But the moment Lin Xiao grasped the sword, there was an inexplicable aura that made Qin Shan blink slightly. Lin Xiao, be careful. This young man's swordsmanship must be very powerful. Gu Shuiyan suddenly communicated with Lin Xiao through her mind and reminded him. Lin Xiao was slightly surprised. If Sister Gu said that he was amazing, then he must be really amazing. He couldn't help but ask. Do I have a chance of winning? No. Gu Shuiyan answered simply. Although you have inherited my talent for swordsmanship, you have not practiced swordsmanship for long enough. This boy has been practicing martial arts since he was young. If I give you a month to practice, you should be able to defeat him. Lin Xiao nodded, it doesn't matter, winning or losing doesn't matter, it's just a good opportunity to see the gap between me and the masters. Please. He looked at Qin Shan with a serious expression and pointed his iron sword. Qin Shan's face became serious. He stepped on the fallen leaves on the ground, rushed out, and moved his blade forward, heading straight for Lin Zhao's center. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed like lightning and he swung his sword to block. But Qin Shan's move was just a feint to test him. He changed his sword midway and slashed diagonally down the road. Lin Xiao was still too inexperienced and was almost deceived. He quickly stepped back half a step and barely managed to escape. Qin Shan was slightly surprised, and after a quick test he felt that Lin Xiao seemed to be a weak one. The intuition of an expert is so sharp. He was somewhat suspicious, but when he thought about the collision with the opponent yesterday, he thought that Lin Xiao was deliberately exposing his flaws to lure him into an attack. Being more vigilant, I became even more cautious. He twisted the blade, moved forward again, and poked Lin Xiao's chest. Lin Xiao swept the sword across and collided with the iron knife. Clang! He was not at a disadvantage in terms of strength, but Qin Shan moved away at the first touch, and the blade was pulled down along the iron sword, slashing towards his sword-holding hand. Qin Shan changed his moves too quickly, and Lin Xiao had to be anxious to deal with it. He drew his sword and kicked Qin Shan in the abdomen at the same time. Qin Shan was well prepared. He pushed forward with his knee and rotated his body to relieve the force. The iron knife swung a semicircle in the air and slashed towards Lin Xiao's shoulder at a tricky angle. The knife was hidden behind his back and Lin Xiao did not notice it. By the time the blade was revealed, it was already too late. My heart sank suddenly. Qin Shan is not a termite who can only rush around recklessly. His sword skills are sophisticated and constantly changing. Although Lin Xiao possesses an unparalleled sword spirit, he has almost no actual combat experience. He has been practicing sword with Gu Shuiyan in the past 2 days, mainly learning basic moves. At this time, facing Qin Shan, a veteran who has been immersed in martial arts for many years, he could not keep up with the pace at all. Bend your elbows, hilt up. Just as the knife was about to hit her shoulder, Sister Gu's thoughts came to her mind. The two of them had the same idea, and Lin Xiao instantly understood what they meant. He subconsciously bent his elbow, gripped the iron sword in reverse, and pushed the hilt upwards. Clang! The blade that Qin Shan chopped over was hit by the hilt of the sword, and the blade made a buzzing sound and was bounced away. Take a half step forward and shoulder charge. Sister Gu gave instructions again with her mind. Lin Xiao stepped forward, pushed away the blade, and rammed his shoulder into Qin Shan's chest. Bang! Qin Shan was totally unprepared for this move. He was hit hard, his blood boiling. He took several steps back, leaving deep footprints on the ground. Qin Shan was slightly stunned and stared at Lin Xiao with a surprised expression. In the first few moves, it was obvious that Lin Xiao was weak, so how come he suddenly became so powerful? Although he was confused, a look of joy appeared on his face. There is meaning in competing only when the opponent is strong. Come again. Qin Shan made a knife flower, tapped the ground with his toes, and rushed forward with his huge body like a wild bull, and the iron knife came again. Gu Shuyan no longer gave orders, and Lin Xiao faced the enemy on his own. Without guidance, Lin Xiao and Qin Shan exchanged a few moves and gradually showed signs of decline. Whenever a crisis occurs, Gu Shuyan will give instructions again, and the situation will be resolved safely every time. After repeating this process over and over again, Lin Xiao became more and more adept at fighting. His talent for swordsmanship, Wushuang sword soul, became apparent, and he learned very quickly. Qin Shan, on the other hand, became more and more depressed as the fight went on, feeling an indescribable awkwardness. After one move, he suddenly jumped away, shouting, "Brother Lin, do you look down on me?" Qin Shan felt indescribably strange and conflicted. How to put it, Lin Xiao is both weak and strong. The main problem with his poor performance is that he is always one step behind in a fight, giving people the feeling that he is half a beat slow to react. So much so that every time he deals with an attack, it seems very difficult. But the problem is, every time when he is about to lose, he would come up with a fairy from the sky, move unexpectedly and escape danger. It feels very strong. Especially the sword moves, the techniques are perfect, as if they have been practiced for many years. Not like a newbie. Qin Shan had thought about Gu Shuyan's secret guidance, but it was useless to have someone give guidance because talking and doing are two different things. Without sufficient foundation, even if you understand how to make a move, you won't be able to keep up with the reaction. As a result, after fighting for a while, Qin Shan became unsure of Lin Xiao's specific strength. How could he know that Lin Xiao had the innate talent of unparalleled sword soul? A thought came to his mind that Lin Xiao was pretending to be a wimp just to tease him. After all, it is easy for a person to pretend to be a novice, but it is absolutely impossible to pretend to be strong. Brother Qin, what are you talking about? How could I look down on you? Lin Xiao wondered. Qin Shan frowned and asked, then why do you always let it go? Let me win. Lin Xiao was speechless. Brother Qin, you beat me so hard that I didn't have the strength to fight back, and you still said I let me win, just to piss me off. Qin Shan was speechless. Seeing Lin Xiao's serious look, he felt more and more that he was teasing him. This guy is definitely acting. As a champion in swordsmanship, he couldn't force his opponent to use his full strength. Qin Shan was a little angry and decided to show his real skills. Brother Lin, it seems that if you don't take it seriously, you won't take me seriously. Lin Xiao was speechless. Come again. Okay, come again. Qin Shan held the iron knife in his hand, and his aura changed. He looked like a mountain, majestic and imposing. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat and he felt a lot of pressure. Just then, a female voice was heard from a distance. Big Iron Bull brother. Qin Shan's face changed, and the accumulated momentum was lost at once. He looked at the source of the sound, and the branches were pushed aside, revealing the pretty Shinjuanru. Seeing Qin Shan, Shinjuanru smiled happily. Brother Tinyu, I finally caught up with you. Qin Shan's face was extremely ugly. He turned around and ran away, saying as he ran, Brother Lin, we'll fight again next time. Let's go. After running for a while, he added, Brother Lin, don't let me down next time. Let me see your true abilities. Just like yesterday, Qin Shan rushed into the forest and disappeared without a trace. Shen Juanru ran over breathlessly and greeted Lin Xiao. Student Lin Xiao, we meet again. Lin Xiao smiled, looked at her and then at the direction Qin Shan left, and was really confused. Why is he so afraid of you? Shen Juanru lifted her slightly messy hair, stared at Qin Shan's fleeing back, and said with a smile. He said that seeing me would make his heart beat faster and it would affect the speed at which he could draw his sword. Chapter 55 Gu Shuyan takes action. Pfft. Could it be that Qin Shan is a knife fanatic? Lin Xiao had a strange expression on his face, and he felt that Shen Juanru was joking. This girl is a bit naughty. She had a criminal record yesterday of tricking a boy into helping her carry her suitcase. But he can't escape from my grasp. A red summoning door suddenly appeared beside Shen Juanru, and a spider covered in flames came out. SS. Lin Xiao was surprised. He didn't realize that this girl was so powerful. Shen Juanru climbed onto the spider's back and waved to Lin Xiao, let's go. Lin Xiao nodded. Shen Juanru instructed the spider under her hips, Tue Tue, catch up with brother de Tainyo. Yes, spirit master. The giant spider spoke in human language, and its 6 legs moved briskly as it raced through the rugged woodland, chasing after Qin Shan. Lin Xiao was quite envious when he saw it. It is impossible for him to have a mount. You can only ride. Lin Xiao glanced at Sister Gu, who looked like a banished immortal, and quickly put aside his dirty thoughts. The man and the spider disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiao let out a breath and found it quite funny to think of Qin Shan's escape. Then he looked at Sister Gu and sighed, the gap between me and the masters is indeed huge, but why did Qin Shan say that I was letting them win? Gu Shuyan had already seen the mystery and explained softly. Under my guidance, you have repeatedly escaped danger. Naturally, he thought that your previous failures were deliberately disguised. Lin Xiao suddenly realized. He touched his chin and thought to himself that he had to speed up his sword practice so that he wouldn't be as stretched as this time when fighting Qin Shan next time. Sister Gu, let me fight you later. I need more practical practice. Okay. Gu Shuyan agreed. In the monitoring room, a group of instructors looked lonely and felt a little regretful. But like Qin Shan, he was also surprised to see Lin Xiao escape danger time and time again. Lin Xiao rested for a few minutes, stood up and looked into the distance. I wonder if Disaster Anaconda is still here. Gu Shuyan and I carefully approached it and looked through the gaps between the branches. The anaconda was still there, lying motionless in the sun. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Gu Shuyan. Sister Gu, you will be needed to take action next. Gu Shuyan nodded, stretched out her white hand, and holy light condensed, and a long sword emitting golden light appeared in her hand. She tiptoed on the branch, floated up, and flew through the forest, heading straight for the anaconda. Sword control technique. Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, activating the soul contract feedback skill. A flying sword condensed with holy light floated in the air and hung at his side. Then he followed closely behind Sister Gu and attacked the anaconda. Next, Gu Shuyan will take the lead in the attack, and he will wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack using sword-wielding skills. Then he followed closely behind Sister Gu and attacked the anaconda. Next, with the assistance of Sister Gu, he will wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack using sword-wielding skills. When the 2 men faced the anaconda, all the instructors in the monitoring room gathered again immediately. Wang Hao said softly, Level 5 Disaster should be able to test some of Gu Shuyan's abilities. The instructors immediately looked expectant. An instructor said, according to past experience, the winning rate of ordinary SSS spirits when encountering a Level 5 Disaster is about 50%. The anaconda, lying lazily in the sun, sensed the murderous intent and turned its head, as big as a basin, towards it. The figure of the fairy in white was reflected in the vertical pupils. The anaconda seemed to be stimulated and swam violently with its huge body. However, a scene that surprised everyone occurred. The anaconda actually turned around and ran away. The huge body rolled over the stone pestle regardless of everything and slid rapidly towards the low-lying swamp in the distance. This. Lin Xiao was stunned, and so were all the instructors. The reason why the anaconda turned around and fled was because the animal's instinctive sense of crisis was giving a crazy warning. The frail-looking human woman contained an aura that made its heart palpitate. It did not come from some kind of power, but from Gu Shuyan's calm and indifferent eyes. When the anaconda saw her, it felt like it saw a fairy from heaven. It is definitely not something it can resist. Although anacondas are not intelligent, non-intelligent creatures have a keener perception of the strong. Seeing the anaconda running away directly, Gu Shuyan's expression did not change at all, as if she thought it was natural for the other party to run away. She walked forward gracefully, her figure like a butterfly, and she looked extremely elegant in her white dress. But its speed was not slow at all, and it caught up with the anaconda in a blink of an eye. The anaconda's crisis instinct made it swing its tail violently, sweeping towards Gu Shuyan. Gu Shuyan's body was as light as a feather, floating away. The long sword in his hand slashed smoothly. Sizzle. It seemed like a random sword strike, but the anaconda was hit hard. The giant tail trembled and twitched, and the scales fell off, fluttering in the air, leaving a trail of blood. Is the defense broken already? The instructors were stunned. That's level 5. The scales of the level 5 Calamity Anaconda are so defensive that even pistol bullets can't penetrate them. But Gu Shuyan, who was at level 1, just waved her hand lightly. Is this the power that level 1 can have? The anaconda felt the pain, let out a shrill roar, and ran away even faster. But Gu Shuyan followed him like a shadow, her figure agile, her toes touching the branches and grass tips, and with a graceful leap she flew several feet up. As light as a startled swan, as graceful as a flying dragon. But that's it. The anaconda was filled with great fear and had no idea what to do. It rushed along the way, knocking over the huge rocks blocking the road like flying bullets. The huge trees that blocked its path were extremely fragile and were easily broken. For a moment, the ground shook and the trees swayed violently. Lin Xiao found that he was totally helpless and couldn't catch up at all. Chasing after him madly. Gu Shuyan always stayed above the giant python, swinging her sword from time to break its scales. Finally, the anaconda felt that it could not escape. His ferocity was completely aroused, and he turned around and tried to bite Gu Shuyan. Its huge head kept chasing the figure in the air, and its open giant mouth bit madly. But Gu Shuyan remained calm and composed, her eyes and eyebrows as still as a quiet pond, without any ripples. She waited for the giant kiss to strike, then she gently pushed it away and with a casual strike of her sword, left a deep scar on the anaconda's head. The whole action gives people the feeling of being as quiet as a virgin and as swift as a rabbit. Lin Xiao, who was watching from afar, seemed to be thinking about something. Sister Gu never uses any unnecessary sword moves, and her combination of movement and stillness is just right. She displayed the bearing of a kendo master, and everything she did was natural. It is capable and decisive, yet full of incomparable beauty. This is how the sword is used. Lin Xiao seemed to have suddenly been enlightened, and his eyes brightened. During the few short seconds he was thinking, the anaconda had been hit continuously, and blood was gushing out of its huge head, looking extremely miserable. Every time it tried to bite, it was like handing its head over to Gu Shuyan to chop off. It doesn't seem to be a ferocious beast if it is clumsy. Roar. The anaconda completely lost its mind, roaring madly, and its huge body suddenly rose up, almost standing upright. The giant kiss opened, and purple light was brewing inside. The next second, purple-black flames spurted out of his mouth, forming a several-foot-long breath of fire that rolled wildly forward. The air temperature rose rapidly, and wherever the purple fire swept, the grass and trees were burned and turned into ashes in an instant. Even the stones were crackling from the burning sound, and their surfaces were constantly cracking. Sister Gu. Lin Xiao exclaimed, unable to hide his worry. I'm fine. Gu Shuyan's voice was calm. Facing the sweeping breath of fire, she remained calm and dodged gracefully. She is like a nimble dragonfly, flashing left and right, moving and still, never making any unnecessary movements. The fire breath couldn't touch her at all. After the anaconda finishes exhaling once, it will attack again, giving people a feeling of despair and recklessness. And at this moment, Gu Shuyan's thoughts transmitted the idea to Lin Xiao's mind. Lin Xiao launched the broken string attack without hesitation. Buzz. His eyes flashed with golden light, and invisible mental power pierced through the air and reached the anaconda's head. The purple fire breath that had just been brewing in its giant kiss was suddenly interrupted. The spirit suffered a blow and fell into a trance. But the delay was only for a moment, less than half a second. Lin Xiao's level is only 1, and the broken string has a very poor effect on the level 5 anaconda. But in less than half a second, Gu Shuyan flashed in the air. Her graceful figure turned into flowing light and appeared in front of the anaconda's head in the blink of an eye. The golden sword was extended and stabbed at the anaconda's giant mouth. Puff. The tip of the sword went from bottom to top, piercing through the head from the upper jaw and piercing the brain. Shenghui destroyed the central nervous system in an instant. The huge body of the anaconda suddenly stiffened, and then collapsed with a loud bang. The python's body hit the ground, causing the ground to shake and the grass to break. The huge body kept twitching, which was the reflex of the nerves that were still alive. Chapter 56 Gu Shuyan shocked everyone. The scene was silent. Gu Shuyan was like a piece of snow falling from the sky. The long sword in her hand dissipated, the spiritual light floated, she looked back calmly and said softly. All right. Lin Xiao looked at the anaconda corpse on the ground, then looked at her, and couldn't help but admire. Sister Gu, you are so handsome. Gu Shuian smiled, and was very surprised by the comment, handsome. The monitoring room was completely silent, and the instructors' mouths were wide open enough to fit an egg. It took a while for everyone to react and start discussing in shock. This kills him. This is too easy. Level 1 kills level 5 without even using any skills, how is this possible? An instructor couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Gu Shuian has already reached level 2? Bullshit. Someone immediately retorted, Lin Xiao has only been a summoner for 4 days, and he has an F talent. Even if he has an SSS talent and gives all his holy radiance to his spirit contract, it is impossible for him to reach level 2 so quickly. Have there been such easy examples in the past? An instructor reminded. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly fell into memories. After a while, everyone shook their heads, and an instructor said, I remember that 7 years ago, there was an SSS contract spirit that was able to easily kill a level 5 disaster, but that was the result of using a powerful skill. In fact, Gu Shuian also used a skill. Lin Xiao just used some kind of mental attack. That's different. Wang Hao interrupted everyone, it doesn't matter whether she uses any skills or not. What matters is that Gu Shuian's attack power is incredibly strong. The level 5 disaster anaconda has a layer of extremely thick scales on its surface, which is difficult for bullets to penetrate. Gu Shuian can break through the defense with ordinary attacks, which is beyond the ability of level 1. An instructor immediately agreed, this is indeed incredible. A level 1 would never have such attack power. Wang Hao seemed to be thinking about something, and suddenly said, replay the video. Immediately, an instructor started tinkering with the computer and quickly captured a screenshot. Wang Hao and others immediately gathered around to watch. The video starts with Gu Shuian chasing the anaconda. In the scene, the anaconda's huge tail swept across, and Gu Shuian dodged it lightly. With a casual sword move, the scales on the python's body shattered and flew everywhere. Stop! Wang Hao said urgently. The instructor pressed the pause button. Wang Hao pointed at the screen and said, look, isn't the power of this sword a little too strong? In my opinion, even an ordinary level 4 contract spirit can't do it. The instructors around him all widened their eyes and nodded unconsciously. Indeed, this kind of attack power is not what a level 1 contract spirit should have. It's too outrageous. That's why I doubt if she's already level 2. Level 2 is impossible. Is it possible that the spirits at the top of the Holy Spirit ranking have such strong attack power? Everyone looked at each other, but did not dare to draw any conclusions. The news that Shi Yueru brought back to school was that Gu Shuian ranked 3007 on the Holy Spirit list. This is the highest ranking spirit in human history, and no one knows what a spirit of this level should look like. It is precisely because of this that the school's top management plans to use a level 7 disaster to test Gu Shuian's strength. Wang Hao suddenly showed a surprised expression and said hurriedly, replay this part again. The instructor who played the video did so. Pause, zoom in. When the video played the part where Gu Shuian swung the sword, Wang Hao immediately gave a hurried order. The instructor followed his instructions. Wang Hao stared at the screen with his eyes piercing, repeat, play it again. The instructor executed it again, and played it over and over again 4 or 5 times. Wang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Boss, what did you find? The instructor next to him couldn't help but ask. Wang Hao said in amazement, I understand, it's not that Gu Shuian's attack power is strong, she used a clever method. Wang Hao grabbed the computer, played the video to the point where Gu Shuian swung the sword, then zoomed in and said. Look, the angle of this sword is exactly the same as the angle at which the scales grow, and the blade is cutting in along the gap. The instructors were stunned when they heard this, and they didn't react for a while. Is there any problem? A bunch of idiots. Wang Hao explained, cutting in through the gap means avoiding most of the defense of the scales, which will be much easier. The instructors suddenly realized. But someone immediately questioned, but the scales of the anaconda are small and dense. Even if the sword cuts through a gap, it will be immediately blocked by the interlaced scales next to it. Wang Hao nodded, yes, just like that, level 1 still can't break through level 5 defense, but Gu Shuian doesn't rely on her own strength, but on the anacondas. Anaconda? The instructors were puzzled. Wang Hao reminded, don't forget that forces act on each other. A silly instructor subconsciously asked, boss, what does it mean that the action of force is mutual? Wang Hao glared and slapped him. "Boss, why did you hit me?" The silly instructor covered his face with his hands, looking very aggrieved. Wang Hao asked calmly, "Does your face hurt?" "Pain. That's right, my hand hurts too." The monitoring room suddenly burst into laughter, and the instructor beside him was overjoyed. This is called mutual force. Now most people understood, and some people couldn't help but say. When the anaconda swung its tail, it collided with the sword's edge and severely injured itself with its own strength. Gu Shuyan didn't actually use much force, she just happened to put the sword in the best position. Wang Hao nodded his chin lightly, "That's right. Every time Gu Shuyan strikes out with the sword, it will be like this. Every time the angle is just right, it is the point where the anaconda tries to counterattack with the greatest force." He was full of admiration, as expected of a true sword immortal. "Your use of the sword is exquisite. Although the principle is simple, how many people can grasp it so accurately, especially when there is a huge difference in level? I am now looking forward to her battle with level 7 disaster even more." Wang Hao is an expert in fighting and his summoner level is not low. Looking at Gu Shuyan's figure in the video, his eyes are full of admiration. Next to the anaconda's corpse, Gu Shuyan gently stroked the hair beside her ears and said, "I just drew my sword. Did you watch carefully?" "I saw it." Lin Xiao nodded vigorously. "Sister Gu is really amazing, every sword is extremely accurate, now I know how to use the sword." The reason why Gu Shuyan didn't use her skills to kill the disaster anaconda was actually because she wanted to teach Lin Xiao how to use the sword. Lin Xiao and she were in tune with each other, so he naturally understood her intentions very clearly, and thus he watched the entire battle process very carefully. "I really learned a lot. Swordsmanship is ultimately a skill for killing enemies. It requires speed, accuracy and ruthlessness. You should learn this well." Gu Shuyan didn't say much, but simply explained the essence of swordsmanship. Lin Xiao fell into thought after hearing this and nodded slightly. After a moment, he walked to the anaconda's corpse, iron sword in hand. The corpse of this giant python was still emitting residual heat. Its body was thick and covered with scales. Even though it was dead, it still gave people a terrifying feeling. Lin Xiao squatted down beside the corpse, found the wound, and tore open the scales with an iron sword. It took a lot of effort to dig out the demon seed. It is still a black crystal, but the color is much deeper than that of the level 3 termites magic species. A level 5 demon seed. The ranking won't be low this time. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. At this moment, a panicked voice came from the woods in the distance. "Guogua, stop eating, hurry up and discharge." Chapter 57, Eating Wild Boar. Lin Xiao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a chubby fat man rushing out from the pine forest in the distance. He was dragging a big hammer, with a fat squirrel squatting on his shoulder, and was being chased by a huge disaster boar. The wild boar had half-meter-long fangs on its face, black hair all over its body like steel needles, and a body full of tendons. Its muscles moved rhythmically as it ran, full of explosive power. The little fat guy running in the front was a little exaggerated. His fat body was like waves, rising and falling while he ran, shaking constantly, like a running spring. Wang Shi. Lin Xiao was surprised, and then a little amused. The way this guy ran was really funny. He didn't intend to go up and help. First, Wang Shi might be hunting this disaster boar, and it would be against the rules if he helped. Second, the instructor said that if there is a real danger to life, they will activate the chip in the disaster's body. There was a drone hovering in the sky behind Wang Shi, and it was obvious that the instructor in the monitoring room was watching. Wang Shi hadn't noticed Lin Xiao at this time. He was twisting his body and running wildly in the forest with a panicked look on his face. On the shoulder, there is a fat squirrel, and its huge tail keeps shaking as it runs. It should be Wang Shiqiling, but at this moment it seemed as if it had not noticed that its master was being chased. In his paws he held a dozen acorns that he had picked up from somewhere and was stuffing them into his cheeks. The main focus is to eat. Being urged by Wang Shi, the fat squirrel took the time to look back. Grumble. It was startled as if it had just discovered a wild boar. It jumped so high that it almost fell off his shoulder. The claws hurriedly grabbed Wang Shi's hair. As a result, he was caught in a dilemma and all the acorns fell. It hurriedly stretched out its claws to catch it. For a moment he was in a panic, as if he was performing a ball-throwing acrobatics. My dear, leave the acorn alone and discharge the electricity. Wang Shi's face turned red with anxiety. He picked up Guoguo with his backhand, grasped its big tail and stroked its fur, then pinched its tail vertebrae and squeezed hard. Discharge. The fat squirrel's reflexes seemed to be triggered, and its big tail suddenly straightened up with purple arcs of electricity appearing on it. Chi! There was a thunderous sound, neither loud nor soft, and a streak of purple lightning shot towards the pursuing wild boar. The wild boar was caught off guard and was hit directly. Its body stiffened due to the impact and then rushed out straight away due to inertia. Then he fell to the ground, his legs up in the air, with black smoke rising from his body. Lin Xiao looked at Wang Shi again. Puff. I almost laughed out loud. Wang Shi didn't know if the way he released the electric current was incorrect, and he was affected by the arc of lightning from the explosion. His chubby face was burnt black, his hair was dry and curly, turning into an afro, and only his 2 eyeballs were left, moving dully in his squinting eyes. He looked at the fallen disaster boar, sat down on the ground, and gasped. Grumble. His spirit called out, not caring about the spirit master's situation at all, and jumped to pick up the fallen acorns immediately. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. I almost died. How could I end up with a foodie like you? Wang Shi's complaint was heard, and he reached out and picked up the fat squirrel. Guoguo's round eyes turned and glanced at the fat on Wang Shi's belly. Her expression seemed to say, don't talk about the second pot when there is a big pot. Wang Shi lost his temper and threw the squirrel away, leaving it lying on the ground with its arms and legs spread out. After lying there for a few seconds, his nose twitched, as if he smelled something. His sight moved little by little, and finally stopped on the fallen wild boar. It smells like meat. Wang Shi swallowed unconsciously. Gulu. My stomach growled. Wang Shi got up quickly and stared at the wild boar. This guy wouldn't want to eat wild boar meat. Lin Xiao couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw Wang Shi swallowing his saliva from afar. You should know that disaster creatures cannot be eaten. The meat of disaster creatures contains a lot of pollution. Eating them will cause diarrhea at the very least and mutation at the worst. Wang Shi didn't seem to think so much. He suddenly took out a knife and squatted in front of the disaster boar. Buzz. At this moment, the sound of a drone hovering overhead was heard. Wang Shi's hand, which was about to cut the meat, paused and his eager expression froze. Lin Xiao suddenly wanted to laugh. Wang Shi's eyes turned, as if he had thought of something, and he suddenly stumbled. Lin Xiao was stunned to see Wang Shi pounce on the wild boar, turn his back to the drone, and take a big bite of the wild boar meat. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment and rubbed his eyes hard. You read that right. This guy really ate a piece of raw wild boar meat. Wang Shi thought he had fooled the drone, so he covered his mouth with his hands and slowly raised his head. The next second, he froze. The moment he looked up, he saw Lin Xiao standing in the distance, looking at him with shocked eyes. Wang Shi was petrified. Then he reacted, lowered his head suddenly, but instead of spitting out the wild boar meat, he quickly swallowed the meat into his mouth. Then he looked up again, waved at Lin Xiao as if nothing had happened, and said vaguely, Brother Lin, why are you here? Lin Xiao came back to his senses, showed an expression of great amazement, and then gave a thumbs up. Awesome, this is really awesome. In the monitoring room, Wang Shi's little action did not escape the instructor's sight. Although the drone did not capture the scene, a fixed camera on a tree trunk not far away transmitted the scene back to the monitoring room. The instructors were stunned. They stood up one by one, rubbing their eyes, and like Lin Xiao, they all thought they had seen it wrong. Am I seeing right? He took a bite of the wild boar. I think so. Wang Hao was stunned. He remembered that this fat boy was the one who brought lunch to the playground earlier, and his face turned black. Doesn't this little fat guy know that disasters can't be eaten? The drone is shouting. An instructor immediately picked up the intercom and said, Ahem, fat classmate, you can't eat disaster meat. If you eat it, you will be contaminated. You'd better spit out the piece of meat you're chewing. Wang Shi's fat body froze again. He turned his head with a stiff expression and said to the drone. I didn't eat. I just fell down. Then he turned his head and said to Lin Xiao, Brother Lin, I didn't eat it, right? Didn't you eat? Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, then what are those black pig hairs on your mouth? Ah. Wang Shi wiped his mouth quickly, could it be the beard? Lin Xiao. Wang Hao held his forehead with his hand. Where did this funny guy come from? The instructor holding the walkie-talkie looked speechless. Think it over carefully. Eating one piece may not be a big problem, but if you get diarrhea later, don't blame me for not warning you. Wang Shi said seriously, Instructor, I really didn't eat. The instructors were completely speechless. After waiting for a while, the drone stopped shouting and Wang Shi's expression relaxed. Lin Xiao walked over and asked with a smile, You really won't spit it out? Wang Shi chuckled and said, There's no reason to spit out the meat that's already in your mouth. A huge look of admiration appeared on Lin Xiao's face. Wang Shi squatted beside the wild boar, took out a small knife, and while drooling, he dug out the evil seed of the disaster boar. Hey, if level 2 disaster is so difficult to deal with, wouldn't level 3 or 4 be fatal? Brother Lin, what did you gain? Chapter 58, Arrogant Duo. One is level 3 and the other is level 5. Wang Shi's eyes widened, his face full of envy. I'm so envious. I wish I had a spirit bond as powerful as Fairy Gu. After saying this, he glanced at the squirrel that was still looking for acorns among the dead branches and leaves, with a look of despair on his face. Lin Xiao couldn't help but tease, I think it suits you very well, you both love nuts. Wang Shi's face was full of disgust, the little bastard can't walk when he sees the acorns. It's so infuriating. As the two were talking, there was a rustling sound in the bushes beside them. Lin Xiao looked over and was slightly surprised. The bushes parted and a huge brown bear emerged from them, its scarlet eyes looking menacing. Disaster Brown Bear. Wang Shi was stunned for a moment, then his face changed, level 4. He subconsciously took a step back, then remembered that Lin Xiao was by his side and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiao looked at the brown bear and asked Wang Shi with a smile, Do you want to hunt it? No, Wang Shi immediately shook his head vigorously. Are you kidding? It's hard for him to hunt down a level 2 disaster, so how could he have the guts to provoke a level 4 one? Lin Xiao touched his chin, considering whether to hunt the brown bear. Honestly speaking, I don't think highly of level 4. My plan is to hunt down 2 level 5 disasters, and then go find the level 7 disaster. With Sister Gu around, he will definitely strive for first place. Just as he was hesitating, the brown bear turned around and ran away. Lin Xiao was stunned, only then he saw that half of the brown bear's butt was missing, its back was bloody, and its right hind leg was seriously injured and almost broken, so it ran with a limp. It looks like it's been badly damaged. Wang Shi said blankly, his eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Xiao saw that he was interested, so he said, Do you want to try it? I'm not very interested. Wang Shi hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. Done. If there is a level 4 demon species, the ranking should not be the lowest. Brother Lin, thank you. Lin Xiao waved his hand to indicate that you're welcome. Guogua, let's go. Wang Shi grabbed the fat squirrel that was still searching for acorns in the fallen leaves, picked up a sledgehammer, and chased after it. After a while, the roar of the brown bear and Wang Shi's grunts were heard from the woods. Lin Xiao did not follow. He found a place to sit down and rest, recalling in his mind the battle between Sister Gu and the anaconda just now. Learn from it. Wang Shi chased the brown bear through the mountains and forests, and it took him a lot of effort to kill it. Looking at the fallen brown bear, Wang Shi sat down on the ground and gasped. After resting for a while, he got up, and with a happy look on his face, he dug out the brown bear demon seed. He held the 4th level magic seed and grinned in the sun, as happy as a 200-pound fat man. Just at this moment, the trees nearby rustled again. Wang Shi was startled and turned around, only to see 2 boys holding rifles emerging from the woods. It's not the disaster, it's the people. Wang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as Zhang Long and Chen Hu emerged from the woods, they saw a fat man holding a magic seed and admiring it in the sun. Next to it, the huge brown bear corpse was lifeless. Zhang Long and Chen Hu's faces suddenly darkened. Fatty, did you kill this brown bear? Chen Hu asked with a bad look on his face. Wang Shi was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to call him fatso. His face immediately turned extremely ugly. Classmate, why are you cursing at me? I was the one who killed him. What do you want to do? Damn it. Chen Hu cursed and walked forward with a gloomy face. You stole my prey, why are you asking me? Wang Shi was stunned for a moment, then he realized that the brown bear's injuries were caused by these two people. The two boys must be very strong to be able to injure a level 4 disaster like this. Wang Shi's heart was beating fast. You, what do you want to do? What are you doing, fatty? Give me the demon seed. Otherwise, I'll beat you up. Chen Hujie rushed to the ground and stretched out his hand. It took Chen Hu a lot of effort to hunt this brown bear. The prey that was about to be caught was snatched away by someone, and Chen Hu was in a very bad mood. Wang Shi clenched his fists. He actually felt a little guilty, as he had indeed gotten a great bargain. If the other party spoke politely, he would probably hand over the demon seed. But the other party started to curse at him, which was the most intolerable thing for him. He was also angry in his heart and said coldly, I admit that you heard it first, but I was the one who killed it. The school's rule is that whoever kills it gets it. Why should I give you the demon seed? Hey, you dare to reject me? Chen Hu sneered, you don't want to drink the wine, right, you fat guy? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wang Shi unconsciously clenched the hammer. Hard-mouthed. Chen Hu sneered and kicked the iron spear. Bang! The iron spear flew out and hit Wang Shi. Wang Shi blocked the attack with his hammer, and a huge force came over him, causing his palm to go numb and he couldn't help but step back. Come and die. Chen Hu pounced forward, grabbed the rebounding iron spear with one hand, and pointed the spear forward, stabbing Wang Shi in the face. Wang Shi subconsciously blocked it, but Chen Hu's gun tip trembled, pulled it to the right, and then pulled it again, hitting Wang Shi's shoulder. Wang Shi groaned and staggered. You're such a loser, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Chen Hu snorted coldly. When Guogua saw that the spirit master was attacked, he ignored Acorn this time and rushed over to help. But Chen Hu's spirit was not idle either. A green-eyed scorpion the size of a bull rushed out and stopped Guogua. The two Qilings immediately started fighting. The green-eyed scorpion was obviously of a higher level and was suppressing Guogua, so it could not help Wang Shi at all. Fatty, your spirit can't save you. Look at the gun. Chen Hu, with a playful look on his face, fired a shot. He had obviously practiced martial arts and had excellent marksmanship. He defeated Wang Shi in no time. Thunder armor. Wang Shi couldn't bear it any longer and had to release the soul contract feedback skill, covering his body with a layer of silver armor. Chen Hu stabbed several times but failed to break the defense. You fat pig, you are really thick-skinned. Look at this trick. Scorpion tail spear. The iron spear in Chen Hu's hand glowed black, and he exerted force with his wrist and stabbed out with the spear. Along with the cold light from the gun tip, a huge scorpion shadow phantom rushed towards Wang Shi. Bang! Wang Shi was hit by a huge force, lightning scattered all over his body, and the thunder armor lasted for 2 seconds before exploding. His body was knocked away and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, Chen Hu rushed forward, kicked him over, stepped on his chest, and pointed the gun at his throat. Wang Shi didn't dare to move. You fat pig, is that all you can do? You dare to challenge me, hand over your demon species. Being called a fat dead pig, Wang Shi felt extremely humiliated. He gritted his teeth and said, no. I'll give you one last chance, do you want to hand it over or not? I won't hand it over. Very good. Chen Hu grinned, bent down, and slapped Wang Shi twice in the face. In an instant, blood oozed from the corners of Wang Shi's mouth. I'll fight you. Wang Shi was so humiliated that his eyes turned red and he shouted and tried to struggle. But Chen Hu stepped on him tightly and he couldn't escape no matter what. Lin Xiao faintly heard Wang Shi shout and frowned. Hasn't this guy dealt with the brown bear yet? After a little hesitation, I decided to go and have a look. Chapter 59 Rescue. Fight, what do you have to fight me with? Your fat body. Chen Hu sneered and used a gun to pry open Wang Shi's clothes, revealing her white body. Brother, look, what a big fat pig. Zhang Long walked forward, his eyes indifferent, and stepped on Wang Shi's face. I'll give you one last chance, hand over the demon seed. Wang Shi has lost his mind, I won't hand it over. Kill me if you dare. Chen Hu's eyes turned cold. He was a ruthless man to begin with. Provoked by these words, he instantly got angry and pulled out his spear to stab. Zhao Long reached out to stop it, looked at the squirrel that was completely suppressed by the scorpion in the distance, and said coldly. That is, I can't kill you at school, but as for your contracted spirit, I'll just kill it. Zhang Long walked towards Guogua, holding an iron spear. He joined the battle, and Guogua, who was already at a disadvantage, immediately showed signs of defeat. Zhang Long seized the opportunity and stabbed Guogua with a gun. The fat squirrel flew out, hit a rock and fell to the ground, dying. Wang Shi was stunned, and his irrational mind suddenly became clear. Stop, I'll give you the demon seed, please don't kill Guogua. Now you know to give it to me. Chen Hu grinned and spit on Wang Shi's face, sorry, it's too late. Zhang Long walked towards Guogua with a spear in hand and stabbed him without hesitation. In the monitoring room, a group of instructors frowned. These two boys have gone too far. Boss, do you want to use the drone to call for them to stop? Wang Hao held the list of new students in his hand, his eyes fell on a name circled in red, and he read softly. Wang Shi, Talent S, Spirit Bond D. All the instructors were stunned. Ah, the contract span is so long. And it's a downgrade. Wang Hao stared at the screen and spoke slowly. S talent can only contract with D-level contract spirits. Why? It means that Wang Shi has a big problem and high-level contract spirits don't like him. It's not hard to see Wang Shi's faults. He's greedy and seriously lacks self-discipline. He needs to be tempered. Maybe he can change after suffering a little. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he closed the list and continued. Zhao Long and Chen Hu are both too violent. Let's talk to them after we finish hunting. In the woods, Zhang Long fired a shot. The fat squirrel had a look of fear on his face, but he couldn't move. Wang Shi looked anxious and wanted to recall Guogua to Qiling Palace, but he found that Guogua had been locked by Zhang Long's mental power and could not be summoned. All summoners have the ability to mark a certain spirit with their mental power. If a marked Qiling cannot get rid of it, it will not be able to return to Qiling Palace. Seeing that Guogua was about to be stabbed. Clang! At the critical moment, an iron sword flew over and knocked the iron spear in Zhang Long's hand to the side. Who? Zhang Long suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance, only to see a tall boy walking out of the woods, followed by a fairy in white. Gu Shuiyan. Zhang Long and Chen, who were stunned, then recognized it. There's no way, Fairy Gu is too recognizable. It is a beautiful image that no one can forget once they have seen it. Zhang Long and Chen, who were slightly dazed, then they reacted and their eyes fell on Lin Xiao. Zhang Long frowned slightly, are you Lin Xiao? There have been rumors in the school these past 2 days that this person is also studying in Longyin, and his name has already spread throughout the outer courtyard. Good. Lin Xiao looked at Zhang Long coldly. He had just arrived and didn't understand much about the situation. But this man wanted to kill Wang Shi Qiling, which made Lin Xiao very unhappy. We are all classmates. Isn't it too much for you to kill a spirit? Lin Xiao looked at Chen Hu again, his eyes even colder. Please take your feet away. Is it too much to treat your classmates like this? Chen Hu still had one foot on Wang Shi, and sneered when he heard this. You want to meddle in other people's business? I told you to take your feet away, don't you understand? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. Who do you think you are? You asked me to take it away. Chen Hu has a hot temper. Although he recognizes Lin Xiao's identity, he is not afraid. Gu Shuiyan has indeed been highly praised these past 2 days, but he and Zhang Long are not weak either, and there is no reason to be afraid of the two of them, right? Chen Hu even felt eager to try and see how powerful Gu Shuiyan was. He gave Lin Xiao a provocative look and twisted Wang Shi's body with his toes. The little fat boy immediately cried out in pain, Brother Lin, save me. Lin Xiao's anger suddenly rose in his heart and he clenched the iron sword tightly. At this time, Zhang Long suddenly said. Brother Lin Xiao, this fat guy stole our prey and dug up the demon seed, but he refused to hand it over. We had no choice but to take action. You don't have to stand up for him. Wang Shi immediately said in a hurry, you are talking nonsense. I killed the prey. Even if you heard it first, it would be fine if you asked for the demon seed. Why did you start to curse me right away? I won't give it to you because you cursed me first. Lin Xiao probably understood what was going on. His face was expressionless. He just stared at Chen Hu with extremely cold eyes. Take your feet away. Say it one last time. Chen Hu sneered, what if I don't take it? Chen Hu, take your feet away, Zhang Long suddenly said. Chen Hu was stunned, brother, why are you afraid of him? Take it away just because I told you to. Zhang Long glared at him. Chen Hu was stunned for a moment, then reluctantly took his foot away, but glared at Lin Xiao with an unhappy look. Wang Shi escaped from the trap, immediately turned over and fled to Lin Xiao in a panic. Zhang Long hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Lin Xiao, my junior brother has a rather aggressive personality. Please bear with me. My name is Zhang Long and my junior brother is Chen Hu. My talent is SS and my spirit is SS, Chen Hu's talent is S and his spirit is S. How about we be friends? Zhang Long was obviously much calmer than Chen Hu and was unwilling to make enemies with a summoner who possessed an SSS spirit contract. Lin Xiao did not answer, his eyes fell on Wang Shi's naked upper body, which was white and dirty, and covered with footprints. You can also see that there is spit on the chest, it is a mess. His face became even darker, and he looked at Zhang Long with no emotion in his voice. Friends? Are you worthy of being my friend? Hearing this, Zhang Long frowned. Chen Hu's face changed, and he couldn't help but start to curse. Zhang Long stretched out his hand to stop him, and looked at Lin Xiao and said. Well, since Brother Lin thinks we are not worthy, then forget it. For Fairy Gu's sake, we don't want the demon seed. Chen Hu, let's go. No, brother, what are you doing? Are we afraid of him? Chen Hu took root. Zhang Long snorted coldly, just leave if you are told to. Then he pulled him away with all his strength. Lin Xiao looked at the two's backs and said coldly. I'm afraid you can't leave like this. Wang Shi is my roommate. You insulted him. You should apologize. No matter how patient Zhang Long was, his expression changed slightly when he heard this. Chen Hu was furious and turned around to yell, you are so shameless, aren't you? Big brother is giving in to you, do you really think we are afraid of you? You're just a piece of shit with an F talent. If it weren't for Fairy Gu, I would beat 10 of you by myself. You're so arrogant. F***ck. Before Chen Hu could finish his words, a flying sword condensed with holy light rushed out with a sharp roar and shot straight at his face. Chen Hu hurriedly blocked with his gun. Clang! The iron spear trembled, and the force was transmitted to the palm of Chen Hu's hand. He almost couldn't hold the spear and was pushed back several steps by the huge force. Standing firmly on his feet, Chen Hu was furious, is it a draft? Let's do it, brother, don't be a coward, kill him. Chapter 60, A Poke a Hole. Zhang Long's face also darkened and he nodded. The two looked at each other, and rushed towards Lin Xiao from the left and right. At the same time, the two people's spirits received the order immediately and rushed towards Gu Xuyan together. The two men's tactics were simple, to defeat Lin Xiao with thundering means. No matter how strong Gu Xuyan is, it will be of no use if the spirit master is defeated. Zhang Long has always been polite, not because he has high quality, but because he is afraid of Gu Xuyan. If it were someone else, he wouldn't have this attitude. At this time in the monitoring room, all the instructors were also paying attention to this battle. An instructor frowned and said, Zhang Long and Chen Hu are Qi Longshan's true disciples of the Wandering Dragon Spear. If Gu Xuyan is delayed for a moment, Lin Xiao will probably be defeated. The peace spirit accounts for the vast majority of a summoner's comprehensive strength. Once the peace spirit is held back and the summoner is besieged, it will be very dangerous. In the eyes of the instructors, Lin Xiao had never learned martial arts, and was surrounded by two people who had practiced martial arts since childhood. He might be taken down in the first encounter. In the field, facing the attack of two people, Lin Xiao was not panicked at all. He paused, stepped on the hilt of the iron sword bounced up, and he reached out to grasp it. Ignoring Zhang Long who was attacking from the left, he stared at Chen Hu with a golden light flashing in his eyes. The air trembled, and there seemed to be a mournful humming of strings. Chen Hu suddenly felt as if his brain was cut by a guitar string and screamed in great pain. Broken string. Lin Xiao activated his second soul-binding feedback skill, stepped forward, and stabbed out with his sword without hesitation. Chen Hu suffered a headache and was completely unprepared. The sword went straight into his lower abdomen, and blood gushed out instantly. Zhang Long on the left side's face changed. He was very surprised that Lin Xiao had such powerful control skills. Seeing his fellow apprentice being stabbed, his eyes suddenly turned fierce. Lin Zhao's left side defense was completely blank at this time. Zhang Long was furious and stabbed Lin Xiao in the side without hesitation. The cruelty of the two men made the instructors in the monitoring room change their expressions. I never expected that they would kill me right from the start. What is Lin Xiao trying to do? He wants to trade injuries for injuries. What a stupid idea. An instructor hurriedly picked up the intercom and said, "The three of you stop it. Stop the attack immediately." Then Zhang Long and Lin Xiao turned a deaf ear. As for Chen Hu, he was still having a headache. Zhang Long thrust his spear down fiercely, his eyes filled with extreme viciousness. This shot would have crippled Lin Xiao if not killed. Clang. Then, the iron spear was blocked by a light golden flying sword. 3 flying swords appeared around Lin Zhao's side, circling like 3 fish. The sword is there as long as the person is there. Lin Xiao was caught off guard, and naturally he had communicated with Sister Gu in his mind, using his sword to block Zhang Long's gun. The instructors in the monitoring room were stunned for a moment and then all breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Xiao was stabbed to death, they would all be in trouble. Lin Xiao still ignored Zhang Long, drew out the iron sword expressionlessly, and stabbed Chen Hu again. Puff. Another sword pierced into the lower abdomen. Ah! Chen Hu finally woke up from the severe pain. Driven by his survival instinct, he kicked Lin Xiao with a rare look of panic in his eyes. This guy was too cruel. He stabbed him twice right at the start. It's like he's going to kill someone. Lin Xiao had a blank expression on his face. He was well prepared. He met Chen Hu's kick with his backhand and swung his arm hard. Chen Hu was used as a human sledgehammer and smashed towards Zhang Long. The unparalleled sword spirit gave Lin Xiao great strength, and he could easily lift a person. Zhang Long was about to fire a second shot but had to retract it. He reached out and grabbed Chen Hu, pulling him back to relieve the force. At this moment, the pupils shrank. A golden flying sword suddenly appeared from behind Chen Hu and pierced straight into his chest. This flying sword was hidden very well, using Chen Hu's body as a cover. Zhang Long was caught off guard, his face changed drastically, he no longer dared to hold back, a strong purple light shone on his body, and an armor with floating snake scales covered his entire body. Defensive painted armor. The school has rules that painted armor cannot be used when hunting disasters, but now it is no longer about hunting disasters, it is a fight for life and death. Naturally, I can't care so much anymore. Squeak. The flying sword pierced the painted armor, as if it was piercing iron armor, making a sharp sound, but failed to break the defense. Zhang Long carried Chen Hu and retreated. After jumping away, he looked towards Chen Hu's lower abdomen, his eyes twitching. There were 2 big holes in the camouflage uniform, and blood was gushing out. Fortunately, none of the wounds were vital, and the summoner's physique is much stronger than that of an ordinary person, so he should not die. Chen Hu's lips turned pale from the pain, and he said in a trembling voice, "Brother, avenge me." Zhang Long put it down, staring at Lin Xiao with a cold gaze. What a cruel method. Lin Xiao stared at Chen Hu and said calmly. "One of you beat 10 of me, so scary. I thought you were so powerful, so I went all out. But you're just a piece of flesh, and a hole is left after I poke you." Zhang Long held his spear horizontally. "Lin Xiao, I don't want to be your enemy, but since you dared to hurt my junior brother, I will make you pay the price today." In the monitoring room, all the instructors were stunned by Lin Zhao's ruthlessness, and finally reacted. Wang Hao slammed the table and said, "Hurry up and get some help. These 3 guys are angry and something bad is going to happen." An instructor ran out immediately. Zhang Long pointed his iron spear at an angle, the spear body was filled with golden light, and after being infused with a large amount of holy light, it exuded an incomparably sharp aura. "Come and die." He kicked the ground hard and his figure shot out like a cannonball. The air was broken, strong wind was stirred, and the fallen leaves on the ground were swept up. Amidst the falling leaves, he thrust out a spear as fast as thunder and was in front of Lin Xiao in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiao suddenly turned his head to avoid the tip of the gun. Zhang Long snorted coldly, exerted force on his wrist, and swept the gun across. Lin Xiao had already raised the blade and was about to collide with the tip of the gun. Clang! With a loud bang, Lin Xiao moved sideways half a step. "That's it." Zhang Long roared and rushed forward, not giving Lin Xiao any breathing space. The spear tip kept thrusting, as fast as lightning. Lin Xiao's figure kept retreating, waving his iron sword and blocking continuously. In the monitoring room, an instructor sighed, among the freshmen this year, apart from Qin Shan, Zhang Long has the best martial arts foundation. He is worthy of being a true disciple of the Wandering Dragon Spear. He completely suppressed Lin Xiao with his first move. At the early stages, summoners have fewer means, and in one-on-one situations, fighting ability can often directly determine the outcome of the battle. The instructors no longer have a good impression of Lin Xiao. Zhang Long also felt that he had a sure win, and it was obvious that Lin Xiao was not as good as him in fighting. He rushed forward with a gun, his steps shaking, and the gun tips fell like raindrops. Zhang Long's arm seemed a little illusory at this time, and he stabbed out more than 10 shots in a row in a blink of an eye. Lin Xiao was like a candle in the wind, swaying constantly, as if he would be stabbed and extinguished at any time. However, he is more resilient than anyone imagined, more like a pine tree in the wind. It's like holding on to the green mountains and not letting go, and never falling no matter how strong the wind is from the east, west, south, or north. Not only that, while waving the iron sword, he remotely controlled the flying sword to continuously attack Zhang Long's back, causing him great trouble, forcing him to draw his gun to block from time to time. Zhang Long was wearing an epic painted armor with extremely strong defense. Although Lin Xiao couldn't break it for the time being, he would still be able to break it if he continued to attack. Wang Hao couldn't help but nodded slightly. Lin Xiao doesn't seem to be panicking, his mind is very calm. Although he is not as good as Zhang Long in fighting, he can always stop the enemy with his flying sword at the critical moment. He should be able to hold on for a while. The battle between Lin Xiao and Zhang Long will not end soon, and Wang Hao and others can't help but look towards Gu Xuyan. However, when they looked at the battlefield, everyone was stunned. What happened? Why did the battle end so quickly? Wang Hao exclaimed. Chapter 61 Gu Xuyan kills the enemy with 2 swords. I saw Gu Xuyan standing in the woods, standing out. Not far from her, a scorpion and a black dragon fell to the ground, having suffered serious injuries. They all crawled on the ground, not daring to move. A group of instructors were stunned. Lin Xiao had just stabbed Chen Hu twice, drawing everyone's attention, and no one paid any attention to Gu Xuyan. It was just over 10 seconds, and she defeated 2 contracted spirits of the same level without making any sound. How is this done? You have to know that one of the 2 contract spirits is S and the other is SS. Quick, replay the footage and see what happened. Wang Hao breathed rapidly. Gu Xuyan gave everyone too many surprises today, and the strength she displayed constantly refreshed everyone's cognition. The footage was quickly retrieved and it was taken by another drone. When Lin Xiao met the enemy, Chen Hu's green-eyed scorpion took the lead in charging towards Gu Xuyan. Its 6 legs moved as fast as a cheetah. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Gu Xuyan, and its 2 big pincers cut towards the middle from the left and right. The huge pincers compared to Gu Xuyan's delicate body made people feel a little worried about the latter. At the same time, the green-eyed scorpion raised its tail high, and a black light flashed on the sharp scorpion tail, and a black beam of light shot straight towards Gu Xuyan. Wang Hao and the others focused their eyes, 2 large pincers blocked the left and right, the scorpion tail attacked from above, and Zhang Long's spirit, a black water dragon, had already swam around behind. The 2 spirits cooperated well and blocked all of Gu Xuyan's escape routes in an instant. How should she cope? The next second, a long sword condensed with holy light appeared in Gu Xuyan's hand. She blinked her eyelashes gently and calmly swung her sword, cutting off a scorpion's claw. Boom! An exaggerated scene appeared. The green-eyed scorpion seemed to have suffered an extremely powerful force and was actually chopped away by a sword. How is this possible? A group of instructors were stunned for a moment. How can she have such exaggerated power? It should be noted that no matter the grade of the contract spirit, the difference in its attributes at the first level is actually not that big. The advantages of high-grade contract spirits mainly lie in their comprehensive growth potential and their usually strong skill power. Of course, the attributes of high-grade contract spirits are indeed higher than those of low-grade contract spirits, but not too much higher. And each has its own emphasis. Each contract spirit has its own emphasis in strength, agility, defense, spirit and other aspects. It was obvious at first glance that Gu Xuyan was not a spirit contracted to be good at strength. No matter how high her ranking was, she shouldn't have been so crushed. Besides, the grade of the green-eyed scorpion is S, not EF. The most important thing is that when fighting against the disaster anaconda, Gu Shuyan did not show any super strength. But how could she chop the green-eyed scorpion away with one sword? No one could understand and stared at the screen in a daze. At the same time the green-eyed scorpion was chopped away, the black light on the scorpion's tail suddenly shifted. It was not known whether it was a coincidence or Gu Shuyan's calculation, but the black light actually shot towards the black water dragon. The black water dragon was caught off guard and had no idea that it was accidentally injured by its friends. The dragon's body was shot and a layer of purple light flashed, then quickly dimmed. Apparently, it also had a piece of defensive painted armor on it, and judging by the color it emitted, it was of epic quality. After blocking this attack, the purple light became much dimmer and the defensive ability was greatly weakened. Gu Shuyan ignored the black water dragon and took a step forward, gracefully following the green-eyed scorpion flying in the air. She swung her sword again, slashing at the scorpion's tail. Clang! The purple light on the scorpion's tail fluctuated like ripples on water and quickly dimmed. Another epic defensive painted armor. Chen Hu and Zhang Long were obviously wealthy men, and both themselves and their spirits were fully armed. Although the painted armor blocked the sword, the green-eyed scorpion was still knocked flying again by the huge force. Gu Shuyan continued to move forward and swung out another sword. Under the horrified gaze of the green-eyed scorpion, the sword still hit the same position. Click. Puff. The two sounds rang out almost at the same time. The defense of the epic painted armor was instantly shattered, and the sword blade cut down, cutting off the entire tail of the green-eyed scorpion. Hiss. The scorpion screamed hoarsely and rushed around in the woods in pain. And this was when Lin Xiao stabbed Chen Hu with his first sword. The two brothers suffered severe injuries almost at the same time, so much so that Zhang Long didn't even notice the situation here. In the monitoring room, no one could sit still. It was incomprehensible that Gu Shuyan chopped the green-eyed scorpion away with one sword. Now he chopped down a level 1 epic painted armor with two swords. This is so outrageous that it is unbelievable. If it was a skill, everyone could still accept it, but this is a normal attack. Normal attacks can do things that other people's skills may not be able to do. Is she really only level 1? An instructor murmured in a low voice with a dry throat. Level 1. I would believe you if you said she's level 5. The instructor next to him responded blankly. After Gu Shuyan severely injured the green-eyed scorpion, she turned around and looked at the black water dragon. This spirit seemed to be frightened and stood there in a daze. Gu Shuyan took light steps and walked over. The black water dragon just reacted, opening its huge mouth as if in response to stress. Electric arcs condensed on its two sharp fangs, and a lightning bolt as thick as a bowl was ejected. Chilla. A blinding white light pierced the air, and the fallen leaves floating in the air were touched and instantly turned into powder. Gu Shuyan's figure floated away like a fallen leaf, without a trace of worldly air. Then his figure flashed and came behind the black water dragon, and chopped it down with a sword without any fancy moves. There was another clang sound, and purple light burst out, and the painted armor, whose defense had already been greatly reduced, exploded directly. There was already fear in the eyes of the black water dragon, as if it thought of the miserable plight of the green-eyed scorpion, and its tail swept towards Gu Shuyan madly. Gu Shuyan didn't even turn her head, but moved half a meter to the side, just in time to avoid the sweep. Then raised the sword and cut again. Another simple sword strike. Puff. Cut it in two with one sword. Roar. The black water dragon let out a painful roar, turned its head and saw that its tail was broken. It rolled over in pain, lightning gathered in its mouth, and it struggled and tried to attack Gu Shuyan again. Move again, and you'll die. Gu Shuyan said softly, but these words sounded like thunder in Xianshui Jiao's ears. The lightning suddenly went out. The green-eyed scorpion, which was still waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, also stopped and looked at Gu Shuyan in fear, not daring to move forward. Although the contracted spirits can be resurrected after dying in battle, their death will cause a huge backlash to the spirit master, so the two contracted spirits dare not move again. The monitoring room was completely silent. After a while, there was a sound of gasps. Boss, are the spirits on the Holy Spirit ranking really that strong? If 3007 is so abnormal, how terrifying would the top 1000, 100, or even 10 be? Wang Hao stared at the screen blankly, as if he was stupid, and did not respond. Seeing that he didn't answer, an instructor asked tentatively, could it be that Gu Shuyan's normal attack actually comes with some kind of skill? The instructor next to her shook his head. Impossible, when she swung her sword just now, I didn't see any obvious fluctuations in holy light, it was just a normal attack. But the problem is, the defensive strength of a level 1 epic painted armor can withstand a full strength attack from a level 4 opponent. Gu Shuyan only has level 1, so how did she manage to break through the defense with 2 swords? The following is the ability setting of Huajia, which does not take up the main text space. You can watch it or not, it doesn't affect the plot. The grades of painted armor are divided into levels 1x, and the qualities are divided into 5 types: ordinary, excellent, outstanding, epic, and legendary. When activated, it emits 5 colors: white, green, blue, purple and gold. The 5 qualities correspond to ability levels 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. What's the meaning? Taking defensive painted armor as an example, it is an ordinary quality painted armor that can block a full strength attack from a level 1 opponent. A piece of excellent quality painted armor can block a full strength attack from a level 2 opponent. By analogy, a legendary painted armor can block a full strength attack from a level 5 opponent. The level 1 opponents, level 2 opponents, here refer to the single digits of the opponent's level. For example, a level 32 summoner is gold level 2, and a level 67 summoner is master level 7. Continuing, the ability value corresponding to the quality of the painted armor is the basic ability value of the painted armor, not the actual ability in actual combat. Painted armor is different from physical equipment, the abilities of physical equipment are fixed. In addition to the basic value of the painted armor's ability, the wearer can also enhance its ability by injecting holy light. The maximum value of this ability improvement is the fixed value multiplied by 2, that is, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Let's take the defensive painted armor as an example. The basic defense of an excellent painted armor is a full strength attack from a level 3 opponent, while the maximum defense is a full strength attack from a level 6 opponent. Of course, if the wearer wants to unleash the maximum capabilities of a piece of painted armor, his own level needs to reach the corresponding level. If the level is not high enough, the performance will be reduced. When the wearer's level is lower than the minimum value of the painted armor's ability value, no bonus will be provided. For example, a level 1 wearer can only provide a holy light bonus to ordinary painted armor, but cannot provide a bonus to excellent or above painted armor. Because the basic ability value of excellent painted armor is 2, the level of a level 1 wearer is not high enough. By analogy, a level 2 wearer can only provide bonuses to ordinary and excellent painted armor. Level 3 wearers can only provide bonuses to ordinary, excellent, and outstanding painted armor. The setting is a bit complicated. If you can understand it, then you can understand it. If you can't understand it, it doesn't really affect the plot. Chapter 62, Qin Xian breaks the dragon. No one in the monitoring room could give an answer. They looked at each other, unable to understand. Wang Hao suddenly said, "No, there is something wrong. Replay it." He stared at the screen intently, feeling that there must be something he had missed. The instructors next to him were about to replay the video, but they heard one of them exclaim, "Lin Zhao's last layer of defense is about to be broken." Everyone's attention was immediately diverted, and they subconsciously looked at the battle between Lin Xiao and Zhang Long. Wang Hao also temporarily gave up studying the mystery of how Gu Shuyan defeated the enemy with 2 swords. On the screen, Zhang Long's spear tips were like rain, covering Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao only had 1 sword left, and only 1 flying sword was still circling around him. It was obvious that Zhang Long had broken its defense once in this brief fight. "Lin Xiao, with this shot, let me see how I can break your last layer of defense." Zhang Long held the butt of the gun with one hand and shook it violently in the air. The iron spear suddenly trembled, and a shadow appeared on the spear tip, as if there were 3 more spear tips. And in Lin Zhao's eyes, it was indeed so. He couldn't tell which gun tip was real and which one was fake. "Since we can't tell the real from the fake, how can we resist it?" Zhang Long slowly handed over the gun and said, "Lin Xiao, this is the Abyss Dragon Shadow of the Wandering Dragon Spear. 1 spear has 9 strikes. Although I can only use 4 strikes, you can't resist it. Break the defense." Everyone in the monitoring room stared at the scene. Many people have heard of the Abyss Dragon Shadow, one of the special moves of the Yulong Spear. It is a mixture of real and fake, with 1 spear and 9 strikes. The power of this move is not particularly strong, but it is extremely deceptive. Among multiple gun shadows, only one is real. If you can't find the real gun tip, it's difficult to defend effectively. With Lin Zhao's fighting skills, he might not be able to block this shot. Once the last line of defense is broken, he will have no one to rely on and will not be a match for Zhang Long. Then only Gu Xuan will be able to take action. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Zhao suddenly closed his eyes and stood still facing the attacking iron spear. This action made the instructor in the monitoring room stunned. Are you giving up resistance? Zhang Long was also extremely confused by Lin Zhao's behavior. Could it be that this guy was scared by his gunshot? As the thought flashed through his mind, the tip of the gun was already in front of Lin Zhao. The next second, Lin Zhao suddenly raised his sword and stabbed it forward with a firm arm, without a trace of hesitation. Clang! The tip of the sword and the tip of the spear collided, making a sharp sound. Zhang Long looked shocked. Blocked, Lin Zhao actually blocked his confident shot. How did he do it? How can a mere phantom disturb my heart? Lin Zhao spoke calmly. The reason why he was able to find the real gun tip and intercept it accurately with 1 strike was because of his third soul-contracting feedback skill, Qin Xian. Qin Xian's passive effect is to feel with her heart and see through the enemy's mind. This passive ability is neither strong nor weak. Lin Zhao had fought several battles today and had tried to use Qin Xian, but it had little effect. Just now, Zhang Long had forced him into a desperate situation. With all his attention focused, he suddenly felt something. Others don't know which gun tip is real, but Zhang Long himself knows. Lin Zhao had a strange feeling, as if he could hear Zhang Long's thoughts, and naturally understood what Zhang Long was going to do. It is a feeling similar to foresight and foresight. Is it luck? Someone in the monitoring room said blankly. Someone immediately retorted, it can't be luck. Such a precise hit on the tip of the gun must have been predicted in advance. By the way, what did Lin Zhao mean by Qin Xian? Someone suddenly remembered Lin Zhao's words, could it be some kind of skill? This sentence enlightened all the instructors, but then everyone looked surprised. Lin Zhao has already used the sword control technique and a mental attack skill in the battle. If there is a third skill. The person who was speaking couldn't continue, his face was shocked. Even Wang Hao had an incredible expression. Everyone stared at Gu Xuan in shock. It was impossible for her to give Lin Zhao 3 skills, right? No one wants to think in this direction, it's too scary. After Zhang Long was stunned, his face suddenly darkened. His shot that was about to hit the target was blocked, which was unexpected. He also thought that Lin Zhao might have a third skill, and his heart was pounding. Zhang Long suppressed his uneasiness and said coldly, what Qin Xian, you are just bluffing, look at the gun. Zhang Long stabbed quickly with his iron spear, and his speed became faster and faster. No matter what trump cards Lin Zhao has, he must use up this last layer of defense as soon as possible. Zhang Long already knew that his Qi Ling had been defeated. He didn't know why Gu Xuan didn't help, but it was the best thing for him. The reason why Gu Xuan did not help was naturally to give Lin Zhao the opportunity to practice actual combat. After blocking Zhang Long's attack, Lin Zhao retreated, using the trees as a barrier, moving around and no longer confronting Zhang Long head-on. At the same time, the remote-controlled flying sword attacks. Although Zhang Long has the protection of painted armor, the painted armor is not invincible. As long as it is continuously consumed, it can still be broken. However, it was not wise to fight Zhang Long head-on before the painted armor was broken. In an instant, one was chasing and the other was running. Zhang Long quickly realized something was wrong and realized that Lin Zhao wanted to consume the defense of the painted armor. Lin Zhao, is that all you know how to do? Lin Zhao turned his head and said calmly, how about I go head-to-head with you foolishly? You will lose. As he spoke, Lin Zhao pointed his finger and the flying sword shot out. Zhang Long fired his gun to clear the air, and the flying sword bounced out several feet before returning with a buzzing sound. Can't delay any longer. Zhang Long's mind was spinning rapidly. If he continued to drag on, the painted armor would be broken sooner or later. When facing the flying sword, he will definitely be the loser. Zhang Long made a decision instantly and flew towards Lin Zhao, ignoring the harassing flying swords and deciding to fight it out. Dragon breaks. As Zhang Long pounced, he decisively used the Qi Ling feedback skill. He was able to fight Lin Xiao with his spear skills just now, and he had been holding back on those skills, but now he can't hold back anymore. Roar. I saw a shadow of a dragon flashing on the iron spear, and the dragon's roar was deafening. Zhang Long shot Lin Xiao with his gun. Lin Xiao felt that he was locked by the skill and there was no way to avoid it. But he was not afraid at all, for he still had a sword on his body. Her heart suddenly moved, and Qin Xian vaguely sensed Zhang Long's intention. In a flash, his eyes lit up. This might be a chance to decide the winner. Having made up his mind, Lin Xiao raised the iron sword and controlled the flying sword to shoot at Zhang Long's body. Zhang Long rushed forward without hesitation, allowing the flying sword to attack him. The painted armor shone with purple light, and the color became dimmer and dimmer. Bang! Zhang Long finally stabbed Lin Xiao with his gun, but was blocked by Jian Ziren. Zhang Long had already thought about the subsequent attack. He abandoned his iron spear and flew forward. A flash of light appeared in the palm of his left hand, and a spear emitting purple energy suddenly condensed out. Another piece of painted armor. This time it's weapons. The trump card that Zhang Long has been hiding. The moment Zhang Long grasped the spear, he was only 1 meter in front of Lin Xiao. With a fierce look in his eyes, he stabbed with all his might with the spear. Stop! A voice came from a distance. Zhang Long caught a glimpse of an instructor rushing out of the woods quickly, shouting anxiously. Zhang Long sneered in his heart. Stop. That's impossible. I must seriously injure Lin Xiao today and avenge my junior brother. Zhang Long's stabbing force increased instead of decreasing. Chapter 63 Snow Thousand Layers. However, Zhang Long suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if he had been hit on the head with a hammer. Buzz. Broken strings. The CD of the skill that Lin Xiao used first has finally run out. The spear in Zhang Long's hand moved forward due to inertia, but it lost its control and was no longer able to move forward. Lin Xiao raised his sword and swept it away with one blow. Then, while Zhang Long was still fighting the headache, he stabbed him in the chest with a sword. At the same time, the flying sword also stabbed at the same position. Snap! The two forces converged into one point, and the epic painted armor could no longer withstand it and was directly pierced through. Ah! Zhang Long screamed and woke up from the severe pain. He subconsciously lowered his head and saw an iron sword and a flying sword poured into his chest. He was completely stunned, his face blank. You lose. Lin Xiao drew out the iron sword expressionlessly, and blood gushed out of the wound immediately. Zhang Long groaned, covered his chest, and fell to the ground. He stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Damn it, you two bastards, I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? The instructor who came to the rescue finally arrived, but he was still a step too late, and his face was as gloomy as water. He glanced at Zhang Long's chest and his eyes twitched. Student Lin Xiao, you are too cruel, aren't you? Lin Xiao took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. He also felt that this battle was a little out of control and scratched his head. Instructor, I just got carried away. I'm sorry. The instructor was choked by the sincere attitude of admitting his mistake. Damn it, what can I say about you? The instructor stared at Lin Xiao, wanting to curse but unable to say anything. Lin Xiao chuckled and quickly reminded. Instructor, I think you should get them both to emergency care. The one on the ground is dying. You still know that. If they die, you will be in big trouble. The instructor said unhappily, not daring to delay any longer. He held Zhang Long in his left hand, grabbed Chen Hu with his right hand, and rushed down the mountain. The two were taken away. Lin Xiao looked at the ground, especially where Chen Hu was. There was a large pool of blood that had soaked into the soil, staining a large area dark. He couldn't help feeling anxious, hoping that he would not die. I was indeed a little impulsive this time. When I saw Wang Shi's footprints all over and Chen Hu's arrogant look, I felt inexplicably angry. When I took action, I just wanted to kill this person. I'm addicted. This little bastard is so cruel. In the monitoring room, Wang Hao was cursing. He had met Lin Xiao when he reported for freshman registration. He seemed like a very polite boy, but he turned out to be more ferocious than a wolf when it came to fighting. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. But having said that, it was really surprising that Lin Xiao won by fighting 1 against 2. Although he relied on his skills to knock down Chen Hu first, Zhang Long, who was wearing painted armor, was still defeated by him, which was really unexpected. By the way, Gu Shuiyan. Wang Hao suddenly remembered that he had not figured out how Gu Shuiyan killed 2 contracted spirits in seconds, and quickly signaled the instructor beside him to replay the video. The scene was cut back again. With the experience of watching Gu Shuiyan kill the anaconda last time, this time Wang Hao directly asked to cut the scene to the moment Gu Shuiyan swung the sword. Right here, twice as slow, not 5 times. Wang Hao commanded. The instructor followed the instructions and slowed down the footage. In the video, Gu Shuiyan slowly lowered the sword, very slowly. Everyone stared at it for a moment. Is there any problem? After the sword was chopped off, an instructor scratched his head. This time everyone was studying the angle and whether there was a situation where they could use the force again, but no obvious abnormalities were found. No, why does her sword have an illusion? Wang Hao noticed something wrong. Is it because of the slow motion? When slowing down, the picture is a little too much, the screen doesn't have enough pixels, and there are often ghost images when the picture is presented. An instructor said unsure. Impossible. The equipment we use is a special motion capture camera, and the screen resolution is as high as 8K. There must be no ghosting. Someone immediately refuted. Wang Hao frowned and said, slow down even more, 10 times slower. The instructor was manipulated to execute again. Everyone stared at the screen. Gu Shuiyan's sword-slashing action flashed across the screen at an extremely slow speed, and this time the shadow was more obvious. In the picture, the long sword in Gu Shuiyan's hand is about 3 fingers wide, but within a range twice this width, several fan-like shadows appear. 1, 2, 3. 10, a total of 10. An instructor counted subconsciously and then wondered, what's going on? Slow down even more. Wang Hao was also very puzzled, and added, slow down as much as possible. Upon hearing this, the operating instructor immediately adjusted the image to 32 times slow speed. This time, the images on the screen flashed almost frame by frame. When the video was played back at 32 times slow motion, everyone stared at the screen in amazement and finally realized something was wrong. Gu Shuiyan chopped down with her sword, but raised it up in a very short time, and then chopped down again, repeating this 10 times. These 10 sword swings were completed in about 5 milliseconds, so that from the naked eye, it seemed that she only made 1 sword swing. Everyone had an expression of seeing a ghost, and their eyes were full of disbelief. How is this possible? The same mumbling sound kept coming from the monitoring room. Today, Gu Shuiyan shocked everyone again and again, but this time it was almost a fright. No wonder she was able to break the epic painted armor with just 2 swords, because it wasn't just 2 swords, but 20 swords. An instructor murmured. What kind of sword technique is this? How is this done? Wang Hao found himself as naive as a child. In the woods, Lin Xiao was also asking Gu Shuiyan similar questions. Sister Gu, how did you manage to defeat a Qi Ling with just 2 sword strikes? This is too amazing. Gu Shuiyan explained softly. This is a sword technique called Snow Thousand Layers. It allows you to strike the sword 1,000 times in an instant. Although it looks like you only strike once, it is actually many strikes. When I was at my peak, I could strike out with my sword 1,000 times, but with my current strength, I can only strike out 10 times at a time. Lin Xiao was stunned. There was such a sword technique in the world. He was puzzled. Sister Gu, didn't you say that most of the sword techniques in the previous life cannot be used in this world? Gu Shuiyan said, Snow Thousand Layers is actually a sword drawing technique. Although the power sources of the 2 worlds are different, they are similar in their use. Snow Thousand Layers happens to be a technique that can still be used. Lin Xiao suddenly realized, and then his eyes became extremely hot, Sister Gu, I want to learn too. As he spoke, he took a step forward and grabbed Gu Shuiyan's hand, not forgetting to take the opportunity to act coquettishly. He gently pulled her hand and shook it, Sister, please teach me. This move is amazing. I want to learn it. Gu Shuiyan raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Okay, but this move is difficult. It requires both talent and hard work. If you want to learn it, you have to be very serious. Lin Xiao nodded, as long as my sister teaches me step by step, I am not afraid of difficulties. Gu Shuiyan smiled, I can only teach you the technique, and then you can practice it slowly. Lin Xiao suddenly felt extremely regretful, then let's go back and learn. Chapter 64 The Fat Man with Leaking Gas. In the monitoring room, the instructors heard Gu Shuyan's explanation and finally understood the reason. Wang Hao was filled with emotion. He was indeed a top-level spirit with profound knowledge. In fact, what distinguishes top-level contract spirits from ordinary contract spirits is not only their growth characteristics and skill power, but also that they often come with some potential abilities. In her previous life, Gu Shuyan was a true swordsman. Even though only a wisp of soul was left, and limited by the different rules of the world, she would always leave behind some of her unique skills. In the woods, Wang Shi expressed his gratitude to Lin Xiao. "Brother Lin, thank you for saving me." Wang Shi had a big belly and the buttons of his clothes had been torn by Chen Hu. His shirt was bare and he looked funny and miserable. The footprints on the chest were smeared black and dirty, and urgently needed to be cleaned with clean water. "No need to say thank you, we are roommates. Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Lin Xiao noticed that there was blood at the corner of Wang Shi's mouth and his face was swollen. "I'm fine." Wang Shi shook his head. There were a few broken skins on his body, and then he was slapped by Chen Hu. His gums were bleeding, but it was not a big problem. He looked at Lin Xiao, tears of gratitude filling his eyes. "Brother Lin, no, big brother, you will be my big brother from now on." Lin Xiao patted his shoulder and said, "We are classmates, don't be so polite. If you really want to thank me, give me the almonds later." Wang Shi chuckled, "If big brother wants it, I will definitely give it to him. If it weren't for big brother today, I don't know how much humiliation I would have endured." Still being called big brother, Lin Xiao was helpless. "I'm kidding you. I'm not going to steal your nuts. Come on, I saw a stream on the way here. You need to wash." After saying that, he led the way. Wang Shi hurriedly followed. Arriving at the stream, after Wang Shi washed himself, Lin Xiao asked, "Will you hunt Calamity by yourself next, or will you come with me?" Wang Shi said without hesitation, "I'll go with big brother." "Alright, let's go. I've only hunted one, what about you?" Lin Xiao has 2 magic seeds, and the one of disaster termite definitely cannot be used to count. "I already have 2. Wang Shi scratched his head and said, "There is still one missing, but Guogua is seriously injured and cannot fight for the time being. I plan to find a level 1 disaster. I should be able to deal with it alone." After being injured, Qi Ling needs time to recover just like a normal person. However, the recovery speed is much faster. If the injury is not serious, it can be recovered in a few hours, and serious injuries can be recovered in a day or 2. "Okay, let's find yours first." Lin Xiao immediately made a decision. His next goal was to hunt down 2 level 5 disasters, but he didn't know if he could find them. After all, there are only 9 level 5 disasters in total. If that doesn't work, hunt level 4. As for the level 7 disaster, Lin Xiao decided to try it one last time. If you don't know whether you can win or not, you have to collect 3 demon species as a guarantee. Having made the decision, Lin Xiao took Sister Gu and Wang Shi to search in the forest. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Gu. Gulu. The 3 were walking across a meadow when a strange sound was heard. "What's that sound?" Lin Xiao was stunned and turned his head to look around. Gurgle. Then there was another sound. Lin Xiao's gaze fell on Wang Shi's face. The fat boy's face turned red and he looked uncomfortable. "Hungry?" Lin Xiao found it funny. Wang Shi shook his head, his face suddenly changed, and he squeezed his legs together. Poof! The sound was not loud, but it seemed to be squeezed out and lasted for a long time. "It looks like a lock that has run away." Lin Xiao was petrified. "What is this?" Fart. Wang Shi's face turned red. "Well, big brother, wait for me, I'll be back soon." After saying this, he turned around and ran, but the way he ran was indescribably strange. With her legs clamped together, her chubby butt twisted back and forth. Like a big ball. The key point is that the big ball is still leaking air, making a series of noises. Beep. Bayu. Bang pa pa. Poof. With a vibrato. Lin Xiao almost laughed out loud when he heard this. I immediately realized that it was the pot of disaster wild boar meat. Wang Shi dived into the bushes, and after a few seconds, a puff sound was heard. Then things got out of control. The sound of popping was endless, like the sound of fireworks during the new year. Lin Xiao reacted and turned around to cover Sister Gu's ears. Gu Xuan blinked her long eyelashes gently. Lin Xiao also blinked, "Don't dirty my sister's ears." Gu Xuan found it very funny and a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lin Xiao quickly pulled her away and said speechlessly, "This little fat guy dared to eat disaster meat. He will suffer for it now." After waiting for a long time, Wang Shi finally emerged from the bushes. Lin Xiao couldn't help but tease, "Tisk, brother, your family is in the firecracker business." Wang Shi lowered his head, feeling ashamed and angry. "Let's see if you dare to eat randomly in the future." Lin Xiao laughed. Wang Shi looked frustrated, "I thought a small bite would be fine." After the incident, the three continued on their journey. After a few minutes, Wang Shi suddenly shouted again, "Brother, please wait for me a moment." Then he rushed into the woods again like a flash. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, and he quickly reminded, "Run away." 5 or 6 minutes later, Wang Shi emerged from the forest. He even staggers when he walks. Lin Xiao clicked his tongue and said, "This piece of meat is as good as a laxative." Wang Shi sighed, "My legs are weak." Lin Xiao laughed, "I hope this is the last time." As a result, within 10 minutes, Wang Shi rushed into the grove again. Lin Xiao and Gu Xuan looked at each other, and a strange expression appeared on Fairy Gu's cold face. The two waited and waited, but Wang Shi did not come out for a long time. Lin Xiao was a little puzzled and shouted towards the woods, "Wang Shi, are you ready?" No response was heard. Lin Xiao's face changed. Then Wang Shi's mourning voice was heard. "Brother, I'm out of paper." Lin Xiao held his forehead with his hand. "Neither do I. You figure it out yourself." "Oh, okay." After a long time, Wang Shi finally walked out of the woods. "Don't move yet, how did you solve it?" Lin Xiao called a halt from a distance. Wang Shi scratched his head, "Leaves." "Ha ha ha." Lin Xiao laughed out loud instantly, then looked alert. "Stay away from us, 10 meters away, do you hear me?" Wang Shi just laughed. Then, Wang Shi went into the grove 5 times. "The last time I came out, my legs were shaking. Brother, I can't do it anymore. I feel weak all over." "Ha ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." Lin Xiao laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Gu Xuan turned her head away, her lips tightly pursed, but the corners of her eyes unconsciously raised slightly. She was trying not to laugh. Wang Shi finally stopped having diarrhea, but as he walked at the back, he could still make a sound of gasping for air from time to time. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Xiao was surprised. "Strange, the leaves I used to wipe my butt just now pricked my hands, and now my hands and butt hurt." Wang Shi touched his butt with one hand while Shashaha blew air into his hand. "The leaves prick my hands." Lin Xiao's eyes widened. "Are the edges of the leaves pointed, serrated, and hairy?" Wang Shi's eyes widened. "Brother, how did you know?" Lin Xiao showed an expression of great admiration. "Brother, you are very brave, that is nettle." Wang Shi was stunned. He had heard of nettles but had never seen one. The blowing sound became louder. Chapter 65 Disaster, Giant Ape. Wang Shi was really exhausted and no longer had the strength to hunt down the disaster. Lin Xiao thought about it and suggested that he take a rest while he and Sister Gu completed the goal, and then everyone would meet at the location of the level 7 disaster. Wang Shi really couldn't muster the strength and could only nod in agreement. Lin Xiao took Gu Xuan away and quickly looked for the disaster. It took about 2 hours to finally complete the task. Kill 1 level 5 and 1 level 4 disaster. All the problems were solved by Gu Xuan very quickly. Lin Xiao dug out the demon seed, took out his cell phone to check the time, and found that it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. "Sister Gu, let's go to the top of the mountain and meet that level 7 disaster." Gu Xuan nodded. At the moment, level 5 disaster was not a problem for her. The senior executives on Long Yin's side all want to know her specific strength, and she herself actually wants to know what her limit is. Lin Xiao walked to the open space, faced Lin Feng and observed, and soon locked onto the highest point of the mountain. Then he and Gu Xuan hurried there. Nearly half an hour later, they reached the top of the mountain. After climbing a small dirt slope, there is a huge open space at the top of the mountain range. At this time, there were actually quite a few freshmen standing at the edge of the open space, dozens of them, all looking at the center of the open space. Someone noticed Lin Zhao's arrival, his eyes fixed with surprise, and then poked the people around him with his arm. "Look, Lin Zhao is here." As if a chain reaction had started, people around started looking over. His eyes swept across Lin Zhao, and then almost instantly locked onto Gu Shuyan, eyes filled with amazement. Lin Zhao walked forward, looking past the crowd and towards the center of the open space. There was a huge ape about 4 or 5 meters tall, covered with black hair. It was locked with a thick chain and kept roaring at the surrounding creatures. A pair of eyes as red as blood, full of rage, ran back and forth in the open space, trying to attack the freshman and pull the chain straight. The iron chain that locked it was probably not made of ordinary iron. Every time it was stretched straight, a dark black light would glow on it, pulling the giant ape back. Level 7, a bit scary. Lin Zhao instantly determined the level based on the giant ape's aura. He was secretly surprised that this disaster monkey was much stronger than the ones he had seen before. Every time its 2 thick arms hit the ground shook. It is not difficult to imagine what would happen if it happened to a human. "Sister Gu, can you handle it?" Lin Zhao's heart was beating fast. He looked at Gu Shuyan. She was looking at the giant ape with calm eyes. After a little thought, she replied. "Very strong, you won't know until you fight him." Lin Zhao nodded. At this time, someone called out from the side, "Brother, this way." Wang Shi waved at the crowd. Lin Zhao walked over with Gu Shuyan and asked with a smile. "Is your stomach okay?" Wang Shi's face flushed, and he waved his hands repeatedly. "It's okay now, I'm fine." At this moment, 2 freshmen came from the direction Lin Zhao had just come from, and one of them complained. "Fuck, if I know which bastard is shitting, I'll fuck his ass and step on him." Wang Shi's face froze instantly. Lin Zhao was shocked and looked back quickly. "I saw a boy with a face as black as the bottom of a pot, rubbing one foot back and forth on the ground. I don't know how many times we rubbed against each other." Phew. Lin Zhao almost laughed out loud. "I heard the boy say, the guy next door, pulling one pile wasn't enough, so he pulled 2, causing me to step on him twice." Kukuku. Lin Zhao finally couldn't help it and laughed out loud. When the 2 boys heard this, they looked over and then saw Gu Shuyan. "Shut up immediately. How could you embarrass yourself in front of such a beautiful fairy? Pretend nothing happened." Wang Shi quickly pulled Lin Zhao aside, looking nervous. "Brother, don't laugh, don't say it was me who pulled it, or I feel like I'm going to be beaten to death." Lin Zhao smiled and nodded. The incident passed and he glanced at the freshmen around him. "Why is everyone here?" Wang Shi immediately explained to him, "Everyone has completed the task, so we want to see who can kill the level 7 disaster. I came here to watch the fun." Lin Zhao touched his chin and asked. "Has anyone tried this?" Wang Shi shook his head. "No one dares to go up. This giant ape is too terrifying. I don't think anyone can withstand its attack." After a brief pause, his eyes fell on Gu Shuyan and hesitantly said. "Fairy Gu should be able to do it. Brother, do you want to try it?" Wang Shi and Lin Zhao were talking, and everyone around them was listening with their ears perked up. At this time, he couldn't help but look at Lin Zhao and Gu Shuyan with anticipation. Everyone today has fought against the disaster and has witnessed how powerful it is. Ordinary students had a hard time dealing with disasters of level 2 or 3, and in their opinion, level 7 was not something that freshmen could handle. But Gu Shuyan's reputation has been so great in recent days that everyone has some expectations for her. Do you think Fairy Gu can defeat the level 7 disaster? She is rated as the most powerful spirit on Blue Star. I think she has a chance. But the level gap is too big. I think I can fight him for a few moves, but it's impossible to win. Yes, I heard that among the previous students, very few could defeat the level 6 disaster. Long Yin did not lack SSS students in the past. Lin Zhao listened to the discussions around him and prepared to answer Wang Shi without hiding anything. But a voice sounded first. Shen Juanru's clear voice came, "Student Lin Zhao, do you want to try it?" Lin Zhao looked over and said casually, "That's exactly what I meant." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes froze. Puff. The next second I couldn't help laughing out loud. The crowd parted and Shin Juanru came out hugging Qin Shan. Qin Shan looked reluctant, with his head down, not daring to look around. A pink ribbon was wrapped around the dark forehead, with a huge bow tied at the end. That look was extremely funny. Lin Xiao subconsciously recalled the scene in which ancient people gave gifts, a big yellow cow wearing a red flower. Everyone around couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Shan was filled with shame and anger. He turned around and tried to escape several times, but Shin Juanru grabbed his arm tightly every time. Lin Xiao looked strange. Brother Qin, what's wrong with you? Qin Shan glanced at Shin Juanru, looking hopeless. It was all her fault. Why? Shin Juanru explained with a distressed look. Brother de Tainyo was injured, and there is no bandage, so this is the only way to bandage him. Lin Xiao suddenly realized and couldn't help but teasing. Brother Qin, don't be embarrassed by what you have. This daughter-in-law is not bad. When Shin Juanru heard this, her eyes lit up and she held Qin Shan's arm even tighter. Qin Shan shuddered and anxiously explained. Don't talk nonsense, I have nothing to do with her. Lin Xiao shook his head, becoming more and more curious about why Qin Shan was so resistant to Shin Juanru. It can't be true what Shin Juanru said, right? At this time, a voice came from the side of the field. Everyone, it's already 5 o'clock. Students who plan to try to fight against the level 7 disaster may begin now. Also, you can use painted armor in this battle. Chapter 66 Qin Shan takes action. Lin Xiao looked behind him and found that there was an instructor wearing camouflage uniform. When the instructor spoke, he looked over and the meaning in his eyes was very clear. He was waiting for Lin Xiao. Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak, Qin Shan said first, I'll do it. Shin Juanru immediately stopped him and said, Brother de Tainyo, you are injured, so don't go. Qin Shan had long wanted to get rid of her. Nupentang, let me go, this is a good opportunity to challenge the disaster, how can I hide behind it? While Shin Juanru was hesitating, he broke free and rushed directly to the venue. Seeing Qin Shan rushing in, everyone's eyes followed him. When the black-haired giant ape saw someone entering, his eyes immediately emitted an excited and bloodthirsty light. Qin Shan stopped at the edge of the field and summoned his spirit. The red summoning gate opened, and a swordsman wearing ancient armor appeared on the scene. SS Contract Spirit. Lin Xiao was slightly surprised. Qin Shan seemed very unusual. Qin Shan and his spirit bond looked at each other and silently exchanged tactics. After a few seconds, the ancient swordsman stretched out his hand, a blue light floated in the palm of his hand, and a bright silver 7-ring sword condensed in the air. The blade shook, and the iron ring vibrated, making a crisp sound. The blade is glowing with blue light. This is obviously a painted armor weapon. But judging by the color emitted, the quality is nothing but excellent. The ancient swordsman held the sword in one hand and slowly walked towards the giant ape of disaster. Seeing the ancient swordsman stepping forward, the giant ape slapped its chest with its 2 strong arms, then got on all fours and rushed towards the swordsman fiercely. When the giant ape was still 3 or 4 feet away from the swordsman, it suddenly leaped up, raised its arms high, and smashed down with all its might. The swordsman jumped away swiftly. The place where he was originally standing was smashed by the giant ape, leaving a deep dent and spiderweb-like cracks on the ground. Dust flew up and swept all around. The swordsman shouted loudly, stomped his feet on the ground, held the sword in both hands, and jumped up. The 7-ring knife in his hand suddenly became extremely bright, with a large amount of holy light infused into it, and the blade looked like it was cast in gold. It looks like it's going to split the earth. The giant ape roared, swung its right arm, and smashed the ancient swordsman with its pitch-black fist covered with thick keratin. Bang! With a dull thud, the swordsman was shot out like a cannonball, flying more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. He stood up, leaning on the 7-ring knife, his face solemn. The giant ape punched the swordsman away, and Qin Shan had already gone around behind him. Taking advantage of the giant ape's back facing him, Qin Shan did not hesitate to slash at its back with his knife. Puff! The blade cut off a tuft of black hair from the giant ape's body, and the blade cut into the skin, but it got stuck after only half a centimeter. Roar! The giant ape felt pain and let out an earth-shaking roar. Qin Shan's face changed and he immediately retreated. The next second, the giant ape turned around and punched Qin Shan. The wind from his fist broke through the air, making a dull sound, and the stimulation made Qin Shan's cheek feel like it was cut by a knife. Fortunately, we retreated quickly. Qin Shan shouted, "This beast's defense is too strong, senior, use your ultimate move." Good. Upon hearing this, the ancient swordsman shouted, "Giant spirit statue." His body shook violently, and golden light shone on the surface. The whole person was instantly covered by a layer of golden light. His body quickly grew taller, and in a blink of an eye he became a giant more than 2 meters tall. The giant rushed towards the giant ape with a knife in hand, and the ground shook every time his giant feet touched the ground. Calamity Ape slapped his chest again, angered by this humanoid creature that was nearly as big as himself. The huge body rushed forward like a tank. The two giant creatures charged forward, stomping on the ground, causing the land to tremble and the stones to bounce. Lin Xiao felt the ups and downs of the ground under his feet, his eyes fixed on the field. Qin Shan, the spirit contract, became very powerful after activating his ultimate move. There is a sense of violent power all over the body. The freshman also showed nervous and excited expressions. I wonder how this showdown will go. In the blink of an eye, the giant and the giant ape were only 10 feet apart. The giant swung the long sword in his hand and chopped at the giant ape. The red-haired giant ape continued to swing his punch, and its thick arms were instantly covered with a layer of stone armor as it swung. It should be a skill similar to stone skin. The entire arm becomes thicker. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and the knife light and stone chips exploded. A circle of air waves visible to the naked eye swept through, stirring up a gust of wind in the venue. The giant transformed by the swordsman leaned back and staggered, like a drunkard, stumbling backwards. Retreat 5 or 6 steps in a row. On the other hand, the giant ape just took a step back. There was a knife mark on its huge fist, its stone skin was broken, and a shallow wound was imprinted on its fist. What was surprising was that the wound kept twisting and wriggling, and in just a few seconds, it healed as before. Everyone was shocked. Is the giant ape's defense so strong? And it has the ability to recover. When the instructors in the monitoring room saw this scene, they all looked as if it was natural. Wang Hao said calmly, "This disaster giant ape was carefully selected. It has strong defense and super life recovery ability. It is specially used to test Gu Shuyan." At the moment when the giant ape and the swordsman collided, Qin Shan had already returned and appeared behind the giant ape. Sword drawing technique, blood rage slash. He shouted loudly, took a half step forward with his right foot, bent his knees slightly and half knelt, held the knife at his waist with his left hand, and made a gesture of drawing the knife with his right hand. Charging, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chilla. Chilla. The air exploded, as if it was cut by something. Lin Xiao looked over and saw bloody knife shadows appearing in front of Qin Shan, as dense as waves. Within a few seconds, he swung the knife frantically. A huge blade of light burst out, forming a blade 3 or 4 meters long, slashing towards the back of the giant ape. Puff. Puff. In an instant, the sword energy hit the giant ape's back, and its black hair exploded. The skin that was originally impossible to cut suddenly showed dense cracks and blood gushed out. Roar. The giant ape roared in pain, and the skin on its back instantly turned to stone, blocking the sword's attack. For a moment, stone chips flew everywhere. The sword energy lasted for 3 seconds before it died. The giant ape turned around in anger, opened its arms and slammed towards Qin Shan. Qin Shan quickly moved away. The giant ape smashed its arms into the ground, causing it to shake. Just when Qin Shan breathed a sigh of relief, the ground suddenly bulged up like waves. Seismic waves. It is the skill of the giant ape. He was caught off guard and was pushed into the air. The giant ape had already leaped up, stretched out its arms like a full moon, and smashed down with all its strength. Ah! Shen Juanru exclaimed and her face changed drastically. Qin Shan's face also darkened. If he was hit by this, he would be seriously injured. But the person was in mid-air and had nowhere to hide. I'm afraid I'll have to lie down for a while this time. Qin Shan thought, and subconsciously used his knife to block the giant ape's fist. At this moment, the giant ape's body trembled violently, as if it was hit by an electric current, and fell to the ground suddenly. Lin Xiao was stunned and subconsciously looked at the instructor at the edge of the field. The instructor was holding a remote control and pressing buttons. Qin Shan, the challenge failed, the instructor said indifferently. Qin Shan landed, was slightly startled, and sighed helplessly. Accept the fact of failure. If the instructor doesn't press the button, you will be seriously injured. If you continue fighting, you will have no chance of winning. The level gap is too big. Upon hearing the instructor's voice, the freshmen at the edge of the field were in an uproar. You lost already? How long did Qin Shan last? 20 seconds. SS Chi Ling was completely suppressed in the front. It seems that the instructor is right. Level 7 disaster is not something we can challenge. Chapter 67, Stunning Appearance. The failure of Qin Shan's challenge was expected by all new businesses. But I was still a little surprised that I couldn't hold on for even 20 seconds. The most important thing is that Qin Shan and his Chi Ling couldn't even break the giant ape's defense. It's not that it wasn't broken, but the damage was really insignificant. In front of the giant ape's terrifying recovery ability, it was no different from not being injured. Qin Shan's tall figure walked out of the venue in frustration and came to Lin Xiao. Brother Lin, this giant ape's defense is too strong. I can't break it. It's up to you. Following these words, the freshmen all looked at Lin Xiao. The instructor also looked over and asked with a smile. Student Lin Xiao, do you want to try it? Lin Xiao nodded and looked at Gu Shuyan. Sister Gu, let's go. Gu Shuyan nodded her snow-white chin, and the two of them walked into the venue together. The giant ape recovered from the electric paralysis and, sensing someone else entering the area, let out an angry roar. It was completely enraged by Qin Shan and wanted to tear the newcomer to pieces immediately. After rubbing his head, which was not very clear after being paralyzed by the electric current, he was about to launch a charge. However, after just taking 2 steps, its strong legs suddenly stopped, and its eyes were fixed on Gu Shuyan, with vigilance revealed in its scarlet pupils. Hey, why did it stop? He seems a little scared. The giant ape's behavior surprised the freshmen watching. It seems to be afraid of Fairy Gu. People discovered the reason, and this sentence immediately surprised everyone. In the monitoring room, Wang Hao sighed, she is indeed the strongest person in the past. Even if she has transformed into a contracted spirit, the aura of a strong person emanating from her soul makes the disasters that are far higher than her level feel afraid. What Wang Hao said was correct. Both the giant ape and the anaconda felt the aura of a superior from Gu Shuyan. Its intelligence was not very low, and there was a look of doubt on its leathery face. It didn't understand why it felt dangerous because of this woman who was obviously of a very low level, so it became alert instinctively. Lin Xiao entered the venue, communicated with Gu Shuyan through telepathy, and quickly determined the tactics. Gu Shuyan stretched out her hand, condensed the holy sword, and her body lightly flew across the ground and came in front of the giant ape. Although the giant ape was instinctively afraid of her, the huge level gap prevented it from running away. It roared, swung its strong arms, and swept towards Gu Shuyan. Gu Shuyan dodged the sweeping attack by slightly moving her body to the side. The white clothes fluttered in a strong wind, and at the same time he raised his sword and slashed at the giant ape's arm. The giant ape did not dare to be careless and released the stone skin technique early on. The holy light sword fell on the gray skin surface. The onlookers only heard a muffled sound, stone chips flying everywhere, and the giant ape's body shook as if it had been hit hard. Gu Shuyan floated away and flew some distance. Everyone quickly looked at the giant ape's arm, and saw a deep scar on the gray stone skin, with flesh and blood faintly visible. The flesh and blood was wriggling and healing quickly. The freshmen were instantly in an uproar. My god, Fairy Gu actually broke the giant ape's defense with just one sword attack. This effect is almost as powerful as when Qin Shan Chi Ling uses his ultimate move. What kind of power is this? It's too exaggerated. The freshmen were shocked. Qin Shan was even more stunned, his face full of disbelief. He knew very well how strong the giant ape's defense was. Just now, when he and Chi Ling used their strongest attacks, they could only barely break the defense. But this Fairy Gu can do it with just a simple sword attack, it's simply outrageous. In his heart, Qin Shan had actually raised Gu Shuyan to a very high position, but he found that he still underestimated her. The ancient swordsman Chi Ling beside Qin Shan stared at Gu Shuyan with a burning gaze, awe flashing in his eyes. He was already a formidable and powerful man in his previous life, and now when he looked at Shuyan, he felt a sense of looking up to her. How powerful she must have been when she was alive, the ancient swordsman couldn't help but wonder. The instructors in the monitoring room had anticipated this. It seemed that Gu Shuyan had used the sword skill Shui Qianxing right at the start. Otherwise there won't be this effect. Fear flashed in the giant ape's eyes. He felt alarmed that the human woman before him could break his defense with just one sword. Primates are inherently intelligent. After Gu Shuyan's body swung away, she lightly tapped the ground and flew towards the giant ape again. He swung the sword in his hand again. While she was drawing her sword, Lin Xiao was not idle either. He controlled the flying sword to assist and harass the giant ape. For a while, the two swords kept leaving scars on the giant ape. The power of Lin Xiao's swordsmanship is about the same as the power of Gu Shuyan's normal attack combined with Snow Thousand Layers. It could only barely break through the stone skin, leaving a shallow blood mark on the skin. Seeing that he could not achieve much effect, Lin Xiao aimed his sword-controlling technique at the giant ape's eyes. These are the two most vulnerable positions. This strategy immediately caused great trouble to the giant ape, and it had to use one hand to protect its eyes. Gu Shuyan suddenly had a safer space to attack. She exerted all her strength, and sword marks appeared on the giant ape's body, crisscrossing each time and touching the flesh. But the giant ape had an amazing ability to recover, and all its wounds healed within a few seconds. The two worked together to attack the giant ape like a storm for half a minute, but the effect was not ideal. Gu Shuyan said to Lin Xiao with her mind. Its recovery ability is extremely strong. A war of attrition will not work. Normal attacks cannot cause fatal injuries to it. Only Jinghong can kill it with one strike. The two's initial tactic was to consume the giant ape and test its recovery ability. But now it is discovered that the giant ape's recovery ability is much stronger than imagined. Lin Xiao immediately said, "Okay, Sister Gu, you gather your strength and I will hold him back. If you want to unleash the maximum power of Jinghong, it is best to charge for 5 seconds." Gu Shuyan immediately floated back, and released her sword towards Lin Xiao as she retreated. With 3 invincible defenses protecting him, Lin Xiao stood in front of the giant ape with a sword. The freshmen, who didn't know the reason, looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what this tactic was. Why did Fairy Gu retreat and Lin Xiao come to the front? The summoner's body is fragile. Isn't this just courting death? The freshmen were puzzled. Then, Gu Shuyan was seen floating in the air, with sword lights flashing in front of her, and a huge flying sword slowly condensed. Everyone suddenly realized that Gu Shuyan seemed to be about to launch a killing move. But it seems to take time to accumulate strength. I don't know how long it will take. The freshmen couldn't help but question in their hearts, Lin Xiao can hold back the giant ape. You must be kidding. Qin Shan didn't dare to confront the giant ape head-on just now. What can Lin Xiao use to stop him? Some smart freshmen couldn't help but look at the 3 flying swords beside Lin Xiao, as if they were thinking about something. The giant ape did not understand the two people's intentions at first. When it saw Gu Shuyan retreating, the pressure was relieved and it did not think of chasing after her. He then looked at Lin Xiao who was blocking his way. He had just been harassed by him, and all his anger found a place to vent. He punched him almost without hesitation. Of course, Lin Xiao would not rely on the sword to take the attack head-on, but instead jumped back to avoid the attack. At the same time, the sword-controlling technique controlled the flying sword to attack the giant ape's eyes again. The giant ape swept its arm and slapped the flying sword away like a fly, then let out an angry roar and pounced straight towards Lin Xiao. At this moment, the giant ape's body suddenly shook, and he felt an astonishing breath rising in the distance. It suddenly turned its head and saw Gu Shuyan floating in the air, her long hair flying and her white clothes fluttering. A gigantic immortal sword hummed and vibrated, emitting a murderous intent. Chapter 68, Kill instantly with one sword. The surrounding air was surging with murderous aura, and the giant ape instantly felt frightened. Feeling a deadly threat from it. The giant ape instantly realized that this human woman was gathering strength and had to be interrupted. It gave up the idea of attacking Lin Xiao without hesitation and pounced on Gu Shuyan. There was no way Lin Xiao would let it leave directly, so he rushed forward with a sword in hand, jumped up head-on, and swung the sword at the giant ape's face. The giant ape subconsciously slapped him. Seeing this scene, the freshman watching couldn't help but feel nervous. There is a 6-level difference between the two. If Lin Xiao is hit, he will probably become a meat pie. The timid ones even turned their heads slightly, some afraid to look. Those who guessed that there was something fishy about the three flying swords beside Lin Xiao looked at them with burning eyes. In everyone's eyes, Lin Xiao and his sword seemed to have hit the giant ape's palm. Bang! A huge muffled sound was heard from the contact point. A flying sword beside Lin Xiao suddenly became brighter. The giant ape stumbled as if it had hit a wall, and stumbled back 3 steps. It felt like it had hit a piece of iron plate, and the recoil force caused severe pain in its entire arm. What the hell, what kind of defense is this? The freshmen were all excited, with faces full of amazement. The 3 flying swords surrounding Lin Xiao flashed, and one of them exploded and disappeared into aura. Seeing this scene, many people saw the clue. Could it be 3 invincible defenses? This is too abnormal. Blocking a level 7 disaster attack. The little human in front of him was not slapped away, but his palm felt severe pain, and the giant ape was a little dazed. But the next second, it was awakened by the increasingly powerful aura of the flying sword in the distance, and tried to rush over to destroy it again. Lin Xiao stood in front of him again. The giant ape subconsciously wanted to slap him again, but he raised his arm, then reacted and let go. It takes a direct detour. Lin Xiao naturally couldn't let it pass by, so he moved sideways to block it and chopped the giant ape's knee with his sword. With a clang, the iron sword hit the stone skin, with little effect. The giant ape roared in annoyance. Facing Lin Xiao's obstruction, it didn't know whether to attack or not. It soon thought of a solution. It ignored Lin Xiao and jumped directly towards Gu Shuyan. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then his face changed. This beast is really quite smart. What to do? The onlookers also exclaimed. The giant ape is so smart, can Lin Xiao stop it? Lin Xiao raised his head slightly and looked at the giant ape that leaped over his head, his eyes suddenly lit up. Trying to get past me? No way. Sword control. I saw a bright sword light flash and chase after the giant ape. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the giant ape in midair suddenly stiffened its body, tensed its legs, and clamped its buttocks together violently. Hee, you actually exposed your weak spot. What else is there to say? Just stab her in the ass. No matter how strong your defense is, chrysanthemums are extremely fragile. The giant ape slammed back to the ground, covering its butt with one hand, and a human-like constipated expression appeared on its ugly face. Grimace in pain. The freshmen who were watching were stunned for a moment, then they immediately understood what was going on and their faces instantly became extremely interesting. Ha ha ha, poking the ass, a stroke of genius. It's so funny. Look at the giant ape, with his knees tucked under him, just like a newlywed bride. Ha ha ha. My god, newlywed wife, this is what your wife looks like. Amidst the laughter, the giant ape continued to rush towards Gu Shuyan. The threat there is becoming increasingly deadly. Seeing this, Lin Xiao activated his sword control technique again and shouted, "Stab her in the ass." The giant ape's body trembled, as if it understood these words. Its steps slowed down, its legs clamped together, one hand covered its buttocks, and it looked back with a look of panic. This action once again made everyone laugh. Lin Xiao's sword-wielding skills failed to stab the giant ape again, but enough time had passed. Jinghong has been condensed. The giant ape felt something and turned around suddenly. The deadly threat madly hit its mind, and it instinctively released defensive skills. In the air, Gu Shuyan's eyebrows were indifferent, her lips slightly parted, and she uttered a word softly. Go. The huge flying sword flashed after fully charging for 5 seconds. Awesome. Stream of light breaks through the air. The giant ape was horrified and frantically activated its defense. A huge earth wall rose up from the ground in the blink of an eye. At the same time, it pushed the stone skin technique to its extreme. The huge body is almost covered by a spherical gray stone shell. Call. A startled swan is coming. The huge immortal sword broke through the air was torn apart, and a whistling sound was made. The pale sword tip reached the earth wall in an instant. In front of everyone's wide eyes, the earth wall collapsed instantly. Click. Click. All I saw was flying dirt and rocks, and smoke and dust rising. The earth wall was broken almost instantly and collapsed with a loud bang. Jinghong is unstoppable. The giant ape roared suddenly, clasped his arms forward, and clamped the tip of the sword with his palms. Boom. When the two came into contact, a wave of air suddenly exploded, like thunder. The gusts of wind carry mud and dust, sweeping away new life. Everyone covered their faces with their hands but still squinted their eyes, unwilling to miss any details. The giant ape was almost submerged in the sword light, and the raging sword energy scraped across its body like a knife. Cracks immediately appeared on the stone skin, then fell off, and was then crushed into powder by the sword energy. The giant ape's hands that were holding Jinghong broke into pieces bit by bit, leaving a bloody mess and exposing its finger bones. Then, under the ravages of the sword energy, cracks appeared on them. Roar! The giant ape roared angrily, and felt incomparable pain in his palms. His whole body was swept by the sword energy, and it felt like he was being tortured by slow slicing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The giant ape resisted for 3 seconds, but his palms could no longer support it. The finger bones were broken. The shocking moment filled my chest. Bang! Another wave of air exploded, and the giant ape's body was directly knocked away, rolling on the ground like a huge ball. The ground shook continuously, and the huge ape body fell to the ground, motionless. The place was completely silent, and everyone's eyes were fixed. The stunning beauty disappeared and the smoke and dust settled. Victory, victory! The freshmen were extremely shocked. What a terrifying sword! Everyone's heart was shaken, and it took them 5 or 6 seconds to come back to their senses, then they burst into shocking discussions. Too strong, this sword is too strong. Level 1, a level 1 can kill a level 7 with one sword. How powerful is this? Is this the sword immortal? What a terrifying sword! Fairy Gu is indeed the strongest spirit. Oh my god, Fairy Gu is simply my goddess. Far away in the school's monitoring room, a group of instructors were also stunned. They had been looking forward to Gu Shuyan using her skills. However, no one expected that Fairy Gu's first strike would be such a powerful sword. A sword that subverted everyone's imagination. She was only level 1, but she could kill a level 7 disaster with just one sword. Wang Hao has heard too much information from all sides these days, all saying that Gu Shuyan is very strong. I saw Gu Shuyan take action several times today, and I felt that she was indeed very strong. Wang Hao already felt that Gu Shuyan was incredibly powerful, but only now did he realize that he had still underestimated her. The cognition was refreshed again. Is 3007 really that strong? Or is she more than 3007 at all? Wang Hao began to have doubts for the first time. Chapter 69 Fairy Gu is beautiful and cool. In the venue, Gu Shuyan floated down and walked to Lin Xiao. The two looked at each other, then looked at the giant ape. Unlike the astonished crowd outside the venue, the two men's attention was always on the giant ape. It seems he is not dead. Lin Xiao frowned. Gu Shuyan also sensed that there was still life in the giant ape. At this moment, the giant ape that had fallen to the ground and was motionless suddenly trembled. Then, a bright ochre light appeared on its body. There seemed to be a strong breath of life in the earth flowing from all directions, constantly converging towards the giant ape. This is... Lin Xiao was puzzled. Gu Shuyan's pretty face also showed surprise. I don't know the situation and I don't dare to move forward rashly. The movement of the giant ape immediately attracted the attention of the freshman. No, not dead. Everyone's eyes widened. How can you survive a blow like this? 3 or 4 seconds passed in a flash, and the giant ape, with its arms trembling slightly, suddenly sat up. This action scared everyone. Everyone's eyes fell on the giant ape's chest, and their pupils shrank. A huge bloody hole was sunk deep into the giant ape's chest, with broken ribs and sharp bones. The internal organs were faintly visible, and blood was gushing out. But a yellowish-brown light spread across the wound, and the bleeding quickly stopped. The flesh and blood kept rolling and wriggling, healing at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the giant ape climbed up, and a layer of gray stone skin appeared on its body again. The gray rock surface spread across the chest, gradually covering the huge wound. What the hell, what kind of recovery ability is this? This is not dead. The freshman was horrified. Even the instructors in the monitoring room were stunned. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then fell silent. I forgot that this disaster giant ape has a skill, the heart of the earth. As long as its heart is intact and its head is still there, and it stands on the ground, it can continuously absorb life force. Wang Hao's face suddenly showed excitement. What should Gu Shuyan do now? Lin Xiao and Gu Shuyan looked at each other, surprise in their eyes. It recovers so quickly, it seems like it can't be killed. Lin Xiao exclaimed. Gu Shuyan looked at the giant ape's chest and instantly figured out the secret. It should have hit the heart. The sword just hit the right chest. Lin Xiao suddenly realized, then frowned. What should I do? You won't be able to use Jinghong again in the short term. Jinghong also has a cooling time and consumes a lot of energy. Gu Shuyan frowned slightly, also feeling a little tricky. Her level is still too low, and the strongest attack she can currently perform is only Jinghong. Lin Xiao stroked his chin and thought, then said. Sister Gu, you have another skill called breaking the formation, which is best for dealing with enemies with strong defenses. How about trying it? Gu Shuyan shook her head. The breaking formation technique cannot cause fatal damage in an instant. With the recovery ability of this giant ape, it cannot be killed in an instant and will recover quickly. Pose Henzi can indeed overcome hardness with softness, but the prerequisite is that the enemy lacks the means to recover. With the recovery capabilities demonstrated by this giant ape, any injury that is not fatal can be recovered. Besides, the damage caused by Pose Henzi is far less than that of Jinghong. Lin Xiao said, the breaking formation can carry sword intent, which is hidden but not released. If it accumulates, what if it explodes at the heart? Gu Shuyan still shook her head, it's still not enough. The level difference is too big. The sword will be greatly weakened after penetrating the defense. Moreover, the sword will accumulate, and the giant ape will definitely notice it. Is that so? What should we do then? Lin Xiao frowned and thought of a solution quickly. As the two of them talked, people outside the venue also started to discuss. This giant ape is too strong. Even such a powerful attack cannot kill it. I wonder if Lin Xiao and Fairy Gu still have any other solutions. I don't know what the school was thinking. They created such a powerful disaster. It's okay that it has strong defense, but its recovery ability is so abnormal. If it weren't for Fairy Gu, no one would be able to beat us. Isn't this school kidding me? Don't tell me, I was wondering why the school released a level 7 disaster, but now I realize that this is a test of Fairy Gu's ability. Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder if Fairy Gu has any other solution. I look forward to it. Amid the freshman's chatter, Lin Xiao suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Sister Gu, Lin Xiao. As soon as Lin Xiao opened his mouth, he found that Sister Gu was speaking in unison with him. The two of them were in sync with each other, and Gu Shuyan smiled, we think alike. Lin Xiao chuckled and said, my sister and I are in perfect sync. The two of them thought of a way to deal with the giant ape at the same time. Gu Shuyan said, then give it a try. Gu Shuyan suddenly flicked her wide sleeves, and her plain white sleeves swept through the air, and a 6-stringed guqin appeared in front of her. Guqin? What is Fairy Gu going to do? The people around them widened their eyes instantly. Gu Shuyan's actions immediately made the giant ape alert. In fact, the time spent on Lin Xiao and Gu Shuyan's discussion, as well as the discussions of the people around them, was not much, only 5 or 6 seconds. The giant ape stared at Gu Shuyan with its scarlet eyes, and fear flashed in its eyes. It actually wants to escape. If it weren't for the chains binding it, it would have been running away from this damn place right now. That human woman is truly too terrifying. Seeing Gu Shuyan standing there playing the zither, the giant ape's alarm reached its peak. After a little hesitation, he had no choice but to rush forward. Zheng. Gu Shuyan's slender white fingers stroked the strings. A sound of piano burst out, like the sound of metal and stone. The clear sound fills your ears. A visible air blade burst out from the strings, shaped like a crescent moon, 1 meter wide, and swept across the open space. The giant ape subconsciously raised his arm. Snap! It was like a wet whip hitting the stone surface, and a cloud of dust exploded. The giant ape felt a pain in his arm and looked down, seeing a deep mark on his forearm, which touched the flesh and left a wound. The attack was average, it just barely broke through the defense. Listen, are you talking like a human being? Are you comparing it to Jinghong? That's right. Fairy Gu's sword was too strong just now. The after effect was quite strong. I haven't adapted to it yet. The giant ape looked at the wound on his arm and was slightly stunned. This attack was not enough for it, so it roared angrily and ran towards Gu Xuan. Lin Xiao flicked his fingers, activated the sword controlling technique, and the flying sword flew out, ready to be launched. Gu Xuan snapped her fingers again. Zheng. Another sound of piano. The air blade whizzed out. Zheng. The second one, the third one. Air blades burst out from the strings, one after another slashing towards the giant ape. The piano sound started out sparse and orderly, then suddenly became intense after 2 or 3 seconds. Gu Xuyan's pair of delicate hands quickly stroked the strings of the zither, her snow-white fingers blooming like lotus flowers, so beautiful. The stirring music of the piano is like golden swords and iron horses, like thousands of war horses charging into the battle formation, which makes people's blood boil. Breaking the formation. The onlookers breathed rapidly. His entire attention was attracted by the graceful Gu Xuyan. In the sight, a fairy in white stood tall, looking ethereal, with long hair reaching her hips fluttering in the wind. Dressed in white as snow, playing the musical instrument independently, the banished immortal is just like this. Oh my god, how can there be such a beautiful and cool spirit? Oh my god, not only is she extremely beautiful, but she is also a fairy in the zither and sword. Why am I not Lin Xiao? Ah. Some were amazed, some were mad with jealousy. Chapter 70. A combination of skills. As Gu Xuyan's fingertips brushed across the strings, the air blade swept out like a storm. The giant ape felt like a ship in the raging waves, and was instantly overwhelmed by the murderous intent. All the air blades were directed towards the giant ape's head. The giant ape was hit head-on, forcing it to protect its head with its arms and move forward with difficulty under the dense air blades. In just a few seconds, the stone armor on its arms broke and blood covered its body. It frantically urged the stone armor to regenerate. For a moment, stone chips flew everywhere, stirred by the sword intent, and stirred up a lot of dust. The giant ape is like a traveler moving forward against the strong wind in a sandstorm. Its huge body seemed to become small at this moment. The giant ape was dazed by the intensive attacks and didn't realize that an air blade would occasionally attack its chest. These ignored air blades had very little power. Under Gu Xuyan's precise control, they only left inconspicuous white marks on the surface of the stone skin. But these inconspicuous air blades have condensed powerful sword intent, and penetrated into the stone skin bit by bit. After Gu Xuyan's attack lasted for more than 10 seconds, the sound of the piano became higher and faster again, and the air blades became more dense. The giant ape was furious and the wind and sand were raging. For a moment, the wind was strong and the sky was high, and the monkeys were howling sadly. Gu Xuyan's hands were playing the strings of the zither so fast that phantoms appeared. The air blades poured down on the giant ape's head like a rainstorm. The enormous pressure forced the giant ape to mobilize its entire body's defenses to attack its arms and head. And at this moment, Gu Xuyan looked at Lin Xiao. Needless to say, Lin Xiao understood that the time had come. Gu Xuyan suddenly stopped playing the zither. The piano music stopped abruptly. All of a sudden everything was silent. The pressure on the giant ape's head was relieved, and he subconsciously lowered his arms. He looked at Gu Xuyan blankly. Buzz. At this moment, the sound of a piano seemed to be heard in the air again. A golden light that was invisible to the naked eye flashed on the opposite side. Broken strings. The giant ape felt as if a steel needle was embedded in its brain and the pain was unbearable. My consciousness suddenly became hazy. At the same time, Gu Xuyan snapped her fingers and a sound of piano suddenly rang out. Like a harmonious sound, echoing a broken string. The sound of the piano was like the fuse that ignited a bomb, its vibration caused the sword intent that had invaded the giant ape's body to resonate instantly. Snap. Snap, snap. Snap. Intensive explosions sounded. The giant ape's body seemed to be hit by countless bullets and exploded intensively. Especially the chest area, where all the sword intent accumulated exploded, instantly creating a big hole, shattering the stone skin and revealing the skin inside. The giant ape, who was suffering from a headache, did not realize that he had not mobilized his defenses to protect his heart. Right now. Lin Zhao's eyes were blazing, he pointed with 2 fingers, and activated the sword controlling technique. A bright sword light flashed through the air, as fast as lightning. Puff. The sound of a weapon entering flesh was heard. The long sword condensed with holy light instantly pierced through the giant ape's chest and pierced through the beating heart. The giant ape's body shook violently, and he covered his chest with his hands and struggled violently. It sensed the breath of death and frantically activated the heart of the earth to absorb life force. However, the holy light erupted in the body, naturally restraining the disaster creatures. In just a short moment, the scorching holy light energy exploded and inflicted devastating damage to the heart meridian. After struggling for a few seconds, the giant ape fell down unwillingly. He's dead now. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and slowly moved over to observe. The giant ape's heart was pierced and the inside was charred. A heart had lost most of its heart due to being burned by the holy light and had stopped beating. Call. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Now, no matter how strong the giant ape's recovery ability is, it is impossible for it to be resurrected. Lin Xiao looked at the instructor on the sidelines and said with a smile. Instructor, I think I won. The instructor's face was dull, but he gradually came to his senses and said loudly. Lin Xiao challenged the level 7 disaster, and won. Following his voice, the freshmen at the edge of the field also came back to their senses, and then exclaimed. They won, Lin Xiao and Fairy Gu won. Wow, level 1 beats level 7, that's incredible. This fight was amazing. This should create a new record for our Long Yin. A group of freshmen were very excited and started discussing Gu Xuyan's skills. Fairy Gu is so beautiful when she plays the piano. I really want to listen to her play the piano every day. What was her last move? It was able to blast through the giant ape's defense in one go. Have you noticed that Fairy Gu used 3 skills? She actually has 3 skills. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Xiao also has 2 skills. I saw his eyes light up just now. It seemed to be a mental attack. Fuck, this is too abnormal. It's a pity that my spirit and I only have 1 skill. Amidst the discussion among the crowd, Lin Xiao took Gu Xuyan out of the venue. The freshmen's eyes were burning with excitement and they all crowded over. Brother, you are so awesome, you are worthy of being my brother. Wang Shi was the first to rush forward, his face full of excitement. Student Lin Xiao, you are so amazing. Congratulations, Lin Xiao. Many classmates came over to try to get close to him, and Lin Xiao responded with a smile and a nod. Qin Shan stepped forward and gave a thumbs up. Brother Lin, you and Fairy Gu are too strong. This giant ape gave me the feeling of being invincible, but you defeated it easily. Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hands. It's not easy at all, we have tried our best, the main credit goes to Sister Gu, I am just a slacker. Student Lin Xiao, there's no need to be modest. The timing of your last sword strike was very accurate. It was amazing. Shen Juanru hugged Qin Shan's arm and said with a smile. Qin Shan's expression suddenly became serious. Brother Lin, I am far inferior to you in overall strength, but we have not yet decided the winner in fighting. Fighting is a major event in the school's upcoming training. I will definitely not lose to you. I look forward to fighting with you again. Lin Xiao was extremely happy. Okay, I also look forward to fighting with Brother Qin again. The monitoring room was quiet. Did you really defeat a level 7 disaster? Wang Hao's whispered voice was especially clear in the quiet monitoring room. I thought that sword was Gu Xuyan's limit, but I didn't expect her to show another powerful piano skill. Although it seemed not as powerful as the previous sword, in Wang Hao's opinion, the piano skills behind it were not weaker at all. A blade of air fell on the giant ape, and it seemed that it could only barely break through the stone skin, and the power did not seem to be very great. But that's because the giant ape is as high as level 7. If it were a level 3 or 4 disaster, it would be killed instantly by a gas blade. Gu Xuyan can release hundreds of such powerful air blades. Moreover, Wang Hao also saw that there was sword intent hidden in the chi blade, which was hidden and then released. This skill is actually quite perverted. He no longer knew what expression to make. The shock that Gu Xuyan brought today had already made Wang Hao numb. Just then, the cell phone vibrated in my pants. Wang Hao took it out and saw the caller ID, old kid. Wang Hao answered the call immediately, and heard a childish yet mature voice. It's already 6 o'clock. What's the result? New female characters are coming soon. Chapter 71 First Place. Wang Hao subconsciously looked at the time on the wall clock. It was only 58 minutes. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that the old principal was really anxious. He was probably waiting for Gu Xuan's result all day. Wang Hao inexplicably wanted to play a little naughty, and sighed faintly. Principal, the giant ape's defense is too strong, and its recovery ability is too abnormal. The breathing on the other end of the phone suddenly quickened, and the voice that came through became higher. What do you mean, Fairy Gu failed to kill it? That shouldn't be the case. Wang Hao quickly said, but... The sound is elongated. But what? The principal was very smart and reacted instantly. Little Housey, are you itching for trouble? Dare you tease me? Believe it or not, I will come over and beat you up right away. Wang Hao was horrified. Principal, don't, I was just joking with you, Fairy Gu has already defeated the giant ape. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and after several seconds a sigh came. I knew how a little giant ape could stop her. Then Wang Hao heard a piercing roar from the other side. Ah! Why? Why wasn't I the one who made the contract with Fairy Gu? Why not me? Wang Hao subconsciously held the phone farther away, with a helpless expression. Although the principal was not young, his personality was still like that of a child. But then again, Wang Hao knew how much the principal liked Gu Xuan. When I was a little kid, my whole house was covered with homemade posters of Gu Xuan. An old fan. After becoming a summoner, his biggest wish is to contract Gu Xuan. As a result, his lifelong dream was snatched away by a junior. You can imagine how sad he felt. The roar on the phone lasted for a while before it subsided. Wang Hao moved closer again and asked tentatively. Principal, are you still here to look after the fairy? The principal's distraught voice came from inside. Forget it, I won't come. I think it will be even more uncomfortable to see her. Please say hello to Fairy Gu for me. Okay. Wang Hao was overjoyed because the principal's absence meant he wouldn't be beaten. There was a pause on the other end of the phone before the principal's voice continued. How's that kid? Of course, the person asking this was Lin Xiao. Wang Hao said quickly, judging from today's performance, it's not particularly outstanding, but it's also excellent. It can't be compared with you, the principal, when you were young. Wang Hao flattered him. Then there was another roar from the other side. Ah, why didn't Fairy Gu choose me? Half an hour later. The sun in the west is red, shining on the playground. All the freshmen who went into the mountains to hunt disasters have returned and gathered on the playground. Lin Xiao was standing in the queue at this time, looking around. Most of the freshmen were listless and many of them were injured. Today's disaster hunting is obviously not easy for many people. And after being hungry for a day, everyone looked pale. Gu. Cuckoo. A group of freshmen were waiting for dinner, and the sound of frogs could be heard. On the martial arts stage, a group of instructors in camouflage uniforms stood upright. Wang Hao stood in front, his eyes moving among the freshmen, a playful smile on his face. The opening ceremony has concluded successfully. I wonder if you are satisfied with the school's welcome ceremony? The freshmen below were immediately shocked. Satisfied. Satisfied, sir. Can we finish our meal first? Amid the noise, some unruly freshmen started cursing. Wang Hao's smile became more intense, and he picked up a form in his hand and said. The next person whose name is called will run around a playground 10 times. Zhang Ruier. Lu Nian. Wang Shi. Chen Kersen. These are the people who didn't collect all 3 magic seeds this time. Step out. When going down the mountain, all the freshmen had their demon species acquired counted when they passed through the high-voltage power grid. At this moment, the freshman whose name was called walked out dejectedly. Wang Shi wanted to cry but had no tears. He said stupidly, I have no strength left. 10 laps, I might as well die. Lin Xiao said unhappily, go quickly, who told you to eat randomly? There were estimated to be more than 20 freshmen. As they ran in circles, Wang Hao spoke to the rest of the group. Next, the people whose names I read will come up to claim this month's cultivation resources, in order from lowest to highest scores. Song Qingqing, Gao Ku, Xiong Fei. Wang Hao read out the names quickly. Freshmen immediately walked out of the queue on the playground and quickly stepped onto the martial arts stage. Then the instructors handed the white gift boxes containing training resources to the freshmen who were coming up on stage. After these freshmen who received the cultivation resources returned to the queue, they immediately couldn't wait to open them. Lin Xiao looked at a freshman who was relatively close to him and saw that the other person was holding a paper box of about 10 cubic centimeters. After opening it, there was a bag of golden beads and a bag of transparent crystals sealed in a plastic bag. There are more than a dozen finger-sized pills in each bag, and the exact number is unclear. Wow, is this the holy brilliant stone and the soul-cleansing crystal? It looks shiny and pretty. Everyone around was leaning over to watch, very curious. On the stage, Wang Hao's voice continued. Soon the white gift boxes in the first tier were all taken away, and then it was the turn of the green gift boxes in the second tier. And when the new student who received this gift box opened the box, Lin Xiao clearly noticed that there were a few more holy light stones and spirit-cleansing crystals inside. You can tell by the portion size. Soon it was the turn of the freshmen in the third, fourth and fifth tiers to go up and claim the resources. More than 20 minutes passed. When most of the freshmen received cultivation resources, the playground became much more lively. The freshmen opened the boxes one by one and compared the quantities with each other. And where there is comparison, there is harm. Everyone compared with each other, and students who received lower-level resources looked envious. Those freshmen who received high-end resources were all smiling from ear to ear, with reserved pride on their faces. While reading out the names, Wang Hao paid attention to the reactions of the new students and was very satisfied. This is exactly the effect we want. By comparing, you will know how hard you work. And this is indeed the case. Many freshmen who have received low-level resources have secretly vowed in their hearts that they must get higher-level resources in the next assessment. About half an hour later, the last person on Wang Hao's list was read out. Next, the first place winner, Lin Xiao, please come up to the stage to receive your resources. Lin Xiao had been waiting for a while and immediately stepped out upon hearing this. In an instant, everyone looked over with burning eyes. Only a few people saw Lin Xiao defeating the level 7 disaster, but the news spread as early as the time when everyone went down the mountain to gather. No one was too surprised that he won first place. This year, Lin Xiao was the only SSS Spirit contract student, so it was only natural that he got first place. Lin Xiao walked onto the stage. Wang Hao took a golden gift box with a smile and handed it over personally. Student Lin Xiao, you performed well today. Lin Xiao took it with both hands. Thank you for the compliment, Instructor Wang. Go down, Wang Hao said without saying much. Lin Xiao blinked but didn't move. Instructor Wang, where is my reward? And where is my SSS resource pack? Wang Hao laughed when he heard this. How can we do without you? I will come to see you in the cafeteria later and give you the golden ant eggs separately. I need to tell you how to use them. Only then did Lin Xiao walk away with satisfaction. Chapter 72 Golden Ant Eggs. Wang Hao looked at the new student and said loudly. Quiet, now everyone look at your hands. I will tell you how to use the 2 cultivation resources. The Holy Radiant Stone is the light golden bead in your hands. It is used during cultivation. Just hold it in your palm. It can slow down the invasion of the evil radiance. One bead can last for about 15 minutes. You can use it continuously during cultivation. After you have finished your training, soak the spirit crystal in 100 milliliters of water and dissolve it. Take one at a time. It can speed up the purification of the evil light in your body. There is also a bodybuilding medicine that has not been distributed to you. It will be in the medicinal bath prepared after your extreme training. I will talk about it later. Wang Hao paused for a moment to let everyone digest what he had said. After more than 10 seconds, he continued. Students, through today's disaster hunting, I think you have understood how to obtain training resources in school in the future. In the future, the school will conduct various assessments regularly. The scores of each assessment will be counted and used as the basis for distributing cultivation resources for the next month. Starting tomorrow, you will officially begin your studies and training at school. The content includes 4 items: physical fitness, fighting, theory, and disaster combat. I can tell you right now that the distribution of resources for next month will be determined by your performance in physical fitness and combat in the next month. Students, what level of resources you can obtain next month depends entirely on your own efforts. Do you understand? The freshmen were already excited by the resources in their hands, and they immediately answered loudly, understood. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction and said. Gather here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late. If you are late, you will run 10 laps like those guys. As he said this, he glanced at Wang Shi and others who had been running for half an hour. Those with good physical fitness have almost finished the race, while people like Wang Shi are hanging at the back, moving forward with difficulty with his fat body. Wang Hao said calmly. The classes will be officially divided tomorrow, and the specific rules for the assignment will be discussed tomorrow. Now, go eat. Disband. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, the freshmen immediately rushed towards the cafeteria like wild horses. It was a huge group, like soldiers hearing the charge. Lin Xiao glanced at Wang Shi, shook his head, and decided not to wait for this guy. He was almost starving to death. Follow the crowd and quickly reach the cafeteria. After queuing up at the window to get his meal, Lin Xiao found an empty seat, sat down, and started eating right away. Seeing him sitting alone, girls passing by kept looking at him, obviously wanting to strike up a conversation with him. Lin Xiao is extremely handsome and capable, and is definitely the Prince Charming in the eyes of girls. But these girls really didn't have the courage to step forward. With a super goddess like Gu Shuyan as their soulmate, even the most confident girls wouldn't dare to come forward and try. Lin Xiao was halfway through his meal when Wang Shi rushed in from outside the cafeteria. This guy looked like he was dying when he was running in circles, but now he rushed to eat very quickly. It created a gust of wind in the cafeteria. Wang Shi, this way. After Wang Shi finished his meal, Lin Xiao greeted him. I saw the little fat boy holding a plate with rice and various meats piled up into a small mountain. Hearing the call, he rushed over in 2 steps with the plate in hand. Brother. Wang Shi put the plate on the table. It was steaming hot. The amount was probably as much as 4 or 5 servings of Lin Zhao's rice. Fuck, can you finish it? Lin Zhao's throat was dry. No big deal. I'm exhausted today. I haven't exercised as much as I have in my entire life. I must replenish my energy. As he said this, he picked up a big spoon and gobbled it down. Lin Xiao watched and found that watching this guy eat increased his appetite a lot. Wang Shi ate with great gusto. After a while, Lin Xiao finished eating. Just at this moment, Wang Hao came over. Have you finished eating? Come with me when you're done. Lin Xiao immediately stood up, returned the plate to the recycling area, and walked out of the cafeteria. Wang Hao was waiting at the door, glanced back, and smiled, follow me. Led by Wang Hao, the two came to the teacher's office area and entered an office. Wang Hao sat down behind his desk and motioned for Lin Xiao to sit down as well. Lin Xiao pulled a chair to put under his butt, and saw Wang Hao reach out to open the drawer of the desk and take out a palm-sized brocade box from it. He put the brocade box on the table and pushed it in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took it and opened it casually. In the box lay a light golden, translucent jelly object shaped like an egg, sealed in plastic. Is this the golden ant egg? Yeah. Wang Hao nodded. Lin Xiao looked at it strangely. Why did this thing look so much like the packaged boiled eggs sold in supermarkets? Wang Hao tapped his fingers on the table and explained. Golden ant eggs are produced from the nests of at least level 20 disaster termites. Only one golden ant egg can be bred in a nest at a time, and the queen ant is born from it. Lin Xiao was slightly surprised. What is the effect? Wang Hao said, after using it, it can strengthen the body and greatly increase strength. How much it can be increased depends on the person. Lin Xiao couldn't help but think of the passive ability of Wushuang's Sword Soul, which would bring additional benefits when strengthening the body. Eating this ant egg should have an effect. Lin Xiao suddenly thought of a question. By the way, the bodies of disaster creatures contain a lot of evil light. Does this ant egg have any side effects? Wang Hao shook his head. This ant egg is very special. It does not contain any evil light ingredients. There is no harm in using it. If you have to talk about side effects, it is that the process of strengthening the body after taking it will bring great pain. Lin Xiao didn't take it seriously after hearing this. He thought for a moment and said. So I'm eating now. Wang Hao immediately stopped him. No, if you want to get the best effect, you must eat it after your body has exercised enough, and it will reduce the pain. My suggestion is to eat it tomorrow night. Why tomorrow night? Lin Xiao was surprised. Wang Hao showed a meaningful smile. Because tomorrow afternoon, the school will conduct your first extreme training. I guarantee that the training will drain you dry, and eating then will be most effective. Lin Xiao listened to the word drained and looked at Wang Hao's meaningful eyes, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Wang Hao pulled out another drawer and took out two things. Then there is your SSS resource subsidy. As he spoke, he handed over two plastic bags, which contained the holy light stone and the soul cleansing crystal. The quantity seems to be about the same as the fourth tier rewards. These two pieces of holy brilliant stone and cleansing spirit crystal plus the bonus resources you received earlier are enough for you to practice at full speed this month. Your talent is only F. If you practice at full speed, you should be able to catch up with the B-level students. Work hard. Lin Xiao happily took it. He had silently calculated it when he got the resources in the playground just now. Even the top 5 levels of resources are not enough for a student to maintain full-speed training for a month. Among the 5th level resources, there are 50 holy light stones and 15 washing spirit crystals. The spirit cleansing crystal can only be used for half a month, and the holy light stone can only be used for about half a month. Now with these two subsidies, I can maintain full-speed cultivation for a month. Lin Xiao couldn't help but think of a question in his mind. If he practiced dual cultivation with Sister Gu, he wondered if the effects of these cultivation resources could be superimposed. Chapter 73 Conditions for Help. It's hard to say about holy light stone, but it should definitely be used to wash spirit crystal. Wang Hao added, apart from these two things, the remaining subsidy is the bodybuilding medicine, which will also not be distributed. After your extreme training, a medicinal bath will be prepared for you. The herbs used in your medicinal bath will be more precious and more effective. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask curiously, Instructor Wang, how much are these resources worth? Money? Wang Hao sneered, these resources cannot be bought even if you have money. The medicinal materials for the medicinal bath are easy to buy, as they can be collected in the wild or hunted by disasters, but the Holy Glory Stone and the Soul Cleansing Crystal are almost impossible to buy outside. These two items are national strategic resources and are not allowed to circulate in the market. They may be available on the black market. As far as I know, a Holy Brilliant Stone is worth 8,000 on the black market, and a washed spirit crystal is worth 15,000. Lin Xiao's eyes widened when he heard this. Doesn't that mean a student would have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just to practice for a month? Of course. Including the medicinal bath, the total value of the first-tier resources is about 400,000, and the 5th-tier resources are about 700,000. This is something that an ordinary family cannot afford, so the soul-cleansing crystals and holy brilliant stones are uniformly distributed by the state and are not allowed to circulate. Most new summoners will go to colleges to study, so the country allocates these resources to colleges so that all new summoners can receive fair training. If these resources were circulated in the market, ordinary people would not be able to afford them. They would probably be monopolized by big families and various forces. Lin Xiao nodded secretly. Fortunately, the country has a relatively equal distribution method, otherwise it would be very difficult for ordinary people to obtain cultivation resources. As far as Lin Xiao knows, many areas abroad have fallen into anarchy after the arrival of the disaster star. Each city is controlled by big families, organizations, and companies. It is not too difficult for ordinary people if they have good talents, as they can slowly improve their levels on their own. Those with poor talents can only sell themselves to various families and organizations if they want to obtain resources for cultivation. After all, the resources for cultivation are not just holy light stone and soul cleansing crystal, there are various other things involved. Lin Xiao put away his things, stood up and said, Instructor Wang, if there is nothing else, I will not disturb you. Wang Hao nodded, go ahead, practice well in the future, the school values you very much. Lin Xiao came outside and it was not yet dark. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly vibrated. Lin Xiao took it out and saw that it was a video call from Sister Su, so he picked up the phone immediately. Sister Su's beautiful face appeared on the screen, and it was pleasing to the eye just by looking at it. Sister Su. Lin Xiao called sweetly. Little rascal, did today's opening ceremony go smoothly? Yeah, it went very smoothly. I got first place. You little bad boy are awesome, I'll give you a kiss as a reward, Mua. Su Nanya kissed the screen with her red lips, making Lin Xiao feel extremely happy. The two chatted for a while, and Su Nanya said, Little rascal, your painted armor is almost ready. The only thing that's difficult to deal with is the sword control technique. I'm still trying to find a solution. Sister Su, don't worry. Lin Xiao waved his hand quickly and asked. Why is the sword control technique difficult to solve? Su Nanya said, as the level of sword control increases, you will need more flying swords. It is impossible to equip you with multiple sword-type painted armors at the same time. Your body cannot bear that. After thinking about it, I think the only option is the sword-raising gourd-type painted armor. But this kind of painted armor is very rare, and most of the blueprints are incomplete. So far, I have bought a blueprint for a sword-raising gourd, which is only level 1 to 2. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that because he didn't know much about the painted armor, he didn't think of the mystery inside. Sister Su, thank you for your hard work. Having 1 to 2 levels is not bad, at least it's enough for the iron and bronze stages. We can think of ways to get higher levels later. It's not hard, don't be polite to your sister. Su Nanya poked the screen with her finger, and the two chatted for a while before ending the call. After Su Nanyang hung up the phone, she suddenly had an idea and her beautiful eyes lit up as she thought of something. Then he opened the address book, scrolled down, and found a name, Wei Ying. Then dial it. The phone rang for a few seconds before being picked up. Hey, Sister Susu. A very charming and mature voice came from the other end of the line. The voice alone makes people think of a heroic female general. A smile appeared on Su Nanya's face. Ying, I haven't talked on the phone for a long time. What are you busy with recently? Wei Ying's voice was somewhat intimate. Yes, I miss Sister Su so much. I just came back from northern Xinjiang a few days ago. I'm taking a break these days. I came to play with Sister Su. Su Nanya, I miss Ying too. By the way, I want to ask you something. Have you found a suitable candidate for that mission? Wei Ying, are you talking about the one in Lingshu realm? Alas, I have given up. The conditions are too harsh. There is only half a year left. How can I find a swordsman of the same age as me? Su Nanya, Ying, there is no ready-made one. Have you ever thought about training one yourself? Wei Ying's voice was filled with a wry smile. Train. Sister Susu, don't joke around. It's unrealistic to train a kendo expert like me in half a year. Su Nanya, that may not be the case. I have someone to recommend. There was silence on the other end of the line, and Wei Ying's voice suddenly rose. Sister Susu, you didn't lie to me, did you? Is he a descendant of some ancient martial arts family? Su Nanya said, no, he is a new summoner who has no martial arts experience. Wei Ying's complaining voice came over the phone, Sister Susu, you called just to make fun of me, the kind that makes you angry and can't be coaxed. Su Nanya smiled and said, please listen to what I have to say. You should have heard of this new summoner. Wei Ying, have you heard of it? Who? Su Nanya, he is one of the 4 SSS Spirit contract winners today, Lin Xiao, the one chosen by Gu Xuyan. The phone was silent for a few seconds, and Wei Ying's voice suddenly became surprised. I remember him. I saw him on video these days. He seemed to be a very handsome boy. Wait, let me think about the person Gu Xuyan chose. Su Nanya, don't worry about it. Lin Xiao inherited Gu Xuyan's sword talent. It's not clear how much he inherited, but I think even if he inherited half, he should be able to meet your requirements. Lin Xiao held the bead in his palm, sat cross-legged on the bed, calmed his mind, and began to practice. The holy light floating in the air immediately gathered together, penetrated into the skin bit by bit, gathered towards the Qi Ling Palace, and merged into the soul. The evil light also invaded the body, bringing with it a cold feeling. At this time, the holy light stone in the palm of his hand began to take effect. It seemed to sense the evil light and emitted golden light all over. The evil light seemed to be repelled by an invisible aura, and the speed of its invasion into the body slowed down a lot. It really worked. Lin Xiao felt it carefully, and compared it with the practice in the past few days. He found that when holding the holy light stone, the speed of the evil light's invasion was at least slowed down by half. According to this situation, he could practice for at least an hour and a half this time, almost catching up with the training speed of a summoner with A-level talent. 15 minutes later, the holy light stone in the palm of the hand gradually dimmed and turned from a golden bead to transparent. Lin Xiao, who was practicing, immediately noticed that the speed of the evil light's invasion was accelerating, and immediately took another holy light stone and held it in his palm. This cycle repeats itself and time passes quickly. While Lin Xiao was practicing, Gu Xuyan walked out of Qi Ling Palace and came to Pingu Lake. Lin Zhao's soul sat cross-legged with eyes closed, floating in the air. Gu Shuyan stood quietly in front of the soul, watching the golden turbulence formed by countless holy lights penetrate into the soul. It's still very slow. Gu Shuyan thought to herself. I've been getting along very well with Lin Xiao these past few days, and the boy is very likable. She couldn't help but think of Lin Xiao acting coquettishly towards her, and remembered Lin Xiao covering her ears in the woods. The admiration and cherishment that came from the heart warmed her heart. Well, wait a little longer, wait a day or two, I need to think about it again. Gu Shuyan sighed inwardly. This last step was surprisingly difficult to take. Lin Xiao could naturally feel that Sister Gu came to watch him practice. It has been 4 days since our last frank conversation, and Sister Gu has yet to say whether she is willing to practice dual cultivation. But Lin Xiao was not in a hurry at all. It was obvious that Sister Gu had been trying to accept him these days, and she saw all her efforts. She probably needs an opportunity. Lin Xiao couldn't help but think, how can he provide her with such an opportunity? Lin Xiao practiced for a full hour and a half this time before he felt that his body's tolerance to the evil light had reached its limit. So I stopped practicing. He immediately opened the summoner panel to check his own attributes. Name, Lin Xiao, human. Main contract spirit, Gu Shuyan. From the spirit, none. Level, 1, holy light value, 17.5%. Soul jade, none. Equipment, none. Spiritual combination, not understood. Spiritual feedback skills, sword control, unparalleled sword spirit, piano heart, broken string. Looking at the words 17.5%, Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. Before practicing, his holy light value was 10%. In the past 4 days, I was able to cultivate 5% of the holy light value every day, and I gave half of it to Sister Gu each time. After 4 days, I had accumulated 10%. This time of practice was 2.5% more than the previous times, which was obviously due to the holy light stone. Lin Xiao took out another cultivation resource, the spirit cleansing crystal. A transparent prismatic crystal, only slightly larger than a finger. Lin Xiao stood up, picked up a glass from the table, put the spirit crystal in it, and went to the living room water dispenser to get half a cup of hot water. Shake the cup gently and the washing spirit crystal will quickly dissolve in the water. Lin Xiao picked up the cup and took a sip. It had no taste, very light. He drank it all in one gulp. After a while, a warm feeling rose in the lower abdomen, and a heat surged up the body and spread to every part of the body. The cold feeling brought to the body by Xia Hui was gradually expelled, and the body felt warm. The spirit cleansing crystal can help the body quickly purify the evil light pollution. One crystal can shorten the purification time by about half, and you can practice again tomorrow morning. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. With the 5th level rewards for hunting disasters and the SSS resource package subsidy, he had 30 soul washing crystals. It can be used continuously for the next month. Wow! Early in the morning, Lin Xiao was awakened from his sleep by a voice. I opened my eyes blearily, and it was pitch black all around me, with the light coming in from the window being very dim. He groped his hand to the bedside table, picked up his phone, glanced at it, and muttered softly. It's only 5 o'clock, it's still early. Subconsciously, Lin Xiao shrank back into bed and planned to continue sleeping. The room was quiet for about 5 or 6 seconds, and then Lin Xiao, who was lying on the bed, suddenly sat up as if he had come back to life. Illustrated book. He finally remembered what the sound was, and his consciousness quickly sank into his mind, muttering. It's so early in the morning, disturbing my sweet sleep. I want to see what it is. Lin Zhao's complaints suddenly stopped, and his sleepy face looked a little dazed. The illustrated book was opened, and golden words appeared on the paper. SSS Goddess appears within 1,000 meters. Name, Wei Ying, human. Appearance, SS Body, SSR Temperament, SS Overall Score, SSS. The overall appearance score reaches S, and the contract conditions are met. The target is alive and cannot be contracted. You can collect human body sketches to increase collection value, which is expected to increase collection value by 17 points. Current collection value, 1/100. Oh my god, an SSR body, where did this come from? Godfathers, please give a 5-star rating please. Chapter 75, The Instructors Who Dig a Trap. Lin Xiao was stunned for a long time, and his sleepiness disappeared all of a sudden. At the same time, he stared at the body score SSR with surprise. How good is the figure of this beauty? It is 2 levels higher than her temperament and appearance. After thinking about it, he opened the atlas map and found that at the edge of 1,000 meters, the red dot with Wei Ying's name on it was moving rapidly towards the school. What a fast speed! Lin Xiao was surprised, and at this moment he vaguely heard the sound of a propeller coming from the sky outside the window. I immediately guessed that Wei Ying should be on the helicopter now. Who comes to school at this time? Lin Xiao muttered to himself, feeling a little curious. It's a pity that it's still early now, otherwise I really want to go and have a look. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao stopped thinking about it and lay back, ready to sleep for a while. But after lying there for a minute or two, I still felt no sleepiness. Forget it, let's get up. We have to gather at 6 o'clock anyway. Lin Xiao quickly got out of bed, put on his clothes, picked up his toothpaste and toothbrush, took the wash basin, and went out to wash. The helipad on the west side of the outer courtyard. A military helicopter landed slowly, and the high-speed rotating propeller stirred up a strong gust of wind nearby. Wang Hao led several instructors in camouflage uniforms and stood outside the apron, their clothes fluttering in the strong wind. The helicopter stopped and the hatch opened. A heroic young female officer in military uniform and long black leather boots stuck her head out. She had short hair that reached her ears, and her clear eyes briefly glanced at the person who came to greet her. Then she jumped down from the cabin door with an agile posture and landed on the ground steadily. Wang Hao and several instructors who were there to greet them were stunned. The moment the woman landed on the ground, her military uniform couldn't cover her beating chest. The figure is simply too exaggerated. Wang Hao quietly swallowed his saliva and stepped forward quickly. Major General Wei Ying, welcome. Wei Ying nodded slightly and said politely, hello, Instructor Wang Hao. Wang Hao smiled widely, Instructor Wei Ying, it is our honor to have you come to Longyin as an instructor. We were so happy last night when we heard that you were coming. Wei Ying was less than 24 years old, but he had already been awarded the rank of Major General. He was extremely famous, and Wang Hao had heard of him a long time ago. Her identity is even more extraordinary, she is the granddaughter of the Commander-in-Chief of the 3rd Military Region of Longwa. Coach Wang, you're too polite. Wei Ying's voice was cold and her expression was dull, completely lacking the demeanor of a little girl she had when chatting with Su Nanya. Wei Ying got straight to the point, I'm new here. Since I'm going to be an instructor, I need to be clear about the responsibilities of an instructor. I hope Instructor Wang can give me some advice. Wang Hao hesitated slightly, Major General Wei, you just arrived and I haven't welcomed you yet. Why don't you take a rest first and then talk about work later? Wei Ying shook her head, today is your first day of school, right? Just take me to meet the students later. Forget the welcoming party. I don't like to be polite. Wang Hao felt relieved when he heard her say that. This kind of personality was very much to the liking of instructors like them. What I am most worried about is that the other person has a spoiled child's temper. But now it seems that Wei Ying has a very upright military style. Good. Wang Hao immediately explained to Wei Ying the responsibilities of an instructor and how the school would train new students in the future. After finishing the speech, I arrived at the office. Wang Hao couldn't help but ask, Major General Wei, excuse me, why did you suddenly come to Longyin to be an instructor this time? Wang Hao received a notice from the school's top management last night saying that Major General Wei Ying would be coming to the school as an instructor and ordered him to prepare to welcome him, but did not tell the reason. Wei Ying did not hide it and said directly. I'm here for a student named Lin Xiao. I'm not in a position to reveal the specific reason. For Lin Xiao. Wang Hao was stunned. He really didn't expect this to be the reason. It's not convenient to disclose. Wang Hao couldn't help but start imagining things in his mind. Could it be that the military wants to poach Lin Xiao? No, if they want to poach him, they should do it after graduation. It's too early now. Could it be that? Wang Hao's eyes suddenly widened and he thought of a possibility. Wei Ying is less than 24 years old, in the prime of her youth, and there has never been any news of her being married. Wang Hao had heard some gossip before, saying that Wei Ying liked to look for young and talented people to compete in martial arts. She only looks for young men and once made a bold statement that she would marry whoever could defeat her. Wang Hao has always believed that this is nonsense. Given Wei Ying's looks, abilities, and family background, does she need to use this method to find a husband? But now that I heard her say with my own ears that she came for Lin Xiao, I couldn't help but believe the gossip a little more. Wang Hao felt strange. Is Lin Xiao so charming? Wang Hao also knew that Lin Xiao was being robbed by a group of beautiful women in Tianhai City. It's impossible that Wei Ying would be the same as those women. Impossible, absolutely impossible. 6 o'clock. In the early morning sunshine, the large playground was crowded with people. Many freshmen were bleary-eyed after sleeping in for the entire summer vacation. Suddenly, they had to get up at 6 o'clock, and most of them could not adapt. On the track in the distance, hundreds of freshmen were running laps. The reason, of course, was that I failed to arrive at the playground on time at 6 o'clock. On the martial arts stage, Wang Hao said to the remaining freshmen. As we all know, after a summoner leaves his soul, he becomes extremely vulnerable. So how to protect oneself during battle becomes the most important issue for all summoners. Then how can we improve our ability to protect ourselves? In addition to using equipment such as painted armor, improving physical fitness and fighting ability is one of the few effective methods. Wang Hao's eyes moved among the new students, his voice sonorous and powerful. So, on the first day of school, we started with physical training. Wang Hao glanced at his watch. It's 6:05 now. Everyone should run around the playground until 7 o'clock. It's not time yet, so we can't have breakfast. After breakfast, we will be divided into classes. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, the playground was suddenly filled with wailing. Fuck, are you kidding me? I'm going to run for an hour and I'm not going to survive. Damn it, is this military training? This is the intensity on the first day. Exercise should also be done gradually, right? Amidst the complaints, Wang Shi looked at Lin Xiao with a look of despair. Brother, I ran 10 laps yesterday and my legs are sore now. The school is trying to kill me. Lin Xiao smiled. He didn't expect the intensity to be so high on the first day. Even though the summoner's physique was stronger than that of an average person, it was still difficult for him to run for an hour straight. Wang Hao looked at the students below who were complaining non-stop and not moving, his eyes widened. Why are you standing there? Start running. If you don't move, add another half an hour. The freshmen shuddered and then started running reluctantly. Lin Xiao and Wang Shi mixed in the crowd and started running at a leisurely pace. If you want to run for an hour, you have to save your energy and run slowly. Then, a long dragon slowly moved on the track of the playground. Wang Hao and a group of instructors watched the freshmen run, and after supervising for a while, they left the playground. This action immediately attracted the attention of the freshmen. Hey, look, the instructor has left. Shit, it looks like it's heading towards the cafeteria. Born, leave us to run and go eat by yourself. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hao and a group of instructors disappeared at the edge of the playground. The freshmen were greatly astonished. They looked around the playground and found that not a single instructor was left. Really left? Do you really trust their consciousness? Someone immediately started to make a noise. Who can stand running for an hour? Now that the instructors have left, let's take a break. It's better not to. I heard that the instructors are very shady. If they leave on the surface, they might be spying somewhere. Yes, I also think they are stinging the law enforcement, just want to catch the lazy ones and then punish them. The freshmen did not dare to stop for a moment, but their pace slowed down unconsciously, and some of them began to stroll lazily. Chapter 76. Are you praising me? Wang Shi came close to Lin Xiao. Brother, do you think the instructors are really gone? Lin Xiao glanced at him and said, so what if he really left? Wang Shi scratched his head. If we leave, we can just take a break. An hour is too long. Lin Xiao didn't comment and continued running. I was also wondering why the instructors just left like that. I was also wondering in my heart whether he was peeking somewhere, just like what a freshman said just now, setting a trap for everyone. But it doesn't matter, Lin Xiao will insist on running until 7 o'clock. What Wang Hao said was right. Summoners have poor self-protection abilities and must exercise their physique. Especially in the early stages, when the level is low and the physical attributes are poor, it is easy to be defeated as a weakness when encountering fierce battles. Lin Xiao was deeply moved by yesterday's disaster hunting. If we put aside the spirit contract and skills, and only consider the ability of the summoner himself, he is no match for Zhang Long, Qin Shan and others. This sounded the alarm. 5 or 6 minutes passed in a flash, and the instructors showed no sign of returning. The freshman team was even slower, and those who had been walking at the beginning simply stopped and slacked off at the side of the track. A few guys even started smoking and puffing away. Wang Shi came forward again and asked tentatively. "Brother, we really don't want to take a break." Lin Xiao didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but this guy kept calling him Big Brother, so he had to remind him. "Wang Shi, I think the instructors left to test our self-awareness. It's hard to say whether he is observing from the dark, but when it comes to cultivation, no one else can help you. You can only rely on yourself. If you want to become stronger, don't be influenced by others and be lazy just because you see others being lazy. If you really can't run anymore, you can take a break." Wang Shi tilted his head and thought about it, then scratched his head. "Okay, I'll listen to you, Big Brother." As he said this, he twisted his fat body and continued running. Time gradually came to 6:30. The team of freshmen on the playground was already very scattered. It was no longer a long line, but was broken into several sections. Those who run in the front are those who have strong physical fitness and persist. The teams behind either had poor physical fitness and could not keep up with the first echelon, or they were just lazy and taking a walk. On the grass in the middle of the playground, there were many students sitting scattered around. The lazy situation was like camping. On a building in the distance, Wang Hao and other instructors were watching the situation on the playground with binoculars. It was really similar to what everyone had guessed, observing in secret. An instructor grinned. "Brother, you are the best, you go first." "No, I'm not as old as you, you go first." "Miss, you have big breasts, how about you come?" "No, I'm AA." The student suddenly became humble. Wang Shi stroked his chin and said, "I heard that ant eggs are edible and seem to be quite nutritious. Is it true? Let me check." Qin Shan looked unconvinced and took out his cell phone to open the browser to search. After a few seconds, he exclaimed, "It's really edible, and seems to be quite nutritious." Shen Juanru grabbed the phone and read to the screen. Ant eggs are rich in protein and amino acids, with a protein content of about 70%. They contain 19 enzymes and coenzymes, and a variety of trace elements needed by the human body, such as selenium, manganese, zinc, phosphorus, and calcium. Shen Juanru's voice was quite loud, attracting the attention of the people around her. The cafeteria was silent and everyone listened carefully. After Shen Juanru finished reading in one breath, the freshmen's eyes slowly shifted back to the iron bowl, with a look of surprise on their faces. "This thing is really good and edible." Wang Hao said unhappily, "Student Shen just said it well. What is in front of you is the disaster termite eggs. They do not contain any evil light pollution and are rich in nutrients. It contains huge amounts of energy. Eating it will not only replenish your energy, but also strengthen your body. Each of you will get 4. Eat them quickly. I'll give you 10 minutes. After you finish eating, gather at the playground." After saying that, he left. The cafeteria suddenly became lively with people talking about it. Most people still look skeptical and dare not pick up their chopsticks, hoping that someone can test the waters first. Ahem. Wang Shi coughed and glanced at Lin Xiao. "Brother, let me try first." "Foodies are really brave." Lin Xiao gave him an encouraging look. Under Shen Juanru's frightened gaze, Wang Shi picked up a termite egg, hesitated for a moment, then brought it to his mouth and took a light bite. Puff. White juice overflowed. Vomit. Shen Juanru's face turned pale and she turned around and started retching. "Is it that exaggerated?" Wang Shi smacked his lips and tilted his head to taste it. "What's that smell?" Lin Xiao asked quickly. Wang Shi thought for a while. "The taste is very light, but there is a pungent smell. The taste is like snot, sticky, and not very delicious." Hearing that it tasted like snot, Shen Juanru vomited even more violently. When Wang Shi was trying it, many freshmen in the cafeteria had also started eating. There were many people like Shen Juanru, who watched the white juice burst in their classmates' mouths and the sound of retching was heard everywhere in the cafeteria. The corners of Lin Zhao's mouth twitched, and then he shook his head, picked up a termite egg, and slowly put it into his mouth. "Grit your teeth. The taste is amazing, it's so juicy." Then a sticky mass explodes in the mouth, and a strange smell stimulates the taste buds. Almost vomited. Qin Shan started eating as well, picked one up and put it in his mouth. The next second, his dark face wrinkled into a ball. Shen Juanru's face turned pale and she picked up one with trembling hands. After a long while, he made up his mind, closed his eyes, and stuffed the food into his mouth. She didn't dare to taste it at all. Her tongue didn't move, her teeth bit mechanically, and the white juice flowed down her red lips. All the freshmen in the cafeteria wore masks of pain and ate ant eggs with gritted teeth. 10 minutes later. Beep. The whistle sounded as promised. Whether they wanted to or not, most of the freshmen had already eaten the termite eggs. After hearing the whistle, they rushed to the playground to gather one after another. On the martial arts stage, Wang Hao said loudly. Everyone line up, keep 2 meters apart, and rest where you are. Students whose evil light pollution has been eliminated can practice during this time. The time is 1 hour. Since they were going to rest or practice on the spot, the freshmen had no intention of resisting and sat down on the lawn one by one. Lin Xiao sat down cross-legged and felt himself. Almost exactly 12 hours have passed since last night's practice. Washing the spirit crystal can help the body purify the evil light pollution and shorten the time by half. Now I can practice again. He immediately assumed a training posture, felt the holy light around him, and absorbed it slowly. Not long after I sat down, I suddenly felt a burning sensation in my lower abdomen. The heat came quickly, gradually spreading throughout the body, filling me with a warm feeling. Lin Xiao was puzzled and didn't understand. Just then, the voices of the freshmen were heard nearby. Fuck, my body is so hot. So hot. Me too, why did I suddenly get a fever? Hey, little sister, you do have a fever instead of a fever. Bah, get lost. The freshmen were a little curious at first and even teased each other. However, after more than 10 seconds, someone exclaimed. My body is getting hotter and hotter. Damn, it's so uncomfortable. I feel it too. Damn, why am I so sad? It feels like I'm being roasted by fire. Suddenly, someone groaned in pain. It's too uncomfortable, I can't stand it, ah. It hurts so much, my body feels like it's been scraped by a knife, it's burning, what's going on? Instructor, please take a look at us. Are we suffering from food poisoning? Wang Hao and the others smiled jokingly and had no intention of coming over to check. This stunned everyone. In just half a minute, the playground was filled with screams and howling, and hundreds of freshmen rolled on the ground in pain. Lin Xiao frowned as he watched this scene. He also felt a little uncomfortable and his body was very hot, but it was still within the tolerable range and he did not roll around on the ground like the other freshmen. Brother, I feel bad too. What is going on? Wang Shi twisted his fat body so much that all the buttons broke. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and replied, it should be because of the termite eggs. We have all eaten this before. Qin Shan echoed, I think so. Didn't Instructor Wang say that termite eggs can strengthen the body? Fever may be a sign of strengthening. Everyone around nodded, thinking that this must be the truth. Shen Juanru suddenly said, but even if you feel uncomfortable, you shouldn't roll on the ground. Those guys are exaggerating. Shen Juanru's words reminded everyone. It was a bit quiet in their area, different from the howling of ghosts and wolves in other places. More than 20 freshmen sat together. Although each of them had a look of discomfort on their face, they were all very restrained. Ha! Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. Have you noticed that the people here are all the ones who insisted on running before? It seems to be true. The freshmen nearby looked at each other and came to the same conclusion. Chapter 79, Milk Dragon Appears. The people who had just insisted on running formed a small group and gathered together when they gathered. Why is this happening? Everyone looked confused. Wang Shi scratched his head and whispered, could this be a punishment? Did the instructor drug the lazy people? Pfft, you're so smart. No matter how sinister the instructor is, he can't be this sinister. Then how do you explain that only those of us who keep running are fine? Everyone looked at each other. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something that Wang Hao said last night when he gave him the golden ant eggs. Advise him to eat it after extreme exercise and remind him that it can relieve pain. Lin Xiao thought about it for a while, roughly understood the reason, and expressed his thoughts. I think I know the reason. Disaster termite eggs contain huge energy. Eating them can strengthen the body. But there is a key point here. If the body is fully exercised or even overdrawn, it will be like a sponge without water and can fully absorb this energy. The reason why we don't feel too much pain is because the energy is fully absorbed, and for those who lack exercise, it can be understood that the body does not need so much energy. As a result, the excess energy has nowhere to vent and thus wreaks havoc in the body, causing them pain. That makes sense, that should be the case. Lin Zhao's words were immediately agreed by everyone. That explains why the instructors didn't supervise us while we were running. They just wanted to make those who slacked off suffer. Wang Shi laughed happily. Wow, haha, I see. I was wondering why the instructor didn't punish the lazy guy. So he kept this trick. After all, the instructor is really shady. He didn't even remind us when we were running. In an instant, the depression in the hearts of the freshmen who had just insisted on running was swept away. Wang Hao stood in the distance with a group of instructors. Each instructor had an expression of gloating on his face. These lazy asses thought they had escaped. How could that be possible? The disaster termite eggs are not that delicious. If your body is not fully overdrawn, it will not be able to absorb all the energy from 4 eggs. Lin Xiao figured out the reason for his fever and sat down to feel it quietly. Wisps of heat keep moving through the body. He was surprised to find that the heat flow carried a tremendous force that was constantly strengthening his body. I feel like my cells are constantly transforming, and I have an indescribable sense of power all over my body. It seems that what Instructor Wang said about the disaster termite eggs can strengthen the body is true. This is really a good thing. Qin Shan and the others also obviously noticed this, and they all showed surprised expressions. The physical changes brought about by this meal of ant eggs are equivalent to a month's training before. It would be great if I could eat ant eggs every day in the future. Qin Shan said excitedly. Shen Juanru showed a painful expression when she heard this. No, it's so sticky. I've never eaten anything so disgusting. She obviously had little interest in physical growth. The howling of ghosts and wolves on the playground lasted for a full half hour. Half an hour later, except for those who insisted on running, the rest of the freshmen were lying on the ground covered in sweat. Just now, everyone experienced pain that was worse than death. Their bodies were washed by the burning energy, which was no different from being roasted on fire. These freshmen had already come to their senses and realized that they had been tricked by the instructor, and they were cursing in anger. Seeing that it was almost time, Wang Hao walked onto the stage and looked at the audience jokingly. Look at the looks in your eyes, it seems like you all understand what's going on. Yes, the eggs of the calamity termites will not be so painful to eat if the body is fully exercised. This is your second class at school. If yesterday's disaster hunting is telling you, you have to work hard to obtain resources. So today's lesson is to tell you that practice and training are your own business. Being lazy will only hurt yourself. Later, the school will also provide various supplements similar to disaster termite eggs, each of which contains powerful energy. If your body is not strong enough, taking those supplements may even be life-threatening. That is to say, if you don't work hard to strengthen yourself, you won't be able to enjoy the good things in front of you. I hope that those who are lazy in the morning will remember the feeling they just had, and those who insist on finishing the run should not be complacent but continue to persevere. Wang Hao's words silenced the lazy students. He glanced at the people below him, not intending to lecture them too much, but said, "Everyone stand up and assemble. Now we will start dividing into classes." Although most people had been tortured badly just now, after Wang Hao's words, no one felt comfortable staying on the ground, and they all got up quickly. In fact, although it was painful just now, all the freshmen are feeling good now. Disaster termite eggs provide a lot of energy, making everyone full of energy. Wang Hao said, "Before the formal division of classes, let me introduce you to a special instructor, Major General Wei Ying." Wei Ying. Lin Xiao was stunned and immediately remembered the name he had seen in the illustration book in the morning. After all the trouble I had before, I almost forgot about this person. That pretty girl is an instructor. And a major general. This was a bit unexpected, and Lin Xiao immediately became interested. His eyes were fixed on the martial arts stage without blinking. As Wang Hao finished speaking, a young woman walked up the stage from the side and rear stairs. The moment she stood on the stage, the playground suddenly became quiet and everyone's eyes became hot. A thought instantly popped into the freshmen's minds: this girl is so awesome. Wei Ying is about 175 centimeters tall, wearing a camouflage uniform, looking very heroic, with an extremely hot and exaggerated body, the kind that trembles when he walks. A true goddess of both lights and horses. The worst thing is that she has a cold face and narrow eyes. When looking at people, she easily gives people a sense of disdain, as if she is a queen high above everyone else. The desire to conquer came all of a sudden. Lin Zhao's eyes were extremely bright, and his heart that wanted to sketch started beating again after being silent for a few days. This must be drawn, you can't not draw it. After a brief daze, the freshmen on the playground all blushed with excitement. Wow, what a cool military girl. My queen, step on me. She is our instructor. Wow, instructor, please torture me hard. The boys were drooling. Even many girls blushed. Instructor Wei had short hair, a heroic look, and an androgynous beauty, which was particularly cool. When Wang Hao heard the discussions below, his face turned green. These bastards are so talkative. Do they think they can tease the lady on the stage at will? Are you looking for death? He was about to scold her, but before he could open his mouth, Wei Ying smiled and said, "Oh, it seems you are very interested in me. How about this, I will give you a chance. Challenge me on stage. If anyone can take my move, I will agree to any of his conditions." The boys in the audience suddenly began to breathe rapidly, and a bold boy shouted. "Coach Wei, is it really arbitrary? Hee, is it okay to do whatever you want?" Wei Ying narrowed her eyes, a cold light flashed across them, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "You are very brave, come up." Chapter 80. We are going to learn swordsmanship from Instructor Wei. When the boy saw this smile, he shuddered for no reason and felt uneasy. Everyone around looked at him, and the boy was so embarrassed to admit defeat that he gritted his teeth, walked out of the crowd, and quickly went on stage. Lin Xiao noticed that this guy was someone who had insisted on running before and had a foundation in martial arts. Judging from his every move, his skills were probably quite good. No wonder he is so courageous. The boy went on stage, stood in front of Wei Ying, and scratched his head. "Hey, Instructor Wei, you keep your word." Wei Ying said calmly, "A word is as good as gold." The boy became excited again after hearing that. He had been practicing martial arts since he was a child and thought that he was pretty good at it. He didn't dare to say that he could beat the female instructor in front of him, but couldn't he take on one of her moves? "How do we compete?" the boy asked with rapid breathing. Wei Ying replied expressionlessly, "Free fighting, no rules. I will control my strength and speed to the level of a level 1 summoner. Let's start now." The boy was overjoyed when he heard that. He took a step back and got into a boxing stance. Wei Ying glanced at him calmly, "Bajiquan, the posture is okay, but the base is unstable, you are too weak." Judged as too weak before they even started fighting, the boy blushed and charged forward with a roar. He threw a straight punch, heading for Wei Ying's chest. Changing fists into claws in the middle of an attack means taking advantage of the situation. Wei Ying stood upright, even with one hand behind her back, her expression extremely calm. Seeing that the boy's claws were about to reach her, she suddenly raised one hand, stretched out her hand like lightning, grabbed the boy's wrist, and pulled it hard. Then came a knee strike, which hit the boy in the abdomen before he could react. Ah! The boy screamed and his body flew out like a torn sack. He curled up on the stage and didn't get up for a long time. The whole audience was stunned. So fast. Qin Shan's face was solemn, and he whispered urgently, "So strong." Lin Zhao's eyes were also solemn. Wei Ying's move just now was very fast, and it felt like thunder. He hardly saw how the move was made. He couldn't help but look at Qin Shan. "Brother Qin, can you take her attack?" Qin Shan's expression changed for a while, and finally he answered very unpleasantly. "That boy's name is Wu Yun. He's an expert. I've seen him fight. I think it'll take some effort to defeat him, but he was defeated in one move. I don't think it will be a good result if I fight him." Lin Xiao sighed when he heard this. His current level was far inferior to Qin Shan's, so it was impossible for him to take on Wei Ying's move. Just now, for a moment, I wanted to go up and give it a try. If I could take his move, I would start drawing a human body sketch. Now it seems that if we go up there we will get beaten. The boy on the stage wailed a few times, then climbed up in pain and looked at Wei Ying with fear on his face. The burning passion in my heart just now was extinguished in an instant. This woman is not someone that an ordinary man can conquer. Wei Ying looked down calmly, anyone else wants to try? There was total silence in the audience. Most freshmen actually couldn't see how deep the fight between Wei Ying and Wu Yun was. But Wei Ying's knee strike was too hard. It directly scared most people. Those who just shouted that the queen was abusing me are now done for. Seeing that no one responded, Wei Ying showed a disdainful expression, swept his eyes through the crowd, and fell on Lin Xiao. Is she looking at me? Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. I always feel that there seems to be a kind of scrutiny in Wei Ying's eyes. I couldn't help but feel very strange. Wei Ying's gaze quickly shifted away, and when she saw that no one was coming up on stage, she took a step back. Seeing this, Wang Hao coughed, glanced down with some displeasure, and said, "You are a bunch of ignorant brats. Do you think you can challenge Major General Wei Ying? To tell you the truth, Major General Wei Ying is less than 24 years old this year, and he has already defeated all the enemies in the army. How many masters are there in the barracks? Don't you think about it? Moreover, Major General Wei Ying is one of the only 3 10,000-point masters in our Dragon Country virtual fighting network. He is also the youngest 10,000-point master in history, and the person who took the shortest time to reach the 10,000-point master in history. You may not know what a virtual fighting network is. Let me explain it. Anyway, your next fighting training will also involve it. The Virtual Fighting Network is a virtual martial arts exchange network platform that can simulate real-life fighting with a simulation degree of 98%. The entire Virtual Fighting Network gathers martial arts masters from all walks of life in Dragon Country, and there are many masters. Participants can accumulate points through combat, and there are only 3 people who can reach 10,000 points. You can judge for yourself what level Major General Wei Ying is at. The freshman below thought for a moment, then looked horrified. This time, the look in his eyes when he looked at Wei Ying was not just timid, but full of awe. This woman is really not someone that an ordinary man can think about. First of all, few men can beat her. Lin Xiao was also extremely surprised. This woman was incredibly strong in fighting. With a thought in mind, he communicated with Sister Gu and asked, "Sister Gu, how strong is she? In pure combat, how long can she last in your hands?" Gu Shuian smiled. She only used one move, how can I judge? But judging from her aura, she does have the demeanor of a master. Lin Xiao touched his nose, thinking that his question was indeed a bit unreasonable. Wang Hao continued. Okay, without further ado, let's start dividing the classes. There are a total of 20 instructors on the stage, and there are 503 freshmen in your class. They will be evenly distributed under the 20 instructors, with one instructor teaching about 25 people. The rules for class division are very simple. The 20 instructors on the stage each have their own characteristics and are good at using various cold weapons. The classes will be divided according to your favorite weapons. We have swords, spears, halberds, axes, etc. It's still the same place where you received your weapons yesterday. You can go and choose your own weapons now. After receiving your weapons, follow the instructor and dismiss. However, after Wang Hao finished speaking, most people on the playground did not move. The few who moved stopped in confusion when they saw that the others did not move. Wang Hao was stunned. What's wrong? Didn't I explain it clearly? There was a moment of silence, and someone boldly asked. Instructor Wang, I would like to ask what kind of weapons Instructor Wei Ying teaches. Wang Hao suddenly realized that these guys haven't given up yet. Wang Hao looked at Wei Ying. To be honest, he really didn't know what weapon Wei Ying was good at. But for a martial arts master who knows how to use most weapons, it won't be a problem for him to teach a group of freshmen. So there was no way to understand it before. Wei Ying saw Wang Hao looking at her and said calmly, I will teach you swordsmanship. The freshmen all heard it, and someone immediately spoke up. Then I choose the sword. I choose the sword too. I want to practice swordplay with Instructor Wei. Wang Hao was speechless. The sword is actually not a mainstream weapon in combat. The mainstream weapons are swords and guns. Among the instructors present, most of them teach knives and guns. If everyone chooses sword, there won't be enough points for the instructor. Wang Hao felt a little embarrassed for a moment. He couldn't stop everyone from choosing a sword. Coach Wei, do you have any suggestions? Wang Hao looked at Wei Ying in embarrassment. Wei Ying thought for a moment and looked down coldly. These guys were all attracted by her beauty. She thought for a moment and said. After the class division, we will conduct a basic test on the student's physical fitness. Otherwise, we will conduct the test in advance and I will select 25 students according to their ranking. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. He immediately said in a loud voice, "You have heard what Instructor Wei Ying said. We will not divide the classes yet, but conduct a physical fitness test in advance." Explain what the physical fitness test is. This test mainly measures strength, speed, and reaction. In the future, we will test once a month, and then compare the two tests before and after, and rank them according to the growth rate. The more growth, the higher the ranking, and then give corresponding points. You all know what points are for. Now, everyone line up in 2 rows and follow me. Chapter 81 Item 1, Punch Strength. The baseline test first tests explosive speed and strength. The test took place in a large gymnasium. Lin Xiao lined up in the queue and walked into a circular silver-gray gymnasium with a futuristic feel. There is also a regular lawn and running track in the center. Under the command of the instructors, the freshmen lined up on the lawn. Then, Wang Hao stood on the dark red runway and began to explain the specific details of the test. The reason for conducting 3 tests on speed, strength and reaction, in addition to providing a basis for assessment, the most important thing is to find out a person's potential. The summoner's physical values at level 1 are of great reference value. The higher the initial value, the greater the potential for future physical development. Moreover, everyone's physical fitness has different focuses. By taking stock of their focus, we can determine the focus and the subsequent training will be more targeted. The first test is to measure explosive speed, and the event is the 50-meter sprint. The exchanges in combat are often extremely dangerous, and drawn-out battles are rare. Most of the time, the key is to kill with one strike, so burst speed is very important. Of course, endurance is also important, especially when facing high-intensity battles and large numbers of enemies. However, endurance is not easy to measure and takes a long time, so it will not be tested in this baseline test. Wang Hao spoke for about 10 minutes and finally said, "The test will begin now. Groups of 10, come to the runway." 10 people immediately walked out from the front of the freshman queue and came to the runway, each occupying a lane. "Everyone, take your positions." The instructor in charge of the test shouted loudly. The 10 freshmen prepared themselves with nervous expressions. 3, 2, 1. Beep. A clear electronic synthesized sound rang out in the empty stadium. As the last command was given, 10 freshmen exerted force and rushed out. They are extremely fast. Even if they have not received any running training, the slowest one is faster than the ordinary human sprint champion. The moment the 10 freshmen rushed out, a speed recording machine on the side of the runway emitted a blue light, covering the entire runway. A blue straight line appeared in front of each of the 10 people and moved quickly as they sprinted. There are numbers displayed at the end of the blue line, changing rapidly. This kind of spatial imaging is obviously some kind of technological means. 50 meters was finished in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiao immediately looked at the timing screen beside the runway. The scores of the 10 freshmen were given instantly according to their ranking. Ranked first is a student named Li Sheng, whose burst speed is 20.22 meters per second and he takes 4.48 seconds to run 50 meters. Burst speed refers to the fastest instantaneous speed during running. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. As far as he knew, the highest instantaneous speed of an ordinary human being in a 50-meter sprint was about 17.97 meters per second, and the time taken was 5.56 seconds. The summoner took a very ordinary test and was far ahead of the top ordinary humans. And these freshmen haven't received any running training yet. It is undoubtedly very emotional. But Lin Xiao had no idea what level Li Sheng's performance was among summoners. Most freshmen are the same, they are all confused. But looking at the expressionless faces of the instructors, you can guess that it should be very ordinary. After the 50-meter sprint test, the next step is the strength test, which involves using a punching machine to measure punching power. Just now, 10 freshmen left the runway and walked to the 10 machines at the edge. The 10 boxing machines are very large, with a huge boxing target on the front, connected by springs at the back, and a display screen directly above. 10 freshmen stood in front of the boxing machine, moving their arms and legs and taking deep breaths. Then they stood firm again and punched the boxing target with all their might. Bang! Bang! Dull sounds rang out one after another. Numbers appeared on the boxing machine one after another, and the large, connected screen instantly listed the results of the 10 freshmen. It is still displayed according to ranking. The person who ranked first this time was not Li Sheng, but another burly student. His punching power is shown to be 518 kilograms. Li Sheng weighs only 496 kilograms. This shows that everyone is good at different things. When becoming a summoner, the Holy Spirit star will strengthen everyone's body, but the direction of strengthening is different. Generally speaking, a person will strengthen the areas in which he or she is good at. The more strength a person is good at, the more strength he will gain. The more speed you are good at, the more speed gain you will get. Every time the summoner levels up, he will be strengthened again. However, this kind of enhancement is only very basic and the improvement is very limited. If a summoner wants to acquire stronger physical fitness, he still needs to exercise. If a summoner does not do any exercise, in terms of physical fitness alone, a level 10 summoner may not be able to beat a fully trained level 5 summoner. Lin Xiao looked at the screen and sighed again. The punching power displayed by the first place this time was far beyond that of ordinary people. The maximum punching force of an average person is about 450 kilograms. But at the same time, Lin Xiao still doesn't know how powerful this punch is among summoners. The instructors' faces remained calm as always. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt someone was looking at him, and subconsciously looked over. In the distance, Wei Ying stood straight, with his arms folded across his chest high, a cold expression on his face, and his eyes looking straight over. She is looking at me again. Lin Xiao was stunned, smiled politely, and then turned his head. He felt strange in his heart, as if Wei Ying was paying some attention to him. Before in the playground, Wei Ying had glanced at him intentionally or unintentionally. Am I so handsome that I can even attract such a cold queen? Lin Xiao thought jokingly in his heart. At this time, Qin Shan suddenly shook his head and muttered something. Lin Xiao was attracted by it and asked in surprise, Brother Qin, you seem to have an opinion on their performance. Qin Shan nodded, the performance of these 10 freshmen is very average. Whether in terms of speed or strength, the top 2 are just barely passing. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. Why do you say that? Qin Shan said, I have been training since I was young. My master often gave me these 2 tests. He said that a first-level summoner with a burst speed of 20 meters per second is considered a pass. 21 is good, 22 is excellent, 23 is very good, and 24 and above is genius. Lin Xiao was greatly surprised. If this standard was used, then the 10 freshmen had only barely passed the explosive speed test just now. What about the punching power? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. Qin Shan said, a first-level summoner with a punch strength of 500 kilograms is considered passing. After that, every 20 kilograms increase is a level. If it exceeds 580 kilograms, it is considered a genius. Lin Xiao was thoughtful and instantly had an idea of the strengths and weaknesses of the scores of the 2 tests. Then I was very curious, Brother Qin, have you taken any tests since becoming a summoner? Qin Shan nodded and showed his results. My burst speed is 23.33 meters per second, and my punching force is 591 kilograms. Lin Xiao was surprised, oh my god, you are really awesome. Qin Shan shook his head, I can achieve this result because of years of training. In fact, my talent is average. He paused and said, Brother Lin, you don't show any signs of training. Your performance in the past few days is obviously stronger than mine. I am looking forward to your test. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, he was also looking forward to it. The passive ability of Wushuang's Sword Soul seems to be quite strong at the moment, but there is no clear idea of its specific function. Today's 3 baseline tests should be able to reveal the answer. After the 10 freshmen had their explosive speed and punching power tested, they returned to the team. The test instructor then shouted, next group. Chapter 82, Wei Ying's values are mysterious. Then 10 more freshmen walked onto the track. After the test, their scores were not much different from the previous group. Then groups of freshmen continued to come up until the number of people reached a certain level. Everyone gradually had an understanding of the scores of the 2 tests. Understand what kind of results are considered strong and what are considered weak. About half an hour later, it was Qin Shan and Shen Juanru's turn to take the test. Lin Xiao happened to be the 11th one and could only wait for the next group. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru entered the runway and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Qin Shan is the strongest freshman in this class except for Lin Xiao. Shen Juanru is also very strong. This extremely beautiful girl has been regarded as the school belle of this year. It is said that the talent is S, but the contract spirit is SS. This kind of cross-level contract is very rare. It can be seen that he must be special. Lin Xiao suddenly thought of Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. These two were probably the best among this class of freshmen. I didn't see him today, I guess he's still recovering from his injuries. On the runway, Shen Juanru looked at Qin Shan and smiled sweetly. Brother Teniu, my explosive speed is my strong point. I won't let you. Qin Shan turned his head away and ignored him, which made many boys below want to hit him. Beep. As the electronic voice sounded, 10 freshmen rushed out on the track in an instant. Then everyone's eyes suddenly widened. Shen Juanru suddenly rushed out like a female leopard, as fast as lightning. Qin Shan followed closely behind, about one body length behind. And behind them, the rest of the people were left several meters behind. 50 meters passed in the blink of an eye. Shen Juanru crossed the finish line first, followed by Qin Shan. Wow, that's fast, so fast. School beauty Shen turned out to be so amazing. Qin Shan is such a big guy, but he's so fast. This was the first time in a long time that there was an exclamation on the playground. There were also some eye-catching performances in the previous ones, but this was the only time that it looked as fast as lightning. Lin Xiao also widened his eyes and immediately looked at the big screen. Shen Juanru ranked first with a burst speed of 23.75 and a total time of 4.11 seconds. Qin Shan's result was different from what he just said. His burst speed was 23.53 meters per second and he took 4.22 seconds. When the instructors saw the two people's results, satisfied smiles appeared on their faces for the first time. Wang Hao nodded. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru are indeed the best two in this class. Even in previous classes when there were so many talented people, they would have been ranked at the top. Wang Hao couldn't help but glance at Wei Ying, who remained silent. After the beautiful Wei came in, she hugged her chest and said nothing, seeming to have no interest in the test. Wang Hao asked tentatively, Coach Wei, what do you think of their performance? Not bad. Wei Ying replied concisely. Wang Hao smiled bitterly when he heard that. He didn't know whether Wei Ying said that because she had a cold personality, or if she really thought that the two of them were okay. Wei Ying added, in my first level test, my burst speed was 26.08 meters per second, and I took 3.83 seconds. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, his eyes filled with shock. As an experienced tester, he knows the value of this data. The burst speed is 26 meters per second, and the total time is 4 seconds, which is like 2 chasms for a first-level summoner. Just like an ordinary human trying to break the 10-second mark in a 100-meter dash, there are only a few people in the world who can do it. Wang Hao has been testing for many years and has never encountered a burst speed that breaks through the 26-second mark. Wang Hao finally understood why Wei Ying was invincible in the army, and finally understood why she could become the youngest master of the virtual fighting network. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru's achievements are really not good enough in front of her. On the runway, Qin Shan turned his head and looked at the screen with a surprised look on his face. He performed normally in this sprint, but his burst speed increased by 0.2 seconds, which was really surprising. I've only been a summoner for a few days and haven't upgraded yet, but the bonus has only increased by 0.2. What's going on? Then I guessed the reason. It might be the effect of the eggs of the disaster termites. Brother Teniu, I won. Shen Juanru on the side was very happy. Continue to measure your punching strength, the instructor shouted. Qin Shan still ignored Shen Juanru and went to the boxing target. Standing still, Qin Shan took a deep breath, slowly pulled his right arm back, took a lunge step, and punched out with all his might. Bang! A dull sound exploded. The numerical table changed wildly and finally froze. Shen Juanru and others nearby also threw punches. Everyone looked at the big screen again. Qin Shan is first this time, with a punching force of 598. Another increase. Qin Shan murmured. The freshman at the back immediately cheered, as Qin Shan's score far exceeded that of the freshman in front. Shen Juanru's punching power was average this time, only 520. It is at a good level among freshmen. But it also fits her image as a beautiful girl. Wang Hao couldn't help but look at Wei Ying again and scratched his head. Instructor Wei, how much punch power do you have at level 1? Wei Ying said in a cold voice, I'm not very good at strength, 603. The corner of Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Is this what you call not being good at? He is 5 kilograms stronger than Qin Shan, who has been exercising since childhood. Girls are usually inferior to boys in strength, but Wei Ying broke this rule. Her physical stats, like her figure, are just weird. Qin Shan returned to the team, passed by Lin Xiao, and clenched his fist. Brother Lin, keep going. I look forward to you giving everyone a surprise. Next group. As the instructor finished speaking, Lin Xiao and the remaining 9 freshmen walked onto the runway. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Xiao. Looking forward to the performance of the only SSS Spirit Chi student in this session. Wei Ying, who had been looking cold all this time, finally straightened up and for the first time, his eyes showed expectation. She came for this boy and hoped not to be disappointed. I had told Su Nanya on the phone before not to tell Lin Xiao why she was here. Wei Ying wanted to get to know Lin Xiao secretly first. If you are not satisfied, just leave. To avoid embarrassment for both parties. Moreover, Lin Xiao's talent is also a problem, his F grade is really a bit low. Although her mission does not value talent, it still requires at least level 20. In half a year, can F talent reach level 20? The answer is yes, but it requires heap resources. If Lin Xiao really has a strong talent in swordsmanship, she doesn't mind helping. Su Nanya actually had a plan when she looked for Wei Ying. It was a strategy that killed 3 birds with 1 stone. The first thing, of course, is to help good friends sincerely. The second is to covet the Wei family's Huazong Beauties sword training atlas. The third reason is that the Wei family has abundant resources. Su Nanyang had previously told Lin Xiao to focus on his cultivation and not to save resources, and that she would find a way after he reached level 10. The solution is to drag Wei Ying into the water. If Wei Ying is impressed by Lin Xiao's talent in swordsmanship, then in order for Lin Xiao to reach level 20 within half a year, he would definitely have to use the Wei family's resources. How should I put it, Su Nanyang is really a clever vixen. Calculate one thing after another. Of course, she still missed one point, Lin Xiao didn't actually need so many resources. Because Gu Xuyan will soon agree to dual cultivation. By then, Lin Xiao's cultivation speed will most likely take off. Chapter 83 Double Explosion. By the wall, Wei Ying looked at Lin Xiao with burning eyes. This test should give her the answer she wanted. Although there is no direct correlation between explosive speed, punching power and kendo talent. But as long as you do well in these 2 additional reaction tests, you will definitely be able to practice sword skills. Lin Xiao also felt that everyone's eyes were on him. Wherever he went these days, he was the focus of people's attention. So I have gradually gotten used to this kind of gaze. He half knelt on the track, took a deep breath, calmed down, and focused his mind on his legs. 3, 2, 1. Beep. An electronic command sounded. Lin Xiao's reaction was extremely fast. He thrust his hips forward and exerted force through his thighs, transferring the power to his calves and reaching his toes. The whole person shot out like a sharp arrow, and the hair on his head was instantly pulled straight back, creating a gust of wind on the runway. Everyone at the scene widened their eyes instantly, even Wei Ying slightly opened her red lips with a look of astonishment. Quick. Too fast. What speed is this? Lin Xiao almost instantly left the other 9 freshmen behind. He ran like thunder and reached the finish line in the blink of an eye. When he arrived, the second place had only run 2/3 of the way, leaving everyone in the dust. This crushing attitude directly caused despair in the hearts of the 9 freshmen behind. Is that a human in front? Everyone looked at the big screen instantly, including Lin Xiao himself. 2 exaggerated numbers appeared on the black LED display. Burst speed, 27.38 meters per second. Time, 3.4 seconds. Wei Ying only felt her breathing quicken, her chest heaving up and down, and her breasts shaking violently. I was shocked to the extreme. Her performance was already among the best among the first-level summoners, but Lin Xiao actually surpassed her by a large margin. This is a monster. Just based on the explosive speed, this time we made the right choice. Sister Susu, you really picked up a treasure. Wei Ying took out her cell phone and sent a message. Su Nanya replied immediately, why are you shocked so quickly? Wei Ying briefly repeated the test results. As a result, Su Nanya said, not bad, but not good enough compared to our beast tribe. Are you being Versailles? Wei Ying was speechless. Who would compete with you beast men? If the leopards were to compete in burst speed, wouldn't they crush humans? Su Nanya sent a witty expression and said. Just kidding, but this little rascal's achievement is really amazing. It's the ceiling of your human talent. Don't fall in love with him, he's mine. You little rascal, you're being so affectionate. Wei Ying also said mischievously, I'm already preparing the hoe. Su Nanya replied directly, okay, if you want to be my concubine, that's fine. Anyway, I like you as my sister. Wei Ying was choked and speechless. He made a sweating expression and then looked at Lin Xiao with fiery eyes. Instructors including Wang Hao were so shocked that they forgot to speak, and everyone stood there in a daze. There is only one word left in my mind, damn. Lin Xiao looked at the big screen and was very satisfied with his performance. The Wushuang Sword Soul was indeed awesome. Consciousness communicated with Qi Ling Palace, Sister Gu, you are so amazing. I admire you so much. Gu Shuyan laughed, you are the one running, what does it have to do with me? Lin Xiao laughed and said, it's the passiveness given by Sister Gu. It's my greatest luck to hold Sister Gu's beautiful thighs. Green tea is coming. Gu Shuyan is in a good mood, intimacy plus 1%. Lin Xiao's evil plan succeeded and he was in great joy. Oh my god, Lin Xiao is so awesome, what kind of result is this? Oh my god, how can it be so fast? Is he running on 3 legs? A man like the wind. I like him so much. The freshmen finally came to their senses and started talking excitedly. The girls' eyes lit up. These boys who excel in sports have a hormonal aura that is extremely attractive to the opposite sex. The girls' legs trembled and their faces flushed. Could it be that the effect of the disaster termite eggs hasn't worn off yet? I feel like I have a fever again. The girl with a secondary personality screamed. Qin Shan stared at the big screen in a daze, with a painful expression on his face. Since we have you, why do we have Liang? How could he be in the same school with such a pervert? There was also great surprise in Shin Juanru's beautiful eyes. She was best at explosive speed, but compared with Lin Xiao, she was far behind. But she has no desire to win and has a calm mind. Wang Hao finally came to his senses and murmured in a low voice, damn, what a freak. I suspect the machine is broken. Then, with his eyes burning with enthusiasm, he said loudly, next item, the punching strength test. The gymnasium fell silent in an instant, and everyone once again stared at Lin Xiao. Wei Ying was completely in the mood, and her cold face wasn't so cold anymore. Lin Xiao walked to the punch strength testing machine. At this moment he was the focus of the whole audience. The remaining 9 freshmen didn't even make a move, but looked at him instead. I want to wait until he finishes fighting before I fight. Lin Xiao stood still, took another deep breath, calmed down, closed his eyes for a second, and then opened them. Take a half step back with your right foot, clench your fists, pull your arms back, then use your entire back to exert force, your spine like a dragon, and transfer the power of your torso forward. Lin Xiao's fist smashed out like a cannonball. Bang! There was a loud noise, the entire punching force machine vibrated, and the spring behind the dummy contracted suddenly. The display above the machine flashed rapidly, and the red numbers finally froze. Punching force, 736 kilograms. Wei Ying clenched her fists fiercely, her eyes gleaming with brilliance, and there was only one thought in her mind. You've come to the right place. You've really come to the right place this time. 736 kilograms, this is not just a record-breaking achievement, but it surpassed the record by dozens of kilograms. What was the previous record? Wei Ying vaguely remembered it was 699. Lin Xiao is the only first-level summoner who has currently entered the 700-kilogram category. What kind of monster is this? Is his talent really only F? Although talent has no direct relationship with physical fitness. But Wei Ying still found it unbelievable. At the same time, he felt extremely regretful. If only Lin Xiao's talent was at level A. With this kind of physical fitness, growing up will definitely refresh the inherent impression that summoners are fragile. By then, you will be able to fight against disasters without relying on the spirit. But he happened to be an F. Even if he had unlimited resources, it would be difficult for him to exceed level 50 in his lifetime. Wait, Wei Ying's heart suddenly moved. It's not that talent cannot be changed, it's just that the methods to improve talent are extremely rare. But coincidentally, the nine-tailed fox clan has the ability to change a person's talents. Their spiritual charm is enough. Yes, no wonder Sister Su Su fell in love with Lin Xiao. Wei Ying suddenly realized. Lin Xiao was also looking at the big screen at this time, his eyes full of surprise. I didn't expect that I would be able to exert such power. Sure enough, behind every successful man there is always an outstanding woman. It feels so good to have Sister Gu behind me. Instructors such as Wang Hao were completely stunned at this moment. They had rubbed their eyes several times, suspecting that they had seen it wrong. After a long while, Wang Hao murmured, "Monster, the school has recruited a monster this time." Wei Ying and I thought of the same thing at the same time. Why is Lin Zhao's talent only F? Wang Hao's heart was bleeding. God is jealous of talented people. The freshmen gradually came to their senses, and then broke out into a discussion even more heated than during the speed test just now. Especially the girls, their faces all turned pink at this moment. Strength is the kingly way for men. In their eyes, Lin Xiao is now a walking hormone. Chapter 84 Reaction Test begins. Qin Shan covered his face. For the first time, a genius like him felt what it meant to look up to a towering figure. I shouldn't have thought about competing with this monster. Qin Shan was really shocked. Shen Juanru quickly comforted him, "Brother Tiniu, let's not compare ourselves with this inhuman guy. In my heart, you will always be the best." Qin Shan felt warm in his heart and glanced at Shen Juanru with complicated eyes. People are all made of flesh and blood. How could he not be moved when others treat him so well? Besides, Shen Juanru is a super beauty. But Qin Shan shook his head, unwilling to think about it. In the heated atmosphere, Lin Xiao walked back to the team. At this time, the remaining 9 freshmen finally reacted. Look at the boxing target in front of you, then look at the bright red number on the screen. Almost no one could muster the motivation to throw a punch. I don't know how embarrassing it is to throw this punch. Why are you in the same group with Lin Xiao? Only one person was excited. Wang Shi and Lin Xiao were in the same group and they always stood together. He was ranked last in the speed test just now. Too fat, speed is not his strong point. Wang Shi felt like he had found an incredible elder brother, and he was so excited that he punched the target hard. Bang! The screen soared several times and finally froze. Punching force, 583 kilograms. Straight to Qin Shan. This number surprised many people. Very strong. Only Lin Zhao's shock was still there, otherwise everyone would have exclaimed. Instructors Wang Hao and others looked at Wang Shi in surprise. Lin Xiao turned around with a look of surprise. Then he burst out laughing. You can question a fat man's speed, but you must never doubt his strength. That body of flesh wasn't grown for nothing. The heated atmosphere at the scene lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. The test continued and ended after half an hour. Then there is one more reaction test left. This test requires going to a special venue. Led by the instructors, the freshmen walked out of the gymnasium and came to another venue. This venue looks like the water cube, square in shape, with an exterior wall inlaid with blue glass that reflects dazzling light in the sun. After entering the venue, Lin Xiao looked around curiously. Directly in front of us is an open corridor with separate partitioned rooms on both sides. The exterior walls are all covered with glass, so you can see what's going on inside. Lin Xiao only took a quick glance and found that it was a shooting training room because there were many targets and guns inside. Wang Hao's voice came from the front. This is a shooting training ground. Shooting is also part of your subsequent training, but it will not be assessed. Firearms are somewhat lethal to low-level disasters, but not very effective against high-level disasters. Students with shooting talents can apply for sniper and heavy firepower training programs separately. The freshmen nodded secretly when they heard this. Wang Hao brought a group of freshmen to the end of the corridor. There are several exceptionally spacious rooms here, with exterior walls made entirely of transparent glass. Lin Xiao looked inside and saw that the entire room was empty, without any facilities, and the floor was painted blue. There are densely packed small holes on several walls of the room. They are the size of a cup mouth and are spread all over like a honeycomb, even on the ceiling. Seeing this situation, Lin Xiao had a rough guess about the next reaction test. Wang Hao stood by the wall and began to explain the test details to everyone. The rules of the reaction test are very simple. Do you see those holes on the wall? You will go in groups of 10 later, and special balls will be fired from the holes. All you have to do is dodge as much as possible and avoid being hit by the ball. You have 1 minute. If you are hit once, you will lose 1 point. The full score is 100. The balls are fired once every 3 seconds, for a total of 20 rounds, with 40 balls fired each round. The final score is 60 for passing, 70 for good, 80 for excellent, and 90 for extremely excellent. The rules were indeed simple and the freshmen understood them instantly. Wang Hao said no more and said loudly. Now, the first group goes in. The freshmen are now arranged according to the 2 tests just now, so the first group of people is Li Xing's 10 people again. 10 people quickly entered the room, stood on the blue ground, and then looked around nervously. The familiar electronic synthesizer sounded again. 3, 2, 1. Beep. In an instant, a large number of red balls shot out from the holes in the wall. At the same time, the entire room was completely covered in light blue fluorescence, scanning everything inside and then transferring it to the computer. In the monitoring room next door, Wei Ying was looking at a large screen. The image displayed on it is a 3-dimensional simulated graphic composed of blue lines. The small red ball shot out of the hole is also accurately captured and simulated, and displayed on the 3-dimensional image. She could also clearly see the situation in the test room through the glass next to her. As the ball was shot out, the 10 nervous students immediately dodged in panic. In just the first round, 7 people were hit. On the computer screen, a red dot was immediately marked on the simulated human body. The 2 red numbers 99 immediately appeared on the 7 simulated images of the new students that were hit. Apparently that means they were deducted a point. The small ball that shot out of the hole was quite powerful and hit the tester, causing someone to groan slightly. The second round followed. Suddenly, small red balls kept shooting out of the hole, and the whole room was in chaos. In such a chaotic situation, it is almost impossible to avoid being hit. Everyone was infected in the second round. Subtract the score again. People outside are scared to death. If the test is carried out like this, I am afraid no one will score more than 60 points after 1 minute. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. The test stopped, and the 10 people in the room were in a mess, confused by this minute. At the same time, the big screen outside showed the results of 10 people. This time, Li Sheng was still first with a score of 63. Obviously, as he is faster, he has certain advantages in this kind of reaction test. The first group of 10 people came out of the room. Li Xingdeng smiled bitterly, it's too difficult. We are attacked from both sides and can't react at all. The students below immediately comforted him, it's okay, we will definitely be the same as you when we go up. The test instructor's voice sounded, next group. Immediately afterwards, 10 more freshmen entered the room. A minute passed quickly and the results of this group were almost the same as the previous group. Then came the third group, the fourth group, new students kept coming in. In the monitoring room, Wang Hao couldn't help but glance at Wei Ying. Major General Wei hugged his chest coolly again, with an indifferent expression, and seemed not very interested in the test. Coach Wei, have you ever done this kind of reaction test? Wei Ying nodded imperceptibly, very coolly. I wonder what Instructor Wei's score is. Full marks for this level. Chapter 85 Easy Full Score. When Wang Hao heard this, he did not show any surprise this time. There are several levels of reaction tests that freshmen are currently taking, and this is the lowest level. It is not difficult to get full marks for those who have a background in martial arts. After Wei Ying answered Wang Hao's questions, she looked outside through the glass, her eyes fixed on Lin Xiao. The first 2 tests brought a lot of surprises to the opponent, and I wonder if Lin Xiao will bring more. Wei Ying suddenly spoke up, Instructor Wang, Lin Xiao's file shows that he has not practiced martial arts. Are you sure? Yes. Wang Hao nodded. Wei Ying seemed to be thinking deeply after hearing this. If he didn't have a foundation in martial arts, it would be difficult to get full marks at this level. Reaction testing is a skill-based exercise, not a slam dunk. Without professional training, it is difficult to achieve good results. Lin Xiao is extremely gifted in strength and speed, and Wei Ying has expectations for him in this area, but not much. Outside, the testing continued. In the 7th round, a better result of 96 points appeared. He is a boy who practices martial arts. This boy seemed to have set a good example, as he subsequently got several full marks in a row. They are all martial artists. Time passed, and it was Qin Shan and Shin Juanru's turn again. Lin Xiao was in the next group again. There was nothing he could do, the queue was just arranged like that. Come on. Everyone cheered them on. Everyone looked expectant. And 1 minute later, Qin Shan's results came out, undoubtedly full marks. Shin Juanru's score was average, only 72. She had no experience in martial arts, and even if she had great speed, it would be difficult for her to get a good score in this kind of reaction test for the first time. Then it was Lin Xiao's turn. The freshmen are all paying close attention to this monster. Brother Lin, don't be so perverted. If you get a perfect score, I think I'll hang myself. Qin Shan walked down and joked. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and also joked. Then you might have to hurry and prepare the rope, or it will be too late. Qin Shan looked helpless, but deep down he was looking forward to Lin Xiao more and more. Lin Xiao walked towards the testing room, followed by Wang Shi. Wang Shi was very nervous and said weakly, "Brother, I feel like I may not even get 40 points. It's okay. Everyone is good at different things. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Lin Xiao comforted. Then, 10 people stood in the test room, each at a distance, staring closely at their surroundings. Next door, Wei Ying narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixed only on Lin Xiao, and she murmured in her heart. "I hope you can give me another surprise." 3, 2, 1. An electronic synthesizer sounded. With a beep sound, a large number of red balls shot out from the holes in the walls and ceiling. Lin Xiao instantly felt several people running towards him, and his body instantly moved and turned. Dodge quickly by moving sideways, bending over, or leaning back. The first round was easily avoided. Lin Xiao felt quite relaxed. The speed of these red balls was not very fast. The difficulty was that they came from all angles and were difficult to defend against. But the agile instinct bestowed by the unparalleled sword spirit allowed Lin Xiao to deal with it easily. And the moment he dodged the first round, Wei Ying's eyes sparkled. The sexy red lips were slightly pursed. "You have good body skills and your body is very light." An expert can easily judge the target's control over his body from his movements. Lin Xiao dodged quite calmly, which showed that he had good control over his body. The opposite example is right next to it. Take Wang Shi for example, he was hit directly by 2 balls in the first round. "I was so flustered that I forgot about my butt while taking care of my head." This is clearly a manifestation of a lack of control over one's own body. Wei Ying's eyes were burning with excitement, and she had the answer almost instantly. Lin Xiao will definitely get full marks in a reaction test of this level. This is the judgment that an expert should have. Sure enough, 1 minute later, Lin Xiao was not hit by any ball. He strolled leisurely throughout the test with a bit of elegance, which made the girls' eyes sparkle. The test is over. There was a cheer outside, especially from the girls. They are now like Lin Xiao's fans, and they are very happy to see Lin Xiao achieve good results. Qin Shan smiled bitterly, having expected this result. A pervert is indeed a pervert. Call. In the monitoring room, Wei Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiao really gave her a surprise again. A person who has never taken a reaction test and gets a perfect score on this test is undoubtedly a genius. I just don't know what Lin Xiao's limit is. Wei Ying was very much looking forward to it. Judging from the intensity just now, Lin Xiao dodged too easily. The upper limit is probably very high. Wang Hao seemed to see what Wei Ying was thinking, and after a little hesitation he spoke. "Coach Wei, how about I arrange for all the students who scored full marks to take the Level 2 test? The Level 2 test is much more intense, with 1 round of balls every 2 seconds. Wei Ying thought about it and shook her head. "Forget it, I can test Lin Xiao alone later, so as not to waste everyone's time. Asking students who have scored full marks to take the Level 2 test will take up space. Most of the morning has passed and there is not enough time." Wang Hao didn't force it. Testing continues. An hour later, the test was over and the time was 11 o'clock. All freshmen return to the big playground. The class division continues. On the martial arts stage, Wang Hao looked at everyone below. I noticed that many boys were looking at Wei Ying intentionally or unintentionally. These boys with overflowing hormones are obviously fascinated by Wei Ying, this numerical freak. Wang Hao coughed and had to speak. I would like to remind everyone that among cold weapons, swords are actually not as good as knives and guns. I still hope that everyone can make rational choices. Okay, everyone take a minute to think about this. There was an immediate buzz of discussion on the playground, with the freshmen whispering to each other, discussing what weapons to choose. Wang Shi pulled Lin Zhao's clothes. Brother, what do you choose? Sword. Lin Xiao answered without hesitation. Then I'll choose the sword too. Lin Xiao smiled and said, why, are you also interested in Instructor Wei? Wang Shi shook his head and subconsciously looked into the distance. Lin Xiao followed his gaze and saw Song Qianqian. So you like this kind of petite and cute thing? Lin Xiao actually noticed Wang Shi and Song Qianqian together when they were running. Didn't you choose the hammer before? Wang Shi sighed. Originally, after I signed the contract with Guogua, I wanted to COS Thor, but I almost died of exhaustion during the opening ceremony, so I decided to give up. Lin Xiao laughed. But the hammer and the fat man are really a good match. A minute passed quickly. Wang Hao looked down and said, okay, students who want to choose a sword, please step out. The next second, except for boys like Qin Shan who had a clear choice of weapons, almost all the other boys left the line. Even girls are no exception. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth twitched. It seemed that his words were in vain. It's not surprising. In the eyes of most people, swords are cool, so why not learn any other weapon? Now that I have the opportunity to learn swordplay from a busty instructor, shouldn't I seize the opportunity? More importantly, Wei Ying is a master. Putting aside the reason of beauty, the opportunity to learn swordplay from a master is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they didn't happen to be Long Yin students, in the outside world, wanting to become a disciple of a strong man like Wei Ying would be a dream without the connections and qualifications. Wang Hao understood what these guys were thinking and looked at Wei Ying. Wei Ying's expression was as cold as ever. She ignored the burning gazes below and showed no emotion at all. Then let's rank them according to the test results, with the weighting being reaction first, speed second, and strength last. Wei Ying took a form, glanced at it, and read out the first name in a cold voice. Lin Xiao. Chapter 86 8,000 points. Instantly, all the boys around showed envious looks. However, it is reasonable that Lin Xiao was chosen. The remaining people immediately looked at Wei Ying with eager eyes, as if saying, choose me, queen, choose me. Wei Ying read out the remaining 24 names without any hesitation. What surprised Lin Xiao a little was that Wang Shi was also chosen. But it's not surprising when you think about it. Although Wang Shi's reaction and speed are average, his strength is indeed outstanding. Without any training, he almost caught up with Qin Shan. He is a man of great potential. The rest of the people were almost all martial artists, with only one or two exceptions. For example, Victoria Song was also selected, but she has never practiced martial arts. In the test just now, Lin Xiao had some impression of his results. She has good speed and reflexes. Wei Ying finished reading the names and put the list down. Those who were chosen were immediately ecstatic, while those who were not chosen sighed. The latter not only missed the opportunity to come into contact with a super beauty, but also missed the opportunity to learn from a master. Wei Ying turned a deaf ear to him, walked off the stage, and waved to the chosen person, follow me. From this moment on, she was the instructor of Lin Xiao and his 25 people. Lin Xiao and others followed. Wei Ying led the way in front. Her steps were strong and powerful, her posture was straight, and she looked quite heroic. Walk to a corner of the playground, against the wall, and you will see flowers blooming in the flower bed. Wei Ying stood in front of a rose that was as cool and beautiful as she was and turned around. Her narrow and long phoenix eyes moved slowly over everyone, and everyone's chest couldn't help but straighten out. Let me warn you, my training methods are very harsh and cruel. Since you have chosen to follow me, you must be mentally prepared. Wei Ying started with a threat. Combined with her cold expression, everyone couldn't help but have a bad feeling. Of course, it's not too late for you to regret now. Anyone want to quit? Facing Wei Ying's question, everyone straightened their backs. Quit? How could it be possible? I came here just to be whipped by the queen. Everyone met Wei Ying's gaze and shouted, "Don't quit." Wei Ying had a blank expression on his face and did not comment on the people's promises. Whether he was a real hero would be revealed during the training. She looked down at her watch and said, "It's 11:40 now. I'll briefly talk about the training schedule, and then you can go eat. Your future combat training will be divided into two parts, offline and online. I will be in charge of the offline activities, teaching you basic fighting and swordsmanship. The online activities will be conducted on the virtual fighting network. The school's requirement for you is that every freshman must reach 800 points on the virtual fighting network in 1 month. This requirement is more difficult for freshmen who have no martial arts background, but as long as you work hard, it will not be a problem to achieve it. However, you 25 people are different. I selected you, and most of you have a background in martial arts, so I have additional requirements for you. Those without martial arts background must reach 1,000 points in 1 month, and those with martial arts background must reach 3,000 points. If you can't do that, I will punish you very cruelly." Her tone was so cold that everyone shuddered. Then they looked at each other, having no idea about the 1,000 points or 3,000 points that Wei Ying mentioned. But since Wei Ying said it was an additional requirement, it wouldn't be easy, and I felt a little worried. Wei Ying was very straightforward in what he said and did. After a brief pause, he said, "Teaching starts tomorrow. Now, go eat. Remember, gather at the back door of the school at 1 o'clock to participate in the afternoon extreme training. Disband." Everyone was stunned for a moment, then their tense bodies relaxed and they prepared to go to the cafeteria. At this time, Wei Ying added, "Lin Xiao, stay." "I'll stay." Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. He paused when he was about to turn around and looked at Wei Ying in confusion. The other freshmen stopped and wanted to hear what Wei Ying wanted to do with Lin Xiao. Wei Ying's eyes narrowed, and his meaning was very clear: all the outsiders should get out immediately. Her aura was so strong that the others did not dare to stay and left obediently. After everyone had gone far away, Wei Ying looked at Lin Xiao again and said calmly, "You are an exception. My requirement for you is 5,000 points per month." Lin Xiao's eyes widened instantly. "Instructor Wei, is this what I will say if you stay? 5,000? Why?" Lin Xiao came back to his senses, his face filled with shock. Although he had no idea what 5,000 points meant, it was 2,000 points higher than others who had practiced martial arts. This was too much of a compliment to him. "Why, you can't do it?" Seeing Lin Xiao's astonishment, Wei Ying asked indifferently. Lin Xiao frowned, feeling more and more that Wei Ying was somewhat special towards him. "Why is she paying so much attention to me?" Lin Xiao said helplessly, "Coach Wei, I don't know if I can do it, because I don't even know what 5,000 points is." Wei Ying nodded slightly and began to explain. In the virtual fighting network, 5,000 points is a watershed. If you reach 5,000 points, you can be called a first-rate expert. If you score below 5,000 points, you are second-rate, third-rate, or even not even worth mentioning. A top-notch master. Lin Xiao stroked his chin and thought. Sister Gu once said that if she completely inherited her talent for kendo and practiced hard for 3 months, she would be invincible in this world in terms of fighting. Although he was not sure how much of Sister Gu's sword talent the Wushuang sword soul had inherited. But it shouldn't be difficult to become a top-notch expert in just 1 month. However, Lin Xiao did not agree directly, but looked at Wei Ying curiously. "Coach Wei, why did they get 3,000 points and I got 5,000? There's no need to treat them differently, right? Because you have the best talent, the test just now made me very satisfied." Wei Ying was not stingy with her praise. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned and felt a little embarrassed. "I felt inexplicably happy when the busty instructor said she was satisfied. How about it, can you do it?" Wei Ying stared at Lin Xiao and asked again. There was a reason why she set a goal of 5,000 points for Lin Xiao. It would take her 1 month to become a first-rate expert, and half a year to barely reach the requirements of her task. Wei Ying still didn't intend to tell her purpose. Although Lin Xiao's physical fitness is extremely outstanding, whether he has top-notch kendo talent still needs further verification. 5,000 is her final test for Lin Xiao. If Lin Xiao passes, then Su Nanyaya won't need to ask her, she will mobilize all resources to push Lin Xiao to level 20 within half a year. To be honest, this test is very difficult. In her opinion, even if Lin Xiao inherited Gu Shuyan's talent for swordsmanship, he would have to work very hard to achieve it. Wei Ying also wants to see Lin Xiao's perseverance, which is very important. To reach 5,000 you have to work very hard. Having talent is useless without enough perseverance. Meeting Wei Ying's gaze, Lin Xiao felt a little helpless. Although he had good talent, he didn't want to agree directly when someone asked him something for no reason. Besides, Wei Ying had just said that there would be severe punishment if the task was not completed. So I wanted to bargain. Coach Wei, your expectations of me are too high. If I fail to meet them, there will be punishment. But there should be rewards, right? Wei Ying raised her eyebrows. What reward do you want? Lin Xiao suddenly became interested and was eager to do something. Let me make one request at random. Wei Ying narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Xiao with a smile. Could it be that this guy is also interested in her body? Sure enough, all men are the same. It seems I need to tell Sister Susu about this guy, he is also a playboy. However, Wei Ying did not point it out, but instead the corners of her mouth curled up a little. He is a little boy who makes people look forward to him, so why not give him some motivation? Okay, but change the goal. 3 months, 8,000 points. I'll let you do whatever you want. Phew, you really agreed. Just 8,000 points. Lin Xiao looked at Wei Ying's explosive figure. If he could really do whatever he wanted. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. Then it was not a sketch, but a dirty drawing. Okay. I'll do it. Lin Xiao is full of fighting spirit. Wei Ying raised the corner of his mouth in a playful arc. This was an impossible goal. She said no more, turned around and left. After taking a few steps, a sexy voice came. However, you should first complete the basic goal of 5,000 points in a month. After writing several chapters on extreme training, the opportunity to promote Gu Shuyan is coming. The author particularly likes this character, so excited. I am scratching my head and thinking about how to write the process of pushing so that I can pass Shinha. Chapter 87, Be Escape. Afternoon, 1 o'clock. Going out from the back door of the school, there is a wide road. Across the road, the hillside is barren and overgrown with weeds. The 503 freshmen of Longyin this year are now gathered on the side of the road. In the distance, a row of blue and white buses slowly drove over and stopped by the side of the road. Attention all freshmen, line up to get on the bus. An instructor shouted. The bus door opened and the freshmen poured in. Lin Xiao and Wang Shi followed the team and squeezed into a bus. Brother, where are we going? Why are we taking a car? Aren't we doing extreme training? We're not at school. You ask me, who should I ask? Faced with Wang Shi's series of questions, Lin Xiao answered unhappily. I thought Instructor Wei kept you alone and told you so. Unfortunately not. Lin Xiao shook his head, also very curious, wondering what kind of extreme training the school planned to arrange. Leaving school is probably not a good thing. The first thing that comes to my mind is cross-country weight-bearing. 5 minutes later, all the students were on the bus. The buses started moving, and then drove in a long line towards the mountainous area in the west. On the way, the freshmen in the carriage were talking a lot and speculating about the school's arrangements. The bus had been driving for about 10 minutes when someone in the car suddenly exclaimed. Fuck, what a big bee. Lin Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a boy staring at the bus window. Outside the car, there was a bee lying on the glass. This bee is obviously a disaster species, and is even larger than a sparrow. Bees look very cute when they are small. But when it grows bigger, it looks completely different. Its mouth parts are like 2 sharp pincers, and its tail is retractable, revealing half of its stinger, which makes people's scalp tingle. Disaster bee. The freshmen in the carriage were extremely curious. They didn't have to worry about being stung because they could see the animals through the glass. They stretched their necks to watch. At this moment, more disaster bees appeared. In the air outside the bus, huge bees kept flying in swarms. Fuck, that's a lot. Look at that hillside over there. There are so many flowers. They seem to be collecting nectar. It is indeed a hard-working little bee. Even after becoming a disaster creature, it has not forgotten its instincts. Amid the discussions, the bus drove for another 5 or 6 minutes before stopping at the entrance of a large canyon. The driver, who was an instructor, turned around and said. Everyone get out of the car. The freshmen on the bus were stunned, and then someone raised a question. Get off. Instructor, there are so many disaster bees outside. Won't we be attacked if we get off? The instructor was a hot-tempered man. He glared at her. Just get off when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Everyone was speechless and could only bite the bullet and get off the bus. As soon as Lin Xiao stepped out of the car, he heard a dense buzzing sound coming from all around him. The canyon is filled with the sound of bees flapping their wings, which reminds people of the scene of going to see rape flowers in spring. Lin Xiao looked around and found that the figures of disaster bees were flying across the sky from time to time. The freshmen didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of attracting their attention. However, there is no need to worry, as these disaster bees seem to be very docile and do not attack people like other disaster creatures. Subsequent buses arrived one after another. All 503 freshmen got off the bus and gathered on the side of the road. Then, the instructor from each class came over carrying 2 large bags to distribute things. Wei Ying walked up to Lin Xiao and others and opened the huge blue plastic bag. Each person was given a black watch and a large bottle. The shape of the bottle is a bit strange, it looks like a baby bottle, it is transparent, has a straw on the top, and comes with an air pressure valve for sucking liquid. Why are you giving me an empty bottle? Where's the water? Wang Shi looked surprised. Lin Xiao was also puzzled. They were going to do extreme training in the afternoon, so weren't there any water distribution? Instead, they were given empty bottles and asked everyone to find water in the wild. At this moment, Wang Hao walked up to the crowd with a loud speaker and shouted. Attention all freshmen, extreme training will begin soon. The code name of this training is, Bee Escape. What? Bee Escape? The freshmen were stunned. Just hearing the name gave me a chill down my spine, and I subconsciously looked at the disaster bee flying not far away. Horrible associations came to mind. Wang Hao's voice continued. See that big canyon ahead? There are tens of thousands of disaster bees raised inside. You have 2 training tasks today. First, use the bottles in your hands to collect honey. Second, you must hold out as long as you can while being chased by the swarm of bees. The training ends at 7 o'clock. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, the freshmen were excited. Are you kidding me? With so many disaster bees, going in to collect honey is like risking your life. It's so big, if it stings you, it will leave a big bump. Instructor, are you kidding me? We don't want to die. The freshmen looked excited. No one is going to kill you. Wang Hao smiled and said, these disaster bees are not even level 1. They have very low attack power and slow flying speed. If a summoner is stung, at most there will be a slight negative effect. It's not a big problem. A little bit. Lin Xiao looked at Wang Hao, but felt that his smile was somewhat meaningful. The freshmen looked at each other in bewilderment. After a brief silence, someone expressed doubt. Being stung by just one may not be a big deal, but if so many disaster bees swarm around, they could still sting someone to death, right? Not to mention the disaster bees which are bigger than sparrows, even ordinary bees can kill people if they are attacked in groups. The physique of a first-level summoner is strong, but it is still within the realm of mortals. Wang Hao smiled and said, this is about the watches in your hands. They are your life-saving talismans. In order to prevent being besieged by a large number of disaster bees, once someone is stung, your watch will emit an ultrasonic wave. This ultrasonic wave can affect the directional system of the disaster bee, forming an interference field within a 3-meter radius, which can protect the stung person for a period of time. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Wang Hao continued, there are 4 points to note during this extreme training, and they must be followed. First, do not destroy the beehive when collecting honey. Second, you can kill the disaster bee, but you are not allowed to use skills or summon spirits. Third, if you are stung by a disaster bee 3 times, you will be eliminated. If you are eliminated before 5 p.m., there will be an additional punishment. Finally, I'd like to add that the honey of the disaster bee is similar to termite eggs and has a special effect that can enhance the body's agility. The honey you collect will belong to you. It is a special reward for this training. The freshmen's eyes lit up when they heard the last sentence. Wang Shi drooled and couldn't help but ask, Instructor, can I get another bottle? Wang Hao glared, 1 bottle per person at most. Do you understand what sustainable development means? Everyone laughed when they heard this. Everyone had tasted the benefits of termite eggs this morning, and suddenly they were looking forward to this extreme training. Wang Hao stopped talking nonsense and said loudly. Now, everyone enters the Grand Canyon and the extreme training begins. Accompanied by the instructor's whistles, the freshmen walked along the road into the canyon. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao stood in front of a slope, looking at the scene in front of him with a little surprise. This canyon has no end in sight and is about 1,000 meters wide. There are densely packed mushroom-shaped buildings in the center of the canyon. These buildings are low, with umbrella-shaped tops painted in various colors, just like real mushrooms. Looking from the front of the slope, you can vaguely see a beehive hanging under the umbrella. Buzz. Buzz. Countless black spots flew across the canyon, and the sound of the dense swarm of bees flapping their wings was particularly loud at this time. Although they knew the watch could save their lives, the freshmen still felt nervous and mustered up a lot of courage before taking their first steps. Let's go to Chapter 88, Total Social Death. Lin Xiao called out to Wang Shi, blended into the crowd, and approached the mushroom buildings. Soon, the freshmen arrived at the nearest mushroom building. If you look closely, you can clearly see a huge beehive hanging under the mushroom cap. The structure of the honeycomb is similar to that of an ordinary bee's honeycomb, but the volume and holes are many times larger. A piece of honeycomb cake is as big as a door. It is golden and crispy on the outside, and amber honey can be vaguely seen hidden in the honeycomb holes. Hiss. The freshmen began to swallow their saliva violently. Lin Xiao is no exception. This is a good thing. Some freshmen couldn't help it and rushed forward. Dee-dee. Dee-dee. At this moment, a dense beeping sound suddenly rang out among the crowd. Lin Xiao subconsciously looked at his wrist. The beeping sound came from the watch on his wrist. I saw a red indicator light on the watch light up, flashing second by second. The watches of the freshmen around me were all like this, and it felt like everyone was carrying a time bomb. What's going on? Just as everyone was at a loss, they heard the buzzing sound in the canyon suddenly become louder. Lin Xiao subconsciously looked up at the sky, and saw that the disaster bees flying in the sky seemed to have suddenly received some kind of instruction, and they all turned around and looked at the new life. A large number of disaster bees also flew out from the nearby beehive, staring at the newborn with their huge glass-like eyes. Fuck. Why are they staring at us all of a sudden? Oh my god, I have trypophobia. Being stared at by hundreds of huge disaster bees, everyone's scalp went numb and they dared not move. But then, the swarm of bees began to charge, flapping their wings and attacking everyone. Run. Lin Xiao reacted immediately and pulled Wang Shi, who was still in a daze, to the side. Wang Shi reacted and immediately cried out. Oh my god, this is so scary, brother, why did they suddenly riot? Lin Xiao had figured it out, and explained as he ran. It's the watch's problem. I guess it's emitting some kind of ultrasonic wave that attracts bees to attack. Wang Shi's face turned pale. Didn't Instructor Wang say that this thing can save lives? How can it attract attacks? Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and said, think about it, what is the code name for this training? Wang Shi was startled and extremely frightened. Oh my god, the damn instructor is not going to drive the bees to chase us, is he? Outside the canyon, in a row of wooden houses. Instructors such as Wang Hao stood in front of the monitoring screen, looking at the freshmen running away in the canyon with their heads in their hands, with smug smiles on their faces. Haha, these little brats probably never thought that the watch is both their life-saving talisman and their death warrant. The watch will continuously emit special ultrasonic waves to attract the surrounding disaster bees to attack. If they don't want to be stung, they have to run for their lives. If they run for an afternoon, they will definitely be drained. No one has ever been able to make it to 7 o'clock in this project without getting stung. Wei Ying stood nearby, the corner of her mouth slightly raised, and for the first time, her eyebrows showed an expression of interest. She was also surprised by Long Yin's training, and it was full of novelty. She thought of a question and asked. Instructor Wang, what if a freshman gives up and lets a bee sting him? When someone can't run anymore, he will definitely think of giving up. No matter what punishment follows, it is better than being chased and stung by the disaster bee. The instructors around laughed strangely when they heard this, and Wei Ying felt puzzled. Wang Hao smiled mysteriously. The consequences of being stung are very serious. I guarantee that after they see the example of being stung, they will use all their strength to run. Wei Ying was stunned. At this moment, Wang Hao pointed at the screen and said, "Instructor Wei, in a few seconds, you will know the consequences of being stung." Wei Ying's curiosity was completely piqued, and she stared at the screen without blinking. Inside the canyon. Faced with the sudden attack of the swarm of bees, some people reacted extremely quickly and turned around and ran away. Some people were still standing there in a daze, and by the time they came to their senses and wanted to run, it was too late. In an instant, several people were targeted by the disaster bees, which stretched out their long stingers and shot needles into the freshman. Hiss. Damn, it hurts. It's okay. It feels numb, just like when the nurse pricked my butt when I was a kid. The people who were stung ran away in panic, screaming as they ran. Lin Xiao turned around in his busy schedule and focused his eyes. He saw that the watches on the wrists of the stung freshmen were lighting up with green dots, flashing rapidly. The swarm of bees that were swooping down on them suddenly braked in the air, as if they had lost their target, and circled in the air like headless flies. It really keeps bees away. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the instructor had not lied about this matter. When the people who were stung saw this, they all breathed a sigh of relief, then stopped and wanted to check the places where they were stung. At this moment, the person who was stung suddenly staggered as if he was drunk. "Hey, what's going on? I feel dizzy." "Me too. Wow, there are so many jellyfish. Catch jellyfish. Mom, I want to catch jellyfish. Wow, flower girl, don't run. I suddenly feel that my life is too restricted." The style of painting suddenly changed. The freshmen who were watching from a distance were stunned. The people who were stung suddenly began to talk nonsense and make all kinds of strange movements. The one shouting, "There are so many jellyfish," was a girl. She stretched out her hands and grabbed things in the air with an obsessed smile on her face, looking very silly. The one shouting, "Flower girl," was a boy. There was clearly nothing in front of him, and he was just fluttering around in the air. It seemed like there was really a beautiful woman in front of me, with a lewd smile on her face. Ha ha ha. The other freshmen were stunned for a few seconds, and then burst into laughter at the same time. "Ha, this is so funny, what are they doing? Lu Xiao Xiao, you are already 19 years old, and you are still asking your mother to catch jellyfish. Wang Zixuan, I never thought that you, who are usually so polite, are actually such a scoundrel. Quick, take out your phone and record it for him." The freshmen burst into laughter as they ran. Even in the midst of their busy schedules, some people took out their mobile phones and kept taking pictures. However, these two are still considered good, more exciting things are coming. A boy who was stung suddenly started to take off his clothes, pulled off his t-shirt and waved it above his head. 1, 2, 3. Toot hey, toot toot Arabad, get excited. I saw him with his upper body naked, shaking his butt, dancing in that abstract and passionate way. What was even more outrageous was what happened next. Two boys laughed crazily, stripped off their clothes and pants, and ran naked, singing, "I want to be free like in my dreams." Everyone burst into laughter and slapped their thighs. Lin Xiao laughed until tears came out, but as he laughed, he felt a chill in his heart. These people who were stung must have had some kind of hallucination, which is why they did such outrageous things. And the reason must be the disaster bee. These bees have average attack power, but their stingers may contain some kind of hallucinogenic toxin. And the onset is extremely fast. A little bit of negative impact. Lin Xiao thought of Wang Hao's words and the corners of his mouth twitched. This is not just a little bit, this is billions of bits and pieces. Being stung will lead to immediate social death. Thinking about being stung. Lin Xiao shuddered instantly. The other freshmen also reacted, and while they were laughing, fear was already evident in their eyes. God knows what I would do if I were stung. Catching jellyfish is cute, but what if they also come out to walk their birds? Instructor, I'm drafting grandma. The freshman cursed loudly but did not dare to stop and fled madly. Chapter 89 Punishment Mechanism. In the monitoring room, the instructors were laughing so hard, some slapped their thighs, some slapped the tables, and the atmosphere was very lively. This is the most interesting show every year. Wei Ying stared at the screen, the corners of her icy beauty's mouth twitching wildly, and she was feeling very uncomfortable trying not to laugh. Ahem, I'm going to go out for a while. After Wei Ying finished speaking, he rushed out of the wooden house and ran all the way to a deserted place. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. She began to laugh uncontrollably. Don't ask why you have to laugh only when there is no one around. Doesn't she want to give up her cold and aloof personality as a queen? In the canyon, Wang Shi's face was pale, and his legs were running like a hot wheel, but he still couldn't catch up with Lin Xiao. Brother, you should just run by yourself. You don't have to wait for me. I can't run anymore. No, brother, I will always wait for you. Lin Xiao's tone was extremely firm. Wang Shi was stunned, and then he was so moved that he almost cried. Brother, you are really my dear brother. Lin Xiao turned around with a strange expression. Wang Shi, did you misunderstand? Have you ever heard of the story of two people being chased by a bear in the forest? Wang Shi was stunned, his face gradually turned resentful. Brother, I hate you. Lin Xiao laughed out loud. If you can't outrun the bee, can you outrun Fatty? Lin Xiao was really anxious. He didn't want to be stung by a bee. God knows what he would do after being stung. If I fail socially, will I, as the top freshman, still have the face to save? The two ran all the way. Lin Xiao finally helped Wang Shi. He picked up a stick on the ground and started beating the chasing bees. A few disaster bees were killed directly in the crash, solving Wang Shi's urgent problem. The two escaped the crisis briefly. Wang Shi was panting like a cow and lying on the ground with his legs spread out. No, brother, I can't run anymore. I have to rest. Okay, take a break. After running for only a few minutes, this guy was already sweating all over and looked like he was about to die. Lin Xiao was fine, he wasn't even out of breath. While Wang Shi was resting, Lin Xiao stood there, carefully observing his surroundings. He has deduced that the watch can attract the attacks of disaster bees, but the range of this attraction is still uncertain. Right now, this area is empty, with no disaster bees within at least 50 meters. It can be inferred from this that the attraction range of the watch will not exceed 50 meters at least. Lin Xiao observed while looking at the rest of the canyon. Right now, there are freshmen running away everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. From time to time, someone would be stung and then perform various hilarious shows. Some were running naked, some were dancing, some were barking like dogs, some were grinning foolishly, some were going crazy, some were crying, the list was endless. Today, everyone will die socially, no one can escape. Lin Xiao felt that the future was bleak. Before I knew it, a minute had passed. Dee dee. Suddenly, two rapid beeping sounds were heard. Lin Xiao subconsciously looked at his watch and saw that the red indicator light on the watch was flashing wildly, at least twice as fast as before. What's going on? Lin Xiao was confused and looked around, then his face suddenly changed. He saw that at a very far distance, estimated to be about 100 meters away, a group of wandering disaster bees were suddenly attracted and flew towards him and Wang Shi. I estimate there are about a dozen. Fuck. Lin Xiao screamed and jumped up. Can the attraction range be increased? Why has the appeal of watches suddenly expanded? The indicator light flashed faster and faster. Lin Xiao suddenly understood that this should be an anti-laziness mechanism. He and Wang Shi did not move at this moment, which should have triggered the mechanism. Come to think of it, if there is no such mechanism, and you can take advantage of the opportunity to rest, then what is the point of extreme training? Wang Shi, run. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and pulled Wang Shi up. Wang Shi had already seen the swarm of bees rushing towards him. His face turned pale, and he stood up and ran away following Lin Xiao. As the attraction range of the two people's watches increased, they inevitably attracted bees again while running. For a moment, the buzzing sound of flapping wings was heard all around. Lin Xiao just turned his head and took a look, and found a densely packed group of them, at least dozens of them. This scene was also seen clearly by the instructor in the monitoring room. Wang Hao smiled faintly and said, "This is the price of stopping moving. The attraction range is doubled and lasts for 5 minutes. Only in this way can we drain everyone's physical strength and let the little guys know what extreme training is." Wang Hao glanced at Wei Ying and said with a smile, "Coach Wei, is our school's extreme training okay?" Wei Ying nodded her snow-white chin and said sincerely, "It's really good. The watch that is like a death warrant and the huge pressure of social death will definitely drive all freshmen to run for their lives. I have to say, it was a very interesting training." Time passed quickly and an hour went by in the blink of an eye. In an open space in the canyon, Wang Shi sat on the ground, grabbed a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. Drink it in one breath. These mineral waters were scattered throughout the canyon in advance and are everywhere. Lin Xiao also opened a bottle and let the clear water moisten his dry lips. In the past hour, he and Wang Shi fled in various ways and luckily were not stung by bees. I also gradually mastered some patterns or rules. First, conclude that you can take a break, but the time should not exceed 1 minute. As long as you move before 1 minute is up, the attraction amplification mechanism of the watch will not be triggered. So even though the two of them were resting at this moment, they were always paying attention to the time on their watches. Then comes the second rule. The normal attraction range of the watch is about 50 meters, and the range is 100 meters after the penalty mechanism is triggered. In addition, the layout of the mushroom hives in the canyon is very interesting. The distance between each one is about 120 meters front and back. This means that by running in the middle of two mushroom hives, you can avoid attracting bees in the hive, so as to find some time to breathe. Of course, such time is fleeting, because there are countless bees active outside the hive and they may enter the attraction range of the ultrasonic wave at any time. Lin Xiao glanced at Wang Shi, who seemed a little exhausted, and said, "It's been an hour and a half. We must start collecting honey while you still have the energy." Wang Shi felt uneasy when he looked at the beehive. But once we get close to a beehive, a large number of bees will attack us. This mission is impossible to complete. Lin Xiao had already thought of a solution and shook his head. Not really. We divided the work between us. One of us led the bees out of the hive, and the other collected the bees. Wang Shi was stunned, and immediately asked with a pale face. Then, who will attract it? Lin Xiao showed a kind smile. What do you think? Wang Shi showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother, how about we switch? I can't run anymore. Lin Xiao laughed. Then take a closer look. Can you do the job of collecting honey? Lin Xiao really didn't intend to give the most tiring work to Wang Shi. Those mushroom hives are 4 meters high, and their canopies are supported by steel pillars as thick as thighs. The beehive hangs under the umbrella canopy, nearly 3 meters from the ground. If you want to collect honey, you can only climb up the steel pillars. With Wang Shi's weight and skills, it would be difficult for him to climb up, let alone collect honey. Wang Shi also understood and wanted to cry but had no tears. Okay, I'll go and attract him. Lin Xiao glanced at his watch and saw that they had rested for 50 seconds. When it reached 55 seconds, he stood up suddenly and quickly took the honey bottle hanging from Wang Shi's neck. Action, go to that hive over there, it looks like there are fewer bees. Chapter 90 Royal Jelly. Lin Xiao has already selected a mushroom with the fewest remaining bees nearby. During this hour of observation, Lin Xiao discovered another problem. There are so many beehives in the canyon, and they are not independent. To be precise, all the beehives in the entire canyon add up to one beehive. There is no queen bee in these relatively independent units. No queen means there won't be many bees left. After hearing Lin Xiao's instructions, Wang Shi gritted his teeth and rushed out. When it rushes to the vicinity of the beehive, the bees inside are immediately attracted by the ultrasound and drill out of the hive. Wang Shi's eyes were filled with panic. He gritted his teeth and circled around the mushroom, trying to attract as many as possible. Okay, run. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Xiao quickly reminded. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi ran away, followed by dozens of bees. Then, Lin Xiao rushed to the bottom of the beehive without hesitation. At this time, there are still a few beehives left in the hive. When he saw someone coming, he immediately flew out to stop them. Lin Xiao waved the stick and killed it with a few hits. I have to admit, these disaster bees are really not up to par and are pitifully weak. Lin Xiao hugged the steel pillar and climbed up. It was really hard work. The surface of the steel column was smooth and it was extremely difficult to climb. It took Lin Xiao 5 or 6 seconds to climb to the top, and he used his legs to hold the steel pillar tightly. He reached out and pulled a honey bottle off his neck, aimed the straw at a honey hole in the hive above, and pressed the air pressure valve. The honey in the honey hole was immediately sucked out. But the quantity is pitifully small. Only a little honey can be sucked out from each honey hole, so it is not easy to fill a honey bottle. While sucking the honey, Lin Xiao kept an eye on his surroundings and looked at the watch in his hand from time to time. It is now in a state of not moving, and the collection time cannot exceed 1 minute. In a blink of an eye, the time came to 58 seconds. Lin Xiao jumped off the steel pillar without hesitation and turned around and ran. While running, he looked at the honey bottle and sighed in his heart. A honey bottle collects less than 1/3 of the honey. According to this collection efficiency, it would take at least 3 or 4 times to fill a bottle. It's difficult. It's a pity that Wang Shi initially asked for another bottle. At this moment, Wang Shi's shout came from a distance. "Brother, help me." Lin Xiao looked over and saw that Wang Shi was almost being caught up by the disaster bees, and the closest one was only half a meter away. Lin Xiao was about to go over to help when he saw Wang Shi trip and fall to the ground. Before he could get up, a bee swooped over and shot a needle in Wang Shi's round butt. Wang Shi's eyes widened and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered, it's over, I've been stung." "Well, there's no hope." Lin Xiao stopped immediately. Wang Shi's watch instantly lit up with a green dot, an invisible ultrasonic wave spread out, driving away the nearby bees. Wang Shi lay on the ground, too lazy to move, waiting for the nightmare to come. Lin Xiao wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to do so, so he spread his hands and looked helpless. And then, his face was filled with a look of delight. All that's left is to move a stool over and wait for Wang Shi to start his performance. 1 second, 2 seconds. More than 10 seconds later, Wang Shi's eyes suddenly became dazed. He staggered to his feet and half-crouched and turned around. As he was spinning around, he started to take off his clothes. No way. Lin Xiao's eyes were dull. Was this guy also planning to run naked? He immediately took out his cell phone and prepared to record it with a smirk on his face. It turned out that it was not the case. Wang Shi just took off his shirt and then he didn't know what hallucination he saw. He just lay down on the ground, arching his back with his butt raised high. He was like a silkworm, wriggling and muttering to himself. Lin Xiao leaned over and listened, only to hear Wang Shi singing a nursery rhyme. A caterpillar crawled out of the egg and its stomach growled. "Say loudly that I'm so hungry, this caterpillar is looking for food everywhere." Puff. Lin Xiao couldn't hold back for even a second and burst into laughter. This guy is indeed a foodie. All his hallucinations are related to eating. But, classmate Pang Pang, you are not a caterpillar, you are a pigworm. Snap. Lin Xiao took photos decisively and also recorded a short video. Just a few seconds into the recording, the swarm of bees swarmed towards him. Lin Xiao had no choice but to turn around and run. 5 minutes later, Lin Xiao shook off the pursuing disaster bees and returned. Wang Shi had already woken up from his hallucination and was sitting on the ground with no hope in life. When he saw Lin Xiao, his face instantly turned red. "Brother, it's just you who saw it, there's no one else, right?" Obviously, people in hallucinations have memories, and Wang Shi knows clearly what he has done. "Don't worry, there was no one else there." Lin Xiao held back his laughter and comforted her. "Call." Wang Shi breathed a sigh of relief, "That's good." Lin Xiao added, "But I have recorded it for you." Wang Shi was stunned for a moment, and saw Lin Xiao take out his mobile phone and start playing. "Delete it, big brother, delete it quickly." Wang Shi jumped up and rushed forward to grab the phone. "Don't delete it, save it for your wedding." "Brother, please delete it. I can't afford to lose face as a human being." "Don't delete." Lin Xiao turned around and ran. As soon as I turned around, everything went dark in front of me, as if I had hit a wall, and my blood was boiling. A dark shadow was knocked back by him. "Ouch, what the hell?" The black shadow cried out in embarrassment. Lin Xiao looked up hurriedly and was speechless. It was Qin Shan again, with Shin Juanru beside him. Both of them were breathing heavily and were covered in sweat. "Brother Qin, why is it you again?" Lin Xiao complained in his heart, couldn't he just find another girl for him to bump into? "Brother Lin, are you made of steel? You're so hard." Qin Shan was also speechless. He suffered losses in both collisions. "Ha ha ha ha." Wang Shi laughed loudly in the back, "Brother, this is why you don't delete it." Before he could finish his words, Wang Shi's face suddenly turned horrified, and he stared blankly behind Qin Shan and Shin Juanru. Lin Xiao also noticed it at this time and his face changed drastically. Behind the two of them, a large group of disaster bees swooped down. The number is frighteningly large, probably hundreds of them, forming a huge mass. Fuck, how did you attract so many people? Shen Juanru exhaled with excitement on her pretty face, because of royal jelly. What? Lin Xiao didn't understand and shouted, talk while running. The swarm of bees has caught up with us. If we don't run away, we will be doomed. Shen Juanru pointed at the honey bottle on her chest while running and said. That's it. Lin Xiao looked back in his busy schedule. I saw that the honey bottle on Shen Juanru's chest was about a quarter filled with amber liquid. The color is much darker than ordinary honey, but other than that, there is nothing special about it. Is there royal jelly in it? What's it good for? It's very useful. It can greatly improve my agility. Do you know why I'm so fast? Lin Xiao was surprised. Is it because he has eaten royal jelly? Shen Juanru nodded heavily. I have eaten it several times before, and my body's agility has been improved. Chapter 91, The Idea of Royal Jelly. Lin Zhao's eyes suddenly brightened when he heard this. Shen Juanru's speed was extremely good during the test. But I had no experience in martial arts before. Lin Xiao was still puzzled, thinking that she was just like him, and had inherited some kind of passive ability from Qi Ling. Good stuff, where did you get it? The queen beehive. Lin Zhao's eyes widened, and he finally understood what was going on with the huge group of disaster bees behind him. These two dug out the queen bee's nest. How could they not be hunted down? This time I really stirred up a hornet's nest. 20 minutes later. In an open space, 4 people sat on the ground. Oh my god, I finally got away. I almost got stung. Shen Juanru lay on the ground without any image of a goddess, her chest heaving violently. Lin Xiao took a few breaths and asked curiously. Student Shen, can you let me see the royal jelly? Shen Juanru didn't hide it either. She took off the honey bottle hanging on her chest and threw it over. Lin Xiao took it and held it up to the sunlight to look at it. Shen Juanru said casually. 1 drop of royal jelly is as effective as half a bottle of ordinary honey. After taking it, it can greatly improve your physical agility in a short period of time. After digestion and absorption, it can permanently improve a certain amount of agility. Good stuff, Lin Xiao couldn't help but praise again, and then joked. You too, Wang Shi and I are sharing this huge pressure with you. You should at least give us some. Qin Shan nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll give you 2 1/3. Great. Lin Xiao gave a thumbs up and then shook his head. Just kidding, we didn't do much. I was thinking, how about you two lead the way and we go get some more? Lin Xiao was tempted. Since it was not possible to ask someone else for it, he decided to get it himself. Shen Juanru heard this and sat up excitedly. That's exactly what I meant. We collected the materials in such a hurry and were not well prepared. We only got this much. I was looking for someone to help me. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, tell me about the situation over there. Shen Juanru immediately started talking excitedly. I wonder if you have noticed that the entire canyon is actually a beehive with only 1 queen bee. Lin Xiao nodded. He had guessed this a long time ago. Smart. Shen Juanru praised and continued. The queen beehive is located in a building in the canyon. It looks different from an ordinary beehive. My brother Tinu and I discovered it by chance, so we ventured in. There were 3 special beehives inside, and the honeycombs were full of royal jelly. Lin Xiao immediately asked, how is the guard situation? Shen Juanru said, there are a lot of disaster bees left behind. We just caught a few because we broke in suddenly. If it weren't for brother Tinu's good knife skills, we would have been stung. Lin Xiao was thoughtful. The queen bee was robbed once, so she's probably already on guard. Going in to collect the bees again will make it many times more difficult. Can the bees that stay behind be attracted away? Shen Juanru shook her head. No, the bees guarding the queen bee will not leave. The queen bee summoned the surrounding bees to chase us just now. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. If he couldn't lure away the guard bees, it would be difficult to collect the honey. Qin Shan said, Brother Lin, when I fought with you before, I felt that your swordsmanship was very good. If we work together, we should be able to break in again. Lin Xiao thought about it and felt that this method was not safe. How about finding some helpers? Shen Juanru directly denied. No, there is a lot of royal jelly inside, but not much can be collected. It is only enough for the 4 of us. Besides, the space inside is not big enough to accommodate too many people. Then how about we use our skills? Wang Shi suddenly spoke. Qin Shan said, there are surveillance cameras in the beehive. The instructor must have seen us collecting royal jelly. He hasn't said anything so far, so I guess he tacitly agreed that it's okay. But if we use skills, it might be considered a violation, and it won't be worth it if we work in vain. Lin Xiao suddenly had an idea. We can use the dispersal of ultrasonic waves. After entering the hive, if someone is stung and the watch mechanism is triggered, can we obtain a relatively safe collection space? Qin Shan shook his head again. It's useless. There's a sign hanging in the queen hive stating that dispelling ultrasonic waves is useless. The queen bee can emit another type of ultrasonic wave to counteract the dispelling. This. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. There really was no loophole at all. He said helplessly. In this case, there is no good solution. Let's do as Brother Qin said and give it a try. Wang Shi scratched his head. Then what should I do? I can't seem to help. Wang Shi also craves royal jelly. But if I can't help, I won't be able to ask for it by licking my face. Lin Xiao's mouth curled up. No, you are useful. Wang Shi was stunned. Brother, what use can I be? I don't know any sword or knife skills. Lin Xiao chuckled and said, but you can be a shield. Wang Shi was stunned. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru's eyes also lit up and they looked at Wang Shi with evil faces. Wang Shi turned around and wanted to run away. Lin Xiao grabbed him and laughed. You're overthinking it. I'm not asking you to use your body as a shield. I have a better idea. What method? This time even Qin Shan and Shen Juanru were stunned. They really thought that Lin Xiao wanted Wang Shi to be a meat shield. Lin Xiao looked at the mineral water bottle on the ground and said. String these water bottles together with sticks to make a protective shield. Go in later, Brother Qin and I will be responsible for cleaning up the bees. Wang Shi will hold up the protective shield and provide student Shen with a collection space. The three people's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a good idea. There are mineral water bottles and sticks all over the ground. It can't be said that it is against the rules to use local materials. The four people just did it. After half an hour, enough was collected. Four people used sticks to string plastic bottles together to make a large box shape with openings at the front and bottom. Wang Shi lifted the box and covered himself and Shen Juanru, leaving just enough space. Lin Xiao and Qin Shan each used plastic bottles to string together a shield that was half the size of a door. Used to protect Shen Juanru's flank later. Set off. After finishing it, Lin Xiao waved his hand and the four of them ran towards the queen bee's hive. After arriving, Lin Xiao looked out from afar. In the middle of the many mushroom-shaped buildings, there is a building with a completely different shape. As Shen Juanru said, a circular building about 4 meters high and shaped like a valley stands on the yellow land. There are 4 doors around it, and disaster bees are constantly coming in and out in large numbers. Get rid of the chasing bees, we'll rest for a minute and then go in. Lin Xiao commanded. Good. At this time, except for Wang Shi, the other 3 people were holding a wooden stick in their hands and moving back to back. The chasing bees kept flying over and were knocked down by the 3 men in a few shots. After a short rest, Lin Xiao spoke. Remember, if anyone gets stung, all 4 of you must give up and evacuate immediately. Clear. Chapter 92, Qin Shan Falls. The action begins. Qin Shan immediately took the lead, followed by Shen Juanru. Wang Shi was in the middle holding a plastic box, and Lin Xiao was the rear guard. As soon as the 4 people entered the 50-meter range of the queen bee's hive, the attractive ultrasonic waves of the watch caused the bees in the hive to become restless. One by one, beehives flew out from the door and rushed towards the invader. There were so many of them, at least 40 or 50 of them. Although the 4 of them were mentally prepared, their expressions still changed slightly. Shen Juanru's face turned pale and she said, "We didn't have so many when we came just now." Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "After being robbed by you once, the queen bee must be alert and will speed up." The 4 of them immediately rushed towards the swarm of bees. Qin Shan waved the wooden stick in his hand wildly. He was very good at knife skills and used the stick instead of a knife. Every time he hit it with the stick, he could knock down several bees. Shen Juanru was also not idle. She stood guard beside Qin Shan and shot down the occasional fish that slipped through the net. Wang Shi huddled in a plastic box and followed the two people in front of him closely. Lin Xiao was guarding the rear, and the wooden stick in his hand was swung like a propeller. It only took 5 or 6 seconds for the four of them to rush into the hive. This scene was also captured by the surveillance camera at the board house at the entrance of the canyon. Wang Hao laughed, "These 4 little brats are so brave that they dare to covet the royal jelly." Qin Shan and Shen Juanru took advantage of the queen bee's carelessness the first time, but they wanted to do it a second time. An instructor nearby laughed and said, "Every year there are a few brave freshmen, but few succeed. Most end up being stung and eliminated." Wang Hao smiled and said to an instructor next to him, "Prepare to activate the high-power ultrasonic wave dissipation device in the hive. If the 4 little guys can't hold on, activate it immediately." Obviously, the instructors have experience in dealing with this situation. The watch does not work inside the queen bee's hive. Once stung, you will fall into hallucinations and a large number of disaster bees will swarm around you and can sting you to death. Faced with this situation, the instructors were well prepared and installed high-power ultrasonic dispersing devices in the hive. The queen bee couldn't help herself. Lin Xiao and the other 3 didn't know this, but it was not that they hadn't thought about the consequences of being stung. But except for Wang Shi, the remaining 3 were all skilled and bold guys, all they thought about was just doing it. When stung by a bee, the hallucinations last for about 10 seconds. Enough for them to rush out and reach a safe area away from the queen bee's influence. After entering the beehive, Lin Xiao quickly glanced around. The space inside was indeed not large and could not accommodate many people. A huge honeycomb cake with dense honeycombs hangs overhead. Looking further inside, a thick steel column supports the dome. Going up along the steel column, about 1 meter high, there are 3 huge pancake-shaped honeycombs that are different in color from the others and are extremely dark. Each fist-sized honeycomb is filled with dark honey, emitting an enticing sweet scent from afar. Royal jelly. Lin Xiao couldn't help swallowing. At this time, he noticed the queen bee above the 3 honey cakes. It was a circle larger than an ordinary bee. When it sees the enemy breaking in, it immediately flaps its wings frantically. Buzz. That was clearly an order to attack. The bees in the hive suddenly rioted and rushed over like crazy. The scene was extremely terrifying. "Quick, rush over!" Lin Xiao shouted. Before all the bees swarmed up, the 4 of them rushed to the steel pillar like lightning. Shen Juanru took a honey bottle from her neck, pointed the straw at the hive, and pressed the air pressure valve with her little hands. The amount of royal jelly in these honeycombs is so great that 1 honeycomb can fill nearly 1/6 of a honey bottle. It only takes about 4 or 5 seconds to suck out a honeycomb. When Shen Juanru was collecting samples, Wang Shi immediately put up a plastic protective cover to cover himself and her. Lin Xiao and Qin Shan stood on both sides, using the plastic shields in their hands to protect the gaps on Shen Juanru's wings. Combined with the volume of the steel column itself, Shen Juanru obtained a relatively safe collection space. There is only a gap at the top of the head. This gap cannot be blocked and must be left for Shen Juanru to reach out and suck the royal jelly. What Lin Xiao and Qin Shan have to do is to protect the gap above Shen Juanru's head and prevent the disaster bees from attacking her hands. At the same time, the 2 people must take care of themselves and not be stung by the disaster bees. This is obviously not something that ordinary people can do, but Qin Shan and Lin Xiao are not ordinary people. Waving the wooden stick in his hand, it has the effect of preventing water from getting in. Furthermore, the disaster bees are very large and their number is actually limited in a small space. If it was an ordinary-sized bee, Lin Xiao and Qin Shan would not be able to stop it even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms. "Hold on, it'll take me about 2 minutes." Shen Juanru sucked a honeycomb dry and immediately determined how long it would take to fill 4 honey bottles. "Good." Lin Xiao and Qin Shan responded in the midst of their busy schedule and put all their energy into beating the bees. The sticks in the 2 men's hands left after images, sweeping away a large area. In just a dozen seconds, a large pile of corpses of disaster bees piled up on the ground. The plastic protective shield that Wang Shi was holding up was covered with disaster bees. Unable to attack through the cover, the bees immediately opened their pincer-like mouthparts and frantically bit the plastic. In just a dozen seconds, the outer plastic layer of the mineral water bottle was bitten into pieces. "I'm afraid it will only last a minute or 2 before it falls apart." Wang Shi's scalp tingled as he watched from inside. I dare not imagine what would happen to me if the protective shield was breached. In the monitoring room, the instructors stared with wide eyes. 4 little guys can do it. There's a chance they can succeed. The plastic shield idea is a good one. Whoever came up with it has a very smart brain. It depends on how long Lin Xiao and Qin Shan can hold on. Wei Ying's eyes flickered. It was not easy to defend against the attack of a dense swarm of bees. This seems like another kind of reaction speed test, which is many times more difficult than the previous small ball test. According to Wei Ying's estimation, this should be able to reach a level 4 test. In this way, there is no need for her to give Lin Xiao a separate test. How long can you hold out? Wei Ying was quite looking forward to it. Strength and speed accounted for a small proportion of kendo talent, but this kind of reaction ability was crucial for learning swordsmanship. Inside the beehive, Lin Xiao and Qin Shan waved their arms at high speed. In less than a minute, their arms felt sore and swollen. This high-intensity swing causes lactic acid to accumulate quickly, making the muscles extremely sore. How much have you loaded? Qin Shan's face flushed red as he asked anxiously. It's the 3rd one, and it's only halfway. Shen Juanru answered hurriedly. Call. That should last until 4 bottles are full. Qin Shan and Lin Xiao both breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wang Shi exclaimed. Oh no, the plastic cover is about to be torn. Lin Xiao took a quick glance and his expression changed. I saw a hole on the top of the plastic cover that Wang Shi was wearing, and a huge bee was trying to get in. Lin Xiao hit him with a stick in a hurry and killed him. But with a gap, the remaining disaster bees rushed in like sharks smelling blood. As a result, the gap became even bigger. The pressure on Lin Xiao and Qin Shan suddenly increased. Now he not only had to protect himself and Shen Juanru's head, but there was also one more place to defend. Seeing another disaster bee about to get into the cover, Qin Shan waved his hand and hit it with a stick. But when he swung the stick, his defense was empty, and a disaster bee took the opportunity to rush in and shot him in the shoulder. Qin Shan caught a glimpse of it, and his heart suddenly sank. He had only one thought left. Finished. It was too late for him to return to defense. Chapter 93 Shen Juanru's performance. In the monitoring room, the high-definition surveillance captured Qin Shan's fall clearly. Wang Hao and others sighed. It's gone, Qin Shan is about to fall, prepare to turn on the ultrasound. The instructor next to him stood up, his hand already on the button of a machine in the room, waiting for Qin Shan to be stung. Wei Ying narrowed her eyes, but her gaze was still on Lin Xiao. If it were her, there would be a way to save the situation. But can Lin Xiao do it? Inside the hive, Lin Xiao also saw the disaster bee, and his heart suddenly jumped. If Qin Shan was stung, his defense would collapse immediately. But he couldn't think of a way to rescue him. I'm already stretched to the limit here. At this moment, Sister Gu's voice came, upper right, / diagonally. Lin Xiao and she were in tune with each other and understood her intention instantly, his eyes suddenly lit up. He subconsciously slapped the stick in his hand to the upper right, and a disaster bee was hit. The huge force knocked it away, and it happened to hit the bee that was about to attack Qin Shan. The bee's stinger was raised, only 1 centimeter away from Qin Shan's skin, and was knocked away. In the monitoring room, Wang Hao and others widened their eyes. This reaction speed is too fast. Wei Ying pursed her lips, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Lin Xiao really did it. This boy really surprised her everywhere. Qin Shan, who was about to give up, was stunned for a moment, and was very surprised. He said in a hurry. Brother Lin, you are awesome. When we fought that day, I felt that your swordsmanship was amazing, but you still refused to admit it. It's not me who is awesome, it's Sister Gu. Lin Xiao sighed in his heart and said. Don't be distracted. I'll guard this gap. You just need to protect yourself and classmate Shen. Lin Xiao also realized that Qin Shan's limit was to defend 2 places. If he defended more, he would lose. Qin Shan is stronger than him in actual combat because there are many factors to consider in actual combat, including moves, experience, on-the-spot reaction, calculations, and so on. Killing bees is simple and rough, and it simply tests speed and reaction. Lin Xiao has the unparalleled sword spirit, so he is obviously much stronger. Sister Gu, please help me watch from now on. Yeah. Gu Shuyan agreed softly. Time passes by second by second. The swarm of bees became increasingly frantic as they failed to capture the enemy. When the queen bee saw that the royal jelly was constantly being collected, she became very anxious and kept summoning the bees. For a moment, the hive was filled with dense bee shadows, so many that they collided with each other and crashed. Lin Xiao and Qin Shan were under increasing pressure. Fortunately, with Gu Shuyan's guidance, Lin Xiao can always make brilliant attacks in various dangerous moments and resolve the dangers time and time again. Finally, Shen Juanru shouted, "It's done, retreat." Qin Shan and Lin Xiaoru were so excited by the celestial music that their hands were about to break from dancing. The four of them immediately retreated outside the hive. After a dozen seconds, they successfully evacuated. As soon as he got out of the hive, Qin Shan shouted, "Run. My hands are numb." He reached his limit and the speed of his arm swings slowed down rapidly. After hearing this, the remaining three people ran away. Countless disaster bees flew out from the hive behind him and chased after him. The bees in the surrounding hives also received orders from the queen bee and surrounded her. For a moment, the scene was exaggerated and scary. The four of them felt their scalps tingling and ran away as fast as they could. 5 or 6 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Shan turned around and said breathlessly, "We can't get rid of them. They seem to be staring at us." Lin Xiao looked back and saw a dark mass behind him. The four of them kept circling in the canyon but were still unable to escape the swarm of bees. "We're afraid the queen bee will hold a grudge against us and won't let us go for a while. What should we do? If we continue like this, we won't be able to handle it. We will be caught up sooner or later." Shen Juanru's face turned red and she was out of breath. Lin Xiao looked around and saw many freshmen in the distance looking at this side with surprised expressions. After the queen bee gave the order, at least a quarter of the bee colonies in the canyon rushed to attack them. The pressure on the other freshmen was suddenly reduced, and they even had time to watch the fun. What on earth did Lin Xiao and the others do? Why are they being chased by so many bee swarms? I'm really looking forward to it. If Lin Xiao gets stung, I wonder what he'll do. I'm more looking forward to campus beauty Shen, I wonder what talent the beautiful lady will show. Student Lin Xiao, stop running. Let's do a naked streak for everyone. School beauty Shen, please stop and dance for everyone. The freshmen were laughing. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched as he listened to the shouting. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. Damn, are we going to watch a show? Don't even think about escaping. He turned back and said to the three people, "Rush over and let them help share the pressure." Qin Shan and the other two were stunned. Shen Juanru then chuckled, "Good idea." The four of them turned around and ran towards the freshmen. The freshmen were stunned and exclaimed, "Oh shit." Then 4 people rushed over with a swarm of disaster bees. "Don't come over here." A group of freshmen screamed and turned and ran. For a moment, the swarm of disaster bees chased Lin Xiao and the other 4, and Lin Xiao and the other 4 chased Xincheng, and the canyon was in chaos. In the monitoring room, a group of instructors burst into laughter. This pursuit lasted for 5 or 6 minutes. Lin Xiao looked back and found that he still couldn't get rid of the swarm of bees. Wang Shi couldn't keep up at this time and shouted from behind. "I can't run anymore. I'm dying. I'm dying." Lin Xiao glanced at him and said, "Then lie down. You've already been stung, so another sting won't be a big deal." Wang Shi felt like crying when he heard this. There were so many people around him now. But he really couldn't hold on any longer, so he made up his mind, stopped, and let the swarm of bees catch up with him. Amid the screams, the watch on Wang Shi's wrist emitted dispersing ultrasonic waves. The dense swarm of bees pounced on it, and it was like hitting an invisible wall, making people dizzy. Lin Xiao took a look and felt relieved that the watch was still working. He was worried that there were too many bees and they would all rush over at once, and even ultrasound would be useless, which would be terrible. On the ground, Wang Shi played the role of the caterpillar again, arching his body. This caused everyone to laugh while running, and their strength was lost even faster. After running for another minute, Shen Juanru spoke with rapid breathing. "No, I can't run anymore." Although Shen Juanru is fast, she lacks endurance. "After running wildly for nearly 10 minutes, I felt a black screen in front of my eyes and I had no strength in my body. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Student Shen, are you sure? So many people are watching now, and they are all looking forward to your performance. No matter what, if I keep running, I feel like I'm going to die suddenly. As soon as Shin Juanru finished speaking, she fell to the ground. The swarm of bees followed and began to give schoolgirl Shin an injection. The girl covered her face and head, stuck her butt out, and used her thickest part to meet the impact. There is no baggage of being a school beauty at all. A second later, campus beauty Shin's buttocks were stung. The freshmen around immediately widened their eyes and took out their cell phones to record the performance. Chapter 94 The Last Person. 10 seconds later, Shin Juanru got up from the ground tremblingly and picked up a mineral water bottle from the ground. With a silly smile on her face, she put the mineral water bottle to her lips as a microphone and began to dance and sing. Brother Tinu, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. You are the marshmallow in my heart, the sweet dream. The freshmen holding their cell phones froze in their expressions, their smiles frozen on their faces. That's it. It's really boring, let's go. Everyone is here to see the show, not to eat dog food. This show makes the freshmen jealous. Lin Xiao was also surprised. Shin Juanru must like Qin Shan very much. I couldn't help but turn my head and saw that Qin's face was flushed. He was obviously extremely ashamed to be confessed to in public like this. Lin Xiao was also feeling jealous. This guy really didn't know how lucky he was. Then he was suddenly stunned and saw tears sliding down Qin Shan's rough cheeks. Lin Zhao's eyes widened. Hey, brother Qin, are you okay? Why are you crying? Qin Shan touched his face in panic. No, I didn't cry. There was sand in my eyes. Your reason is really classic. Lin Xiao was speechless, and was surprised. Brother, I think classmate Shin really likes you, why do you keep rejecting him? Lin Xiao has been curious about this matter for a while, but because the two parties were not close enough, he had never dared to ask. Now that they had been through thick and thin together, he couldn't hold back his words any longer. Qin Shan just kept running and didn't answer. Just when Lin Xiao thought he would not get an answer, Qin Shan suddenly spoke. Her parents disagree. The Shin family is a big family, and I'm just a poor kid from a rundown martial arts school. A while ago, Juanru's father came to my house and warned me to stay away from her, saying that the Shin family had an alliance with another family and Juanru would marry someone else sooner or later. Lin Xiao was stunned. He never expected to hear such a story. I was speechless. Isn't this a script for the protagonist? Brother Qin, are you the protagonist of this world? Lin Xiao felt sympathy, but he didn't know how to comment. After thinking for a while, he asked. Then how did you and classmate Shin know each other? How did she fall in love with you? Qin Shan spoke intermittently while running. That was several years ago. She was stopped by some hooligans and was nearly raped. I happened to pass by and saved her. Since then, she has often come to see me. Lin Zhao's mouth twitched. You really have taken all the leading role scripts. That's okay. You deserve it. Although he was joking in his heart, Lin Xiao asked again, does classmate Shin know that her family warned you? Qin Shan shook his head, I didn't tell her, and her parents probably didn't tell her either. Lin Xiao sighed, not knowing what to say. Matter like marriage really requires equal status, and there is nothing wrong with what Shin Juanru's parents did. It just made the two young lovers suffer. So do you like classmate Shin? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask again. Qin Shan didn't say anything. The singing voice of Shin Juanru floated in the distance. In the hallucination, she expressed her inner feelings unscrupulously. Any normal boy would fall for a girl like this. Qin Shan touched his red eyes and murmured into the wind. I like her, how could I not like her? I really, really like her. Qin Shan suddenly stopped. Under Lin Zhao's astonished eyes, he began to charge in the opposite direction and crashed into the swarm of bees. Qin Shan was stung immediately. The watch lit up green, and he rushed back to Shin Juanru's side before the hallucination came. He stared at Shin Juanru infatuatedly, his eyes becoming more and more dazed. Moo. Moo. Suddenly, the sound of cows mooing was heard in the canyon. Lin Xiao was stunned. Is this cowherd and weaver girl? Lin Xiao was speechless, amused, and a little emotional. The time came to 5 o'clock. After being chased by the disaster bees for several hours, the freshman could hardly hold on any longer. As soon as 5 o'clock comes, most people give up voluntarily. Social death is social death, and the social death of all is the same as the social death of no one. As a result, there were only a few dozen people left in the canyon. The remaining people are undoubtedly freshmen with good endurance and martial arts experience. As most people were eliminated, the canyon became empty and the pressure on the remaining people became greater. I could still find a chance to rest for a minute before, but now there is no gap at all. There is a swarm of disaster bees following everyone. After an afternoon of hustle and bustle, the honey was stolen, which completely angered the bees in the canyon. The queen bee has issued an order to eliminate all intruders. As a result, the freshmen who persisted at the end barely lasted half an hour, and most of them were eliminated by 5:30. As it approached 6 o'clock, there were only 2 people left in the canyon, Lin Xiao and Qin Shan. The 2 men had extraordinary physical strength, but they were also in an extremely miserable state. Qin Shan gasped for breath and smiled bitterly. "Brother Lin, I have never been convinced by anyone before. You are the first one." "What do you mean?" "I have been practicing martial arts since I was young, and I often run cross-country with heavy loads. My body is almost exhausted, but you seem to be very relaxed to me." "You are wrong. I am actually almost at my limit and may collapse at any time." "Is this true or false?" "Of course it's true. I just don't want to learn how to moo like a cow, so I've persisted until now." When Qin Shan mentioned this, his face turned red instantly. He even imitated the mooing of a cow before, and I'm afraid he will never be able to get rid of the nickname Big Iron Ox. He was really impulsive and shouldn't have rushed back. After running for another 10 minutes, Qin Shan spoke again. "Brother Lin, I can't run anymore. My body has reached its limit. No longer insisting. There's no point in continuing. This is enough training." "All right. Are you going to continue?" "Well, I want to try again and see if I can run to 7. 7 o'clock. Qin Shan smiled bitterly. There was still nearly an hour left until 7 o'clock, which was simply not something a human could accomplish. Okay. Qin Shan no longer knew how to evaluate Lin Xiao. The other party was just a monster. He slowed down his pace and allowed the swarm to catch up. But Lin Xiao didn't look back and continued running. Monitoring room. Wang Hao stared at the screen and said, "Lin Xiao is the only one left. It's 6:13 now. The record in previous years was 6:29. I wonder if he can break it." Everyone looked expectant. Without Qin Shan's company, Lin Xiao began to run alone in the canyon. Qin Shan was not deceived just now, his body had indeed reached the limit. The reason why he could still hold on was entirely because of the passive plug-in of Wushuang's Sword Soul, which could always restore some strength for him for no reason when he was on the verge of collapse. Lin Xiao really didn't want to be stung, mainly because he didn't know what kind of hallucinations he would have. "I don't care whether I will die socially or not now. I am mainly worried that it will be troublesome if some things from my past life are exposed in the hallucination." So Lin Xiao is now supported half by his unparalleled sword spirit and half by his perseverance. The time gradually approached 6:29, and finally, the timer on the computer screen crossed. Wang Hao slammed the table and said, "A new record has been created." All the instructors looked surprised. This record had not changed for many years, but was finally broken today. This kid Lin Xiao broke 3 records today. There has never been such a perverted student in Longin's history, and it will probably be difficult to find one in the future. Wei Ying pursed her lips subconsciously. On the screen, Lin Xiao was running non-stop, with countless swarms of bees following behind him. There was only one person left in the canyon, and bees from all directions swarmed over and surrounded him. This is undoubtedly a test of the limits of endurance and reaction. Wei Ying thought to herself that when she was at level 1, she should have collapsed by now. "How far can you go?" she murmured in her heart, full of anticipation. Chapter 95 Sword Skills to Stop the Rain. In the canyon, Lin Xiao ran mechanically. There were even spots in front of my eyes, which was the dizziness caused by extreme fatigue. I subconsciously glanced at my watch and saw that it was already 6:50. 10 minutes left. I can't seem to hold on any longer. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly, feeling that his legs were no longer under his control. His steps were getting slower and slower, and he even staggered. The swarm of bees behind him was so close that he could be caught up at any time. Lin Xiao, keep running. You won't last until 7. I'll teach you a set of sword techniques. Maybe you can defend for a few minutes. Just when Lin Xiao felt he could not hold on any longer, Sister Gu's voice came again. Lin Xiao's tired eyes suddenly lit up. Sister Gu, what sword technique? Go to the edge of the canyon and find a place where your back can be protected from attack. I will start teaching you now. Lin Xiao seemed like a desperate man who saw the light. He felt more powerful and immediately ran towards the edge of the canyon with extremely heavy steps. When he saw a huge rock in the distance, he was overjoyed. He thought that as long as he leaned against the rock, he would not be attacked from both sides. Inside the Qiling Palace, Gu Shuyan appeared on the cliff, holding a sword in each hand. This sword technique is called Stop the Rain. When performed in a rainstorm, it can prevent thousands of raindrops from falling to the ground. Watch carefully. Gu Shuyan practiced gracefully as she spoke, the two swords in her hands flying through the air, seemingly moving very fast and yet very slowly. The two swords formed fan-shaped shadows in the air, as if dozens of swords were swung at the same time. Her white clothes fluttered and her sword shot out like a shadow, like a giant white butterfly. While running, Lin Xiao focused his mind on memorizing the moves. With the unparalleled sword spirit, it was not difficult to memorize the moves. The difficulty lies in how much of the essence you can learn. He picked up 2 wooden sticks from the ground, and while running, he gestured with his hands, quickly gaining understanding. 2 or 3 minutes later, Lin Xiao rushed to the edge of the canyon, immediately leaned against the stone wall, used a stick instead of a sword, and began to imitate others. This scene was transmitted back to the monitoring room. An instructor exclaimed. Lin Xiao is not going to run away. Is he planning to defend? How can we prevent this? There are too many bees. Wang Hao said, that may not be the case. If it were me, I could at least defend against it for a while. The other instructors were speechless. How could Lin Xiao, a freshman who had never learned martial arts, compare with you? Next to him, Wei Ying saw Lin Xiao's intention and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. In this situation, swordsmanship is definitely enough to defend against it. Besides Wang Hao, she can do it too, and it won't be too difficult. But Lin Xiao? Wei Ying shook her head, no longer daring to regard Lin Xiao as someone without martial arts foundation. His performance in the hive just now has already shown that his swordsmanship is quite powerful. However, the current situation is much worse than that in the beehive. The hive is narrow, so there are actually fewer bees that can attack at the same time than you might think. And with Qin Shan sharing the pressure at that time, Lin Xiao only needed to defend one direction. Now there is no one to help, and one person has to take care of multiple things at the same time. In such a complex situation, to persist for 5 or 6 minutes would require someone who is at least close to being a top-notch expert. Does Lin Xiao have such strength now? Based on Wei Ying's observation, it is still a long way to go. For a moment, Wei Ying was not optimistic about Lin Xiao. But today I received too many surprises from him, and I also had some vague expectations. In the canyon, Lin Xiao leaned against the stone wall and got a certain degree of respite. But it was only a few seconds of rest. The swarm of bees arrived in the blink of an eye, densely packed like thousands of raindrops. Stop the rain. The sword skills taught by Sister Gu immediately emerged in Lin Xiao's mind. The passive ability granted by the unparalleled sword spirit is activated naturally. The sword moves flashed through his mind quickly like a slideshow. Lin Xiao's understanding of stopping the rain is improving at an unimaginable speed. The 2 wooden sticks moved as he pleased, swinging left and right. Just as Gu Shuyan had practiced just now, 2 fan-shaped sword nets appeared and swept away a large number of bees. What Lin Xiao was holding in his hand seemed to be not a wooden stick, but 2 palm leaf fans. The effect is surprisingly good. In the monitoring room, all the instructors stared with wide eyes. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Why is there a shadow? Unfortunately, due to the screen and the obstruction of the swarm, the images sent back by the drone were very blurry and no one could see the specific situation clearly. One could just barely see that Lin Xiao's 2 arms were dancing like the wind, and as he swung the wooden stick, a phantom-like net was woven in front of him. The net blocked the swarm of bees, and whenever the bees hit it, they fell to the ground. This. Wei Ying was also stunned, with surprise flashing in her eyes. She didn't think that Lin Zhao's strength was enough to stop the swarm of bees, but this set of swordsmanship was somewhat magical and was just enough to deal with the current situation. Gu Shuiyan should have taught him. Wei Ying was not stupid and immediately saw the reason. Otherwise, how could someone with no martial arts experience have such superb swordsmanship? But, if there is such a sword technique, why didn't he use it in the beehive just now? Is it something you learn and apply right away? Wei Ying was shocked by the idea. My breathing became rapid. While Wei Ying was surprised, Lin Xiao was in great pain. Since he could not use the holy light, he had to rely entirely on physical strength to perform Stop the Rain. The phantom of the wooden stick passing through the air was actually the effect of the high-frequency vibration of the wrist. If it were an ordinary person, his wrist would have been broken long ago. Of course, ordinary people cannot achieve high-frequency vibration of their wrists. While Lin Xiao was waving the wooden stick, he kept glancing at his watch out of the corner of his eye, waiting for 7 o'clock to arrive. Time came to the last 30 seconds. Lin Xiao felt that his hands were about to break, and he was able to hold on only by his willpower. Finally, the time came to 7 o'clock. Lin Xiao felt relieved and waited for the green dot to light up. As a result, the seconds time digits skipped 7 and the watch did not respond. No ultrasonic wave was emitted until 7:10. The swarm of bees is still attacking frantically. No way. Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed a problem. The watch may not have a mechanism to activate ultrasonic waves at 7 o'clock. And this is indeed the case. In the history of Longyin University, no one has been able to persist until 7 o'clock in this training. Who would have the time to set up a useless mechanism? However, the monitoring room can manually operate Lin Zhao's watch to emit dispersing ultrasonic waves. Just control it remotely on your computer. But the problem is that a group of instructors don't intend to start it. At this time in the monitoring room, Wang Hao and others looked extremely excited. It's past 7. This kid is too abnormal. I want to see what his limit is. Chapter 96 Instructor Wei's Princess Hug. Everyone stared at the screen. Obviously, no one considered one problem. The reason why Lin Xiao persisted until now was that he didn't want to be stung. Lin Xiao quickly guessed the situation in the monitoring room and cursed angrily. It turns out that he couldn't escape the fate of being stung today. Thinking of this, he no longer had the motivation to continue, so he loosened his hands and stopped swinging the stick. Come on, little bee, sting me to death as a beggar. Lin Xiao imitated Shin Juanru, protecting his head and sticking his butt out. The next moment, a tingling and numb feeling came from the buttocks. It's just like the nurse poking herself. Finally, the watch's trigger mechanism activated and the green dot flashed. The swarm of bees suddenly lost their sense of direction and started flying around like headless flies. Lin Xiao sat on the ground with a bitter look on his face, waiting for the hallucination to come. I prayed in my heart that it had nothing to do with my past life. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 seconds had passed. Lin Xiao suddenly felt his eyes blurred, and countless phantoms floated past him. His consciousness gradually became hazy and out of control. Some scenes from his previous life emerged in his mind, and Lin Xiao subconsciously felt a sense of crisis and struggled subconsciously. The phantoms flickered for a moment, then slowly dissipated after a few seconds, and Lin Xiao's subconscious mind relaxed. Then, Sister Su's naked body suddenly appeared before his eyes. This time, Lin Xiao's subconscious mind accepted it with peace of mind. The latter was the most profound image in his life. As soon as it came to his mind, it evolved automatically and uncontrollably. Lin Xiao saw Sister Su lying on the bed, her eyes seductive, and she gently hooked her finger, as if saying, "Little rascal, come here." A trembling smile suddenly appeared on Lin Xiao's face, and he was about to pounce over. Just at this moment, a faint sound of a piano suddenly rang in his mind. The sound of the piano was clear and distant, and had the magical power to make people instantly calm. Lin Xiao woke up with a start. This is Qin Xin. Lin Xiao understood instantly. How could he have forgotten about this passive skill? The description of Qin Xin's ability says that no illusion can confuse Qin Xin. If I had known this, why would I risk my life? Lin Xiao felt annoyed. In the monitoring room, Wei Ying and others were excitedly preparing to watch Lin Zhao's performance. I saw that he just acted strangely, and then he became motionless, nothing happened. What's going on? The toxin of the disaster bee has no effect on him. Everyone was extremely surprised. It was the first time for the instructors to encounter such a situation and they were a little confused about the situation. After a few seconds, Lin Xiao stood up and waved at the drone as if nothing had happened, and shouted. Dear instructors, my extreme training is now complete. The instructors were petrified. Are you really okay? What kind of perversion is this? Seeing no response, Lin Xiao added, please pick me up, I can't walk anymore. Lin Xiao really couldn't walk anymore, his whole body felt weak. Wang Hao finally came to his senses, his eyes filled with surprise. Why is this kid so unusual in every way? Coughed and shouted through the drone. Wait a moment, someone will come pick you up right away. There are instructors in the house ready for action. Wei Ying spoke first, I'll go, after all, he's my student. After saying that, he picked up a watch, put it on his hand, and left the monitoring room. A few minutes later, Wei Ying arrived inside the canyon. Can you go? Wei Ying looked at Lin Xiao who was sitting on the ground. The young man was soaked in sweat and looked exhausted. I can't walk, I'm exhausted. Lin Xiao shook his head and glanced behind Wei Ying. Instructor Wei, don't you ride a bike? This. Wei Ying was stunned for a moment and realized that she had never considered this point. I thought I could just come over and give some support. Lin Xiao was speechless, and stretched out his arms, then please give me a hug. Wei Ying's mouth twitched, and after thinking about it, he felt that the distance was not far and he was too lazy to go back. She was a woman who could benefit from doing things that benefited both parties. She immediately bent down and gave Lin Xiao a princess hug. Lin Xiao just said it casually, and he never expected that she would really hug him. His eyes widened. Then I felt myself being embraced in a very elastic embrace. QQ bouncy. What's the most exaggerated part of Wei Yingchen's figure? Isn't it just breasts? Being held like this, the pair of huge things pressed directly against Lin Xiao's chest. Lin Xiao suddenly lost his composure. He is not Lu Xiaohui, how can he bear this? He immediately rolled his eyes. Hiss Instructor Wei, I feel dizzy. Wei Ying could tell that someone was trying to take advantage of her. She spoke in a cold voice from her sexy red lips. If you dare to faint, I will let go immediately. I don't think I'm dizzy anymore. Looking at the boy pretending in her arms, Wei Ying curled the corners of her mouth and put on a faint smile. Dormitory. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on a round mat. The mat is a bit like the cushion used by Taoists for meditation, thick and soft. It is provided by the school and is specifically used to cushion the buttocks during practice. At this time, Lin Xiao, who was sitting on the mat, closed his eyes tightly and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The handsome face was squeezed into a ball, revealing an unbearable pain. Lin Xiao was sent back to the dormitory by Instructor Wei just now, and the first thing he did was to take the golden ant eggs. The burning sensation I had in the morning came back again, but its intensity was many times greater. My whole body felt like it was being roasted by fire. From inside to outside, every cell seemed to be washed by violent energy. Lin Xiao finally understood why those freshmen rolled on the ground in pain that morning. He struggled to stay like that, forcing himself to remain seated and guiding the holy light from heaven and earth into his body. Wei Ying just said that if you practice while absorbing ant eggs, the effect will be better and it can reduce the speed of evil light invasion to a certain extent. Lin Xiao naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to increase his strength, so he practiced while enduring the pain. After about half an hour, the burning sensation all over my body finally subsided. The feeling of pain also receded like the tide. Lin Xiao, who was sitting on the mat, was soaked all over, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Feel your body silently. After the pain just now, your body not only does not feel tired, but full of energy. Lin Xiao clearly felt that his physical strength had improved significantly, and his whole body was filled with a sense of strength. For some reason I just wanted to stand up and find a sandbag to vent my anger. Unfortunately, there are no dormitories. Lin Xiao patiently continued to practice, and as usual, he stopped only when the evil radiance reached the threshold. I opened my phone and checked the time, feeling slightly happy because I had been practicing for nearly 2 hours this time. It seems that what Instructor Wei said was right. Practicing after taking golden ant eggs can indeed resist the evil light. Golden ant eggs, good stuff. I'll get some more when I have the chance. Lin Xiao stood up from the mat and stretched his body. The passive effect description of Wushuang's Sword Soul is that the body can provide additional bonuses when obtaining various gains. The effect of this golden ant egg is definitely maximized on him. If I go for a strength test now, I estimate that I can lift more than 10 kilograms. Lin Xiao first took a shower, changed his clothes, and planned to go to the cafeteria to eat. When I was going out, I thought of Wang Shi and planned to ask him to go along. Wang Shi, do you want to go for a midnight snack? Night snack. Then I heard the sound of water splashing next door. Lin Xiao pushed open the door and took a look, and saw Wang Shi lying in a huge wooden barrel taking a medicinal bath. This was naturally provided by the school. Lin Xiao also had it, but it was useless today when he wanted to absorb the golden ant eggs. Otherwise, the combination of the two will be wasted if the body cannot absorb it. Wang Shi looked at Lin Xiao, then looked at the bathtub, and sighed. Brother, please don't tempt me. There is still some medicinal power in this. Lin Xiao laughed and nodded, okay, then you continue soaking. Having said that, he was about to leave. Wang Shi quickly called him over, looking surprised. Brother, did you really run until 7 o'clock? No. Lin Xiao shook his head. Wang Shi let out a long sigh. That's good, otherwise it would be too abnormal. Lin Xiao added with a smile, to be exact, it was 7:012. Wang Shi was stunned, and after a few seconds, admiration appeared in his eyes. Chapter 97 Beauty Under the Moon. Lin Xiao arrived at the cafeteria, had his meal, and then came to the campus. It is almost 10 o'clock in the evening, but there are still many students walking in groups of 3 or 4 in the school. Summoner University is not the army after all, and the night time is still very relaxing, just like an ordinary university. Lin Xiao raised his head and glanced at the night sky. The weather is very good tonight. A full moon is hanging high in the sky, the Milky Way is bright, and the sparkling stars are like pearls hanging in the sky. Even the dark night is illuminated. Lin Xiao had been thinking about one thing the whole afternoon, and seeing that the night was so beautiful, he felt that it was a good time. He immediately walked towards the back door of the school. When he reached the back door, he deliberately avoided the surveillance and climbed over the wall from a secluded corner. I came to the road behind the school gate and jogged along the road. Looking in the direction, I saw the canyon where I had conducted extreme training during the day. Lin Xiao jogged along the way. The road was quiet, with only the night breeze to accompany him. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at the location where the freshmen saw the disaster bee for the first time during the day. It was late at night and everything was quiet. Even the bees had rested, and there was no longer the irritating buzzing sound in the canyon. Of course, there are still the sounds of insects. The chirping of various insects, singing in the grass and under the stones everywhere, interweaving into a moving melody. Beyond the road is a hillside covered with a thick layer of meadow. In the night, the hillside is coated with silver moonlight. A group of fireflies were dancing and playing on the hillside, flashing and flickering. Lin Xiao walked to the side of the road, and under the bright moonlight and starlight, he groped his way down the hillside. My body was carried by the soft and cool meadow to the bottom of the canyon. After walking along the bottom of the slope and around a col, the view in front of me suddenly became bright. Below the canyon is a sea of flowers. The petals are bright blue and densely cover the entire canyon, with no end in sight. These flowers glow in the night, contrasting with the moonlight and starlight from the sky, which is a beautiful sight. This is the blue flower, a mutant plant. Lin Xiao was in a daze for a moment, then came to his senses and murmured. This is it. I passed by here on the bus during the day and saw a corner of it vaguely, and I kept it in my mind. Ahem, Lin Xiao coughed and cleared his throat. Sister Gu, have you rested? Inside Qiling Palace, Gu Xuyan was playing the piano facing the moon in a small pavilion beside Pingu Lake. When Qiling is in Qiling Palace, he can check the external situation at any time, provided that the spirit master opens his vision. Not long ago, Lin Xiao closed the vision of Qiling Palace. Gu Xuyan didn't think much about it, thinking that Lin Xiao was going to do something private and it was not convenient for her to see. This is normal. If Lin Xiao takes a shower or goes to the toilet, she will be able to see him clearly from Qiling Palace, which would be quite embarrassing. So she didn't know where Lin Xiao was at the moment. When asked, she responded softly, not yet, but is there something wrong? Lin Xiao immediately asked, Sister Gu, do you want to go out for a walk? Gu Shuian thought about it and did not refuse Lin Zhao's invitation, so she nodded slightly. The next second, she felt the power of summoning, and her body was instantly teleported to the outside world. Gu Shuian stepped out of the summoning door and was about to speak when she suddenly stopped and stared blankly ahead. The endless sea of flowers in the canyon came into her sight, and the bright blue color was like a dream in the night. She seemed to have stepped into a dream, her heart slightly rippling. The night breeze gently blows on your face, bringing a subtle fragrance, blending the coolness with a refreshing taste. The moonlight is bright and the stars are shining, illuminating the handsome boy next to him. The young man was looking at her expectantly. "Sister Gu, the flowers here are so beautiful, what do you think?" Gu Shuian came back to her senses, her heart trembled slightly for some unknown reason, and her voice became a little softer. "I think so too." Gu Shuian loves elegant things, flowers being one of them. The beautiful scenery before her made her feel extremely excited. During these tens of thousands of years of sleeping on the Holy Spirit star, I haven't seen such a beautiful scenery for a long time. Hearing her say she was satisfied, Lin Xiao immediately showed a happy smile on his face and came up to hold her wrist. "Sister Gu, let's go into the sea of flowers." Lin Xiao held her hand and walked faster and faster, until he started to jog, laughing happily. Gu Shuian was pulled like this, and her mood actually became slightly cheerful, as if she had returned to her teenage years. A strange feeling spread in my heart. How many years had it been since she last relaxed like this? She couldn't even remember. Coming to the center of the sea of flowers, they were surrounded by knee-high blue flowers. Gu Shuian finally couldn't help but speak. "Lin Xiao, did you call me out just to see these flowers?" "Yes." Lin Xiao stopped and looked back at her. "Today, I found a sea of flowers here while driving, so I thought about finding time to bring Sister Gu to see it. Chiling Palace is still too stuffy. I was afraid that Sister Gu would get bored. The night view is beautiful tonight, so I came here quietly, thinking of giving Sister Gu a surprise." "Hey, does Sister Gu like it?" Lin Xiao finished speaking and tilted his head to look at her. Gu Shuian only felt that the bud in her heart that was about to bloom suddenly blossomed at this moment. An unprecedented warmth and joy filled her heart. She looked at the expectant boy and murmured softly. "Like." Lin Xiao ran in the sea of flowers like a child who had been praised, shouting as he ran. "I'm so happy to hear Sister Gu say she likes it." Gu Shuian was stunned for a moment, looking at the running boy, she felt her heart gradually melting. Lin Xiao ran, his palm brushing against the soft petals, and it took a while before he returned. "Sister Gu, can you just stand here and not move?" Gu Shuian nodded subconsciously. Lin Xiao took a few steps back and summoned the Atlas of the Goddesses of All Worlds. He transformed it into a sketchbook and stood a few meters away, looking at it and saying, "Sister Gu, I want to draw a picture for you. I think this place is a good match for you. Stand still." Gu Shuian nodded softly, standing quietly, her eyes staring at Lin Xiao silently. At this moment, she felt that the boy in front of her was so likable. Lin Xiao was painting very attentively. While painting, he was admiring the beauty under the moonlight. Her white dress danced gently in the night breeze, and her black hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, with the ends swaying in the wind, which was very captivating. She seemed like a banished celestial being that had flown down from the moon palace, with a cool and noble temperament and a breathtaking beauty. The moonlight shone on her face, making it hard to tell whether it was the moonlight illuminating her or she illuminating the moonlight. Lin Zhao's pen was drawing quickly. There is tranquility in the sea of flowers. The rustling sound of the pen tip mixed with the chirping of insects on a summer night interweaves into a melody that makes one's heart palpitate. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao finished describing and ran excitedly to Gu Shuian. "Sister Gu, look, you are so beautiful. I feel like I can't even paint you 1/10,000th of it." Chapter 98. Let's become a Taoist couple. Gu Shuian took the sketchbook with her jade-like hand and moved her eyes across the drawing paper. In the painting, she is standing in a sea of blue flowers with her skirt lifted up, as if she is a fairy ready to run to the moon palace at any time, giving people a distant and ethereal feeling. This painting is very well done, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as absolutely beautiful. But Gu Shuian felt inexplicably dissatisfied, always feeling that herself in the painting was too lonely. The sense of alienation and isolation from the world reveals the loneliness and desolation of being in a high place. In the past, she would have thought this painting was beautiful, but tonight, she suddenly felt really lonely. Lin Xiao, can I make a request for this painting? Lin Xiao was slightly stunned, and nodded subconsciously. Of course you can. Sister Gu, are you dissatisfied with anything? Gu Xuan looked at him tenderly. Can I draw you in there too? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and after a while he reacted and asked stupidly. Where does Sister Gu want me to be in the painting? Gu Xuan was silent for a few seconds, then slowly said. Just stand with me. If possible, can you hold my hand? Lin Xiao was stunned again, and suddenly he understood something in his heart, and his breathing became rapid. Gu Xuan did not evade at all at this moment, her eyes were gentle. Lin Xiao, let's be Taoist couples. Her voice was cold, but at this moment it was gentler than the spring breeze, blowing straight into Lin Xiao's heart. Lin Xiao felt his heart pounding, still a little bit unbelievable. Sister Gu, is it true? The look in Gu Xuyan's eyes was extremely gentle. Well, I want to be with you. She is not the kind of shy child, and she expresses her inner feelings in the most straightforward words. Tonight, she suddenly found herself falling in love with this boy. Lin Xiao was completely stunned, and then his heart was filled with joy. It took him a while to react, his voice trembling slightly. Sister Gu, please wait a moment. I will draw it right away. Lin Xiao suppressed his excitement, opened a new piece of white paper, and drew quickly on it. This time, Gu Xuyan was no longer alone, but stood hand in hand with him. After finishing the painting, Lin Xiao couldn't wait to bring it to her. Gu Xuyan glanced around, and this time joy finally showed in her eyes. Lin Xiao, come with me. She took the initiative to extend her hand, and the two of them appeared in Chilling Palace hand in hand. Lin Xiao looked forward. This was somewhere in the back mountain of Xiantian Sword Sect. There was a lonely building standing in the night in front of him. Sister Gu, where is this? Lin Xiao's face was full of curiosity, and he wasn't quite sure where Gu Xuyan brought him to. This is my Xiantian Sword Sect's ancestral hall. Lin Xiao suddenly realized and immediately understood the purpose of Sister Gu bringing him here, and he was very excited. Entering the ancestral hall from the main gate, there are countless candles lit inside. The huge wall opposite is in the shape of a staircase and is filled with tablets that flicker in the candlelight. The smell of incense penetrates into the nose, giving people a solemn feeling. I have to say that the Qi Ling Palace after the transformation of the Atlas is extremely realistic and is no different from the real world. Gu Xuyan stood in front of countless tablets with a dim look in her eyes. The Xiantian Sword Sect has been passed down for 63,000 years, but it was destroyed by my hands. I feel ashamed of my ancestors. Lin Xiao quickly comforted her, Sister Gu, how can you be blamed for this? The disaster invaded and the whole world fell. You have done your best. The sadness in Gu Xuyan's eyes grew deeper. The entire ethnic group she represented had disappeared in the vast universe, leaving only her remnant soul. She felt so lonely. Lin Xiao immediately sensed her inner loneliness, and felt inexplicably distressed, so he subconsciously held her hand. Gu Xuyan turned her head, with a rare hint of pleading in her eyes. Lin Xiao, can you promise me that one day you will take me to fight the demonic disaster again? I really don't want to give up. During the past few days that the two of them had been together, Gu Xuyan always gave people the impression of being cold and aloof. This was the first time that Lin Xiao saw a sense of fragility in her. Lin Xiao felt an inexplicable pity in his heart. He was silent for a moment and said seriously. Sister Gu, I don't know if I can do it, but I will definitely work hard to become a truly strong person. Then we can join hands and fight the disaster again. Gu Xuyan looked at him deeply, then slowly turned back after a few seconds. She looked at the tablet of the ancestor, walked slowly forward, took 3 incense sticks and lit them on the candle flame. After kneeling 3 times and bowing 9 times, she inserted the incense into the incense burner and knelt on the cushion. Lin Xiao stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Gu Xuyan took a deep breath and said loudly. Worship the ancestors as a witness, and respect the ghosts and gods as proof. I, your humble disciple, Gu Xuyan, hereby swear to become a Taoist partner with Lin Lang. From now on, we will be together through life and death, and never leave each other. Even if the road ahead is bumpy, I will have no regrets and will follow you with my sword until the end of time. Gu Xuyan's voice echoed in the ancestral hall. The flames of thousands of candles flickered, as if responding to the ancestors. Lin Zhao's mind gradually turned from excitement to calmness, and he looked at her gently. At this moment, I feel an extra sense of responsibility. The contract is completed. Gu Shuiyan and Lin Xiao stood up, slowly left the ancestral hall, and returned to the outside world. The moonlight remains, and the moonlight flows like spring water. The two stood opposite each other, looking at each other. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, held Sister Gu's hands with both hands, and said seriously. Sister Gu, no words can express how I feel right now. I have a saying from my hometown that I want to give to you. Gu Shuiyan looked back gently and listened quietly. Lin Xiao said slowly. When the mountains are gone, the rivers are dry, the winter thunders roar, the summer snows, and the heaven and earth unite, then I will dare to break off with you. Gu Shuiyan's heart trembled violently, her eyes suddenly became extremely gentle, and her lonely heart suddenly felt like it had found a place to rest. Lin Xiao looked at her, his heart full of love, and suddenly the corners of his mouth curled up, and he wanted to tease her. Sister Gu, we are now a couple. Should you call me husband from now on? Gu Shuiyan's pale face turned embarrassed for a moment, but she finally nodded shyly. Lin Xiao was in a playful mood. I want to hear it now, sister, hurry up and call. Gu Shuiyan's face was rosy, and she looked extremely beautiful in the moonlight. After a while, she called out in a low voice like a mosquito, husband. Lin Xiao was overjoyed and couldn't help but pull her into his arms. Hey, my wife. Gu Shuiyan felt both ashamed and sweet. After struggling slightly, she let him hold her in his arms. Lin Xiao sniffed the faint body fragrance of the fairy sister in his arms, feeling indescribable joy in his heart, and continued to tease. My lady, what should I do if my husband wants to kiss me? Gu Shuiyan's body was trembling, her eyes full of shyness, but she did not avoid Lin Zhao's gaze and looked into his eyes. After a long while, she said nothing and just closed her eyes quietly. Lin Zhao's heart was moved and he looked down at the beautiful face. Sister Gu has a thin, oval face with clear cheeks, a small and delicate mouth and nose, and has a clear and distant temperament like a mountain snow lotus. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling constantly, and it was obvious that she was extremely nervous. Lin Xiao watched quietly, the faint fragrance in his arms slowly seeping into his nostrils, and his heart became more and more restless. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and slowly lowered his head. In his arms, Gu Shuiyan's delicate body suddenly straightened up, and then slowly softened after a few seconds. She could hear her own heartbeat, which was syncing with the others. The night breeze is gentle, blowing across the couple in the sea of flowers. The moonlight was gentle, shining on the plain hem of Gu Shuiyan's skirt. Her long black hair fluttered in Lin Zhao's arms, and the thousands of black hairs were like threads of love, wrapping the two of them. No push after 2 chapters. Chapter 99, Dragon Teaches Sword. On the way back to school, Lin Xiao was in a very excited mood. Even when I lay on my bed in the dormitory, I still couldn't calm down. Finally, I became a Taoist couple with Sister Gu. Lin Xiao murmured in his heart. He wanted to do it to her in the sea of flowers just now, but unfortunately the location was not suitable. Dual cultivation with Qi Ling is quite special, and needs to be completed with the primordial spirit in Qi Ling Palace. This is spiritual communication. Although the Qi Ling appears to be extremely real in the outside world, it is essentially a spirit body. Although it can perform sexual activities between men and women, it cannot complete dual cultivation. Only when you are in the Qi Ling Palace transformed by the illustrations, everything is infinitely close to reality. Only then could Gu Shuiyan transform her physical body and practice the dual cultivation of body and life, which is what the Taoists call the simultaneous cultivation of body and soul. In addition, Lin Xiao had already practiced tonight, and the evil light in his body had not been purified, so he was unable to practice dual cultivation. So I had to wait until tomorrow to deal with Sister Gu. With beautiful dreams in his heart, Lin Xiao fell asleep. The next day. Weapons are tools for killing the enemy. Since we are killing the enemy, we must be efficient. Speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness are the essence. In the morning, the sun rises. In a training ground in the school, Wei Ying's magnetic and royal sister voice slowly echoed. Lin Xiao and the remaining 24 freshmen in the kendo class stood in a row with their hands behind their backs. Opposite, Wei Ying was wearing a dark green instructor uniform with a black leather belt around her waist. Her figure was like a gourd and she was extremely hot. Instructor Wei is really unsuitable to be an instructor. Teaching students with this figure is definitely misleading. Lin Xiao felt emotional. Take the group of freshmen around for example. On the surface, they are listening to the lecture seriously, but their eyes are constantly glancing at instructor Wei sitting opposite them. I really don't know how many people are listening attentively. Wei Ying's voice continued. When using a sword, the most taboo is to be fancy and gimmicky. Defeating the enemy with one strike is the eternal goal of a swordsman. And to achieve this goal, basic skills are the key. Under everyone's gaze, Wei Ying walked to the center of the training ground, picked up a standard iron sword, and turned sideways to face the training dummy. Watch my moves. She faced the fiery gazes of the crowd, her legs slightly apart, her sword-holding hand slowly pulled back, her body seemingly relaxed, yet giving people a vague sense of unparalleled power. Wei Ying slowly handed out the iron sword, his movements were like slow motion, the iron sword in his hand was very steady, and it pierced the dummy's heart little by little. She repeated this action over and over again, and explained aloud. The most common move with a sword is the thrust. When using it, keep your legs steady, hold your lower body, exert force from your hips to your spine, and use your strength in your arms. Upon hearing this, the freshmen immediately stared at her plump buttocks, as if they wanted to see how she exerted force, from the buttocks to the spine. They all looked extremely serious. If you don't know, you might think they are really learning sword skills seriously. Wei Ying suddenly shouted in a low voice and repeated it 3 times in slow motion. When it was the 4th time, the movement suddenly accelerated. The iron sword in her hand suddenly pierced through the air, and with a thump sound, the tip of the sword steadily pierced into the dummy's heart. During this process, her upper body trembled violently, and the huge thing on her chest drew an arc in the air and then began to beat continuously. Wow! Everyone at the scene exclaimed in unison. The freshmen had exaggerated expressions, as if the sword was extremely powerful. This sword is so big, no, so fast. Do you understand? Wei Ying put away her sword and glanced at everyone with a cold gaze like a queen. Everyone immediately straightened their faces, straightened their backs and answered, I understand. Wei Ying had a blank expression on her face. She knew where everyone was looking, but she didn't care. She said calmly. Wang Shi, Song Qianshan, Zhang Song, and Hu Yong step out. The 4 people whose names were called were stunned for a moment, then stepped out. Wei Ying said, You 4 have no martial arts foundation, so the next training will be to practice basic skills. This morning, practice the moves I just did 5,000 times. What? 5,000 times? The 4 were dumbfounded. Hurry up and go. You are not allowed to eat until you finish your practice. Wei Ying shouted coldly. The 4 men's faces turned pale instantly, and they helplessly ran to the weapons display rack to get their iron swords and practiced on a row of dummies. Wei Ying took a quick glance and turned back to look at the rest of the people. You have learned martial arts before, let me see how your basic skills are. After she finished speaking, she walked to the edge of the training ground and brought back a small plastic basin. Lin Xiao looked over and found that it was filled with ping-pong balls. Wei Ying walked back slowly and said, There are 30 ping-pong balls in total, 27 white and 3 yellow. I will dump them on the ground. During the time from the time they bounce to the time they hit the ground, you need to use your swords to accurately stab the 3 yellow ping-pong balls without touching any of the white ping-pong balls. Who's coming first? Everyone looked at each other with embarrassment on their faces. Instructor Wei's request sounded very difficult. Lin Xiao seemed to be thinking about something. The time it took for the ping-pong ball to bounce up and fall down was very short. It was not difficult for him to draw his sword 3 times in such a short period of time. It was far easier than killing bees yesterday. But there is a difficulty here, which is to avoid the white ping-pong ball. This basin of ping-pong balls will fall at the same time, and it must be extremely chaotic. To accurately hit the 3 yellow ping-pong balls in the chaos, one must test the timing of the sword, eyesight, speed, accuracy, etc. Why, no one can do it. Wei Ying narrowed her eyes, her natural disdain was evident in her words, and the group of males in front of her were immediately stimulated. I'll do it. One boy couldn't help but speak immediately. Very good. Wei Ying said lightly and threw the iron sword in his hand over. The boy caught it and stared at her closely. Wei Ying picked up the small basin and raised it into the air. Then he flipped his hand and a basin of ping-pong balls fell down. Bang! Bang bang! 30 ping-pong balls fell to the ground with a dense thumping sound, then bounced high and collided with each other, creating a dazzling sight. The boy tightened his grip on the sword, and his eyes quickly scanned the dense bouncing. Just as he locked onto the yellow ping-pong ball and raised his sword to stab, the white ping-pong ball flashed in front of him. The opportunity was missed, and he had to stop. He quickly locked onto another one, and when he saw the opportunity, a white ping-pong ball suddenly bounced up and knocked the yellow one away. He raised his sword and paused again. The time it took for the ping-pong ball to bounce up and fall down was only about 2 seconds. He hesitated twice and couldn't find the right time to draw his sword. Until the ball fell to the ground, he stood there stupidly, without even drawing his sword. Sweat instantly broke out on the boy's forehead and he looked at Wei Ying at a loss. Wei Ying said expressionlessly, "Get out of here." The boy's face turned pale, he smiled bitterly, and returned to the team in shame. Who else? After Wei Ying finished speaking, no one moved for a long time. It can be seen that this little test is extremely difficult. Wei Ying sneered. Since you don't want to come up, then follow the order, from left to right, one by one. Upon hearing this, the boy on the far left of the queue had no choice but to step forward. Wei Ying looked at the ping-pong ball on the ground and stretched out a jade hand. A white dragon shadow was seen moving around her arm. The ping-pong balls on the ground seemed to be attracted by something and all floated up, flowing back into the plastic basin in Wei Ying's hand. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. What a good trick. Wei Ying held the small basin and poured it out again. Bang 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 bang. The dense bouncing sound rang out again. The boy holding the sword looked extremely nervous, his eyes flickering wildly, and he retracted the iron sword several times when he wanted to stab out. Seeing that all the ping-pong balls were about to fall to the ground, he made up his mind and swung his sword towards a yellow ping-pong ball regardless of the consequences. As a result, the tip of the sword first hit a white ping-pong ball, which was knocked away, and the yellow ping-pong ball behind it was knocked away, but it still missed the target. The boy's face suddenly turned as pale as the previous one.